our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
That one is no good. What a spectacular rebound by Irvin. Kyrie has it back. Wide open. Yes, sir. Three-pointer. Run him down.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, live for the Wednesday show on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif, RJ Chapu. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. That was the call on Bally as Kyrie Irving does it again in the fourth quarter. He leads the entire NBA in fourth quarter scoring. He averages 9.4 a night, and last night he dropped 17. A thing of beauty to beat the Utah Jazz at the AAC, 120-116.
I thought they were going to get screwed in this one. There were a couple, they went to the replay, which is just it sucks. I mean, I like replay, but when they go to replay, it's annoying. I don't know how they didn't call a charge on Horton Tucker.
Yeah.
On Hardaway. Like, he clearly,
They replayed it, too.
I know.
Like, they reviewed it.
Yeah, like he clearly lowered his shoulder.
That guy's like a bull in a china shop out there.
Yeah, he is. He clearly lowered his shoulder, but then they got the I don't want to call it a makeup call after Olynyk, but you never see back-to-back fouls on three-pointers within 30 seconds of each other. And then it happened.
Did you think the Kyrie 3 was going to be reversed when they challenged that when his right forearm got touched?
Nicked. Very nicked.
Now, Kyrie completely missed the rim.
Yeah.
So logic tells you something happened, but I got to be honest, in looking at the replay, I was like, I don't see too much there.
I mean, now if you listen to the broadcast, they thought he got mugged. Good gosh. Jeez. I really had a tough time telling. I figured, they're probably not going to change this because there was enough vantage points that said, okay, maybe he touched him, maybe he didn't. The ball definitely didn't spin very well.
It really is nice to just enjoy Kyrie as a basketball player. Like, where eventually, as you just heard with Chris Mannix, it's coming at some point in time. If he stays here, right? Mm-hmm. Logic tells you, don't get mad. Mavs Hive on the text line. He's a great teammate and a good soldier right now. Does he roll on out to LA or wherever afterwards? Does he get his money here with Mark Cuban probably willing to pay and then cause a disruption? But right now, it's just nice with no BS and no drama to watch this man play basketball because there are very few like him in the history of the league. From his pull-ups to getting to where he wants to on the floor, just the immediate stop and start. He's got the ball obviously on a yo-yo. He can shoot the three. He can make spectacular passes. I mean, it really is artistry watching him play. It is a treat to watch him. I kind of want to go back and look at his games at Duke because
which ones? We played 4 games.
I was like, what did he look like in college? I forget.
He hardly played.
Yeah, because I'm like, how bold of a call was it to draft him number 1? He went 1 to Cleveland, right?
Yeah, he did.
He was the top pick, and I was like, he's undersized, right? He's definitely nowhere near a 2 guard. He's 6 foot tall. Like, did he show just this type of brilliance even in college to where you're like, okay, this is the next Allen Iverson. We have to get him. I'm curious to go back and look at some of the college highlights because translating that to the NBA, that could be a little bit of a gamble. Obviously, it was the correct call because of his brilliance, but that just had me thinking.
It, he played like 8 games. And if you go back and you look, I think the only games he played in against ranked teams, he played a November game on a neutral site against K-State, and then a early season game against Michigan State. Both were top 6 teams. And they both won, and they won them both. Like, that's it. Like, that's really, other than that, you're looking at, how do you play against Bradley? Oh, St. Louis. Oh my gosh, Colgate. So like there wasn't a whole lot to go on.
I totally forgot about Luka last night in the fourth quarter. I forgot Luka was even on the team. That's how great Kyrie was. At one point in time, he was 4 for 4, 3 for 3 on free throws, 3 assists, 12 points, and he scored 17 of his 33 in the fourth quarter. You can see where he idolizes Kobe Bryant a little bit in terms of his mid-range pull-up game, wanting to come through in the fourth. And after the game, Kyrie was asked, how close is this team to putting everything truly together?
Man, it's coming together fast. And to be honest with you, I think our championship aspirations are really close. But honestly, we got to take it one day at a time. I would love to look in the future. I would love to be in the future, but I got to control the present moment and just be there for my guys as much as they are there for me. So it's a collective team effort, and I'm glad that we could shake some things up.
He hit a big three. That was part of that 8-0 run to basically end it, to put the Mavs up 7 points. Look, it was still close. It was a little bit too close for comfort, but that's what's going to happen when you can't play defense. They can win any game, and they can lose a lot of games. Lauri Markkanen, Brian Broaddus was right about this dude. My goodness. Yeah. I had to go back and look at him. Like, Chicago let him go?
He had a really bad start to his career. He was awesome in college. He was a player that you're like, dude, he
looks like an athletic freak monster.
He's very good. He's always been really, really good. He was in a terrible situation.
I wonder if SportsCenter's number one play is that freaking alley-oop dunk over Christian Wood.
It might be.
That was vicious.
Yeah, it might be. He's really, really good. I hate the comparisons, to Dirk just because he's a white dude from Europe.
He's a better athlete than Dirk.
Oh, he's a way better athlete. They're completely different players.
Yeah. College-wise, what was he at Arizona?
Arguably the best player in the country. He was awesome at Arizona. And then is he a little? They were like, is he soft? Is he too soft playing the NBA? They didn't. There was a lot of questions about that, and I think he was picked high, but I thought it was like 7.
He's like what I wanted. He was 7. He's like what I wanted Porzingis to be, but he's thicker and more physical, and he just looks like an impossible matchup. I think Derek Harper last night was like, he's unstoppable. Now look at Chicago. He wasn't a bum.
No.
He had 15-7, 19-9, 15-6, and then 13-5. They're like, screw this. He goes to Cleveland for a year, 15-6, and now 25-8.
Yeah, like he was always a good shooter. He always had that. They just thought, like, is he a little bit too soft? That's it. Is he a little soft? But he has not turned out to be a soft player. He really is. He really is a good offensive player. Really good.
He looked physical last night. He looked like a bully down there. So the Mavs overcome that. Thank goodness they were missing Jordan Clarkson. Tim Hardaway is on fire again. My nitpick of the game. Get Tim a shot in the third quarter. Good Lord. Get the man some looks when he's red hot. Luka comes down and takes a couple of foolish threes and just jacks it up. One he had to take and miss to make up for getting stuffed at the rim. I got to say, if he was asked about that post game. Was Luka asked about the blown dunk? There was someone on the show years ago who told me that Luka could win the dunk contest if he wanted to, which I laughed at hilariously, but he got stuffed by that rim and he had to come back and immediately try to make the crowd forget about it by hitting that three. But Tim Hardaway is arguably the hottest shooter in the entire NBA right now. He goes 7 of 9 from 3. He ends up with 24 points, had that scary incident. The coach was not at fault. If you look at that line that they draw, Will Hardy, where he was standing on the sideline, but man, I thought Tim was done.
Yeah, and then you see Kyrie going over and tapping the coach of the show. Like, it's cool. But
Kyrie is like he's like the Zen master out there.
Yeah.
He's like the peacemaker.
The first thing I wanted to see though was like, all right, is this coach on the floor? Like, what's gonna happen here? But yeah. I mean, he's on the sideline. What are you going to do?
So the Mavericks start off the night in the number 7 spot. They move all the way up to 5. Ooh-wee, as Chris Arnold would say. They move from the number 7 to the number 5 because they got some help in the association last night. By the way, Anthony Davis is making me look stupid early. He had 30 and 22. The Lakers beat the jawless Grizzlies yesterday, but the other games that helped the Mavs, here we go. 6th place Minnesota lost, and 5th place Golden State lost to OKC. So the Mavs go from 7 to 5. Yeah.
Look at that.
Baby.
Yeah, like we've always said all year. Like one good week and you jump like 4 spots. And then one bad week, you're down to 9.
All right. Could Ja Morant, there's a report Ja Morant could be out 50 games. 5-0. Michael Irvin has scheduled a press conference today, and this nasty weather to get your hump day started.
Okay.
It's Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Mavs on the second of a back-to-back getting set to take on the Hornets. We'll have Andrew Lopez. Back-to-back getting set to take on the Hornets. We'll have Andrew Lopez, ESPN, to talk Mavs Hornets at 4, Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
Hornets. Uh-oh. We got a little mixed up because I thought I read that the Mavs were taking on the Pelicans tonight. Now, what would be hilarious is if the guy they're having on is actually a Pelicans announcer. That would be hilarious if they booked a Pelicans guy because Dawson got the two mixed up in the tees.
Yeah, because he obviously thought New Orleans Hornets.
Yes, the New Orleans Hornets. I forgot that even existed. So, who is the guy that they're having on?
He is a Pelicans reporter. It's not a Hornets guy. It's a Pelicans. So just wrong tees, wrong team, but
all right,
we were close. That was going to be gold.
Change of plan then. Have on this announcer and just ask nothing.
But Charlotte Hornet questions.
How long's LaMelo out? You know, where do you rank?
Is Adam Morrison still on that team?
Grandmama and Zoe, all-time tandems. Just go ahead and do a little bit there. So that was G-Bag's tease. But it is the New Orleans Pelicans tonight. Second game of a back-to-back. 6:30 on the road for the Mavericks as they end their homestand 3-3 with the win last night over the Utah Jazz. Messy outside this morning.
A little wet. Hopefully it continues that way today, so we don't have a little baseball tonight.
Oh.
Be nice. Yeah. Sometimes they want to set to like 8:30 every night now. It's too much. It's too much.
Rain today, rain tomorrow.
Let's keep going. Keep going with that rain.
How bad does it have to be in order for them to cancel practice?
It's not on them. The city cancels it. They close the fields. So today is an outdoor. So we would just close the field. So it's not really up to the coaches. Yeah, it's up to the city will decide. They will decide on the fields and whether or not they're closed or not.
All right, there were some conflicting reports, I think, on Ja Morant. You had Shams, you had Mark Stein talking about this yesterday. There's a possibility that if they found that Ja Morant took that gun on the team plane, that he would be suspended 50 games by the NBA. Mark Stein came out a little bit later and clarified, and he said, no, the suspension would be at the discretion of the league. It wouldn't be an automatic 50 if they found that to be the case. Grizzlies losing to the Lakers last night without Ja Morant. So people are trying to figure out and trace where this gun came from, the laws, the rules of whether a multiple week suspension or even longer than that could be in play.
You know, whether you like it or not, the NBA has, if I were to guess what league has spoken out the most against guns, it's probably the NBA, right? Steve Kerr has been the head of that. He was in tears at the podium. That can't happen, and then Ja Morant bring a gun on a team plane and wave it around in a strip club with alcohol, and him not get suspended. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't claim to be the champion of, you know, the progressive movement or anti-gun movement or whatever, and claim to be that, which they have, and that's fine if they want to do that. But then on the other side, not punish somebody for bringing a gun on a team plane and then waving it around shirtless in a strip club. I've never seen anybody shirtless in a strip club, by the way. Peyton, you were the last one to be in there.
Yeah, no, my shirt was on. Pants were off, but shirt was on.
Have you thought about going back? Have you come close?
I thought about it. I had some friends hit me up that said, "Oh, I think we're going to go back," and I was like, "All right, just a couple more paychecks. You know, let me get through February, and now here we are in March and stuff." And I don't know, might need to make a little spring break trip over there.
I thought you were telling all your dates. You had them covered. Don't worry, you were rolling deep with the money.
Well, there's a difference of
you were making it drizzle.
There's a difference of a couple dates and a $600 fee at the strip club.
That is true.
But make sure you negotiate before you do that $600 thing on what you're going to get.
I got to look at the menu first, you're right. See what's on the table.
Look at the menu and see what's on the table. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, going to be holding a press conference with his attorney and his agent today over the legal fight with the Marriott. I sent this over to Florio. He quickly sent me back, I think, a sarcastic post saying I already wrote about it. So he wrote me back. He sent me back the article, and he's saying, why would Michael Irvin call a press conference a day after the Marriott was required to respond to the discovery request? It's possible he's now received the surveillance video and other information. And then you're going to call a presser? That looks good that Michael is confident that he's innocent and that he's going after his $100 million.
100 milli. All I got to say, I just need 30. I need 30,000.
Oh, you
just need 30. See, this is what happens.
You
adding out of the work.
You adding him to your collections list?
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna add him to my collections list. I thought that was underpaid when I was working on the show
Chicken
years ago.
Christmas lights, and now
Michael Irvin.
Michael Irvin.
Yep, Michael Irvin.
Power rank the order of getting those.
The Christmas lights, I got no chance. Okay,
that guy's disappeared. You never heard anything more?
No. I went on. I did some Google search on this guy. I Googled his name and
dude, just get Bobby and Bassick on that. B&B. They can open up B&B detection, B&B investigative firm.
So
they'll track anyone down.
Apparently, this guy owes money all over town.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah, owes money all over town. So that I have zero chance of getting my money from that.
Okay.
I've been told my chicken money's on its way.
Oh, okay.
I've been told the chicken money's on its way. We'll see. We'll see about that.
All right.
And then, I think, you get $100 million in a settlement. What's $30,000?
We've done a lot of positive PR for him on the air.
We have.
We were the first radio interview.
Yeah.
We were the first on-air interview at the Super Bowl. He came on and told us what happened.
This is why stop at 30. Let's do 75. Pain and suffering.
Michael, there ain't a damn percent chance that Michael will give us a dime.
Not happening. Not happening.
He keeping that tight. He got a lot of people to feed.
He's got 17 siblings. I don't know how many are still with us, but at one point he had 17 brothers and sisters.
Yeah. All right. So Michael Irvin holding a press conference today. Maybe he'll give us a couple clues on the private cell phone throughout the show. Big 12 tournament starting as in the SEC, Brandon Miller.
Yes.
Creating headlines, being named the SEC Player of the Year, and some people are losing their minds.
Yeah, he was unanimous. And listen, this is an on-the-floor award. Brandon Miller 100% deserved to win the SEC Player of the Year. There is no debate. There is no second place. Who would you put there as the second place finisher of SEC Player of the Year? Oscar Tshiebwe? Okay. I mean, maybe. But Brandon Miller 100% was your SEC Player of the Year. There is...
Well, I don't think there's any... Yeah. The debate isn't over who's closer second. Should he have remained eligible? Should he have been in play for SEC Player of the Year? That's the controversy.
My saying was yes, he should remain eligible. I mean, he played.
He played.
It's an on the court award. It's not a off the court award. But the Big 12 does get going today in KC. 6 o'clock ESPNU. Boy, I haven't seen ESPNU in a while. Texas Tech and West Virginia. And then at 8:30, it is Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. So the Big 12 gets going today. A lot of the big tournaments, all the big tournaments really get going today. The ACC, SEC, they're all going to start today.
You in?
Oh yeah, I mean this is. You could argue that championship week is better than the first week of the tournament because you've got a lot of times you got better teams. You've got big boy, major conference teams that are fighting for their life. Like West Virginia, they're in right now, but they cannot lose to Texas Tech. And if they do, they might be in that first four, or they might be out.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on Sean and RJ. All right, let's go around the NFL. Huge news again. Daniel Jones gets $40 million. Why did everyone line up and instantly say no to Lamar and Aaron Rodgers heating up with the New York Jets? 6 a.m. club on a hump day with your headlines after this.
go.
Hump Day edition here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. I love recapping NFL offseason, and yesterday it was juicy again as Daniel Jones. I just wanted it to start with a 4. RJ said he was going to be happy if it started with a 3. The New York Giants get the extension done with Daniel Jones, 4 for $160, and it turns out nobody was happier than Bobby Belt. Nobody was happier than Bobby on the morning show text chain. 4 for $160 for old DJ.
Yeah, with escalators that can give him like another $30 billion over the life of the contract, which means
82 guaranteed at signing.
Which means he is now at the very least equal, and if he hits the escalators, above Dak Prescott's contract. And this is why you just pay it.
And if he hits the escalators, that's bad. Like, let's be fair.
Depending on what the escalators are.
Right, if it's just games played.
If it's like, oh, you get $5 million for making the Pro Bowl. Okay, well, I mean, the 8th best quarterback in the conference can make the Pro Bowl these days. And so, to me, it's just, it should quiet down the criticism of the Dak contract, because this shows you what the market is. It shows you what the market is now. Dak signing his deal 2 years ago, whatever it is now equal to what Daniel Jones gets paid in 2023. You are always going to pay through the nose, always going to pay more whenever you wait.
Now, yes, it doesn't make it right.
Take the words out of my mouth, Chop. Let's see.
It does make it right.
No, see, my instant reaction to your message yesterday, and I don't want to fight, 1 minute into you being here.
Yeah, you do.
But it's, I don't want to flex. I don't want to flex like that. You know what I mean? That the flex with Dak Prescott should be, this guy's a freaking baller. Y'all still question, and instead your flex is, and a lot of people's flex, Daniel Jones just got paid the same. Yes, that means it was right. And that's just the wrong type of flex. It's like whenever we keep talking about Dak and the first 3 things are intangibles and leadership and the face of the franchise, and I'd be insulted if I was him. And I think it's a little bit telling when you don't talk about his skills and his ability. It's all the other intangible stuff. And before saying, you see what Dak did on the field, you see how much of a baller he is, he should shut you up with the contracts. No, it's, see, Daniel Jones got just the same, so that makes it right.
No,
Weird flex.
So you're saying that I've never presented an argument that Dak has been worth the contract?
No, you have, but a lot of the Dak heads, a lot of the Dak heads go, see, what really it should come down to is if the guy, to be choppy, can win you the Super Bowl. Not, well, Daniel Jones is going to get overpaid, so let's overpay ours.
Well, here's how I look at it. $40 million. When you hear the number $40 million, people just hear that number and they say he is overpaid. He should never make $40 million. And what I'm saying is this Daniel Jones contract shows you what market value is, and now shows you that Dak is on a bargain, so that your perception of what Dak's deal is wrong. Your perception the entire time of what $40 million was before Daniel Jones got the deal was wrong, and the Giants showed you yesterday it's wrong.
He's not overpaid, Dak. The deal, the contract, I don't believe was a mistake. But,
well, there's 2 types of overpay. There's what the market calls for, and like, are you really, and you may think this is the same thing, are you really like worth that as a player? Like, Dak Prescott was never at the time of pay. That's why I can't stand the way the NFL leapfrogs with payment. He was never what he was at the time of the money. In terms of what the market calls for, yes. I can't fight it because everyone jumps each other.
Yeah, they do. And I could easily make the argument that all quarterbacks are grossly underpaid based on the percent that they dictate for each win.
True.
Like, the quarterback makes up, what, 15% of the salary, 20% of the salary cap? When in reality, they contribute to about 75% of the win. So they should be taking 75% of the overall salary cap if you want to break it down that way. That would make running backs and linebackers completely useless, Bobby, and give them $500,000 a year, but whatever. But so no, like, but do I think that he can individually like win you a championship? I'll say this: the NFC allows him to individually maybe bring you to a Super Bowl because he's at worst the 2nd or 3rd best quarterback in the conference at worst, and at best he's the best.
All right, let's come back and unite together.
Unite the clans.
We're all very happy that Daniel Jones just got 40 a year, right?
Glorious.
Yes. We all were celebrating.
Yeah,
Let's all celebrate together.
The only thing they can make this better is if they tag Saquon Barkley. Oh, wait, they did!
You know,
Listen, when you make the same move on a running back that the New York Giants do, you know it was the wrong move.
oh, the Cowboys?
Yes.
Pollard and Saquon getting the same amount. Who would have thunk it?
What were your meathead Giants fans saying?
Oh, gosh. I'm so glad you asked. I'm so glad because I have them trapped. I had them trapped, and they just shut up. They disappeared because during the year, when they react, you know, every other second, they overreact. And during the Vikings game, Daniel Jones is just as good, if not better than Dak Prescott. So I said, okay, I'm going to save this. I'm going to remember this. I'm going to remember you said that. So then when the $45 million a year, when the $40 million a year rumors were out there, I was texting them. I said, you agree with this, right? That's more than Dak. You said during the year he was better. Who was Mraz on CBS Sports Radio? He was saying the same thing. And they're like, well, like, you know, I think, you know, 38 a year would probably be fair. And then yesterday it officially hit 40 a year. And I texted them, are you happy? Crickets. Because now they know the truth deep down. They overreact towards a lucky fluke season that the Giants had, and now they backed up. They backed up what your mouth was talking during the regular season. But here's my worry: if we believe they have a new legit regime, and we believe in Brian Daboll outside of Choppy, we're either missing it or they're missing it. Some of the Daniel Jones defenders yesterday that were Tolos were saying, look at his efficiency, right? He did take a step. He's when I was watching him at the end of the year, I was like, he's playing smart. Like, he's not going to cost them games, even though he was known for turnovers early on. So what do you think of their regime, Bobby? And how does this make sense if they're legitimate and competent?
So again, them paying him $40 million today, averaging out $40 million on a $224 million salary cap means they're giving him 17% of the cap. When Dak got his deal, he was 21% of the cap. And so I think it's more their value.
Dak had done a lot more than Daniel Jones.
Right, but
Daniel Jones was on the verge of being gone.
Right, but I'm saying that 17% of the cap is below still what a lot of these other guys get when they get their new deal. So I think you're seeing part of it is inflation of the cap, but part of it is the Giants, it seems like, probably value the idea of they don't ever want to get stuck in quarterback purgatory. That is the biggest fear of every NFL franchise, is that they become the Washington Commanders and that they're stuck. The Colts are in this like position right now, and they've been trying for, what did Andrew Luck retire, 19? 18? So, I mean, we're talking about 5 years that the Colts have been trying.
Yeah, they've been in a bad spot. I mean, like, the issue is look, if you have, let's just say you have, give me a quarterback.
Tyler Huntley.
No. Like a good quarterback. But
Tyler Huntley. Go ahead.
All right. What do you want? What as an example? What are you trying?
So I'm just trying to think, like, you know, like we talked about yesterday, right? You know, with Dak and Anthony Richardson, like, would you give up Dak right now to get Anthony Richardson?
Yeah.
And there's one of two things. You could either stay safe, or you could there's only one quarterback has a chance to be the best quarterback in the NFL of the two of them, and that's Anthony Richardson. He's the only, Dak does not have a chance to be the best quarterback in the NFL. We've seen enough of it. But a rookie does. So, do you go down the safe route, or do you, as Sean McVay said, you know, let him hang, put him on the table, and take a chance?
After Dak's first two seasons, 2017, he was not really very good. There was a lot of chatter. I remember it was discussed on this station of, would you trade Dak for the opportunity to have Baker Mayfield at number one? And everybody said yes. And as it turned out, Dak, as that player, even as flawed as he was after two seasons, was a better football player than Baker Mayfield ever became. So that's the sort of thing that I think it's the bird in the hand versus two in the bush thing for the Giants, and that they say, you know what, Daniel Jones has shown he's competent enough. Daniel Jones was not bad last year. He wasn't great, but he was not bad. And they can win with it if they've got a certain setup around him. And so I think they feel like, all right, we'd prefer to be here and have to get out of it eventually, but you cannot just say see ya without anything in place and ready.
See, and that is a road to mediocrity. If you don't have
but your philosophy is you're living in a dream world. As Broadus has always said, the only team that can do it is right here in this city, whose GM has staying power and will never be fired. No other team will do it because every other GM will be run. So
and that's where the owner's got to step in.
Yeah. So your philosophy, yes, I get it, but it's never ever going to happen unless you have, a GM on a 15-year deal, or it's Jerry and Steven that do it because the GM ain't going nowhere.
You also cannot GM with your job status in mind. You have to GM to make the best. No, you have to. Yeah. If you want to do it right,
it's never gonna. Yeah,
if
but
you want to do it right,
but again, that's impossible. You're talking about a dream world. No one's ever gonna do that.
Yeah, I know, but the dream world. I mean, what do GMs make?
It just depends. Yeah, I mean that low seven figures.
Like that's quite a bit of financial security that you could get away with.
What do you think Washington for as flawed as he is? Do you think Washington regrets letting Kirk Cousins go?
No.
I think they absolutely do. I think if they could go back and change that decision, they would keep Kirk Cousins there instead of the cycle at quarterback that they go through. And that's the thing. Everybody when you walk away from somebody like Kirk Cousins, you do ridiculous things like trade for Alex Smith and pay him $25 million. Yeah. And you trade up to get quarterbacks that don't pan out. And now you're sitting here. I mean, this is something that is Heineke, I think, has the third best winning percentage of any Washington quarterback in the Snyder era.
And that's their issue, though. Like they have done it. They have gone the wrong way about it. They have gone and gotten veteran quarterbacks. Now, like, who was the quarterback they drafted in the first round since letting go? It was just Dwayne Haskins. That's it. They had one guy.
Yeah.
They gave one shot since they let Kirk Cousins go.
Well, they Haskins, and they acquired Alex Smith, and they've tried to acquire other quarterbacks who are veterans. This is just, it's this awful cycle that the examples we have of teams have tried it. Let's walk away from this veteran and let's just make it happen. Washington tried it and they've blown it. Indy was put in that position not by their choice, and they are sitting here 5 years later going, what the hell are we supposed to do at quarterback?
Like, real quick, Detroit they got rid of Stafford. They got 2 firsts and a cheap quarterback. Like, he's like 26 a year. His cap hit.
But it is, Goff was still a player. He was the former number 1 overall pick. He was somebody who had made the Pro Bowl. He was somebody who had been to a Super Bowl and that people did think highly of. The Rams had just no longer thought highly of him.
But what they did is they allowed themselves a position to either see if Goff returns, or we don't like him. We have 2 first-round draft picks now that we can use to pick another quarterback. And I think that's kind of the route to go. It's not getting Alex Smith and Carson Wentz.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about, though, is...
Yeah, but you miss with the rookie quarterback, and you're probably gone.
Again, that's where the owner's got to step in and say, this is what you're going to do, and you're going to have job security because of it.
Well, when it happens, it'll be news because it's not happening. And, Thomas Dimitroff, you can talk about life-changing money as a GM. No offense. I loved him as a guest. Thomas Dimitroff is pushing analytic websites with us at the Super Bowl. Like, he's not just sitting back in Cabo. And these teams don't want to wait. Woody Johnson and the Jets are meeting with Aaron Rodgers. This thing is heating up. We still don't have confirmation that Aaron Rodgers is coming back, but the Jets are meeting Sauce Gardner, trying to do his part, saying, I promise if you become a Jet, I won't pick you off in practice and I'll burn the cheese head. So that was Sauce. And then Tom Brady responding to the Miami Dolphins comeback reports from Rich Eisen. Tom tweeted, he's really good on social media. Anyone who thinks I have time to come back to the NFL has never adopted a 2-month-old kitten for their daughter.
Great tweet. Very, very self-deprecating. I love it. Love seeing that.
Does he do it, do you think? Do you think he runs his social media?
I know he's got a team.
I wonder if he has handlers who write those things for, he may send them, but I wonder if he has handlers who are basically writing all his content, because he's not that funny on the Let's Go podcast or in the press conferences.
Well, he's got to be more measured, I think, talking live than, thinking about a tweet. The real question is, does that tweet mean anything? The headlines were Tom Brady dismisses retirement. Does a cat joke shut it down?
I'll tell you what it is. It's not a no. It's not a no.
That's how Peyton should approach dating.
Yep. It's not a no.
It's not a no. All right. We got off track here. The biggest story in the league is what happened to Lamar Jackson yesterday. This is fascinating. Why did everyone line up to say no to Lamar after the Ravens said, we're tagging you, but you can go negotiate? Mavs win, and the fight of the day, J.J. Redick versus Kendrick Perkins over white MVPs. A loaded 6 a.m. hour hump day edition.
Hump day.
Just getting started on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, we got to get to the Mavs win over the Jazz. Ja Morant update. Paul Pierce defending him. Plaxico Burress with advice for Ja. How would you like to be Plax? Your phone only rings when someone has a gun
shooting. It's not because of your Super Bowl game-winning catch.
Yeah.
It's not because of that. Nothing like that. It's
Plax. Make that phone. Peyton, call Plaxico Burress and ask him to come on to talk about Ja. Make the phone call. Tell me what you would say. You're the producer. I'm Plax. Ring, 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 ring. Hello?
Hey, Ja, this is Peyton from 105.3
No,
The Fan
we're
in
not
Dallas.
Ja, you're not calling Ja Morant.
Hey, Plaxico. Sorry, I heard Ja.
Call him Cheddar
Burress.
Burress.
From 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. How you doing this morning?
Hey, what's up, man?
I wanted to get you on Sean and RJ right here. And
Who are they?
The host at 105.3 The Fan.
Oh.
And I wanted to talk about the latest issues with Ja Morant.
Why are you calling me?
Because you know the history about guns.
because you too shot yourself at a club.
Because we think you would have the best advice for Ja, and we want to
There you
discuss
go.
things about.
There you go.
And he was in. There was legal.
Because you're probably packing right now.
Yeah. Because remember the legal trouble that he had is that handguns were illegal in New York, in Manhattan or something like that.
Yeah.
And then he was also in a club.
Shot himself in the leg, just like Cheddar Bob in 8 Mile, and he became Cheddar Burress on the internet for a whole year.
Yeah, I don't know if he's doing current media, but Plax will have advice for Ja coming up. The Lamar Jackson story is the one that I really wanted to talk about. My goodness, this is juicy. So yesterday, Lamar Jackson got tagged by the Baltimore Ravens, but it was important to point out what type of tag it was. This tag allows Lamar to go out and negotiate, right? If another team reaches a deal, and this is what we heard from the Combine, and I think it's smart by the Ravens. Bobby told us a humongous issue in this was his mom negotiating this. There are problems working out a deal with her, and there was a sentiment from the Combine. If there was another agent, this thing may have already been done. So the Ravens are going to say, fine, okay, you think we're the problem? Go out and talk with the rest of the league. It's taken us 2 years to not get something done. So you go out and you have a few weeks or whatever time there is until the deadline hits and work it out with somebody else. And if they do come to terms, the Ravens can match. If the Ravens don't want to match, they get 2 first-round picks in exchange. But it was a little newsworthy that they tagged him with the ability to go talk to others.
Yeah, now they're saying that they could get different compensation as well. They could be creative with the compensation that they get in return for them. That's what the ESPN article said.
In what sense?
Because Frank Clark got a first and a second, and they swapped thirds.
I think you can negotiate certain aspects of it. I don't think a quarterback they would ever take anything less than the 2.
Right, but what I'm saying is, could they get maybe more?
No, I don't think so. You can negotiate down something lower if teams are like, well, we want to sign this, but we don't want to give up 2 first-round picks, and then somebody can say, all right, well, let's do a first and swap thirds and things like that. I don't think you can negotiate more because I think the baseline is all that is expected of us is this.
Right.
And so
this is going to be $32 million this season.
Mm-hmm.
That's less expensive than the exclusive tag would have paid $45 million. And that would have allowed the Ravens to control his rights this year.
For as much as everybody thought during the Dak negotiations that the Cowboys were acting like they didn't want to sign him, or they were worried about getting into a long-term deal with him, they never once pondered the non-exclusive. They were not going to put him out there to even get offer sheets. Wow. Generally, when you tag somebody like a quarterback, you're not even going to let them get offer sheets. The fact that the Ravens go, now there's 2 thought processes here. Go negotiate another deal. Bring it back to us, and we'll see if we want to pay it or not. We'll give up 2 first-round picks. There's that aspect of it. The other aspect is, and this has been floated, I know, in league circles, the Ravens could be looking at it as, we want to sign Lamar. Lamar's being difficult with us. Let's go let him negotiate the deal with somebody else. They'll give us the parameters, then we go, okay, we sign it.
Yeah.
And so basically they're tired of negotiating it and saying, we still have every intention to sign you, but go get the negotiation done with another team and then bring it back to us.
I mean, if I were them, that's what I would do. It seems like they're just tired. Like they can't get. They've gotten nowhere. They've hit a wall. Bring in new parties. Go negotiate with Atlanta or with Cleveland, or you just pick a. I'm just throwing teams out there. Just go negotiate with somebody else.
So here's what's fascinating, and this is going to dominate all the shows this morning. Within a 30-minute span, we got reports from every single NFL city that has been tied to him. The Panthers are not expected to pursue Lamar. The Raiders are unlikely. The Falcons are out, per Diana Rossini. Jeff Darlington, the Dolphins are not going to be pursuing Lamar. As one source said, Mike McDaniel fully believes Tua is the perfect fit for his system. So I'm like, dang it. This is all drying up and leading right down 95 to the Washington Commanders. Mike Florio's theory of Dan Snyder leaving with a bang. And then Kimberly Martin tweeted, the Commanders are also unlikely. So, like a choreographed news release, Panthers, Raiders, Falcons, Commanders, Dolphins, out. And that had the entire NFL going off on Twitter. RG3, JJ Watt, what's going on here? And the word collusion took over the internet, that the other owners have gotten together and they said, we're all not going to pay the sins of the Cleveland. We're not going to pay for the sins of the Cleveland Browns. No one make this mistake again. We're all going to have a quarterback salary to pay eventually. Let's not screw each other, and let's ice this right here.
Look, I
wouldn't put it past them.
I wouldn't put it past them either. Now, like, if you're
they blackballed Kaepernick.
Yeah.
They all got together on that. I don't care what anyone tells me. I'll take that to the grave. They all got together to keep Kaepernick out. This makes a lot of sense if they're like, no one give out this contract ever again.
I didn't think collusion, because at first when it was just Miami and just like I could justify Miami. They don't have a first round pick this year. They've got Tua. He had a good year. If he's healthy, let it ride. Atlanta didn't make sense, but then, they're going to have to give up the 8th pick in the draft.
Atlanta to me makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean Arthur Smith, like he needs to win. They would have to give up though the 8th pick in the draft, and then next year's one, and then close to $50 million a year. Like
Lamar's 26. Let's keep that in mind. Injuries, but 26.
But yeah, so that's a lot to give up, especially when there's a good chance there's a quarterback available for them. Maybe they move up.
Well, you can have a quarterback. Is the quarterback going to be Lamar Jackson?
No, he's not. He may not be Lamar Jackson, but we've seen enough history that shows that, only a select few quarterbacks, since John Elway, have won after they got paid. Very few quarterbacks have. Is the right thing to do win with a rookie?
Look, this boils down to one of two things to me, Bobby, and the other one's going to be the Bobby opinion, I think. There's collusion, or Lamar Jackson is overrated. If Lamar Jackson's special and he's the number one player in the NFL as the players voted years ago, and this is transcendent and this is never before seen and we're not going to get it again for a long time, it don't make any sense for these teams to be running away from this. So he's either a guy that can't throw the football, he's injury prone, or they're colluding to not give out the Watson deal again. Pick that apart.
It's both. I think it's both and then more. Like, I think it's
like there's no reason for the Carolina Panthers, unless you believe he can't throw, to be out on this. There's no reason for the Atlanta Falcons, unless you believe he can't throw, to be out on this. There's no reason for Washington to be out on this, unless you believe he's injury prone and he can't throw.
Yeah, so I think it's a lot of things. First off, on the idea of collusion, I think the NFL owners would be very careful not to leave evidence of collusion. They would make it look like the most amazing case of parallel thinking ever. Like,
Of
just,
course.
oh no, we all 32. And so because of that, that's always going to be impossible to prove. I don't think it's like they all sit down at some, giant round table and go like, so shall it be written, so shall it be done.
Yeah, but-
we will not
But
do
you
this.
agree they did it to Kaepernick?
Yes.
Okay.
I just don't think they sat in a room and all said it.
I'm not asking what can be proven. I'm
Right,
just-
right. And so I think that it's partly that. It's partly an agreement of we're not going to have the Deshaun Watson thing become the norm. It's part that. It's part Lamar is not the guy that everybody tries to say he is. He's just not as a quarterback. I think it's part the injury risk. I think a lot of teams around the league saw how Lamar played the knee at the end of the year and went, do we want that in a franchise quarterback? I don't think so. There are a lot of people who question the toughness and his commitment to the team through that.
Sure.
And then I think it's been difficult. Imagine,
like, Choppy, I was expecting you to destroy these teams who are not committing to trying to get him. Because you've been a Lamar supporter. You've been a Lamar fan. I mean, here's your quarterback.
Yeah, but like, listen, there's a lot of evidence that's mounted on players that, again, you win in your rookie deal or you don't win.
I just don't think that plays as heavily as you think. These teams are so desperate to get a quarterback.
It may not play in the GM room. I'm saying it should.
Okay.
All right. Like, I would not personally, unless I have basically Patrick Mahomes, I'm recycling quarterbacks every 5 years. I'm keeping them on rookie deals, and I'm just going to go. Because there's enough history that shows, unless you've got an elite quarterback.
So let's put that aside, because I don't think that's factoring in. You could also justify if you're another team. The Ravens haven't given him help, as you pointed out last night.
Nobody talks about that. Everybody says Aaron Rodgers, 1 year he doesn't have a receiver, and everybody cries for Aaron Rodgers. Nobody cries for Lamar Jackson. Yet everybody wants to line up and say he can't throw. The guy's got the 4th highest winning percentage of any quarterback in NFL history.
So why are they running away instead of lining up?
I think the cost that it's going to take to get 2 firsts, that people don't want to pay that and have to pay him, and he's a pain in the ass. His mom's a pain in the ass. He's a pain in the ass. They don't want to deal with that. I think it's stupid.
He was a model citizen before this.
Yeah, I know, but having to deal with the contract negotiations, I don't know if he's not. I mean, they would know more. Is he negotiating in good faith? Are the Ravens negotiating in good faith? Was he not really that? Was he hurt? And also, I think that there is generally there's a bias. There's a bias there with Lamar that he can't throw. And I think it's crap. I think there's enough that he's shown that he can throw. Nobody else gets the benefit of the doubt. Everybody else gets the benefit of the doubt when they don't have receivers, except for Lamar Jackson. He's the only one that doesn't.
I would just say, first off, the Ravens have been a very forward-thinking organization. I don't think they would be the ones that would try and say, well, he's just a running quarterback. I think they would, if any organization was going to be fine with that and negotiate, it would be Baltimore. But the other aspect is, and I'll just leave us with this, imagine if in 2021, after Dak had the hamstring issue, or the calf issue, Dak didn't come back and play, had been nursing something that went well past the recovery time, and entered the offseason with Dak Prescott negotiating his contract. I think we would be losing our minds.
Tad is the Lamar mom analogy.
Yeah.
I mean, just in terms of like a prominent family member that's been associated with the way he does business.
I think the Ravens are doing it smart. They did this with Ray Lewis when I was there. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, you're going to lose Ray Lewis. They go test the market, Ray. Go see what you can get. I'm like, no, are you kidding me? You're going to lose maybe the greatest linebacker ever. It worked for them. So they're about to unleash on the NFL what they've been dealing with. Go ahead. Work it out with another team. Let's see how easy it is. Bring it back to us. They're hoping they come back with their tail between their legs because these other teams are like, not only no, but hell no. They have a much smaller window to do it, and it works out for Baltimore. Let the market make them sober. That's the negotiating tactic here from Baltimore. Fascinating, I think. The audio of the day, JJ Redick. What's the wrestling thing where you show is it the fifth curtain?
Fourth wall.
The fourth wall. The fourth wall was exposed at ESPN. JJ Redick versus Kendrick Perkins over racism and white MVPs. Audio next.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, located on the east side of the Metroplex. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist.
Timmy continues to be on fire. Just getting the ball in the third quarter too, Mavs, while he's red hot before it turns. 7 of 9 for Hardaway. Kyrie continues to lead the NBA in fourth quarter scoring. He put up 17 of his 33 in the final quarter. And Bobby, the Mavs beat the Jazz at home 120-116. They move from number 7 to number 5 in the West.
Yeah, it's nice that Tim Hardaway Jr. is good Tim Hardaway Jr. right now. The only problem is, how long does it last? Like, because these are the ebbs and flows of Tim Hardaway Jr. Is that, he'll go a month where he's the hottest shooter in the NBA, and then he's, unable to hit the broadside of a barn. Like, he'll shoot 15% over the course of a month. But while it's good, great. It's good. Now, I did hear you say earlier that you wanted more shots for him in the fourth quarter.
Third.
Or in the third,
yeah.
for THJ over Luka. Like the way the way Luka had come down and taken bad quality shots.
Yes.
So I've
been arguing with Mavs fans with this over the past couple of games.
Mm-hmm.
Luka came down. Luka was banged up against the Suns, right, on Sunday.
Yep.
And there was limited time on the clock, end of the first half. And he gets the ball, and I can't stand when NBA teams put themselves in a position to only take one shot. So Luka labors up the floor, 5, 4, 3. He's going to have to shoot this step back fadeaway 3. Now, Chris Paul fouled him. But I'm channeling RJ Choppy again. It doesn't make it a good shot. It was a stupid shot. Get in Kyrie's hands, someone that can run 100%, maybe do something else versus Jess. I know it's his shot, the patented step back 3. And yesterday I thought there was a couple times when Luka just came down the floor. I was like, I'm shooting this 3. I wanted to see when someone's out of their mind, red hot, unconscious. Let's keep them going a little bit. That's the responsibility that Barkley and Shaq try to throw on Luka sometimes. I'm nitpicking, but
I just was gonna say I don't know that even when it's not great, I don't ever fault Luka for looking for a shot.
Oh, I do.
Just because I think that
he can get his anytime.
Yeah,
he can get his anytime, man.
He can, but I don't fault him for trying to start getting into a rhythm. And so if he comes down and he looks for a shot, like when you're Luka, I mind when it's Tim Hardaway Jr. doing that. I mind when it's Reggie Bullock. I mind when it's even just mid-level players. But we were talking about like one of the top scorers in the game. I don't have a problem with him trying to establish a shot.
I believe he has a responsibility to take advantage. First off, get other guys going, and definitely keep them going when they're unconscious, like Hardaway is. That's my opinion.
Oh yes, I mean as the point guard. As the point guard, your job is to facilitate, not just to score.
Yeah.
Luka's let's be fair, he's a ball hog at times. There's no doubt about that.
Sure. But I don't mind top 5 players being ball hogs.
No, I don't necessarily either. But if they're inefficient that night, I do mind.
Like when back in the day, JJ Barea used to come in and take 6 shots in a row. That's what I hate.
All right, let's try to compromise.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Instead of coming right down the floor and no one else touches the ball and you shoot a 3, instead of doing that, let's have 2 or 3 passes. If it ends up back in his hands, go ahead and take the shot. Versus just dribble over half court, fire it up versus not even trying to get into any offense. I'm just talking about when like Hardaway's sizzling like this.
Sure, just
or
don't,
someone else is going.
Yeah, you don't want a 23-second ISO. I get it.
That's it.
But I also just feel like even when it's not the best shot in the world, like if we're talking about just third quarter ball, like I don't have a problem with Luka trying to get into a rhythm. Because when Luka is one of these guys that as soon as he drains 1, then 2 comes, and
I'm
then 3.
more worried about Hardaway's rhythm than Luka's. Hardaway takes, I don't mow my own grass like Peyton. Hardaway takes 4, 5, what are these, pulls?
I don't know what you're doing.
That takes 4 to 5 yanks on the mower to get going. Luka, that's an instant startup, man. Put his big ass in the lane, go off glass, and AM1, he's off. Tim Hardaway, there's a chance Hardaway could have lost that rhythm in the fourth quarter last night because they got him no shots in the third. That's what I worry about more. Man, it's a bigger picture focus for the greats.
Yeah,
it is. I mean, they have to worry about, especially Luka in the position that he plays. He has to worry about the rhythm of the other players.
Should.
It's on him. If
like that 3 he took last night, that was an embarrassment 3-point attempt. He hit it, made us kind of forget. Of course, Bally was not going to show a replay of him getting stuffed at the rim on that pathetic dunk attempt. But that was that was an ego 3. You know, he hit it, but it was like, oh, I just got stuffed at the rim. I got to shoot to make up for this.
Got to take it. I get it. But it is on his watch to make sure that guys stay in rhythm. Remember back in the Bulls days, if Kukoc didn't have a shot in the first 6 minutes, you could just kiss him goodbye the rest of the game. He was a wasted space. It was on the rest of the team to get him involved early. Just like it's on Luka to make sure that the other players stay involved in the game at all times.
All right, headlines at 7, a Weezer ticket giveaway. We just don't have enough time in any of these segments today or on this show. Kendrick Perkins, JJ Redick on First Take. So this all stems from Kendrick Perkins last week suggesting that Joker, Dirk, and Nash won MVPs because they're white. Any disagreement before I move forward that that's what Kendrick Perkins was saying? No. Anyone want to counter that?
That's what he was saying?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's what he was saying.
Okay, so the exact quote was, when it comes down to guys winning MVP since 1990, only 3 guys that won the MVP that weren't top 10 in scoring. Nash, Joker, and Dirk. What do these guys have in common? I'll let you be the judge. I'll let you decide.
All born outside the United States.
All born. Good job, RJ. Yesterday on ESPN, JJ Redick broke down the fourth wall in Connecticut.
I want to just say something. Stephen A., I mean no offense to you, and I mean no offense to First Take, because I think this show is extremely valuable. It is an honor to be on this desk every day. It really is. But what we've just witnessed is the problem with this show, where we create narratives that do not exist in reality. The implication, what you are implying, that the white voters that vote on NBA are racist, they favor white people. You just said that. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. That is exactly what you implied, Kendrick Perkins. That is exactly what you implied. Secondly, hold on.
I did not call. I stated the facts. And you're not about to sit up.
We all know what you implied the other day. We all know what you implied just now. Hold on.
I stated it's the facts. It's the facts. It's the facts.
Man, if they were in person, that would have been real interesting to see if Kendrick stood up. Okay. Reaction, and was it... Look, JJ's overall suggestion was accurate. I don't know if I take the word racist, man, really serious. Was Kendrick Perkins suggesting the NBA voters are racist? Could we have changed that to bias? Could we have changed? Yeah. I think that may have been a little unfair. I don't blame Kendrick for getting hype right there. You're not going to call me a racist now. Or was he implying that? How does everyone view what was said?
I don't care how aware you are. I don't care how woke you are, whatever you want to call it. Everyone has bias of some kind over something. It's just,
sure,
it's human nature. Biases aren't necessarily wrong or bad. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they're not. It's just because you can't control them oftentimes. So do they have biases? Sure. People are more likely to vote for MVP of players that are in their own city because they see them every day. If you see Luka Doncic play every day and you don't see Joker play every day, who are you more likely to vote for? Regardless of the bias of race or not. So those are biases that come into play, and then they're totally real. There's no doubt about it.
I think it's funny he said since 1990, Kendrick Perkins, because he didn't want to just say since 2002, because that would give us several examples of somebody not in the top 10 scoring happening over the last 20 years. He had to make it 32. And the reason he made it 32 instead of 33 or 34 is because right before 1990, Magic Johnson won back-to-back MVPs not being top 10 in scoring. He was like 15th and 16th. And so he very clearly was trying to make a point about race. Now, if you want to say that's racism, whatever else, fine. But he is absolutely bringing race into the discussion. Yes. And he said, I'll let you guys figure it out. So JJ Redick, you offered it up to him to interpret it as he would because he chose not to flesh it out anymore. You can't get mad that somebody filled in the details after you told them, hey, fill in the details of what I'm saying.
I also don't necessarily think in this case Kendrick was being fake, like first fake. I think Kendrick, this seems like a point he really believes. It's just a very controversial, maybe ignorant one. But so JJ Redick is calling out ESPN for what is an overall problem, fake reading scripts. I just don't know in this instance if Kendrick was actually being fake, and using the word racist may be a little bit strong, but make no mistake about it. Kendrick Perkins was trying to imply that MVP voters are favoring white players. And that's the big subject here. Now, I will say this it's not really defending Kendrick's point. I will say this for Joker, if he wins a third straight MVP. We all did say before the year, and we all do say, I say this about MVPs in sports, it's not only who had a great year, who's different, who's surprising us. So for Jokic to maybe be winning this for a third straight time, I do find a little odd, just because usually they change it up a little bit. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? This is reserved for Larry Bird. This is reserved for Michael Jordan. This is reserved for Bill Russell. I would have bet a ton of money that Jokic did not win the MVP for a third straight year. So that to me is a little bit weird.
It is until, and I went and looked at some of these. I looked at the white MVP years. Okay. So 2 Jokic, 1 Dirk, 2 Nash. The 2 Nash ones were egregious.
I don't know that the first one was. The second definitely was.
So Steve Nash in 2005, when he won his MVP, was 15th in win shares. In 2006, he was 10th. Dirk was first in 2007. Joker was first in 2021. He was first in 2022. He is first this year. And I don't mean first by a little. This year, he's got 3 more wins that he contributed to than the second number 2 player, which is Sabonis. Last year, it was 3. The year before that, it was 4.5. It's been far and away. Dirk, the same thing. Dirk blew out the competition by 4. So Nash was egregious. The others, they've been legit.
We'll get back to this. Dak on being extended if and when it comes. Daniel Jones gets $40 million, and Tom Brady is now a cat guy. Headlines along with a Weezer ticket giveaway next. But the best spot in DFW to catch all of the games, especially college basketball, with the Big 12 tournament starting today.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Bobby, was it messy for you driving in this morning?
Yeah, a little slick. Had one moment of hydroplaning on 35, but I got it back on the road because I'm an excellent driver.
Man, how terrifying, the hydroplane. So terrifying.
Very. Anytime that little squiggly line thing on the dashboard hits.
The traction light.
Uh-oh, what's going on here?
NFL moves being made yesterday. These are headlines on a hump day.
Hey.
Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, the New York Giants did it. They gave Daniel Jones his extension. 4 years, $160 million. 82 guaranteed at signing, and that allowed them to go ahead and franchise tag Saquon Barkley.
Oh, man, they did it. Anytime you make the same move the New York Giants do, you have to realize that was a bad decision.
Do you trust in their new regime? That's what I'm having difficulty with.
No.
Okay, you did the GM when he was first hired from Buffalo.
I did because I thought that they would.
And they made the playoffs on top of it.
I thought they would be smarter. I thought the new GM from Buffalo would recognize that you need Josh Allen and not Daniel Jones. Like, I thought he would recognize, hey, we need to get a new quarterback. This was his chance. This is his chance to reset everything. And because he's got.
Where are they picking?
Well, I mean, that doesn't mean that you have to draft him like you have to get high. You know, you can trade up. You can move up in the draft. Use next year's pick, get a couple of ones, move up in the draft. I did not think they were going to go and stick with Daniel Jones. Now, maybe they're doing it out of necessity.
He was 6 in QBR, 25 years old.
He had a great year. There is no doubt about that. Now, was it his...
How many touchdowns do y'all think he threw for?
I know how many he threw for.
15, right?
15!
One less than Russell Wilson.
15 and 5. And he had a 60.8 QBR.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was efficient.
He runs.
He runs a lot. But like nobody was scared of the Giants this year. Nobody really scared of them next year. I love this. I love that they made this move because I think that this is the last time we've heard. Dayball, like I said, he'll never make the playoffs again. And he'll be gone in 4 years.
Regardless of what you think about Daniel Jones, they made a bad evaluation last offseason. If you intended on paying him $40 million this offseason, you would have picked up his fifth-year option last year, and you didn't.
They weren't intending on paying.
I know, that's what I'm saying. They fully intended on moving on, which means they have done a complete 180 based off of 1 year, which is dangerous to me. But, they've made up their mind. They've done what they're going to do. This is why you always pick up the fifth-year option on quarterbacks, by the way. Regardless of if you think they've clicked or not, you should always pick it up and just deal with the consequences of it. Because it's going to be cheaper anyway. The fifth-year option will be cheaper than going and signing quarterbacks on the open market a lot of times, and you protect yourself.
Calvin Watkins and some of the Cowboys media caught up. Where was Dak for this?
It was a charity event, Solomon Thomas's charity event for mental health.
Dak Prescott was asked about his possible contract extension.
100% I'm excited, to be a Dallas Cowboy, as I said. I mean, always dreamed to be here. Now that I'm here, I don't expect to play for any other team. And now it's just about winning. So just trying to get that done and just to hear, obviously, as you say in the front office, looking forward to an extension. So when that time comes, it'll happen. Kind of with Steven on it. It may just happen overnight, but when it happens, it'll be great.
The little chuckle there is we know that doesn't just happen overnight. You've got again, we talked about it yesterday. You've got till March 15th to get under the cap. So
will it be his fifth year, sixth?
You've got a week.
Great drop, Peyton.
You've got a week for it to just happen overnight.
I got lightheaded right there.
So you've got just a week for it to happen overnight and get an extension done before you have to start talking about restructure. Because they need to clear up space, or at the very least, they got to clear up $16 million now that Tony Pollard has the franchise tag. So you got to find it from somewhere.
If they think he's going to be the quarterback in 3 years, they have to extend him,
which they do.
If they believe that, they have to extend him.
Why are you smirking? What's up, Sean? Say what you want to say.
I can't believe we're already talking about the change of the contract. I felt like he just signed it.
You know why? You know why we're talking about this? Because they didn't get it done after the third year like they should have, and they waited so long to get things done and then paid through the nose on it. And what they're doing now is they're getting ahead of it. If you give him a 4-year extension now with 2 years remaining on the deal, now we're talking about we don't hear about the contract for a while. Because he'll be under contract for 6 years, essentially.
Well, they have to do it now. Like, if they want to be, they have to do it for the cap.
Yeah, well, they said 22. They got to do it. They have to do it. And again, if they think that he's going to be here, there's no reason not to.
Yeah. 877-881.
Why don't you just say what you want to say, Sean?
Well, so years ago, maybe it might have been 3 years ago, someone told me that Jerry would ask in the room, "Are we sure this is the guy?" He would look up at his staff and say, "Y'all sure? Y'all sure now before we give this deal?" That's why they waited to sign him to the big money, because they were still trying to evaluate. I would like to know if that sentiment is gone, is the exact same, or has increased. Are we totally sure?
Well, no. I think part of the problem, though, is, as Broadus has said in the past, you can do things here that you can't do elsewhere because of the GM. This GM, though, is to a point in his life where he won't do those things. Is Dak, do they believe Dak is an elite quarterback? No. But Jerry is not going to
rip
it up and tear it down. And I'll tell you this. The way the NFC is, like, there's one quarterback better than him. There may be zero in the conference because Rodgers is gone, Brady's gone. It's really like your handful of quarterbacks that are better than that are the best quarterbacks in the conference is like Dak and Hurts, and then 2 or 3 guys that are like in like kind of like the next little grouping.
Yeah, I think that while I totally believe that sentiment or that phrase was uttered because I've heard it, I've also heard it represented different, like tone mattering.
Okay.
Because there's a difference between like, guys, are we sure? Are we sure this is the guy? And hey, before I go sign this deal, I just want to make sure we're all unanimous in here, right? He's the guy. Cool. All right, let's go make this deal happen.
You heard that was the tone?
That's just what I've heard, is that the question was not more like, man, guys, I need to be sold here. It's more like, show of hands, we're good with this before I move forward, right?
Okay.
Like, the eyes have it. Great, let's go.
Like we were agreeing that Kendrick Perkins was talking about race.
Yes, similar sort of let's go around the room just to clear everything up. We're good here, right? It's one of those things like, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Meanwhile, Aaron Rodgers meeting with the New York Jets. So is this not tampering? Like, this is all totally allowed?
The Packers gave permission.
Mm-hmm. Ian Rappaport, be careful. Aaron Rodgers went off on Schefter and Rappaport. Here's Ian, NFL Network, on what Aaron wants.
Aaron Rodgers, I'm told, has received permission to speak with the New York Jets. Those conversations have happened this week. It is due diligence for Aaron Rodgers and does not necessarily mean that anything is imminent, although the clock is ticking, so at some point, somehow, some way, Aaron Rodgers is going to have to come to a decision. But it is his decision. I think that's been one of the more important themes here, is that regardless of what the Packers want, what the Jets want, what the Raiders want, this is all about what does Aaron Rodgers want. And my understanding is his wishes is something that the Packers will listen to. If he has fruitful conversations with the Jets, if he likes it there, if he decides that is where he wants to finish his career, the Packers will accommodate him and go forward and start the process of working on a trade. If he tells the Packers, Jets were nice, Robert Saleh is a very nice person, I like Joe Douglas, but I want to head back to the Packers, they will welcome him back. If it's retirement, which is certainly an option still, then everyone will move on that way. This is all about what does Aaron Rodgers want? He's beginning to learn that this week.
So, I mean, that's interesting to me, is that you would figure the Packers would have some sort of interest in dictating the terms of this, since this is a contract that they entered into. And so you wouldn't figure they'd just be so flippant like, hey, retire, go to the Jets, stay here. We're good all the same.
Whatever you
You're
want.
good all the same with the idea of we're 7 days from free agency and we know exactly who our quarterback is. You're cool being in limbo like that.
Right.
I mean, that just sounds like,
Leave.
that sounds more like leave than anything else.
The Ravens use the non-exclusive tag on Lamar Jackson. He can negotiate with others. If Lamar and his mom work out a deal with someone else, the Ravens can then match it or get 2 first-round picks in exchange. And all the teams lined up to say no immediately. Within 20 minutes, the domino of reporters. Carolina, out. Washington, not interested. Raiders, no. Falcons, Jeff Darlington, no on Miami. 5 teams, just like that, all out on Lamar Jackson.
Lamar was like Forrest Gump walking onto the bus.
Seat's taken.
Seat's taken. Can't sit here. Seat's taken. He's just waiting on his Jenny.
Tom Brady responds to the Miami Dolphins report, and he said, anyone who thinks I have time to come back to the NFL has never adopted a 2-month-old kitten for their daughter. So I don't know if that's Tom shutting it down, but that's him responding to the story.
Aren't you supposed to adopt, Tom?
He did. He said anyone...
No, but it's a kitten.
Yes.
You go to a shelter.
Oh, yes.
See, that's the
Said
thing.
adopted a 2-month-old kitten.
I like to think that
You
when
pet
he...
shamers out there,
Yes.
Gavin Spittle.
Yes.
I like to think that when Brady tweeted that, he then followed up the 2-month kitten line with the choppy roast laugh. Like,
yeah, that's not a no. That's not a no. That's all it was. He didn't say no.
Kyrie.
He did not say that he's not coming back. All he said was, I have a 2-month-old kid.
Kyrie taking over the 4th again last night.
That one is no good. And a spectacular rebound by Irvin. Kyrie has it back. Wide open. Yes, sir. Three-pointer. Write him down.
That was the call on Bally. Kyrie scores 17 of his 33 in the 4th. Hit a huge 3 to help the Mavs go up 7. Get this out of distance. They had a bad possession. Kyrie took a bad shot, their final real offensive possession, but they got the foul right to put Horton Tucker at the line, and he completely missed the rim to give Utah any chance of trying to extend this game. Mavs win. They move from the number 7 to the number 5 seed in the Western Conference. Jason Kidd on Kyrie late.
Yeah, well, that's just who he is. He loves the moment. He loves to win, and he loves to help his team win. And so, as we talked about, just scoring the ball, but also being able to accept a double team and get the ball to LD or whoever the double team comes from. And the trust that he has with his new teammates is very high. And so to be able to have those 2 playmakers or those 2 guys who are going to be double teamed, one of them is going to be the recipient of the ball and being able to play on a closeout. And we feel that's the advantage that we have. And I thought Kai has done an incredible job of being able to do that late game.
All right, real quick. There is one LD, and that is Larry David. That's it.
Is he called LD?
Oh, yeah, that's what they call him on the show. There's one LD.
Yeah.
Larry David, end of story. Enough. Just call him Luka.
Yeah, I mean, when I hear LD, I think of LD Bell High School personally, but I don't like this new push to call Luka LD because the Mavericks Twitter account did it last week too. They're like LD and Kyrie. It's like, whoa. When did we come to this? When did this become our decision?
Tonight, they complete the second half of the back-to-back. They take on the Pelicans in New Orleans at 6:30. Zion still not playing, but they do have the very dangerous Brandon Ingram. And, of course, C.J. McCollum can do work as well. The Pelicans are 10th in the Western Conference after they had all this excitement. And, of course, Zion gets hurt again. Hump Day headlines here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Absolutely loaded. We got to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. We have a Weezer ticket giveaway. RJ is going to tell you why the Cowboys have no excuse not to win the NFC. Not the NFC East. No excuse not to win the NFC, but we got to talk about Borgs, Girl Scout cookies, and another attack on poor old Sister Jean. Chopping it up with Ralph next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jack.
minutes back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Oh, another exciting episode of Chopping It Up here on 105.3 The Fan.
We'll be the judge of that.
Yeah, we will. Dealer's choice right now, Bobby. I'll let you pick.
All right.
Girl Scout Cookie Black Market. Sister Jean. Or Blackout Rage Gallons.
Ooh. Blackout Rage Gallon sounds my speed. Let's go there.
They're also called Borgs, Sean, and I first heard about this about a month and a half ago. I saw this on the Talks of TikTok, as the kids call it. And it is a Blackout Rage Gallon. Now, what is a Blackout Rage Gallon, you might ask? First of all, it's got 82 million views.
Wow.
A Blackout Rage Gallon is you grab a gallon of water, you pour some of it out, and then you pour a fifth of liquor in there. Vodka, typically. A fifth usually carries about 15 and a half to 16 shots.
Oh.
And then you put in there a little bit of an electrolyte. So you could put in like a liquid IV, powder drink. You could put in like a Mio, squirt thing, whatever. And shake it up. And then you name it. It's your Borg for the night. This is what college kids are doing. They just carry these gallon jugs around. And it allows them to get hammered, but the electrolytes allow them to think they're not very drunk, and then all of a sudden they end up in the hospital. Now, I like to name mine typically either Borgenwallen, or if I want to go political, Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Oh, not Bjorn Borg?
Not Bjorn Borg. I've seen people do anything for, Borg to be wild. Lightning McBorg, if you're into cars.
Like naming your fantasy team.
Yeah. So like there's a lot of them, right? Rick and Borgie instead of Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
You can go kind of that route. But this is what is
Trip to the Borg.
Yes, I like it.
Maybe literal in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what is catching on in college campuses, and all these kids are going to the hospital. Because what do college kids do? They drink, and they don't really know how to say no. They don't really know how to control it. I'm a little bit older. I could say I know when I know.
Do you?
No.
I know this. I know this is hard to believe for you guys, but I have sincerely toned down the way that I drink when I go out.
Well, you have to. You're on soda.
So no, but I mean from any time. You guys have not seen me at my peak. So back when I was 21 years old, of course, when it was legal. Back when I was 21, my way of going out to party shop, I would take a Collins glass.
What is that?
It's like the longer, skinny cylinder glass for alcohol. I would fill it halfway with Jack, and I would drink one of those a minute until I felt a buzz.
You're an idiot.
And then I knew, and hold on. Then I knew like 3 or 4 of them hadn't hit yet. And so I was like, oh, okay, all right, I'll stop here as soon as I feel the buzz. 3 or 4 will hit here in a sec, and then I would nurse beers the rest of the night. his Chancellor Palpatine laugh. But yeah, that used to, the deepest I ever got into that game was 14 minutes.
You're the guy that would take like 5 gummies because it didn't hit you.
Yes, I was just thinking that.
In the first 40 seconds.
No. Wrong. Mine was very scientific because I would stop at the point of the buzz knowing that I'd get a full drunk hit in about 3 or 4 minutes after that, and then the beers the rest of the night would hold it. So no, I knew exactly how to handle it.
100% chance you take an Eddie and then take another one like 10 minutes later. Yeah. Like that's exactly what
you dare me? You don't think I can? I'll do it.
Not me.
I'll do it.
Not me. I don't know.
We'll
have to figure out if in the future I can tell my super paranoid story about that from a decade ago.
Is that Papacitos?
No, this is a totally different reckless, irresponsible story.
Have you ever taken fungi?
No.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
I would definitely never take that with you. You got to be in the right crew. It would be a meltdown.
I'll just say
total freak out.
I'll say.
Have you?
No.
I'll just say one time I ended up standing up against a wall, and at a party, and everybody walked up to me and was like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "If I'm standing at the wall, none of you can attack me from behind, and I can keep my eyes on all of you."
Oh, so you're like a sober Italian.
Let's see. People are coming in.
Have you made one yet? And when will you?
A Borg?
Yeah.
No, I have not. I'm going to. We definitely are. I would definitely, like I said, I'm going to name it Borg and Walm. That's the easy one to go with.
It's going to be all white liquor. A total white jug.
Yeah, it's a good reference. It's a very good reference. I'm gonna tape some hair on it, give it a mullet. People are coming in with with some of their names. Borg and Freeman.
That's good.
Vodka Lewinsky. Steve DeBorg.
That's a K&C name, Steve DeBorg.
Steve DeBorg.
Yeah, so there you go.
That's good.
This is something that I think we should all do this on the next trip. When we go to training camp, we should all make our own Borg.
Why wait? Let's do it after the show.
We could take it out to that crap hole
rudder room.
Beach rudder room.
Yeah.
And sit there. Although 3 of their drinks would be equal to one of these jugs. But this is the new school. What's it called? The punch.
The trash can punch.
Yeah.
I mean, when we were in college, they did chugging, where you stick the bottle somewhere, tip yourself upside down.
Oh,
I've never heard of this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was a thing.
Okay.
The thing in the deep south, Sean.
Very deep.
Very deep. Very deep. Okay. I'm waiting for this one. It is the NCAA tournament starting on next week, Sean.
Oh God, you're going to hell.
Can I give you the last one, Chop, that just came in on the fan text?
Go ahead.
Greta Thunberg. Thank you, 254.
There we go. The NCAA tournament starts next week. Thankfully, this team is out because they got run last night. But America's favorite old fart is back. Sister
Hang on,
G.
let me text Romo's cousin. This is his favorite bit. He's the only time he talks to me now is when you talk about Sister Jean.
Yeah.
This is Andy. He's like, tell me.
Andy's gonna love it.
Give me a heads up whenever RJ goes in on old sis.
Old sis. Okay, America's favorite old fart is back. She has been asked her pick for the national championship this year.
Who's going to win the men's NCAA basketball tournament this year?
Right now, it looks to me as though Kentucky will.
Okay, so.
Why'd you buzz her?
She's wrong. This isn't 2012, Sister Jean.
He buzzes Sister Jean and Rod Marinelli.
She sounds good.
She does sound good.
Sounds really good.
She does sound good. Now, why is anybody interviewing?
Hot even.
Why is anybody interviewing Sister Jean when Loyola's not making the tournament, not going to come anywhere near it? Well, because...
What did you just say?
They're not going to come near it?
Okay.
Because she has a memoir out, Sean. A new book. Wake Up with Purpose. What I learned during my first 100 years. Then the byline says, Sister Jean, how I became a basketball star at 98.
Oh, man.
The me first nun is struck again. Okay?
Me first.
That's what she is. Some vow of poverty Sister Jean took on a PJ yesterday. Flying a private jet.
Was she on a PJ?
Yeah, she was on a private jet. They flew her to the A-10 tournament, wherever it is, from Loyola, Chicago. Porter Mosier, the coach of Oklahoma, wanted no part of Sister Jean. He got out of it. He said, voluntarily, I would rather live in Oklahoma than Chicago. Okay, like that's never been said before. And he said, get me the hell out of here. Get me away from Sister Free Lunch. Because that's what she is. I have never seen a freeloader quite like Sister Jean. Now, she is a sweetheart of a lady.
Oh,
she's
a sweetheart.
She's a sweet lady. She has devoted herself to a higher calling that I would never have the strength to do. But why? Why? And it's always bugged me, Bobby. When that team went to the Final Four, name me one player on that team.
I can only name Sister Jean.
They had a press conference. One person showed up for one of the players. The rest of them were at Sister Jean's press conference.
Wow.
She had her own press conference.
It's like Jerry McCarthy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Man.
dude. So Friday always was his KNC's time with Jerry. It used to be really hilarious. I haven't seen it as much with McCarthy, but when Jason used to talk, how there was only 2 people in there because they were in the other room listening to Jerry's hit.
Would that irritate Jason or
I don't know
Mike?
if it irritated him, but it was always funny how few people were in there for Jason's Friday press conference.
Like, she is...
What if she wears Kentucky gear for the tournament? I hope she does.
If she shows up to this tournament, I will lose my mind. Like, now listen,
right next to Ashley Judd.
She is going to be seated at the right hand of the father at some point, and I'm going to hope to be in C group All right, on Southwest. All right, so like I can't say anything bad about her, but Mike.
Oh, you can't say anything
just
bad
go
about
away.
There you go.
Got anything you want to say about like Mother Teresa or anything else, Chop?
I'm sure we could find dirt on her. I don't know. I'm sure that somebody has some dirt on her somewhere. So Sister Jean's back in the news. So got great, wonderful. Let's get to a feel good story. Black market Girl Scout
As if
cookies.
the 100-year-old surviving.
103.
103.
Not the way Chop talks about it.
Not feel good.
Black market Girl Scout cookies. There is a new Girl Scout cookie flavor out there. Now, I have not bought Girl Scout cookies yet.
Now, Roberto, has this just overwhelmed and taken over your house with your girls throughout your life? Why?
No, I don't know. They've never.
Would you tell the Girl Scouts weren't real too?
No, they were never. They haven't shown any interest in that yet. Either of them. But we are big Girl Scout cookie buyers whenever they come to the door or anything.
And your top 2 flavors?
Well, our household, for me, it's Samoa's, and then they make these little like sandwich cookie ones these days. The s'mores ones, those are incredible.
Pepe, when they come knocking at the drawbridge, what do you buy?
Oh, I got to buy multiple boxes. The peanut butter patties are on the top of the list, and then I go Thin Mints usually.
Thin Mints are good too, especially put them in the fridge.
And Thin Mints in the freezer.
Oh,
I love the
freezer's a little too solid after that.
And yours?
Thin Mints, easy. Thin Mints in the freezer. That's my go-to. We have not bought them this year. We're shredding. We have Mexico coming up.
Oh God!
So we're trying to get lean. Get lean and mean.
Cutting weight.
With queso night tomorrow.
Thursday, Sean. Thursday.
What's tomorrow?
Hump day. Oh,
it is Thursday. That's a fair point.
All right. So Black Market.
Black Market. So I got this off the Twitter account. Girl Scouts of the Jersey Shore. I don't know if they gym tan laundry before they go. And go door to door selling these things. Raspberry Rally is the new flavor this year. All right, the new Raspberry Rally cookie. They are sold out. That has not stopped people from putting these things in the black market.
Oh my!
There is a black market Girl Scout cookie, world. I don't know if it's a utopia of some kind, but they are selling these things for upwards of $100 a box.
$100 a box? No one's paying that.
No
one's paying
You'd be
that.
stunned. You'd be stunned. The amount of people that would actually pay this. They haven't. They have not come out with a new flavor in years. In years for Girl Scout.
The s'mores one was the last 5 years, I think.
Oh, that was long before that. The s'mores?
Yeah. Let me look it up now. I'm pretty sure that was in the last 5 years.
So they've got this $5 a box cookie that they are selling for upwards of $100 on the black market. I mean, I'm not buying that.
Have you told Sarah that your gorge in the kitchen is messing up your shredding season with the potato chips yesterday and the?
I had 4 potato chips yesterday. Yes, I did.
And the cookies this morning. Who left 2 boxes of what type of cookies are those?
They're Chips Ahoy. I did not partake in those. I had my Perfect Bar. Oh. I've got my eggs and my protein shake.
I saw you came back from the kitchen eating something.
Yeah, it was my Perfect Bar.
Okay,
yeah.
So you're gonna abstain from the cookies.
I am. I don't like to combine chocolate and peanut butter outside of a protein shake.
Yesterday was the Jake's kettle chips, phenomenal with the Jake's food order that they brought up the other day. So there it is, chopping it up every single hump day. At this time here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, let's hook up the Tolos with another ticket giveaway.
That's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Weezer along with special guest Modest Mouse at Toyota Music Factory on June 6th. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right. So, Bobby, I'd like you to list the positions that RJ Choppy has made irrelevant in the national.
Okay, I didn't know where you were going with this. You started talking about list positions that RJ Choppy, and I have no idea where this is going.
I thought it was a Nosebleeds that was like the horny innuendo show. Like, nothing can be said.
Not since November, baby.
Is it Chiafalo or Zach?
Both of them.
Both of them? Okay. Name the NFL positions that RJ Choppy has made irrelevant.
Running back. Linebacker, defensive tackle, I think those are the three
I
main ones.
would still stick in the secondary.
You think he's made safety irrelevant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Running back, linebacker, safety,
defensive tackle.
Head coach, offensive coordinator.
Head coach.
All the specialists.
All the specialists.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Kicker, punter.
Long snapper.
Well, now I think that's 8. That is 8 total positions in the NFL, coaches included. And now I think he's attempting to make cornerback irrelevant as well after Dez Bryant already trying to make DeAndre Hopkins a Dallas Cowboy. Well, yesterday, Dez tweeted at Jalen Ramsey, I heard the next stop is the big D with the eye emoji. And RJ, you've done a little study on maybe we should rethink paying corner as Stephon Diggs has unfollowed the Buffalo Bills and followed the Dallas Cowboys. So didn't Trayvon unfollow the Dallas Cowboys? Stephon is following the Cowboys. Trayvon is not following the Cowboys. Try to keep track of the silliness.
How fun would it be if they were traded for each other? It's like, we'll take your Diggs brother pain and you take our Diggs brother pain.
Oh.
I mean, I don't understand the
Not that Trayvon's a pain, but just the contract.
I don't understand the Stephon Buffalo problem. Because of the playoff game?
He was very frustrated last year. There were a couple different times where he was getting into it on the sideline with coaches and Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs. Yeah, Stephon Diggs was frustrated last year.
Okay. Well, Stephon Diggs should wake up and realize that his numbers have made him one of the top 3 receivers in football because he's playing with that quarterback.
He could be number 1 if he came to Dallas.
Yeah.
Could be.
Right.
Not could be, would be.
Stop staring at me, seriously. 108 catches, 1,400 yards, 11 touchdowns. Would you trade Trayvon for Stephon?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, Stephon's the better player.
Yeah.
But the age. Stephon's 29. And Trayvon is how old?
25.
Yeah.
I don't like trading age. I don't like trading young for old. So I would probably say no.
Okay.
Just as a rule, I don't like doing that. But I went and looked. I was like, let me see. The Kansas City Chiefs, name me a corner on their team.
L'Jarius Sneed.
Never heard of him.
Okay. I named one, though.
I can't name one.
I couldn't do it without looking up. Their highest paid corner was paid less than their kicker this year.
Okay.
Their second highest paid corner.
The highest paid corner was paid less than their kicker?
On their team. Their second highest paid corner was paid less than their long snapper. Their third and fourth highest paid corners were paid less than their punter and just $50K more than their third string quarterback. Maybe we have it wrong. I'm not saying we do. I'm not trying to say this is the way to go. I'm just saying that a team that just won the Super Bowl, their defense was not great.
What was it?
It was in terms of efficiency, it was bottom half. It was 15th in weighted DVOA and 20th in overall. I'm not saying that's the way to go, but one team, Philadelphia, paid a gob of money for their secondary. Do you think they got their value?
Throughout the year they did, not in that game.
But you have killed Bradbury.
Yeah. I think Bradbury's very overrated.
And
Gardner Johnson.
Yep.
And they're paying not quite top dollar, but really, really good money. Meanwhile, here's Kansas City, paying basically peanuts to their secondary or their corners.
True, but that's also one team, because if you look back through, Rams won the Super Bowl, they won them with Jalen Ramsey.
Yep.
Buccaneers won the Super Bowl, they had 2 first-rounders in the group there. Patriots, before the Chiefs won the Super Bowl, they were paying Stephon Gilmore. They paid Darrelle Revis. You can go back through the years and see a lot of the majority of the Super Bowl winners over the last 20 years, I think, have had either a top corner pick or paid a top corner.
Yeah. Now, this is the difference between going year to year. You mentioned the Rams, that the Rams went all in and everybody copies the all in.
Mm-hmm.
And now the Chiefs basically go all out, right? And is everybody going to copy the all out? Now, that's one thing you can do when you have an elite quarterback.
Yeah.
You can make these, no decision is necessarily wrong when you have Patrick Mahomes. You can make these crazy decisions And I do think it generally is crazy to completely give up on the corner position. But I did think it was interesting that that's a team that paid the cornerback position, which is one of the 5 or 6 most important positions of the field. They paid him basically nothing.
Top 4, you would argue.
Yeah.
Put them in order nowadays after we did this exercise with Thomas Dimitroff at the Super Bowl. Quarterback, then what?
Most
Tackle?
important after quarterback would be...
It's either tackle, corner, and then I guess now we're going to a DN.
I would say corner, I guess. Corner edge tackle would be the next ones for me.
Okay. Your order, Mr. Team Builder? You only got 3 to pick from on Choppy's list.
You know, I thought it was quarterback, wide receiver, corner. Dimitroff and the other guy convinced me that Eric edge is higher than corner, only because like your 4th corner is more important than your 4th defensive lineman, but your number 1 edge is probably more important than your corner.
Oh yeah, we saw how when the Cowboys were getting consistent pass rush, we saw how difficult it was for teams to pass on them.
Yeah.
And this was a rumor from The Athletic at the Combine. All parties involved remain tight-lipped on the trade availability of Ramsey, but there's a rumor picking up steam in league circles that the Cowboys would be a good fit. That was from The Athletic. By the way, Byron Jones, bye-bye, free and available.
And I'd be surprised if anybody picks him up after his comments. Like, he literally is telling you he can't run and jump, and that he basically is... You have no chance of getting him to effectively shoot up to go play.
Why does he still want to play? He just trashed the league. He talked about how they completely abused him and other players, and he's not retiring. 30 years old.
To be fair, though, also, you remember David Irving went on Instagram and talked about how they try and shoot you up and give you all these, and I'm walking away from this, like, you know, these how horrible this league, and then he was on an NFL team like the next year.
Yeah, it makes you a hypocrite.
Yeah. But I mean, Byron very well, like we said at the time, when he wrote that, I think all our assumption was, okay, so this is a retirement letter, essentially, right? Because it doesn't sound like a guy who wants to play football anymore.
So Byron Jones out there, free and available on the market. That ended up being a bad signing for them, right? They did not get their money's worth out of Byron.
No, yeah, I mean, he was okay, but he was hurt a lot of the time.
Was he a fit for the scheme anyway that they used?
I don't know specifically about that. I know that he played well enough, but he was never the guy that they thought they were getting.
Other QB notes: Baker Mayfield in demand, and Jimmy Garoppolo rumors in the armpit as well. Choppy.
Yeah, like the rumor about Houston bringing in Jimmy Garoppolo.
G, baby.
Aren't they gonna I don't understand doing that at all. Like, I understand if you're the Saints and you have the 29th pick or whatever, right? I understand that one. I understand the Saints not taking a quarter. You're bringing in Derek Carr. They don't have a quarterback. They're too far down to try to bring, unless they want to trade next year's 1-2 to move up and get one. Houston's in a prime position. They're gonna get either Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud. Or Anthony Richardson or Will Levis. They can get anyone they want that already isn't taken unless they move up. I don't understand them bringing in Garoppolo. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
I would understand them bringing in a veteran for Richardson and giving Richardson a year to get caught up and not have to potentially kill his confidence if he comes out there and he's just not prepared to play in the NFL. But I don't understand it from Jimmy's perspective. Why would you... And I'm not a Jimmy fan, but like Jimmy's resume, you would think would be enough that somebody somewhere would give him a starting job without him having to just basically, I'm sitting here for a year and waiting to jump until the guy behind me is there. Jimmy seems like the perfect quarterback for like an Indianapolis or somebody that Indy's going to be in a position to take a quarterback. But one of these teams that is in quarterback hell right now and doesn't have a pick to be able to take somebody. Jimmy seems like the typical Matt Ryan or the Carson Wentz dart throw, that it's interesting that he's only getting interest as, hey, be a placeholder while we get this guy ready.
And then Baker Mayfield, both the Rams and 49ers are in on Baker, which tells me from San Francisco's perspective that maybe this Brock Purdy injury is going to linger a little bit more. And they definitely don't believe in Trey Lance. And from the Rams' perspective, Matthew Berry said that, like, Matt Stafford's arm is not good. Like,
this could be retirement.
This could be retirement. Like, he can't throw.
And you said that, I think.
He's never been able to throw.
Okay.
Stop it. He had a good arm. But, yeah, I mean, like, last year, like, that injury, you start dealing with Tommy John or a shoulder injury in his case, a rotator cuff. Man, I mean, that's the last thing I want to hear.
Reaction to Lamar Jackson getting tagged by the Ravens but allowed to negotiate with other teams. I've been fascinated by the story for the longest time, and it just became juicier yesterday after 5 teams put it out there to reporters. Nope, not interested. Not interested in a 26-year-old. RG3, we need to get him on the show as well. J.J. Watt, they were lashing out. JJ, why are all these teams so publicly out on Lamar? MVP winner in his prime at the most important position in the entire NFL. What am I missing here? If only JJ defended Kyler as loudly, who he actually played with. And then RG3.
Boy, that's a good point.
Lamar's a unanimous MVP, has led the league in passing touchdowns, 26, 45, and 16 as a starter. And all the QB-needy teams are saying they aren't interested. Doesn't smell right to me. Then you got some Tolos balancing it out on the other side. I thought this was a good tweet from Tim. A running quarterback getting older who can't throw and faked injuries to avoid playing for a team trying to make the playoffs. Not surprised others don't want to make him the face of a franchise at a record deal. So that's the balance on the other side to explain what is happening and what may or may not happen with Lamar.
Listen, they're going to, I believe that, and I think Bobby's right when he said this, that they are sick of dealing with the contract negotiations with Lamar and his mom, and that they want him back, and they're just like, dude, here's your non-exclusive, negotiate, we'll let somebody else set up the deal, and let's go. We're going to bring you back. We're going to match it.
Would you swap Dak Prescott for Lamar Jackson? Bobby, you don't even have to respond. You can turn off your mic. I know you're about to puke on
all
the
things
mic.
are equal?
All things
I don't have to give him 2 first-round picks for him?
All things equal.
And I just got to pay him. Yeah. Yes, I would. Lamar's peak is higher than Dak's. His floor is lower, though.
His floor is lower.
Because, let's be fair. If Lamar's injury-prone, so is Dak Prescott. And I don't believe Dak Prescott's injury-prone.
Okay.
I had that fight with Hagel.
Look, I don't want to see Lamar Jackson end up on Washington. I don't believe that Lamar's, now Bobby brings it back since I said something negative. I don't believe that Lamar in the playoffs is going to throw you to the Super Bowl, but Lamar Jackson's good for at least 10 wins in a regular season, and I don't want to deal with that in the East. And this sets up for Dan Snyder to screw everybody.
Yeah, I mean,
it really does. Trade whatever you have asset-wise, give up the 2 firsts, give him $50 a year, all guaranteed, then walk away and sell your team. But that makes Washington really dangerous in the regular season, in my opinion.
I mean, look, in the history of the league, only 3 guys have a higher winning percentage than he does. One's Mahomes and one's Brady.
But you're not killing these other teams. Atlanta, what are you doing? Carolina, what are you doing? They either colluded to say no one's giving him that Watson deal, the owners colluded, or the league is telling us, we don't love him. This is gimmicky. And he's injury prone, and we don't like the way he approached the end of the season. We don't believe that he can throw. And $50 million is too much for him. All these things in play, Roberto.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who feel like he quit. And so some of the things we saw on the fan text earlier when we were talking about this, I saw some people say, they didn't put faith in him. They quit on him, and so he quit back. He wasn't going to put himself at jeopardy. I think the Ravens would dispute that they quit on him. It's like, no, we've tried to work something out for 2 years, and he hasn't played ball. And, you could say the same thing about Dak. Dak went out there and played on the franchise tag and broke his ankle and wasn't quitting on the Cowboys. And he was in the same position in terms of long-term security that Lamar Jackson was in. So I think a lot of people feel like Lamar Jackson quit on the Ravens. There's concerns about his long-term health. There's concern, not like there's a current injury, but just in general being able to stay healthy as a mobile quarterback. There's concerns about what he is as a passer. There's concerns about how difficult it is to negotiate with him. And I think those are all valid concerns that all add up to how much do you want to deal with this? How much do you want this to be the face of your franchise?
You think all that is outweighing the owners getting together maybe and saying, we're not going to repeat that Watson deal?
Yeah, I think that's a bigger aspect than the Watson part. I mean, the Watson part definitely could be part of it. But I think the bigger part is all of that other stuff. And you want to be completely guaranteed? No, I'll do that for Mahomes. I'm not doing that for you. I think that's the way they look at it.
877-881-1053, as that is going to be the story that dominates all the sports shows this morning. Lamar Jackson may be getting iced out. And I think the rest of the league is going to humble him and his mom in terms of these negotiations. I think they're going to go out. Look, and all it takes is one. But these teams are already speaking. If you trust these reporters, this also sets up for one of these reporters to be dead wrong, because this just seems so choreographed. It was weird. But I think they're going to go out. They try to negotiate. They get backhanded. And then you go back to Baltimore and take what the Ravens were offering, if they still do indeed want him back, versus 2 first-round picks. That's all it could take to get your new quarterback.
Just want to quickly say, Dak over the last 3 seasons, his QBR is 62. Lamar's is 57, even with Lamar running as much as he does.
877-881-1053. You knew he had to get that in.
I know.
Update on Jacob deGrom.
He left out his MVP year, though. Did you notice that?
What type of season?
Because it's the 3 most recent years.
What type of season is Corey Seager going to have? What are other people saying about the Rangers? Let's check in with our Rangers insider in Surprise, Arizona, Jared Sandler. Next on The Fan. But
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on your home of the Rangers. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. I just saw on Jared Sandler's Twitter account, Mitch Moreland is officially retiring.
Oh, man.
Let's check in with the Sandman.
What's up, fans?
Live in Surprise, Arizona on the Diamond Factory hotline. He is J-Rod Sandler. Good morning, buddy. What's up?
What's up, fans? I haven't said that in so long. I forgot we used to call people fans.
Yeah, everybody forgot, I think. How much are you missing the entire radio crew that was out there? Or not. You can say or not.
No, I mean, I miss having company. I miss, I see Rangers. I love hanging out with, some of the Rangers people who are around I've gotten to know. But, I'm going to be with them the next 8 months. So it's nice, getting some new blood. I still wish you guys would have come out here. I wish Bobby would have been out here. I still haven't seen all of his drunken exploits. So I would have loved to have seen that firsthand.
Well, have you not heard the plan for next year? Bobby and I are going to the Combine in Indy. Choppy's going out to Surprise solo. So we're going to do a cross-event morning show.
Yeah, baby.
During this last week that the station was out there. Chop's going to represent for baseball, and I'm going to the steakhouses and the lobbies in Indianapolis.
Not only has Jared not heard this, I don't think Gavin's heard this until just now, too.
And honestly, that doesn't really move me because every time Choppy comes to spring training, he disappears with some girl every year. So it's going to be the same next year, too. We can put a bingo card out there.
All right, buddy. Catch us up with what's going on. We got to ask for any type of Jacob deGrom updates. How's the Ace doing?
Yeah, so as far as I know, I've asked 17 different people, like 27 different ways, whether the plan is still for Jacob deGrom to be the team's opening day starter. And I keep getting yeses. And I don't know if that means that he's going to be full go, like, hey, if he needs to throw 110 pitches on opening day, he can throw 110 pitches. But as of now, all systems are a go. And the next checkpoint for him is today. He'll throw a live BP session. For people who don't know what that is, that's basically, you're throwing against live hitters, but not in a game situation. You'll have a count, right? You'll have at-bats going, but you don't have defense behind you. You're just out there facing a live hitter. The next step for him, if all checks out today with that, is to pitch in a game. And that could be a Cactus League game that's a sanctioned, proper game where you got 3 outs and, there's no, concessions or, changes to the rules. It could also be a B game, which is played on the backfield. You'll see major leaguers do this. Cole Hamels used to do this all the time. He'd rarely pitch in a Cactus League game. And that gives you the flexibility to make sure that Jacob deGrom's pitching in a controlled environment. So let's say he had a quick inning where he threw 7 pitches, but you want to get his body prepared to throw 15 pitches in an inning. You can say to the other team, hey, let's send another batter up there. We'll go 4 outs this inning. Or let's say he gets into trouble in an inning and his pitch counts up to 20 with nobody out. You can roll the inning over and get him out of there. So I don't know, which route they'll choose. A lot of it's going to be up to him, but that's the next step so long as he gets through the live bullpen session today, all clear.
Jared, Leody Taveras coming down with his injury, and it's interesting because you mentioned deGrom earlier. We had the left side tightness with him. We had the left side tightness with Eovaldi. We had the back tightness with John Gray. What's the deal with all that in terms of all these, tightness injuries and what appears to be, is this overwork? Is this conditioning? What's that issue? And then just in general, the outlook for Taveras and if you think he'll be ready by opening day.
Yeah, that's a great question, Bobby. So with the side stuff, we'll just call it, oblique injuries. I remember not to bring up Cole Hamels again, but in 2016, Hamels had an oblique injury. And it seemed like that was the start of this oblique injury, contagion across Major League Baseball.
Contagion.
It's obviously not as significant as Tommy John, so it doesn't get the airplay as much, but oblique injuries are like the latest, we don't know how to prevent this apparently, but a lot of people get them type injuries. Now, luckily for Leody, from what we're told, this is, characterized as a low-grade oblique strain. which means that, he'll probably miss a couple weeks. But they'll know more in about 5 to 7 days how he's progressing. It will give them a better idea whether they think he can be ready for opening day. As of now, from what we know, even if he's not ready for opening day, he shouldn't be out much longer than that. But it does create an opportunity. It creates an opportunity for Bubba Thompson. It probably opens the door for Travis Jankowski. I think what might make the most sense is if the Rangers roll with the platoon in center field, Bubba starting against lefties, Jankowski against righties, and then Bubba being available off the bench in games in which he's not starting as a pinch runner or someone who can come in for defensive purposes. Could it open the door for a Clint Frazier? It could. What works against him is that he's a right-handed hitter. But what this really does is it makes it tougher for someone like Chase Lee to make the team on opening day, because they're likely going to have to make a 40-man roster move to create space for someone in the outfield. And so the probability that they're going to make a second 40-man roster move for anything other than a move out of sheer necessity is unlikely. But the hope is that Leote still could be there on opening day, in which case Bubba would likely be kept on the roster as a fourth outfielder. But if not, Leote shouldn't be gone much longer than that.
Jared Sandler joined us here at 105 through the Fan. We were talking yesterday about the Rangers' top 3-4 their lineup and where it ranks in the American League. Houston's is obviously, amazing. So is Toronto's. For it to crack that top 3, though, what kind of season? I know, right? What kind of season is Corey Seager having?
Well, he's going to have a big season. And I'd also throw out the Angels, too, guys.
Yeah.
When you got Ohtani, Trout, and then if Rendon can stay healthy, that's a pretty daunting top 4. Corey Seager has home runs in back-to-back games. Both were pretty impressive. That doesn't really move me in terms of how I feel about what he can do this season. I just think in general, a lot of guys who sign big deals, their first year with that team, it might not be a bad year, but it's probably not what they're used to. It probably is going to fall under the bar that they've set. And even though Corey Seager had a career high in homers and he was healthy all year, which is great, he really didn't overall hit up to the standard that he set. And I think that just the combination of being more comfortable, and he is, guys. Corey Seager is so much more relaxed, so much more comfortable. I think the combination of that, the combination of, the shifting not being allowed, from a 3 infielder on the right side standpoint, I don't know that we're going to talk about Corey Seager as an AL MVP candidate necessarily, but I definitely think that he's going to finish in the top 10 of that voting, and maybe higher. I mean, that top 10 is not like the biggest stretch in the world, but I guess point being, I think to me, no doubt if he's healthy, he's an all-star, and I think we're going to have a guy who's going to put together one of the better offensive seasons that a Rangers put together in the last decade.
The pitch clock noise settling down? Everyone really comfortable with it? Are you still really noticing it? How much of a storyline is it still?
Yeah, I mean, there's just not a lot of people complaining about it. I think even some of the biggest detractors like Max Scherzer, are recognizing the value. Max looks at it from a competitive standpoint, how he can take advantage of it, how he can use it as a detriment to hitters. But I just think in general, I've talked to so many different people in so many different roles around the game from different organizations. And I just really haven't had anyone say, gosh, I don't like this. I didn't like it before and I don't like it now. Those people are out there, but they are heavily in the minority. And yeah, I mean, we might see one pitch clock violation a game, maybe. And I expect that number to continue to decrease as pitchers become more and more comfortable with it. Right now, pitchers are clearly trying to test the limits. They don't want to have to think about it, right? So a lot of these violations, when I've asked some of our pitchers on the Rangers side, what led to that, it's that they're trying to create that mental clock in their head. The same way a quarterback's got to have that clock in the pocket, same way, a basketball player, when they know the shot clock's at 7, they can't keep eyeballing the shot clock when they got the ball. They got to know the clock. Pitchers are trying to create that as well, and I think that they're going to continue to do that. It's really a non-factor. And, guys, we played like a 2-hour and 50-some-odd minute game yesterday that pre-pitch clock would have been over 4 hours. I mean, it makes a significant difference. And I think fans on the whole, whether it's the hardcore baseball fan who needs some adjusting to this, but more importantly, the general sports fan who's trying to figure out whether they want to have a relationship with baseball, they're going to appreciate this much more.
One thing I don't like, and I wish they would, and maybe they will change it. Like, you know, when the clock hits, 8 seconds that the batter has to be in, you know, instead of giving a pitcher an automatic strike, let the pitcher be free to throw it, whether the guy's looking at him and alert or not. You know, make him at least earn the strike. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I don't like when they have it where, you know, it's an automatic strike given to the hitter. Let the pitcher just be free to throw.
Well, and I'll tell you, RJ, I'll add to that. I think one of those automatic strikes came in a game in the Grapefruit League where the pitcher wasn't even on the rubber. And so, but these are the things that, you know, we said this in the offseason. These rules are in place for this year, and they're not going to change the rules in terms of getting rid of the pitch clock, but they're going to be able to tweak it, right? You know, the feedback that they're going to get will allow for some of these changes to be made. And honestly, you know, they could, in theory, make a change like that, something small like that, before the regular season. But I don't disagree with you at all. I also think that, you know, in order for that to be a strike, the pitcher needs to be ready on the rubber as well. If he's not addressing the hitter, then, you know, the hitter shouldn't have to be in a position to address the pitcher. And I also want to add, you know, you guys a couple weeks ago asked me about ending the game on a pitch clock violation. And, you know, I said the rules are the rules. And I still believe that. I would be open to tweaking the rules in the ninth inning if that was going to reduce the probability of that. But at the same time, you've got
Jared.
What I think baseball could do is say, hey, let's make it 17 seconds in the ninth inning, not 15 seconds because of the heightened emotions.
Jared Sandler live from Surprise with a Rangers update brought to you by Sonic. Here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's play this piece of audio that I received yesterday during the Ranger broadcast.
The Cleveland Guardians?
Well, I don't think we're calling them yet.
Yeah, I know not yet, but
they will be the Guardians. We can call them the Future Guardians.
The Future Guardians.
Call them that now. And we still have 2 series to play with them. We haven't played them yet.
Yep.
So we'll have all kinds of opportunities to experiment.
Perhaps they're the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Ah. Working in the Star Wars reference.
There you go.
Nice.
That was a couple years ago.
Look at Bobby. What, Bobby? That was old.
I have secondhand embarrassment, Jared.
What, for me or for Matt?
From you. Guardians of the Galaxy, Jared. Come on, man.
Good Chris Pratt movie.
Wait, hold on. You're burying the lead here. Matt thought that was a Star Wars
No.
That is the lead.
I give Matt a pass for that. The not just that. There was a good 3-4 seconds of dead air, and Jared, you had time to think about that, and you still went, I'm going for the Guardians of the Galaxy reference. I'm doing this.
Let me break this down. The team was on the road. I was in studio, so I can't see them. Right? So I got to really make sure that no one's going to say anything. It was also towards the end of the year. The Rangers were on their way to a 100-loss season. I deserve a pass for that, okay? We were just finding ways to get through 9 innings with guys who half of the baseball world hadn't even heard of. I threw out a Guardians of the Galaxy reference. But come on, guys. You can't let pants over his belly button Matt Hicks get away with saying, how about the Star Wars reference there? Come on.
Hey, real quick.
Matt, but he is so out of touch with modern pop culture.
Hey, real quick. Have you resigned yourself to the fact that Aaron Rodgers is leaving?
Absolutely, and I am totally okay with it. I am. The time has come and gone. He had a great run with the Packers. It's a shame. It's honestly, I think we might look back on it and say it's one of the biggest travesties that the Packers not only won one Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers, but went to one. Some of that's the front office's fault, and honestly, some of it's Aaron's fault not playing well in some big games, especially in cold weather. He's the greatest quarterback that franchise has ever had. It was an absolute joy watching him. I still don't know if there's a quarterback I've ever watched with more just talent and ability than Aaron Rodgers, though obviously he didn't have the best career, amazing career, but I think it's run its course, and the Packers need to figure out if Jordan Love's worth a damn, and if he's not, they'll suck. They'll get a good pick, and hopefully they can draft the future quarterback of the Packers.
Thank you, brother. Love you. We'll talk to you again.
I miss you guys. See you later.
I'll turn it up for Hicksy. Jared Sandler on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Kyrie does it again. Plaxico has some gun advice for Ja Morant. Why did Michael Irvin schedule a press conference today? And toilets! Next.
Well, let's get you over to
Here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Jazz in front right now. The net for long. Seventh made three. Eighth hoop for the game. Hardaway 24 points.
That was follow-up with the call on Bally. Kyrie does it again. He leads the NBA in fourth quarter scoring. The Mavs beat the Jazz 120-116. He scored 17 of his 33 in the fourth. I forgot Luka was even on the team. They have the second half of their back-to-back tonight in New Orleans, and the Mavs move from 7-5 in the Western Conference. And I just love sitting back, just watching this dude play. In terms of enjoyable players to watch in the NBA, pop quiz to have you guys give me your list. Just watching them play. I'll still probably say Steph is one. I'm just talking about from a style standpoint. Enjoyment. Like, Kyrie's definitely over Luka.
Yeah, but I mean, I still think Luka's enjoyable. It's just in a different way. Kyrie, Steph, I think Durant is always really fun to watch. Giannis. Those are guys that I think are fun to watch.
Trae Young. I just like reckless abandon.
That's what he's reckless.
Ja.
Yeah, Ja's very exciting. On and
Yes,
off the
in
court.
more-
I'm waiting for you. Usually you're right there with a smart-ass comment.
I said on and off the court.
It wasn't good. You delayed too.
Yep.
Some people might say Dame, but man, it is a treat to watch. Forget about all the noise and all the BS. He pulls up whenever he wants, stops on a dime, gets to wherever he wants on the floor, can shoot the three, fancy passes, he can hang in the air, he glides, the changing of the hands, everything you can do with the basketball. Man, it is a treat. Tim Hardaway was on fire again, 7 of 9 from three. They end the homestand 3-3. Pelicans tonight, and again, from 7-5 in the Western Conference. And Kyrie was asked after the game on Bally, how close is this team to real contention?
Man, it's coming together fast. And to be honest with you, I think our championship aspirations are really close. But honestly, we got to take it one day at a time. I would love to look in the future. I would love to be in the future, but I got to control the present moment and just be there for my guys as much as they are there for me. So it's a collective team effort, and I'm glad that we could shake some things up.
So we are 2.5 behind the Suns for the 4 spot. 5 games behind Memphis, who could be losing Ja for a number of weeks once they determine where the gun came from and where the gun was. Was it on the team plane? Where else was it? The legalities of it. So one more little Kyrie tie into this. Some people were saying that Nike was unfair, double standard. They came out and supported Ja Morant. And they, of course, severed their tie with Kyrie. Differences? Fair? Unfair? As Nike said, we support Ja. We're happy he's getting help. Kyrie, we're done with you.
I mean, from a PR perspective,
I don't have a problem with it, for the record.
Yeah, I'm trying to think from a PR perspective, is what Ja did, on the level of Kyrie. Like, Kyrie, PR-wise, was insensitive, racist, whatever you want to call it. And Ja wasn't. Ja, and let's be fair, I mean, the U.S. has a fast nation with guns. So, yeah, I don't.
He may not have done anything illegal.
I mean, it may not have been his gun. Now, he's in possession of it. He's in possession of a firearm at an establishment that serves alcohol.
Yeah.
That's enough. But, I mean, he may not have done anything illegal.
If I was Phil Knight, I would have done the same thing. More justified in severing the Kyrie. It was incident after incident after incident after incident. He insulted a whole race of people. Ja Morant held up a gun and may have been involved in some fights behind the scenes, so I don't have a problem with it. Do you? What do you think? What would you have done if you were Phil Knight?
Yeah, I mean, I think they had to move away from Kyrie when they did. Now, with Ja, it is incident after incident after incident, and it's all been crammed into what feels like a month. But it's, I mean, let's be honest.
They also know he's a rising star.
There's different levels of heat for different PR crimes. And anything that involves, race issues and things like that is not going to rise to the level of he's a bad boy who gets into fights.
So the most public defender, celebrity-wise, of Ja Morant so far, Paul Pierce. Yeah. Here's what he tweeted the other day. I don't care what y'all say about Ja. I carried a gun after I was stabbed. Y'all don't know what he's going through. Everyone got something to say until you really know what's going on in someone's life. When you're black and rich, you're a target, period. Part 2 was yesterday, Paul Pierce. But we glorify and normalize all the rappers who do it and get paid from waving guns in rap videos, making millions. I'm trying to understand. Make this make sense. What crime did he commit? That was Paul Pierce getting blasted by the internet yesterday.
I mean, if he takes the gun into an area where 51% of the sales are from alcohol, that is a crime. So, I mean, like, there has been a little bit of like, well, what did he do? What's the crime? It's like, well, that's a crime.
That's the crime.
And if he beats down a kid at a basketball court, that's also a crime. Like, these things we're talking about have been crimes, some of them.
Yeah, and look, we don't know. Is it his gun? Does he have it registered? Is it legal? Is he in an open carry? Whatever, all that. I mean, there's a million things that could be in play here. And to be fair, even if Paul Pierce says he carried a gun everywhere, you still can't carry a gun legally into a bar, strip club.
And I'll also say there's nothing more reckless than holding a gun up drunk like this. And like, I mean, he's holding it by his fingertips and could have just easily dropped that. But that, I mean, he is incredibly reckless right now.
There's a difference between legal and image too, right? It's the whole freedom of speech thing. We can't say whatever we want to say on this show. All right. If we were sitting at home, if there was video of us when you went out with Jasmine and did a fundraiser, was it skeet shooting? I don't know.
It was skeet shooting. Yeah,
skeet shooting.
Yeah.
That's different from if you were at home and you were doing a candle review and you're holding up a handgun and saying, I don't like this one. Bam! That's getting you in trouble here versus skeet shooting or just holding a gun like this while you're talking and doing a 30-second Facebook Live.
Yeah, now if I was doing a Facebook Live, okay, check out my gun. Hey, this is the new gun I got. It's blah blah blah. It's okay. You start pointing it at the camera, or it's in the background of a song where in the song they're talking about shooting somebody.
Yeah,
I mean it's got a different connotation to it.
Right.
But if you just lay out, you got guns. If you just lay out a gun or however many you have on the kitchen table and start doing a Facebook Live, like, hey, look what I got here. That's totally okay.
I don't know if it's totally okay, but different. I don't know. You have to ask the boss.
Imagine Peyton hanging out with Molly and just on his Instagram Live. He's like, "What's up, fam?" That wouldn't go well.
FS1 tracked down the insider, the expert on this, Plaxico Burress with Ja advice.
Can all just be, taken away. Right. You can just taint or whatever your legacy may be. And if I was just telling him, if I was speaking to him, it would just be, you can't learn anything, man, just learn from me. And just make better decisions because, you really don't want for him to have that label moving forward, being that he's so young. He has the opportunity to be the face of the NBA. He's that great of a player. And you want to continue to see him, mature as a person as his game is getting better.
Right.
And I think that all just comes with time. And, being around the right people, and I believe, he made a mistake.
All right, so that's Plaxico with similar advice that Jalen Rose has given. Is Dak Prescott now a bargain? Of course, Bobby's going to have that. And below the belt, after Daniel Jones got $40 million a year, Michael Irvin has scheduled a press conference today with his attorney and his agent. This is the day after discovery evidence was supposed to be turned over. And Mike Florio is suggesting that this is another good sign for Mike. Why would you call a press conference the day after this? All right, does he have the video? There's a possibility he has the video evidence. So this seems like a very confident move from Michael today, and hopefully we'll have some audio for tomorrow.
Seems very
Or we'll just get Mike on tomorrow.
Maybe we should. Maybe we should just call Mike himself and get him on and ask him all the hard-hitting, pertinent questions, like, can I borrow $30,000?
Meanwhile, Steve Ballmer, this guy is the best news announcer of all time. They changing the game with toilets at stadiums?
Yeah, they are.
Apparently, the way Steve Ballmer talks about it, it's like you remember that famous video from the launch of Windows 95 where he and Bill Gates are just like
on the
jumping around to start me up, and he was announcing toilets similar to the way they announced Windows 95.
Toilets! 1,160 toilets and urinals! 3 times the NBA average number of toilets and urinals. We do not want people waiting in line. We want them to get back to their damn seats at the end of the half before the game. Clocks!
Clocks!
I
need clocks everywhere! You're going to know what time it is. This isn't a Vegas casino. Clocks, baby! It's 8:45.
I need to hear him do the Matt Foley down by the river in a van down by the river line. That's exactly what he sounds like. I live in a van down by the river, toilets, clocks, everything.
I do think we need to talk about how awesome this could be. Is it absolutely 100% necessary to increase? This is one of the most famous Mike and the Mad Dog fights of all time. There's something
when you go to the Yankee game, you sit in the bathroom for 30 minutes and you got to wait in the line.
Yeah.
Okay, they got no toilet in the bathroom, and you got to be able to go, and you got to miss half the game. I mean, it's a 7-inning stretch, and you're not back to the top of the ninth.
Yeah.
You can't have it.
No, dog, you don't know. You've never been there.
Yeah.
You don't know what
I don't know what a toilet is. What is a toilet?
Yeah. They let me go in the studio at WFAN. When's the last time you've been to a game and you were like, man, this is not enough? Not enough.
I mean, the Cowboy game this year, man, that line was long. Now, granted, there's 100,000 people there.
Yeah.
Like, you can only have so many toilets. But no, I mean, we go to quite a bit of Stars games, and we're generally okay. If you got to plan it, though. You got to go to the bathroom a minute before the period ends.
Did the New York Giants just make Dak Prescott look like a bargain? Below the belt with Roberto next.
Let's get you over to QC.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Dak Prescott is a bargain, baby.
Love the tone. Love the delivery. I noticed the difference.
I did that for you.
Good job.
And
sounds like you have a heartbeat.
And I think all of you guys are going to agree. Daniel Jones joins the $40 million quarterback club yesterday. And I think when you look at the quarterbacks who have now passed the $40 million a year threshold, there's 9 of them, that we are going to come down on this and say that it's Dak Prescott who is probably not the best value, but right near the top. So we're going to go through the list here of the 9 quarterbacks that are on the $40 million club. Sean, would you like to start at the top of the market or the bottom of the market and work up?
Let's go top down.
Okay. Number 1.
I love when the top's down.
Love top. Number 1, $50.2 million. Aaron Rodgers. And we're just going to compare that to Dak Prescott at 40. People can debate who they want more right now. If they think Aaron's better than Dak, Dak's better, whatever it is. Like I know Derek Holland, who will be in here soon, would still say he'd take Aaron Rodgers over Dak. Is Aaron Rodgers at $50.2 million a better value than Dak at 40?
Oh, hang on. Because Dak's not going to be at 40 for long.
But we're talking about where the contract is right now.
Because he'll be at 46 in a week.
Potentially. We don't know what the number is yet. But this is what we're evaluating right now.
Look, the whole thing is Aaron done? Like, I don't know. But if it was Aaron, if you told me it was Aaron, I mean, and it's also unfair to say MVP Aaron. If it was MVP Aaron, yes, I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers at 50. Right now, I don't know if he's done. If I had one game to win, I'd pick Rodgers if it was one season, but I don't know. So I guess I can't definitively say, yes, Rodgers is better value.
And even if it's Rodgers is a better player, you want Rodgers for one game. I think that's a different question than the idea of that on your books for an entire season and the type of play you're getting out of him. I think what we've seen over the last year or so would tell you that right now Dak is a better value at 40.
Well, just last 1 year.
1 year.
One year. So the old adage, you pay it. You either are worth being paid or you're not.
Mm-hmm.
There's no bargain in the middle. So a $50 million, like Patrick, like 50. Let's forget Pat. I'm going to forget Patrick Mahomes. He's a different animal. But if you're an elite quarterback, if Aaron Rodgers is elite, if he's elite still, then him at 50 is only a 20% increase. That jump from really good or great, whatever you put Dak in, to elite, that's at least 20%. That's worth the $10 million.
It's about a 25% increase on the hold on your cap from Dak.
If he's elite, it's worth it.
But again, that's not what we're looking to the future and saying that right now, without saying, well, which version am I going to get?
I would say yes.
Okay, interesting. Russell Wilson, $48.5 million compared to Dak Prescott at 40.
Russell Wilson is not one of the 15 best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Agreed.
Dak, Herbert, I'll go through the list of guys.
Carr,
Goff,
Cousins.
Kirk, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Could argue. Yeah.
So that's an easy one.
Easy.
Russell's not even there. Number 3, Kyler Murray, $46.1 million annually. As a value.
My Lord. So how much is it?
46.1.
So Bet Online sent me odds to win just the NFC. It wasn't Bet Online. It was sportsbetting.ag. Arizona's last by a mile. It's not even close. The teams before Arizona, Atlanta and Tampa, are 33-1 to win the conference. Arizona's 75-1. Kyler is so difficult for me. He's so difficult. I think he has better tools than Dak. Physically, he's better than Dak. He's obviously a better runner. I think he's got, as good of an arm, if not better. He's a pain in the ass. I'm not saying Lamar's a pain in the ass. He's a pain in the ass. Like, ability-wise, better value, all things encompassing, I'd lean no.
Not raw. Like, I think what you're talking about is raw talent and tools, which that's a different question than what kind of a player are you, which
of course
Kyler has not shown that. And especially,
let me just say one thing real quick.
Yep.
If Dak Prescott was thrown into Green Bay last year or Arizona, they'd be just as bad, if not worse. I'd have zero hesitation. Him elevating those types of teams, I have no belief that it could happen. None. Zero.
Completely disagree about Arizona. Green Bay, you can talk about. Completely disagree about Arizona, where so much of it was dysfunction.
Okay,
and he's not contributing to dysfunction the way that Kyler and Cliff's relationship did.
I agree with that. I would say Arizona would be a better situation, but I don't know there's a chance in hell Dak wins 8 games with that Packers team.
Next one, Deshaun Watson, $46 million annually, who played awful last year.
And I'm glad you said that. That's something no one talks about.
Which is odd.
That's an easy pass.
I think it was because Dak had played the whole year. And so a lot of the conversation on who's not living up to it was focused on Dak and didn't nearly focus enough on Deshaun. It's like people forgot because it was so late in the year when he got there.
What's an easy pass?
He hadn't played in 2 years. I am not going to ding him for playing like dog crap 11 weeks in.
He's 47?
He's 46.
46? Okay. I'm not going to say that Dak is definitely better value. I think Deshaun's a little bit better player. So that one, I won't say definite.
Yeah, I mean, yes, there is a shred of doubt in my mind.
I could be wrong, though. I mean, I'm not hardcore about it.
His QBR was 38 last year, Chop. And even I understand he's. No. He was off 1 year. It was not 2. He missed 21. That was it.
I know, but brand new team thrown into it.
I know.
You get a little bit of throwing.
It was 700 days between starts.
That's a little bit of a pass. Let's judge him starting this year.
And I mean, you can do that, but I'm saying in general,
you should do that. It's common sense.
Nobody. Okay, we didn't go like, oh my gosh, look at the time between the starts after Dak broke his ankle. Let's give him a little bit of. I'm just saying. What? I'm just saying.
What did this guy do for you? What did this guy number 4 do for you in your life personally?
Nothing. Here's the thing. Because
you'll take a bullet for him. I swear.
This is what if I could jump in front of it that fast, I would, Sean. If I could jump in front of it that fast, I would. If I could get between him and Julian Love or whoever took him down and broke his ankle, I'd do it.
Let's get Ja out here.
He can have my ankle.
Let's get Ja out here and test it.
No. What it is I get here's because and this is the thing. Bobby's so biased with Dak and blah blah. I get that so much. Here's the thing.
As you should.
Why? Where does the bias come into play?
How did he line your pockets?
That's exactly it. Nobody does. He is a good player who gets over criticized. When there's criticism to be had, I'll give it to him. And I've said before the things that he's had trouble with.
You treat him as if he is in a higher category than he is. You treat him and you talk about him as if he's getting ready. He belongs in the Herbert or higher category. That's how I feel.
There are lies about or complete misrepresentations about where his status is in the league, and so I'm going to defend this is a ridiculous statement. Yeah,
okay, what's ridiculous? Give me an example.
Anybody who has him outside the top 10 is being ridiculous.
Nobody has him outside the top 10.
Oh my gosh, Dan Orlovsky had him 12th out of the playoff quarterbacks.
That was just for the playoffs.
All right, let's finish up the list. Daniel Jones got 40 a year yesterday.
Which Daniel Jones we're not going to say is a better value at 40 than Dak at 40, right? Nobody's going to say that.
Of course,
Daniel Jones at 40 is a better value than Dak at 40.
Let me tell you something here.
RJ, don't.
I got this.
You gave RJ 3 hours to be a contrarian. Here we go.
No, I got this thing. I got this sent to me. Our guy, Bo. Daniel Jones last year, 3,200 yards.
He's one of the efficiency guys, right?
He's a handicapper.
Yeah. No, but yesterday he was tweeting me about it. I think his efficiency.
3,200 yards, 15 touchdowns, 5 picks, 92.5 rating for Daniel Jones last year. Name this quarterback in 2018. 32-23, 24 touchdowns, 12 picks, 95.4 quarterback rating.
Say it again. It's 2018?
Yep.
And it was how many touchdowns?
24-12. 24-12, 24 TDs, 12 picks, 95 rating. So more picks, more touchdowns, better quarterback rating, more yards thrown.
Was that Jameis? I don't know.
That is Mitch Trubisky.
Oh, yeah.
And they just paid they paid somebody worse than him $45 million.
Oh, so Bo is insulting it. I like it.
Yeah.
Good job.
Another one here on the list because we're going to skip over the next two that were there because they're clearly better value. Patrick Mahomes at $45 million is better value. Josh Allen at 43 is better value. Although Josh Allen played terrible the last 12 weeks of the year, so just want to throw that out.
Okay.
The other one who's at 40, Matthew Stafford at 40, whose arm is cooked.
Not better
apparently.
value.
So when you look at it, and you said you think Aaron Rodgers you take as better value. You seemed like you didn't know. Like it could go either way.
Either way.
Okay. So considering that, the only two that I think you're saying are definitively above Dak, because again, Watson is another where it's like, don't know. It's right there. The only two that are definitive value out of the 9 quarterbacks being paid this right now are Mahomes and Allen. The two of the 3 top quarterbacks in the NFL. There just needs to be an understanding.
Well, it's about to get. You're doing this with convenient timing, which is this is why you get accused of your bias. Dak is they're about to extend him real fast.
Which they should.
And Burrow and Herbert are about to get paid as well. So Dak will move down that list.
Which they should pay him right now, because that's the point. 2 years ago when he got paid 40 and everybody's complaining about it, they're complaining about it that year and acting like $40 million is the same in 21,
Yes.
22, 23, 24,
Yeah,
and it's
different.
not. Just like when he signs this extension and he gets 46 is not going to be the same value today that it will be in 23 or 4 and 5 and 6 and 7.
Because it's more complicated than that. There's multiple ways to look at it. Fans don't look at it as, well, so now Daniel Jones is making that, so I feel better about it. Fans a lot look at it as, is he a $40 million player? We kind of like isolate it. We take it away from the QB payment list. Is he a $40 million player? In my opinion, the answer is no. That's how fans look at it versus, well, that's just the going rate. So, it's not just everyone looking at it one way.
It's a lack of understanding about the cap, to be completely
Right, but you're
honest.
also like, they're not. Dak is not just being compared in value to guys making above him. He's also going to have to be compared to value to Jalen Hurts, who's making nothing.
Very good point.
Or to Jared Goff, who's making 20 whatever.
Or
a year.
Carr. Carr just got 35.
35. Derek
37.
Carr.
37.
Okay, so Derek Carr at 37
versus Dak at what's he going to get?
Dak at 40 is better value
after
than Carter.
done. After he gets the deal.
46 probably, I guess.
Okay, so we're talking about a $10 million difference.
And he's $10 million better than Carr.
I mean,
Carr was a 59% passer in the modern NFL last year. That's absurd.
Again, that's also his career worst year with a new system that he obviously did not figure out.
Devontae Adams,
who had a great year.
But
Devontae had a great year. Carr helped with that. He just did not get that. That system did not work for him.
And no, you can't compare him to Hurts or other people, because the whole point is who's gotten a new deal, who's been paid and told this is the scale that you're on. Hurts hasn't gotten a deal yet.
What's the text line saying? 877-881-1053. You know what I'm rooting for now? This is going to piss off a lot of people. I'm rooting for them to take a quarterback right in round.
By the way, you're wrong, 682, when you say Dak has still not hit the salary cap for $40 million yet. That contract has been on the cap for years now.
I hope round 2. I hope they draft someone. Now I'm Bobby's doing to me what I'm trying to think who you've done it. Peyton wasn't playing enough where I disliked him. Tebow, that you didn't turn me on him. I don't think you turned me really on anyone, but making me Hendon Hooker, come on down,
baby.
Hey.
you would love it.
Below the belt,
Oh, baby.
here every single day. Sean, RJ, and Roberto on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Charles Barkley talks about the ESPN disease after Kendrick Perkins and JJ Redick fought over Steve Nash and Dirk Nowitzki. The audio you have to hear is next.
But let's get you over to Zero.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
That one is no good. And a spectacular rebound by Irvin. Kyrie has it back. Wide open. Yes, sir. Three-pointer. Write him down.
Final hour. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam. That was the audio from Bally. This is the Hump Day edition. I got it. I got Choppy. I was waiting for him to take his gigantic chugs of water. I knew he couldn't do the Hump Day. He did it in spirit, though. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, we got Peyton and Ryan in the back on DFW Sports Station. Kyrie Irving comes up big. The Mavs beat the Utah Jazz at the AAC. They moved from the 7th to the 5th seed. A couple Tolos keep asking the same question. Does this change your mind? Does this alter your thinking? Does this move the Mavs in the West on your list of contenders? And to me, I'm staying like right in the middle in terms of what I expected. The reason I wanted this trade to happen, or I didn't go crazy when it did happen, I'll never forget, Bassick and I almost had an explosion on the group text for the entire station, is because the Mavs needed a second weapon. They needed a little more gunpowder. There was nothing outside of Luka unless Dinwiddie had a very nice night. And you had no chance. You didn't have a puncher's chance. And now you do have a puncher's chance. Do I think that they're going to the finals? No. Is even a first-round series going to be extremely frightening? Yeah. Well, now it's easier to say that since they are the 5 seed. But play-in tournament, you know, they can lose to anybody because they can't play defense. We knew they weren't going to be able to play defense. We knew that Kyrie and Luka were going to get 28 a night. And it was going to be a question of who finishes, how do they finish, and how much can they make their other teammates better. Nothing has really surprised me whatsoever during any of this.
No, but they're going to score. They're going to give a lot of points. And you're right. They can be beat by anybody on any given night. They've got to figure out, you know, late game, close game situations. You know, last night they kind of wore them down. The final 2 minutes pulled away. A couple minutes more than that.
And last night was an easy decision. Kyrie had it going in the 4th, so I want Kyrie to have the basketball.
Yeah, but when they're both going or they're neither going, and it's no, you take it. No, you take it. No, you take it. That kind of stinks. You know? It's tough for them.
I think they're both right now showing that they're selfless. Kyrie is being a perfect model teammate. The guys on the telecast last night were saying it. They're like, in the short time here, he doesn't argue with referees. We don't see any type of crazy emotion. Last night, he got a little bit upset with a couple of the calls, but he's Mr. Kumbaya. He's Mr. Zen Master out there. And, of course, part of that is he wants to get his new money.
Yeah, nothing surprises me about the way it's played out other than, like Choppy just kind of referenced there, the fact that now with 2 dynamic isolation players, you still have not been able to execute late game situations well. That seems to be a little troubling. It doesn't feel like it should be that difficult.
Someone has to ask Jason Kidd about him drawing up plays, his ability or fault in doing so.
I'm just watching like you guys are, you know?
Someone in the Mavs media has to say, Coach, what do you say to those who think that this is an Achilles heel of yours in this basketball team, that you aren't drawing up the right plays, X's and O's execution on your whiteboard? It's not good enough. And I would like to see what he said.
Now, you mentioned there that you want, you know, it's kind of going off of, all right, who's feeling it right now. So, like last night, you want Kyrie to take it. If they're both off, like if they're both playing sloppy basketball, but they're in it at the end, who are you wanting to take the shot if they're both not shooting well that night? I think I want it to be Luka.
Well, who's got the better matchup? Kyrie's going to get a better shot.
It's going to be a prettier looking shot.
Kyrie, yes. Kyrie's going to get closer. He can also pull up from 3. Luka to me settles. You know, we're going to see the step back bomb. And obviously I don't have a problem with that. But I'm not worried about it because I think that right now they're both trying to be even too unselfish and giving it up to whoever has the best matchup, and they'll make the pass when the double team comes. Someone's getting double. The double's coming, and I have faith in both to pass out of it.
Yeah, I did too. I wonder if they're going to come to a point where, like, on that inbounds late in game, if Luka doesn't always just inbound the ball and find a way to get it to Kyrie, and then you have that situation where you can get the ball back to the inbounder, right? Luka's a great passer. Let him do it. I trust. Do I more in the last 10 seconds? Who do I trust a little bit more? I don't know. I mean, right now I think Kyrie's got a really good. He could break. They both break down defenders really, really well. Luka seems to do that step back, and that's it. Whereas Kyrie, I think, does a little bit more in terms of the drive. So why not give it to Kyrie at the end?
Before last night, Mavs has scored 129 points per 100 possessions, the best of any pairing in the league with at least 150 minutes this season. Luka leading the NBA in isolation scoring, which ranks, I'm not going to get into all that nerdiness. Irving has been the league's most efficient isolation scorer. So, iso ball, one-on-one possessions, your Dallas Mavericks. Getting the win last night, and hopefully both play. Man, I don't want to see any. They can't take any nights off. Second night of a back-to-back in New Orleans.
They need they need to get these guys as much cohesion as they possibly can until the year.
And stay out of that play-in.
Well, stay out of the play-in's great. Yeah, no doubt. But also get them, get these guys figuring out everything. I want you got X amount of games left. Go. You guys are playing them all together.
All right, the big media story of the day and the week is what happened yesterday between J.J. Redick and Kendrick Perkins on ESPN. So Kendrick Perkins, a few days ago, basically suggested that Dirk Nowitzki and Joker and Steve Nash won their MVPs because they are white. What was the stat about being top 10 in scoring, Bobby?
The one that he was referencing, Kendrick Perkins, that they were since 1990, those three are the only MVP winners to be outside the top 10 in scoring.
And he goes, what do these guys have in common? Yeah. I'll let you be the judge.
Which also, by the way, is not totally true because Dirk was tied with Tracy McGrady for 10th in scoring that year.
So those guys, I am really surprised. Dirk was not, these guys won the MVP not being top 5 in scoring? That's interesting. I get Joker's triple-double. Steve was assist, but if you would have told me Dirk was not top 5 or 6 in the league in scoring the year he won it, I would have been. I am stunned.
Yeah, I mean, they were the overall 1 seed in the NBA. They won 67 games. He was the best player on that team.
Yep.
That's why. That's why.
But I'm still just surprised.
And
he's in an all-time scorer.
Right, and also he led. Just like Joker has the last 2 years and this year, and just like Dirk did. He led the league in win shares, which is basically like baseball, like WAR. Wins about you're contributing to the most wins. Dirk in 2007, he had 16.3 win shares. Number 2 was LeBron at 13. Like that's a big gap. And he was totally deserving of the MVP. He probably should have had it the previous season when he also led the league, and he had a better year in 2006.
So no one at ESPN said anything to Kendrick Perkins about this. No one checked him. No one was like, "Yo, are you suggesting race here?
Yeah.
Are you taking away from these 3 MVPs? Pretty sorry job by Stephen A. and everyone else over there who didn't even second guess him or bring it up with a counterpoint until J.J. Redick did yesterday.
I want to just say something. Stephen A., I mean no offense to you, and I mean no offense to First Take, because I think this show is extremely valuable. It is an honor to be on this desk every day. It really is. But what we've just witnessed is the problem with this show, where we create narratives that do not exist in reality. The implication, what you are implying, that the white voters that vote on NBA are racist, they favor white people. You just said that. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. That is exactly what you implied, Kendrick Perkins. That is exactly what you implied. Secondly, hold on.
I did not call. I stated the facts. And you're not about to sit up.
We all know what you implied the other day. We all know what you implied just now. Hold on.
I stated one at a time. It's the facts. It's the facts. It's the facts.
Woo! Things got uncomfortable. That was legit. J.J. Redick taking us behind the fourth wall, showing us the script. showing us the script of First Fake. Although I don't know if I believe that Kendrick was being fake in his thoughts. I also don't know if the word racist was totally fair. Like JJ could have said bias. I don't know the NBA voters, like if this falls under racist. You know what I mean?
No, it would fall
I
under,
don't know.
It would fall under a bias. If
it's a bias
What's
for
the difference?
If it's a bias for white people, is there a difference?
If we're talking about, race, if it's racial bias, like what's the difference?
Because racial bias is not racism. There's a difference. Racism is actively doing it on purpose. Racial bias is an unintended. Any kind of bias is unintended. Bias in general, when you're thinking bias,
I don't know that racism has to have intent.
It doesn't have intent, but it's for someone you could do racist things without being racist. And the intent falls into. We're getting a weird.
This is a much broader question.
Yeah, but like bias is something that just happens. People have bias based on their own experiences. It has nothing to do with being intentional about it.
But look,
some people just have bias.
There's no debate. There's no dispute. Kendrick Perkins was trying to say that those three guys won the MVP because they were white. That's a fact. And J.J. Redick went at him for it, and they had that explosion. Charles Barkley went on 92.5 in Denver and called out all of them.
I can promise this. I've never said anything on television just to get clicks. That don't mean I've been right or wrong, whatever. But I've never said something I'm like, well, I know people going to react and go crazy. Let me say this. And this is what bothers me also. Man, race is such a touchy subject because very few people have a pure heart is what I call it. We can talk about race as much as you want to as long as you're going to be fair and honest. But to slander this man in this situation is just total BS.
And he's talking about slandering Jokic. So he went after Kendrick Perkins and said it was basically ridiculous. It's asinine and silly. One of the things that's silly about ESPN at times, they do this silly debate every year about the MVP. Did it with LeBron, made me laugh too. Derrick Rose won it, he deserved it. Kevin Durant won it, he deserved it. It's a regular season award, but every year ESPN gets these fools on radio and TV to talk about who is the best player. It's the silliness of these morning talk shows. Now look, you're going to debate who the MVP is. It's a sports talk topic, but he's calling out how fake ESPN is with the different scripts that are out there. So that's Charles Barkley going at Kendrick Perkins and Espen. I will say this. I do find it weird that Joker could win this thing a third straight year because I've always said this about the MVP. There's a surprise element to the MVP. All right, we gave it to you. We're going to give it to you back to back. But like, it would have to be something extraordinary, maybe that we've never seen or could never imagine happening for Jokic to win the MVP a third straight year. That strikes me as a little bit odd.
It is.
I would have bet totally against that before the season just for it happening a third straight time.
I would have as well. But I do wonder how many of the voters use like analytics to make their vote. I mean, I know I would. And Joker again this year, his win shares are number one by a lot,
and they're the 1 seed.
They're the 1 seed, and his win shares are 12.7, and the number 2 is Sabonis at 9.7.
He's the first non-point guard, non-main ball handler to average a triple-double in a season if he finishes that this year. That's a huge deal.
It is. I mean, and
say that again.
He would be the first non-primary ball handler to average a triple-double in a season.
Yeah, that's crazy. Do you have other win shares for this year? Like, where's Embiid?
Give me 2 seconds.
All right. So, Luke is the leading scorer. I'm not having him as the MVP. This is Joker. This is Jokic. I'm sorry, they're the same person. This is Joel Embiid, and this is Joker.
Which I think Embiid had a better case to win it last year over Jokic. But I mean, like Chop has said, Jokic has been the leader in win shares the last few years, so I understand the argument for it. But I thought the first year he won it was completely valid. Last year, there was probably more of an argument for Embiid to be included in the conversation. And I don't think they wanted to give him the MVP this year. But when he's got, 30 triple-doubles, he's going to be the first big to ever average a triple-double in all likelihood. It could still go the other way. But it's just been Russell Westbrook and Oscar Robertson to do it. And if you get a 7-footer to do that, it's just insane.
So Jokic is 1 in win shares, 12.7. 2 is Sabonis at 9.7. 3 is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 9.4. Tied with Embiid at 9.4. Luka at 9.3. Joker leads in offensive win shares per 48. Player efficiency rating, he leads in that. Embiid is second. He leads in value over replacement, defensive plus minus, offensive plus minus, overall plus minus, defensive rebound percentage. It's a lot, man. It's a lot.
Who would you vote for MVP real quick?
Jokic.
Yeah, probably Jokic.
We have an update on Aaron Rodgers, and Stephon Diggs is making even more Dallas Cowboy noise. Next on The Fan. When shopping for a new car, we can all live without the drama. You don't want any of that noise in this product.
Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Daniel Jones got $40 million. The Ravens tagged Lamar but said, go negotiate. Go ahead and see if it works better somewhere else. Maybe we'll get back 2 first-round picks. Tom Brady said, I've adopted a kitten, so I cannot return to the league. And Aaron Rodgers meeting with the Jets. Peter King, thanks to Tolo D, as always, with the updates that she sent me on Twitter. Peter King, Aaron Rodgers is very unlikely to join the Raiders. There are a lot of people around the NFL that think that Mark Davis does not want or cannot throw $60 million at Rodgers. Adds no one but the Jets is chasing after him right now.
No, nobody is.
So this is going to come down to, it sounds like, him retiring or New York.
Seems that way.
He may just retire. Who knows? I thought he was supposed to have the clarity. I thought he was supposed to go in the cave and have his smooth bathroom trips and come out with all the clarity in the decision. A drama queen, attention whore. So what are the Raiders going to do at quarterback? They're saying no to everybody. Jimmy G?
I thought Jimmy was the guy because he already knows the system.
So you're going through all this Derek Carr drama for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Not even that. You're going through all that Derek Carr drama, and then you're still not certain what you want to do. Which is, again, that's a very dangerous place to get in, is to say, chase off your quarterback and have no answer behind it. And I mean, I can't remember who it was. One of their executives recently gave an interview where he said, we may not have an answer at quarterback this year. And it's like, okay, well, that's terrifying, because if you don't have a quarterback answer for 1 year, there's a chance you won't have a quarterback answer for the next, 5 or 6, and you end up doing ridiculous things like the Commanders have done for 20 years.
With Devontae Adams and Darren Waller and Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
Those are weapons.
I mean, look, it's they're doing what we've talked about, or what I said earlier. Like, if you don't have a guy who can be is not an elite quarterback, go find one. They're doing that.
Well, they're not doing it yet. They're going to get a Garoppolo level type dude.
Let me see what they're drafting.
Unless they throw Stidham out.
Which they might.
They might. If you said Josh McDaniels loves him.
Mm-hmm.
But the main point in this is not that they're not interested. The main point is they may not be able to be interested. Again, the Raiders and money.
Yeah, I mean, look, they are picking 7th, so there's going to be somebody available for them.
Oh, they're picking 7.
The Raiders?
Oh.
Yeah, so there's somebody available. They'll get Will Levis, they'll get Anthony Richardson, they'll go.
Okay.
And, listen, the Chiefs did the same thing with Mahomes, right? They had a stable, let's get to the playoffs every year, Alex Smith guy, and they said, let's
go for it.
Let's go for it.
Yeah.
And maybe the Raiders are going to do the same thing. They saw it in their own division.
But you make that move before you have to make that move. That's the thing that's ridiculous to me.
They drafted Mahomes.
They drafted Mahomes while they had Alex Smith there, and there was stability there. Green Bay drafted Aaron Rodgers while they still had Brett Favre. Like, you don't ever want to be caught in the situation of, we need a quarterback. This has to absolutely hit. We cannot afford for it to go backwards.
Correct.
And that's where Washington finds themselves, and that's where the Raiders might find themselves.
I don't know what's going on with Stephon Diggs
Stephon Urkel.
What?
Stephon Urkel Diggs.
As he unfollowed the Buffalo Bills on social media and followed the Dallas Cowboys. Meanwhile, Pepe, maybe you can check if Trayvon even follows the Cowboys. So, Stephon follows him and Trayvon doesn't. At least Trayvon unfollowed a while back. And now he tweeted, that's what they say at least. ...
Trayvon does not follow them.
He doesn't?
Nope.
He doesn't follow the Cowboys, and his brother does.
Let's see if Stephon does, but
I don't
Trayvon
know if Trayvon has ever followed the Cowboys.
I think he once did.
How could he not? Okay, here we go. This is an hour ago.
Yes, Stephon does follow them on Instagram.
Follow
the Cowboys.
Okay. Here's Stephon an hour ago. Don't take things personal from people you don't know personally. It's just business. Don't take it personal. It's just business. Don't take it personal. He retweeted. He said that again. That's what they say at least. ...
It's just business, Sonny.
Is he trying to get paid again? Is he up?
Yes, I think he does want another deal coming up.
All right, so that's maybe what he's talking about here. So in terms of Jerry Jones, Cowboy big splashes, the names and the options out there, Odell Beckham, DeAndre Hopkins, maybe Stephon Diggs.
And Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, that's right. Offensive splashes.
Although they could add a really dynamic running back now that, it's the non-exclusive tag.
Yeah, I mean, someone was whispering to me, maybe you call the Raiders about Darren Waller, all this tight end talk around here. I wonder what it would cost to get him. He's a freaking stud. Screwed me in fantasy last year. Besides that, he was hurt. So look, Stephon cost the most assists. Stephon cost the most, then DeAndre, and then Odell in terms of compensation that you give up. And I'd also think in terms of compensation you'd have to pay. So that's your 1, 2, 3 at receiver. I'm not asking you to pick. I'm just saying those are the names that are out there. Keenan Allen is staying with the Chargers. Allen Robinson is available for trade apparently with the Rams.
Out. Nope.
So those are the big names.
I'm out on Allen. Jump ball guys, getting a little bit old.
I mean, you can't have him anyway because the Chargers are going to keep him, but yeah.
No, Allen Robinson.
Allen Robinson. I've got, for me, Diggs is obviously the best of those three that you're talking about. And DeAndre Hopkins really encouraging. The one guy that I'd still wish they'd go back and revisit, see if they could make happen, is Brandon Cooks. Because, that was close anyway.
He's still stuck there?
Mm-hmm. See if they're any more willing to move off of the moving goalposts they had at the deadline last year.
877-881-1053 to hit us up while we're talking about the Cowboys. Here was Dak Prescott being asked yesterday about his future possible contract extension after Daniel Jones got paid.
100% I'm excited, to be a Dallas Cowboy, as I said. Always dreamed to be here. Now that I'm here, I don't expect to play for any other team. And now it's just about winning. So just trying to get that done and just to hear, obviously, as you say in the front office, looking forward to an extension. So when that time comes, it'll happen. Kind of with Steven on it. It may just happen overnight, but when it happens, it'll be great.
All right. That's part one. This is the first time I've heard Dak. I've read the quotes from Jory Epstein about McCarthy taking over the play calling. Dak said back in the day he was excited, 20 to 30%. Now let's hear Dak thoughts on Mike calling the plays now.
I'm a guy that's excited for what's next. Always optimistic. Know Mike's history and calling the plays, has had a lot of success. So excited for that. I know he's excited to get back into it, to dive into it, to be able to call the plays and just to be so engaged. And so it's a change, but it's going to be good.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Let's hear more.
I'm just saying. Okay. If he says so. The quote also yesterday that wasn't shared in audio, but on if he needed a new voice, which has been some of the discussions. Yeah, I think new voices are always great. That's kind of been the line from the Cowboys. Dak said Kellen's voice. This is according to Calvin Watkins. Kellen's voice was great. Nussmeier's voice was amazing. It's not like that I haven't been coached by Mike. He's always coached me. That's not going to be new. I can't say that's a proper statement.
I can't say what's a proper statement.
He needed a new voice.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's an interesting
And it's interesting to go back and think, Mike McCarthy is not a fan of the option routes. And Dak said last year, no at the idea of them taking option routes out. Told the media that. Said no. Yeah. He's like, I'd be mad if they took those out.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see how it meshes.
Well, these option routes, I'd be interested to see what number of intercept. My feeling right now is I will cede to the film watchers, you and Broadus and Wilchuk and others. I'd be and the Tolos. I'd be very, very interested. My feeling is right now, some of the interceptions, many of them came off of option routes.
Some of it, yeah.
So, I don't have a problem with them being removed and taken out. It's either a problem with the receivers, it's either a problem with Dak, or it's a combination of both. Someone isn't reading the same thing. And if you aren't going to get on the same page with it, we can't have nice things.
If I told you, and
they were on the same page.
This isn't the number. But I'm just saying, if I told you 3 of the interceptions came on option routes and miscommunication, but I told you their 25 of their 30 biggest passing plays and 10 touchdowns came off of option routes,
I would want to keep the option routes.
So as Dak told us during the year, he said, you guys don't have any idea how often we hit those because when they hit, you don't realize they're option routes. You notice it when we go the wrong way on them, but he said you have no idea how effective that's been for us this
But
year.
every team uses those. Like, you have to use those.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, every team except the 2023 Cowboys, I
Well,
guess.
Mike McCarthy, I mean, he's not a freaking idiot. If the numbers were what you just cited, Mike McCarthy is not he's not flushing that ratio.
He said he does not like him. He said that publicly.
Yeah, but I'm questioning the numbers that you just gave,
I just
the
said,
ratio.
I just said I don't. That's not it. I'm
We
just
don't
throwing
know.
out an example. We don't know what it is.
If that was the success rate, they wouldn't be getting rid of them. Common sense would lead me to believe that.
I mean, they thought the success rate, Kellen Moore and Dak Prescott thought it was high enough that they liked them enough to keep them in the game plan.
Dak likes it because it's a sign of elevated quarterback play. Dak likes it because it's something you're allowed to do. It's like a Peyton Manning grad program. That's what it is. The true elites of the elites can read defenses. They should have the power to adjust. It's like a sign. It's a badge of honor. That's why Dak Prescott wants to do it.
I mean, but everybody does them.
Yeah, they all do them. Every quarterback should have the power to adjust. I would never want to have my quarterback not have.
They can adjust at the line of scrimmage, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, but reading the same thing and having the receiver with the ability to
They
change
all can't read defenses.
Well, and to be honest, I mean, and it was said by the Cowboys in media availability on two of those where the interception was made with CD, they said CD made the wrong read. So again, that's also about education of the receivers and making sure you're seeing the right things.
And I said that.
But I'm just saying it's not about a badge of honor for Dak at that point because Dak is reading it correctly.
But Dak also wants to, I'm sure, Dak wants to be able to run everything that an elite, awesome, special quarterback. It is an insult to Dak Prescott for Mike McCarthy to say, and I'm not blaming McCarthy, to say, we're going to dumb this down. That is an insult.
Sure.
I want complexity before the snap, simplicity after. That is saying, in a way, we can't handle it. We can't handle it after the snap.
CeeDee Lamb's not the only wide receiver in the NFL who sometimes may struggle with reading the coverage.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that's worked on in practice.
Well, and
do you think Tom Brady's played with wide receivers who can read every single defense that they come across when they walk in?
And to be fair,
they work on it in practice.
And to be fair, Jerry for 2 years has basically thrown the receivers under the bus on this show when it comes to these issues. He has tossed the receivers under the bus, which is not his quarterback.
And I don't think CeeDee Lamb, just really quickly, has a massive problem reading the coverages. I think it happened twice and it was very prominent, but I don't think it's a common problem for him.
Let's get the perspective from someone watching Kyrie courtside. T.O.'s new best friend, Derek Holland, joins KMC Crosstalk next. But let me get you set up for Trajan Wealth. I told you some news was going to be coming in the market this week. That was the call last night on Valley. What's wrong, Kevin Hagelin?
No,
you
that's
going
a good
song.
That's a good. Tim Hardaway Jr. is hot. We've reached that point again.
Yeah, it'd be nice if they. Well done, Sonic. Be nice if they try to get him a shot in the third quarter. Let's come out and not get Tim any shots. He might be the hottest shooter in the NBA right now, but he picked it up in the fourth. Derek Collin was sitting courtside, and he is a part of the KMC masterpiece. What's it like watching Kyrie? What do you notice? You have a tan?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's been sunny outside. I've been outside.
I was just wondering.
I don't always get to, work inside like
Hitting
you.
the links.
Yeah, like trolls, like us.
Yeah, stay inside.
Kyrie up close.
No, it's with Kyrie
What
up
do you
close.
notice about him?
So he talks a lot. One of the things I did love that you talked about is how he stays composed. He never lets anything affect him. And I think last night, I saw that with Luka. Luka did not talk to the refs as much as he usually does.
Really?
He did not complain as much as he usually does. Granted, yes, there was a few here and there. And yeah, Kyrie did it for the first time since he's been a Maverick. But he had legit reason to. Both of them did. But Kyrie I love the way he is. He just stays in one tone. That's it. Like, it never shows any facial expressions, nothing. It stays the same. And it's funny too, is his kid sits right in front of me, and he's always interacting with him too, which is pretty cool to see. I mean, that's cool.
How do you describe Luka's talk when he's just going nonstop? Can you hear it?
Yeah, oh yeah. He's saying things that you can't say on the radio. And some of it's in different language, I'd say Spanish. But he's letting the refs know. That's for sure. He doesn't really he'll say some stuff to the players, like some of the guys that are obviously talking to him. He'll immediately chirp right back at him, which I love that.
Who else talks a ton that you've seen visiting player or even any of the Mavericks?
Visiting player.
Theo Penson.
Yeah, I was going to say Theo's a big talker too.
Let's go Mavs.
Man, I'm trying to think. There was somebody, who they just played. It was the Suns. They were chirping a lot back and forth. Durant was talking a little bit.
Durant was talking to someone. I couldn't tell if it was your area of seating.
No, he was on the other
side.
side. It was on the other side. Because when he came down, he was also talking to Kyrie's kid.
How much did you talk to T.O. the other night?
Just a little bit.
All right. We were having a little wager on what you said to him, and I thought I guessed what you said. Were you telling him in that clip that I can't remember the TV station Brett Kelly got was,
CBS.
Am I in your way? Are you good with your camera shot?
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
So what happened was when we sat down,
we were hoping it was cooler than that. He was asking who you were, but
no,
I knew
he
Tio
didn't
doesn't
give
care.
two craps about baseball or any of that stuff.
Did you tell him who you were?
Yeah, I told him I played baseball, and he's like, "Oh, cool." Like it was like the immediate, like, "Oh, cool," shut you down. Like I don't. He was like, "I don't really care."
Yeah.
But he was nice. He was cool. But I sat down, and I'm broad, and so is he. So we're like bumping each other. So I sat forward, and that's when I saw him doing, the camera. I was like, "Hey, if I'm in your way, like, let me know. I'll get out of your way." And he's like, "No, you're good." And then he just sat back, and I was like, "Okay, cool. So I'll just stay forward."
Is that the most famous person you've sat next to in the seats?
Except for Mike.
Mike who?
Bassick.
Oh.
Michael B.
Jordan.
Yeah. I don't know. He's up there. Yeah.
Only because
I would say he's
next to him for a shot.
Patty
No, there's a
Mahomes, he never sat with you, but just right in front of you?
Yeah, he's been right in front of me.
Was she there?
No, was he there?
Yes. I know what you're talking
Was
about.
Jackson there?
No. He was doing TikToks.
Brittany.
Yeah, I know when you said she, I was saying he. It was another reference.
I have a friend who supposed that Patrick Mahomes is a secret dirtbag because of the close people around him are all dirtbags.
I'm going to eliminate that.
I see.
quick.
I don't care for that.
I can tell you no, he's not
I don't believe
at
that
all.
you're judged by the peers, by your peers.
I will say this, and this isn't going out on a limb. I think everybody's seeing this happen right now. Is my buddy was telling me about Ja Morant, and he said, look, I know he knows the players in the league and hangs out with them and stuff. He says Ja Morant is going down the Allen Iverson route. He is letting his bad friends dictate what he does. He's following his bad friends down a horrible path instead of where they would tell Iverson, I get it, man. They were with you when you went to prison and everything like that, but you got to lead them. Don't follow them. And Iverson couldn't lead. He followed them down bad paths. And from what I understand, since we're talking about who's good, who's bad, is that Ja, who's a very humble kid from what people are saying, He's not really much of a leader, especially when it comes to his peers. He's just following his bad friends down a very bad path.
I feel like I have bad friends.
Oh, you do.
Because, like,
Hurtful.
I invited somebody to come take a shot with me at halftime. And he didn't want to come and do it. He big leagued me.
What a jerk.
Yeah. And then he came on the radio and act like I was
Sean, is
big
that
time
you?
for him.
Yeah.
So you're going to talk about friends.
Yeah, the issue is you had
No,
a
it
person
wasn't
in front of
Sean.
you.
He said it was some guy named Shan who blew
Oh,
him off.
Now look, the guy who gave me the seats, we had
Unbelievable
those,
guy.
We had those Patron Club tickets.
Guess what? I'm friends with him, too.
I know, but like,
we can all be friends.
I want to go into the Patron Club and get like the free drinks and stuff, and like.
Oh, so you want things handed to you?
Oh,
You don't want to go out and support.
I don't get to live the big
You don't want to
life
support
every
those
night.
that are working.
His two favorite
right
friends
now.
are Nick and Sam.
Exactly. That was a funny video that you made, though. Yeah, I'm blaming it on him.
I think
Did you
these two
say
right
you're
here.
blaming it on RJ or
No,
Derek?
Samir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's like, no.
Does he listen?
He's delightful.
Yeah, he listens.
So is he going to like you saying that?
No.
So are you going to get a free meal out of that?
You know what? Let's tease the show.
Coming up on the show,
That
more
cake is
about
awesome.
Sean's personal life controversy right out the gate. But I know we were talking about this off air, is which NBA MVP candidate is under the most pressure to make a deep playoff run? Because I think there's a couple different candidates, but the guy who's about to win his third straight MVP probably leads the way.
Have you seen Joker in person?
The Joker?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's huge.
But
He's
like,
pretty impressive.
I haven't
though.
seen
I'm not
him-
gonna
Basketball.
lie.
I think you were talking about the
I
tennis
haven't
player.
seen
I
him
knew what he was
close up. Embiid is the closest I've ever seen in my life to Shaquille O'Neal. I got to go up close and personal when Shaq was with Orlando,
That's
like
a specimen,
5 to
dude.
7 rows from the court. And I was like, oh my God, this is the biggest human I've ever seen on a basketball court, Shaq. Until I saw Embiid, and I'm like, I'm not sure he was bigger than Shaq like in 95, but it's the closest person I've ever seen to that size on a basketball
He's got a
court.
huge butt. Like, I don't know how he uses a regular toilet.
Who's bigger, Embiid or Jokic when you're sitting that close?
Specifically their butts.
I would say just because of how dude, he's huge. Embiid.
Yeah.
Joker's kind of like sloppy.
what's up with these footballs?
I don't
That's
know.
for
If
something
is that an
outside of
on-air
here.
conversation
That's,
or
uh,
not?
I mean, there's 2 NFL balls in their case
These are
here.
Super Bowl
I'm
balls.
going to
Super Bowl
ask
balls.
about them.
Yeah.
Are they signed?
No.
They do not appear to be signed.
Are they going to be signed?
Hey,
Yes.
you shut your mouth.
What's going on?
I hope.
Well, you know, it's only fair. If y'all put Sean on blast, now he's turning the
I know
tables.
he's trying. I get it. That's fine.
He's his new best
And
friend.
I'm not
yes,
putting anyone on blast.
You didn't put me on
I'm
blast.
asking why
I'm
there's
okay.
2 footballs. I'm trying to make you the star-crossed.
They
so I
don't
can be an
want to
a-hole.
answer the
I'm
question.
not being.
All right, let me turn my head.
You're the
I
one
know
that.
the
Hey,
answer
you're
to
the
the
one that ignored me.
I texted you back. I acknowledge you.
Cool. Texted me.
Kevin, how shocked are you that all these teams seem to be running away from Lamar Jackson? And is it collusion?
Yeah, well, because we've shown that the NFLPA sucks at proving collusion. So good luck with that.
Hey, if you don't take this deal, we're going to make it worse. Like, take it.
Yeah.
They are 1,000 morons in that room.
The NFLPA?
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say
awful.
Sean, I saw you either put out a tweet or something with the Commanders going after him possibly. You
Yeah.
didn't. I mean,
Well, Mike
you think that was serious?
Well, Mike Florio's theory, I know how you feel about Mike, but it is actually brilliant. This would be Dan Snyder's final screw you to the league. They give up the picks.
guaranteed money.
You get Washington a quarterback, so you leave locally a little bit on a high note, but you give him all the guaranteed money. You give him more than the Watson deal to screw over all the other owners.
You know what?
Well,
I
let me ask
support
you-
that.
I want to ask you this though: do you think because of Deshaun getting the fully guaranteed deal is going to be the start of other players getting a fully guaranteed deal now?
I think this is the pivot for it, though, right? Like, that's why so many teams have come out against it, because they're like, the hell I am doing all
That's the
guaranteed
collusion
money.
of like, how in 15 minutes yesterday did 5 reports come out? Dolphins not interested, Raiders aren't interested, Washington not interested, Carolina not interested, Atlanta not interested. Why would so they either think he can't throw, they either think he is an injury risk, they either don't want to deal with the mom, who apparently is a problem, or there's some collusion. Maybe it's all of the above. Like no one else is getting this Watson deal. Let's all band together. We all have to sign quarterbacks at some point in time. The Browns screwed us. Let's not make this mistake and screw each other. I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theory guy. It makes a lot of sense.
That wouldn't surprise me, but I'll tell you, Joe Burrow's getting it, and Justin Herbert's getting it.
Getting what?
the fully guaranteed.
Okay,
contract.
Allen didn't get
I
it.
don't think they do. I think this is. I get the like, especially Burrow is better, but I think this is the pivot point where everyone's drawing their line in the sand. And if Snyder blew it up, then you've got something. But I don't think he's going to get this, and that's why everyone's coming out against it.
Cousins got the fully guaranteed deal, and it never affected the rest of the market.
Wasn't that because, though, it was
3
like
years,
3
though, right?
for 84?
It was 3, but I mean, it was still fully guaranteed. There was nothing they could get out of for 3 years.
But he was back-to-back franchise too, right? Yeah. Like that played into it.
How so?
You know,
because now the new number is
it like had to be. Number. It had to be at least whatever that second back-to-back year franchise tag. We don't have enough time for this. Stop trying to be smart. Derek, you get final word.
Well, all I want to say is the NFL definitely deserves to have the fully guaranteed contracts with the way that they put their bodies through. I know it's a sensitive topic, but of all sports, they deserve it more than
we talk about how stupid they are. All baseball players are like, wow, these are the stupidest people in the world. They are 3 times more popular than baseball players and have worse contracts.
Because the most ineffective person in all sports, any level, is DeMaurice Smith.
You got some sun too, Mike. Your cheeks are red.
Oh, yeah? Well, I just got off the Peloton.
A little bit, Sean.
Had a little bit of a late ride.
Get outside.
Ooh, a late ride.
Don't pick today, though. Don't pick today.
We're back tomorrow morning.
Come join
hopefully
us.
without Derek here. The KMC.
Oh, my God.
Where's Corey?
Hey, let's go play some pickleball.
Pickleball's awesome.
Chicken and pickle.
Is there a court near here?
Yeah, I got one.
There's one
Let's
right
go.
across the street.
No, but right next to my house. Let's go.
There's a court
Let's
right
get everybody
across
there.
the
Let's
street.
The KMC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial.
only quality that matters.
Studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, Joey the Jet Erickson, also known as
Slim Scotty.
Corey is on vacation for the rest of the week, but fear not, he will be back on Monday. So in his stead, we bring to you Derek Holland. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Hey, Mikey.
Yes, sir.
Do you know whose jersey I have on today?
Rolando
Are you going to do the reveal?
I am for him.
Josh Green.
No. It's.
Did you like wearing your Dinwiddie jersey by accident when he's not on the team anymore? I saw you on camera. Not last night. I think you're wearing Dirk.
It was Bullock, and they were giving me crap for it.
Okay.
So who do I have on?
If I have to guess?
Yeah, it's your favorite player.
Dwight Powell?
No.
That's a fair...
Timmy!
Somebody's hot!
I knew you'd like that.
Let's
smoking.
Normally, I feel like he would be furious about that. This
He
is
would.
This is one of the instances where Tim Hardaway Jr. is on fire, and I want to break that down from the
He's
perspective.
in that Joey Gallo
Yes.
Player of the Week month.
Did I say he was
Are you
going to
right?
say?
Derek said that you would say
said
that.
you were
Yeah,
gonna
this
call
is
him that.
awesome. Like Joey would do this too for the Rangers, where you're like, dude, is he going to bat 400 and hit 6 home runs every week?
And I realize I kind of want to talk about both of these guys in the same perspective is Tim Hardaway Jr. hot, Josh Green not. Now, the Mavericks get the win, and every win at this point is so important considering how compacted the Western Conference standings are. I believe, let me double check, but I believe the Mavericks moved up to 5th.
They are right now.
Because of that, yeah. And so they went from, they were 6th, they lost, they're down to 7th. They won, they're up to 5th. And you have another game coming up with the Pelicans, who are desperately even trying to stay in the top 10, but a loss will drop you once again, whereas a win can keep some momentum going, whether you want to make a run for 4th. You know, 3rd and 2nd is probably pie in the sky, like unless you go undefeated or something, but 4th still feels viable. What did you think about the game from the perspective of Hardaway and Green particularly?
Well, to me, I want to see a little bit more from Green point-wise, but Hardaway's been on fire.
Yeah.
Green has still been making massive improvements, in my opinion. I feel like he's playing better defense. He's doing a lot better than he was before. He's not afraid to drive to the hole. He can dribble. I just see some great things from him going on. And then Timmy has just been lights out from the three-point range right now. I mean, last night I thought he was going to either break or tie the record for most threes in the game. So he was great. And then all of a sudden when he tripped up by the coach, that kind of scared me a little bit. I thought for sure that was going to kill his momentum. Because
especially because of last year's injury too. You're like, because I'm watching on television.
Oh yeah,
and I'm thinking to myself, oh crap, did he just re-injure the injury he had last year? And at this point, whether you like Tim Hardaway Jr. or don't like Tim Hardaway Jr., you really need him because you are lacking a lot of depth on this team because we don't need Frankie Smokes out there playing basketball. So Tim Hardaway Jr. is outstanding right now. This is when Swaggy P's on fire. This is when J.R. Smith is on fire, and you ride the wave. And I think Kyrie's very smart at this. I'm not trying to take a shot at Luka. I think Luka's pretty good at this too, but Kyrie more of a veteran player. We have to remember, Kyrie has played 12 years in the NBA.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he has 7 more years on Luka in this league, and he's played with a lot of different players. So I see Kyrie really working as he sees Tim get hot early in a quarter or early in a situation. Kyrie will kind of look for him coming off of a screen or something to be like, let me get Tim in a good rhythm shot right here. And so it's all Tim. Tim is making the shots, but Kyrie is doing a great job of giving Tim Hardaway Jr. good looks.
See, I felt like, too, last night, I felt like the way that both Luka and Kyrie were bringing the ball up with Timmy, they knew he was hot. They both were using him. It was like, okay, he's hot. And I feel like that's coming from Kyrie saying, hey, this guy's hot, so let's just keep feeding him until, okay, he cooled off a little bit. Now we can go somewhere else. Like they're moving the ball around very well. And I think it was Sean that said it earlier too, is the selflessness that they're throwing out there. I mean, they're not afraid to just give the ball up and let somebody score too.
Now, I am worried a little bit about Josh Green.
Can we just
okay? Go ahead.
We stick for Hardaway with just 1 second, because somebody texted this in, and I get if you look from the broader perspective, but that doesn't usually work with Hardaway because of the ebb and flow of his game. You say he's on fire, but for the year he's shooting 37%. So I think the more important point right now is, I looked it up. Last 6 games, what do you think he's shooting from 3?
Well, watching the game last night, I think Derek Harper and Mark Followell said around 60%.
63% in the last 6 games, and he's taking 7.5 3-pointers per game. So this isn't a thing where he's like, yeah, he takes 3 a game and he makes 2, which would still be incredible, but that's not high volume. 7.5 per game at 63% in the last 6 games. That is an astonishing run right there.
He does this, and this is great. He usually has 3 times a year where he does this, and you have to ride it.
Yeah.
And this is, like I said, I know it's a baseball term, but it's when the Rangers had Joey Gallo. There's going to be 3 times a year where Joey Gallo, in a 4-week stretch, you have to, it's not 4 weeks in a row, but in those 4 weeks, he's going to have 20 home runs. Now, the rest of the year, there's 5 more months. He's going to have 20 home runs the other 5 months of the whole year. But when you get a guy this hot, when a guy's this hot, this cold, this is where you really got to use him at his best. And you got to just hope that it stays in this pocket for longer than usual.
And you know what? Honestly, I would even take just more immediately tonight, because we've speculated about Luka tonight with the back-to-back. If Luka doesn't play, but Tim Hardaway stays at this point, you 100% can win this game.
Let me ask you this. Do you feel like, sorry.
No, go ahead.
In baseball, how we always say hitting's contagious.
Yes.
Do you feel like the same thing with the shooting is contagious?
100%.
With these guys, I mean, Timmy's hot right now. I know you guys gave me crap for wearing Reggie's jersey. He's getting hot too as the time is progressing. And of course, it's that time. You always talk about, well, October, November, December, he's ice cold. Well, here we are, February, March, January too. He's picking up steam.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, and they're going to have to, because we've talked about this. They can't play defense to save their lives for the most part. So they're going to have to, against the teams that are going to make the playoffs, if they play a playoff series against, whether it's Denver, the Kings, the Grizzlies, the Suns, they're going to have to probably average 130 a game to win that series. And that's very hard to do, because they're probably going to give up 125 a game.
I do want to add as well with the Kyrie and Luka. On defense, I know we've talked about this before with Luka not getting back because he's busy spending time with the refs. I feel like Kyrie has really rubbed him the right way to where he is now going back on defense. He's not, because Kyrie would have to pick it up, or somebody else, and there's always somebody left open because Luka was back there. Now, granted, yes, the defense isn't as great as we want it to be, but to me, I feel like it has gotten a little bit better. It's just those teams with the big men, we have trouble really containing that.
Phoenix scored 130 points.
I know that. You see how many big men they got? Ayton is unbelievable down there, and then you had Durant as well too. The Durantula. Well, I don't know what he calls himself now.
Right, but I mean,
they're still going to put up points. I get it.
Right,
but I'm saying we can. I feel like we've kind of a little bit improved in the defensive side with Maxey back. I mean, Maxey didn't even play against Phoenix. Or no, yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
So,
he played last night, but you have to remember,
I'm not saying
Utah's not going to make the playoffs, and they sat out 4 of their 8 rotation players last night.
Okay, so never mind then.
They're trying.
My words.
They're trying to move out of the
way.
But
hey, if you can, I do think this. If the Mavericks can hold a team under 120, I think they're going to win most of those games. That's how good they are offensively.
God, that's a lot to ask for.
Right.
120?
Yeah, to be like, hey, I think we're going to score 120 or more. If we can hold them under 120, and I know that's not a goal going in, but you kind of look at the broader picture of it, because You're looking at, trying to hold a team to under 30 a quarter pretty much is what you're trying to do on this team. I like the win last night. It doesn't matter. At this point, you just need a win.
Yes.
However dirty it is, however,
Yes.
hey, Utah sat out half their team and you almost lost. Who cares? At this point, you didn't cover the spread. Who cares?
Yeah.
You just need a win. Just like you're talking about tonight. You just need a win tonight. However it happens, you just need a win because a loss could put you in 8th place.
Yes.
A win could keep you in 5th place. So I wanted to get to Josh Green real
Yes.
quick.
Sorry. I thought we could talk a little bit more about Hardaway, but you're right. So Hardaway ascending kind of in that run of 6 games, but you look at, I would say the first half of February, maybe peak Josh Green or peak Josh Green opportunities. And since then, he has struggled, not always in terms of shooting percentage, but also in terms of getting involved in the flow of the offense. You've seen plenty of games where he gets minutes and it's just not flowing from that perspective.
And hopefully he's just in a little bit of a rut. Now, remember, he had a major injury this year. Because I was thinking about this last night. I said, is he running into a wall? Because what I'm wondering is, has this season, because his rookie year, he barely played.
Yeah.
Last year, he didn't play much. And this year, he's gotten extended to kind of more of a 25 to 30 minute a guy, game type of guy. And so I was looking at it. It sounds like we're ending a show right
I know.
now.
I was thinking it's time for Mike's crosstalk.
But as I'm looking at this, I know this isn't fair because it's only 3 games, but it's really more than this. If you just look at right now in his 3 games in March, he's averaging 29 minutes, 4 points on 33% shooting, 25% from 3. That's not fair. It's only 3 games. But even if you go back to his prior 6 games in the month of February, he has 1 game where he scored double digits.
Yeah.
And with the loss of Dorian Finney-Smith and with the loss of Dinwiddie, now you replace one of them with Kyrie Irving, obviously, but we are really hoping that he could take his game to the next level. I'm not giving up on him at all, but he has struggled now for a good 2 weeks. He's kind of regressed as a player, and you really need him to give you a good 30 minutes a night, especially if you do make the playoffs.
So check this out. Since you said he's regressed in the last 2 weeks, I decided to double check this. Career minutes for Josh Green by season. I think this will feed into what you were talking about.
Per game?
No. I'm saying for the season. I've got the numbers, but per game, I can give you the numbers as well. But this just shows how much more he's been playing. Rookie year, 444 minutes for the whole season. Last year, 1,038 for the whole season. This year, he's already surpassed that by 100. And guess when he finally surpassed that mark? In the last 2 weeks. And so now, everything you get from here is the most basketball Josh Green has played at a high level in his career. Obviously, that's going to be more than you're going to play in a college season as well. And so I do kind of wonder if there's some validity to that.
I'm going to use Derek here. Derek Harper last night on the broadcast, he said, you know what Josh Green is doing wrong right now. And Derek sometimes doesn't want to criticize the Mavericks at all. And this wasn't a criticism of him, but it was a very good point. He said Josh Green is not now ready to shoot the ball when they pass it to him. And I thought, from a dude who's played 20 years in the NBA, I thought that was very astute for the audience. I love that Derek Harper gave that to us last night, because now Josh Green isn't ready to shoot the ball when he catches it. It's kind of like, I'm not hot right now. I'm not shooting the ball right now. And now he's not as confident. And as I think most veterans will tell you, whether it's shooting a basketball, hitting, pitching, if you get on that mound, if you get in that batter's box, if you catch the ball and you're open and you don't really want it or don't know you can do it, you're going to have a lot of issues. So I think Derek Harper pointed out right now, one of Josh Green's issues is he's kind of lost his confidence when he does catch the ball in the corner.
I've seen a lot of confidence coming from the other guys, though, pushing him. I know Maxey coming back from his injury. I saw it last night big time. He took a shot. You could tell he wasn't very happy with it. Luka and Kyrie were right there. Hey, you're good. Keep doing that. You could literally see it. And I mean, I couldn't hear it, but you could read their lips saying that. So that's the one thing I do like, that the guys are actually, hey, let's keep going, keep pushing it, trust it, you're going to get it.
Yeah. It's just one of those things. I agree with you. That's an awesome point, because you're also there getting to see it really up close.
I do like that, the inside tracks about who's talking, or how do the interactions go that you don't ever see on TV. That is a really cool addition.
I'm going to start recording it. I'm just kidding.
I was going to say, I don't want you to get booted from those seats
those
either.
are my seats. They love me there. I cannot do that.
It's just like you just remember what happened right before the trade and right after the trade, where he had 29 points on 17 shots and 23 points on 12 shots, and you're just looking at that first month of February going, oh my God, like Josh Green is turning into a dude. We might have to give him, like, should we extend him now at $4 and $80 just to make sure we get a good deal on him? And it still might happen, right? I mean, at any point, everybody goes through slumps. And what I'm saying right now is I'm hoping that Josh Green is just going through somewhat of a slump rather than regressing back to this player.
Would you be okay with doing that? I know we got to go. Sorry. Would you be okay with giving him a contract now? Extending him?
Not that contract.
Not that big.
Yeah.
But I would do the old Brunson, the 4 for 55.
Yeah, 4 for 60. I'm okay with 4 for 60 because I do believe in
80,
him.
right?
Yeah,
okay.
20 a year gets a little bit scary right now. But the thing
is,
I was
just asking. I heard the.
He does need to pick it up, though. Like, and it's just, he's in a slump. It happens to everybody. Like right now, Tim Hardaway Jr. can't miss, but also he's not taking bad shots either. And I'm wondering if that's Kyrie helping out a little bit on, I'm not going to, hey, if I give it to you, go ahead and launch it, but I'm going to give you a good look.
And the other thing, too, real quick, is also I feel like Luka has adapted to what Kyrie wants to do with a little more fast pace, because they were definitely a lot quicker than they usually are last night.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Lamar Jackson, Daniel Jones, and the continually shifting market of the quarterback. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Where you going?
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
It's a second down and 3. Jackson takes it himself. Look at him turn back and forth. Oh! He broke his ankles. Now he's got an entourage. And he's got a touchdown. He is Houdini. What a play.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where do the people in this studio say curse words dangerously close to when we're back on the air? Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, they do. All right, so.
Was it Poopa Loopa?
Okay, we got a situation happening with Mike, and him pumping his arms like that is not helping out at all.
I'm excited about this topic. Let's get it going.
No, you're not. You're excited about where you got to go.
Go.
All right, let's talk about the quarterback market.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of stuff happening. And Mike, was yesterday your worst nightmare in terms of getting the national media to stop talking about Lamar Jackson? Because I felt like they went the one route that would make people talk about it even more. They tag Lamar Jackson with the non-exclusive franchise tag, which means he can negotiate with other teams at a cost if they execute the deal of 2 first-round draft picks.
I would love to get the Lamar Jackson situation behind us, where we know where he's going to play and we move on from that situation, because literally, and I think if anybody's like me, in the morning, I do multiple things. I cook breakfast for the family. I turn on Alexa onto 105.3 The Fan. And then sometimes I sit down and drink my coffee on the couch, and I turn on the television and see what the national shows, the Get Up, I think it is, on ESPN, what they're talking about. And literally, and I'm not... Every day, I think for the last 10 episodes, if not more, they have a Lamar Jackson 15-minute to 1 hour discussion. Yeah. And I'm like, there's not much else we can do about this. Now, the story has progressed, at least to us today, is that now we know the franchise tag is on him. And we know that teams are coming out and colluding and making sure that they are not going to give the Deshaun Watson deal to Lamar Jackson. Yep. I thought, I'm sorry, I don't know people's names that well. The lady who was on ESPN this morning, I thought had a astute take, and she was talking about how Lamar Jackson doesn't have an agent. And I get it, because then you get all the money, and he can give as much as he wants to his mother or nothing to his mother. It's up to him. But she's the acting agent, but she's not a real agent. She doesn't have contacts. She doesn't know general managers. She doesn't know coaches. She's just a mom who loves her child. And the lady was saying on the show, this is really hurting Lamar Jackson not having an agent, because the mom cannot go out and really talk to Jerry Jones or Stephen Jones or Will McClay. She has zero relationship with them and doesn't have any other clients. She doesn't have clients on teams.
Whereas an agent, you would think like, hey, I know this person with the Panthers. I know this person with the Commanders. I know X, Y, and Z.
And they use that. Like, I think it was Quentin Ross, if I want to get my guy's name right, who played, I think, at Dallas Carter or Kimball. And at one point, the Mavericks gave him a contract. They didn't even really want him, but they wanted another client. And the agent kind of promised, hey, Quentin Ross, I think, can work out for you. Give him a 2-year, $6 million deal, or a 3-year, $6 million deal total, and I think he can help you out. But if you hook me up here, might be hooking you up with this other client and kind of pushing him your way too. And does it always work out that well for the Mavericks? Definitely not. But those things happen, and because Lamar has no agent and has no connection with any other team, they struggle right now to be like, all right, why are these teams saying no? I think it's collusion, but
I do too.
Lamar has no idea, because he doesn't have anybody representing him that knows the other teams.
Now, so what Mike talked about or made allusions to, and it was quite astonishing, is so the non-exclusive franchise tag gets put on Lamar Jackson. And what that means is, if he ends up signing the franchise tag with them, $32.4 million. But it also means now other teams are free to go in and negotiate with Lamar Jackson. If they come up with a compensation package, the Ravens still have the opportunity to match that, or they could turn it down and the other team will give them 2 first-round picks. But what happened with lightning speed, and I think this is why the collusion word came up, is the Falcons, Dolphins, Panthers, Commanders, and Raiders all came out one way or another through the media and said that they would not be pursuing a deal for Lamar Jackson. Like the Dolphins doesn't surprise me as much, but the Falcons, Panthers, and Commanders, I was surprised. I have thought all along that Lamar Jackson was going to go to the Falcons.
Wait, I thought the Commanders were.
That's
just from what Sean was putting out there.
That's a theory.
Okay.
But there was something leaked through the media that the Commanders are reportedly not interested. But you also have to keep in mind in this time of year, like, who's BSing? You know, like,
it's true.
Oh yeah,
we
don't want him, but totally. Well, let's go ahead and sign him.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious why teams would not want him. There has to be something that's going on that maybe we don't know about. That's information that, I mean, even as an agent, my agent, for instance, would say, hey, he's rehabbing this if this is something that was going on.
Right, he is coming off injury.
Where his mom could be protecting that by not sharing any information if there was something that was going on, because she's not familiar with how this really goes down.
Supposedly that's why he fell to 32 in the draft.
Yeah, and there's no shots towards her. It's nothing against it.
Okay. Yeah.
It just doesn't. I feel like there's something that we're missing that they're not putting out there, and that's why I think a lot of teams are slipping out.
Teams did say at the draft we don't have all the information we want on Lamar Jackson because he's represented by his mom, and we're not getting the cooperation that we would usually get from other players/agents.
What was his injury again this year?
At the end, I forget.
I think it was a
hip
leg.
or something.
Ankle.
Yeah,
it was something in his leg.
So that could be the other thing too. Has anybody seen him run or anything like that since the injury? Because he didn't come back at the end of the season.
Right. And there was a report that maybe he could have, and he's like, well, you're not giving me a contract, so I ain't playing.
Yeah, exactly. And so because they thought he was going to be back. Now, keep this quote in mind from the Ravens owner. This was about a year ago in the wake of Deshaun Watson. This is Steve Biscotti talking about Deshaun Watson's fully guaranteed contract. I don't know that he should have been the first guy to get a fully guaranteed contract. To me, that's something that is groundbreaking, and it'll make negotiations harder with others. And so that's the point right there, that even a year later is so many people have said that Lamar Jackson supposedly wants a fully guaranteed contract, and that's why so many teams are banding together on this. But you said you find it curious. You are not alone. I'm going to read you some tweets from NFL players or former NFL players. Tyrann Mathieu, when's the last time a league MVP was treated so disrespectfully? I feel some kind of way about it, and don't tell me what was offered to him. Show me. JJ Watt, why are all these teams so publicly out on Lamar Jackson, an MVP winner in his prime at the most important position in the entire NFL? Tyler Boyd, the Ravens are sabotaging number 8. It goes on and on and on of NFL players. It's like, this is not cool.
Okay. Let's now look at the other picture of this, because this happens in the NBA all the time. How much time do I want to spend, Kevin, negotiating with a restricted free agent? Because if I spend all my time, and when I spend all my money and I say, here's the max contract, let's just see what happened last year. Nobody wanted to negotiate with DeAndre Ayton because they're like, these SOBs in Phoenix are playing us and we're not wasting our time. And when we give the money, it is restricted for 48 hours that we cannot go spend any more money until it is either matched or we actually get the player. And so the Pacers signed DeAndre Ayton to a max contract, and then it didn't take much time, but then Phoenix said, haha, we match contract, we got you. So here's what I'm wondering from the other side, just to make this a little bit more fair, is our team's going, hey, you know what? We're going to negotiate with Lamar Jackson, work our asses off to get him. And then you know what Baltimore's going to do? We don't want your 2 first-round picks. Thank you for signing that contract. That's exactly what we wanted. You're now a Baltimore Raven.
And I have heard that theory floated out there because the Ravens have had so little traction in negotiations that they were like, fine, go see what the world holds for you, because also maybe they don't think that either people are going to do what Lamar Jackson wants, or maybe they just don't want to deal with him and his mom anymore in terms of negotiations. I think you could definitely be onto something there. Now, to go along with all of this, though we can definitely dive back into Lamar, is, did you see the Daniel Jones contract?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
good for the
Cowboys. That's what I was going to say. Is somebody, for the Mavericks too. They're pumped about that. Somebody that's cheering for the Cowboys. I mean, I'm not a diehard, but that's cool. That's a great move for the Cowboys. Great. That looks good for us.
I absolutely agree. It's a 4-year, $160 million deal. And this is, I haven't seen the specifics of what these incentives are, with an additional $35 million potentially in incentives. You take out the incentives, that's what Dak signed.
That's what I was going to ask you. Looking at that, there's no way. he is nowhere close to Dak.
I agree.
So if anything, that should make those other quarterbacks that are around him trying to get contracts be getting as much, if not more, than Daniel Jones.
Well, you take a look.
He's a lower tier quarterback.
No, I agree, but take a look at what's happened in the last 48 hours. So that's why when Dak yesterday was like, yeah, we haven't started negotiations yet, but let's get it done, blah, 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 blah. I'm sure he does want to start negotiations right now. Geno Smith, $35 million a year. Derek Carr, $37.5 million a year. And Daniel Jones, $40 million a year. Dak is better than all of those quarterbacks. And feel free to text in because I know that'll make some people mad. But he is better than those three quarterbacks. And I feel like that is not a controversial opinion. So with the extension, he's going to get even more than he's getting now. And that's going to drive Cowboys fans insane.
Rank those three quarterbacks.
I would go Carr.
You have to go Geno. You think?
Okay, I'm going to go Jones and Smith because I think you can make an argument that in the back half of the season, Geno Smith was Geno Smith again. I don't think Daniel Jones is great. Don't get me wrong.
And isn't Geno like 7 years older?
Yeah. But I was saying ranking them wise.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you got to sign them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're in a bad spot when you sign guys like that because what you're doing is you're saying we can only win 11 games max and we're going to get hammered in the playoffs.
Daniel Jones.
But that's what you're settling for. And I get it. Like there's only about 8 quarterbacks that you feel like when we have this guy, we have a chance to win it all. And then some guys, grow and surprise you. Jalen Hurts obviously grew into a quarterback that I didn't see happening. But, I look at Daniel Jones and I think, could the Giants win 10 or 11 games next year? Yeah, they could win 10 or 11. But that's it. And then they'll lose in the first round. And that's the best case scenario for them. Same with Geno.
But they can only go as far with Daniel Jones as long as his legs are there for him. He can't throw. He's not that good at throwing.
I agree with you.
His legs saved him more than anything.
What, 26 years old?
I think their hope is that first year in the Dable system, they took a jump and made the playoffs. So they're definitely taking some projection into this. So I hear you, but that's why I saw Bobby yesterday. It was like, that's the exact deal that Dak got. So be quiet, and so some people will also say realistically, if you look further into that deal, it's 2 years, $82 million guaranteed. But even then you're talking about $41 million per year. And maybe they're going to use this as a 2-year window to judge where he is. I'm just trying to prepare Cowboys fans, I guess, is I think that Dak is going to get a contract extension to lower that salary cap number.
Yeah.
And if you think it's going to be lower, there's the Daniel Jones bar at $40 million. So it ain't going lower.
So here's why I'm okay with this. First of all, I do think Dak's a good quarterback. I don't think he's a top 8 quarterback in the NFL. I think he's just below that, but he's definitely ahead of Daniel Jones.
Top 10.
Yeah, he's right about 10th to me. And maybe even, but he's better than Daniel Jones. He's better than Derek Carr. He's better than Geno Smith. He's better than all these guys that are getting $35 to $40 million. But he's not as good as these guys that are about to sign these contracts. And this is why I'm not opposed to the Cowboys extending him for 3 years and lowering the cap number, because I do think Joe Burrow's about to get $50 million a year. Yeah. I do think that Herbert's going to get close to $50 million a year. And I do think that Jalen Hurts now is going to get $45 to $47 million a year. Then right after that, I think Trevor Lawrence is going to get $50 million a year. And so you just start looking at things like this and you start going, now, what if Chicago puts together a nice $100 million free agency package with trades and then all of a sudden Justin Fields maybe, I don't think it'll happen, but maybe does the Jalen Hurts improvement and you're like, oh my gosh, he's a $45 million quarterback. And if you were to wait on Dak, you might be looking at extensions where he's more closer to $50 million a year.
And that's why this might be a topic for another time, is I would love for the Cowboys to decide one way or another. Either you're riding out the next 2 years or you're like, well, this is what we're doing, because you're right. The number is just going to keep going up and up and up. And if you could at least lock it in now, then you'd have it in for, let's say 5 years with the 2 that are existing and the extension. At least then you could plan your cap accordingly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
Derek, do you want to tease this? Because I saw Baseball Nuggets on the run sheet with something already there.
Oh, go ahead. I don't know.
All right. Well, if not, then I want to talk about the next Joe DiMaggio's in Korea.
What?
Next.
If you own a small business.
Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Derek Holland rocking with us all day because it's a Wednesday. But now it's time for some baseball nuggets.
So I find this really interesting because the World Baseball Classic started.
Yes.
And in an upset.
That's right.
The Netherlands beat Cuba.
Is it technically, though, like, I know we were talking about, is it really an upset, though? Netherlands are good, and Cuba's good, too.
When a team's favored and they lose.
Well, yeah, I get that. Thanks.
Woo!
Never mind.
He just talked down to you right
He
there.
did. The way he's looking at me, too.
You know what he say? Hey, dumbass, don't you know what an upset is?
It's like, this is my stupid kid across from me now.
What you're saying is,
welcome to the show.
Starting next week in an 8-9 matchup in the NCAA tournament, if the 9 beats the 8, you're saying that's not really an upset, even though the 8 seed was, let's say, favored by 1. You're saying it was really an evenly matched game. What you're saying is that was an 8-9 matchup.
Correct.
Right there. That's fine, but somebody has
That's
to be.
okay. No, you already.
Somebody has to be.
That's all right. You already ruined my day.
As Kevin Hart says, somebody has to be the overdog. You know,
God,
for that DraftKings commercial.
What a start to this segment.
All right,
let's begin.
Let's talk about Korea. Korea faces Australia tonight, and it's at 9 p.m. Who cares, right? I really don't care that much, but this article makes me care a little bit.
Okay.
Korea's superstar outfielder, and I hope I'm saying his name right, Jung-ho Lee, is the reigning MVP in the Korean League. He's 24 years old and has been considered the complete package for major league teams next year. So he hits for average power with a refusal to strike out that is positively DiMaggio-esque.
What?
Lee hit 349. With a 575 slugging, 23 home runs last year, only struck out 32 times in 627 plate appearances. So that's honestly Tony Gwynn-ish when you look at that many at-bats and not striking out. Derek, I'm going to stop here because I wanted to go and play in Korea because my major league career was not working out well.
I almost did. Shin-Soo Choo, a really good friend of mine, reached out and was like, hey, would you be interested in playing? The only thing that I have against Korean baseball is there's only 6 teams. So that's where, like, I love this comparison of Joe DiMaggio and all that, but you're not seeing that many teams, whereas in the major leagues, we're seeing 30 teams. Same thing if they went and played Japan, you're seeing a lot of teams. If he was playing, since obviously he's overseas, if he was playing in Japan, I think there'd be a lot more respect on it. That's just my opinion, just because there's more teams, little tougher competition. Not saying that it's not tough competition at all in Korea. It's just there's not as much going on.
So you answered my question perfectly there. I didn't even have to answer it. It's kind of...
You mean ask it?
What are your thoughts on kind of Korea baseball? And you gave those thoughts because it says here that he's a bad ball hitter. You can find some clips on Twitter going around where he does these Vladimir Guerrero Sr. impressions. Like the ball bounces in front of the plate and he just somehow
digs it out and
makes
hits
contact and hits a double on it. But this is a guy that they've said MLB scouts are all over right now, is that they want to get, and maybe in this World Baseball Classic, if he faces Japan, if they obviously advance, which they probably will, it'll probably be Japan and Korea advancing out of that pocket, whatever the hell they call the thing, not bracket, but
you can even say pod.
Pod. Yeah. If as long as those two advance, then all of a sudden they might have to play the Dominican Republic or Venezuela or Puerto Rico or the United States. And they're like, we really want to see this guy, even though it's not fair to judge a guy on 5 games, is that we'd love to see this guy, his name again, Jung-ho Lee, face maybe some real major leaguers and see what he looks like in those situations.
That's the thing, too, with like the baseball culture over in Asia or Asian side, Japan, Korea. They do a very good job playing the small ball and also hitting the off-speed pitches. If you watch the way Japanese pitchers, for instance, pitch, they nibble the corners. They never really miss over the middle of the plate. It's always trying to work the corners. And the other thing is, once they get 2 strikes, they don't throw strikes very often. It's because I don't want to say they're afraid to pitch to contact, because they're not. It's not that. It's just they try to get more of, they want to get you to get out of the zone. And that's why with Asian hitters, they're so good at hitting the off-speed pitches, because they go to where they're breaking. Facing a lot of the Asian players, they're very good at that. Their zone awareness is very, very good, and they're able to. It's something that we don't do as much, I think, here is work on wise. We're too busy trying to create launch angle and all that. They are not afraid to go the other way. They go where the ball is pitched. So a lot of respect to what they do with their approaches. Now, with them coming here and trying to play, a lot of them don't perform as well because of the hype. They have so much hype, and then all of a sudden they face a little bit different pitching to where we're not afraid to attack the zone. Once I get 2 strikes, I'm not afraid to go right back in there and pitch to contact. If you hit it, great. But if you don't, I made my pitch. We'll see you later.
What's interesting is, to your point, there's so many different hitting philosophies and pitching philosophies in the game of baseball. And it's great because you'll see a dude who, like, Aaron Judge believes in hitting this way. Well, I mean, if you're 6'7" and 290 pounds,
rock on.
Like, that's a good philosophy for you. If you're probably 5'7" and 155 pounds, if you're Dustin Pedroia, you might not want to do that approach at the plate because they're totally different players. But I've always wondered this. The way that Ichiro or Shohei Ohtani or these guys hit, or you could take maybe a Shin-Soo Choo, who you've seen obviously play for the Texas Rangers for a long time. They have a very different philosophy and almost a different, their physical approach is very different. It looks like they're falling away from home plate as they're swinging, and they're all left-handed hitters. But when you watch, say, a Suzuki for, let's just say, the Chicago Cubs last year, right-handed hitter, they have a different looking swing than Americans, than Latins. And I'm like, nobody teaches this swing. And I'm wondering who would ever come over here from, let's just say, Asia and start teaching this philosophy of hitting.
That's the thing, too. With that, their 2-strike approach is unbelievable. I faced Ichiro a lot. And his whole thing, as soon as I got 2 strikes, I knew he's going the other way. He wants to slap it, and he's going to beat it out if that's the way it is. And I feel like I'm going to get in trouble with that one clipped.
Friday at 1:30 is Masterpiece of the Week.
That fart knocker saw a knee brace on my knee and bunted for a hit. I'm like, Ichiro, I'm not that good. Swing the bat, man.
But so I feel like their approach early, pull the ball, late, go the other way. And, the one thing I noticed with Chu is his whole approach, once he had 2 strikes, it's middle to away. Because he's hit, like I had to face him one time in live BP. He drilled me, hit one right back up the middle, hit me right in my leg. But that's how his approach is. And it was a great pitch. It was something away, but he went with it. He goes to where it's pitched. So their philosophy is very good.
The other thing in America or in Latin America is when you're pitching, Derek, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but for the most part, every pitcher and every pitching coach is teaching, we want to keep the momentum going. When you lift your leg, when you start your lift of your leg, keep the momentum going. Don't have pauses because then you stop the momentum. You can sometimes stop the energy into the baseball by pausing. And you'll see a lot of, I'll say, Japanese pitchers. I'm sorry, I'm not drawing any, like, I know Chan-Ho Park, I believe, was Korean, but like
Darvish would do it.
Yeah, he'd pause, right? And it's like, but there's no way, no American pitching coach is going to say, hey, I want you to lift your leg and I want you to pause and hold and then restart your motion, because it's kind of like you lose the energy of the leg lift that you had. And I'd love to know more of their philosophy on why do you have pauses in your motion, and it does work for them.
Right, and they still, like Darvish I've spent a lot of time with
balance. Is it just
correct?
Balance?
His balance is so good that he doesn't lose the power. He's still in his perfect power position, doesn't lose any of the momentum. He still stays back, and then he goes. So he gives himself plenty of time to still explode down the hill and fire away.
And obviously it gets tough with a runner on base. You have to then, a lot of times, Americans are like, we're not going to teach you to pause in this motion because now we're going to have to create a totally different motion with a runner on base, because if you do that, then they're just going to jog into each base and steal every base on you. So there's different philosophies there. Derek, I know I have 2 minutes here. I want to go back to yesterday's baseball nuggets and get your idea here quickly. Is the Rangers have a lot of injuries in their rotation right now, but not major injuries, just side injuries or kind of, at what point do you start, I don't want to say pressing, but at what point do you start looking at the calendar going, crap, I don't know if I'm going to be ready on March 30th or April 1st?
It's very close to now. I mean, I would say you're probably at the most a week away of, all right, we got to start panicking. We got to start worrying about this, because guys should be getting their innings up now. The whole point of spring training, and that's why I wish more people would understand, is don't get so caught up in, especially the guys that have contracts. I hate using DeGrom as the example, so let's go with Eovaldi. He's got a contract. This is the time for guys like that to be able to work on their stuff. Don't worry about the ERA, all that, whatever. It's more about them. They could be trying to work on a certain pitch, trying to see how the results go. So I never get caught up in that. But injury-wise, I wouldn't worry until we're a little bit closer because innings is the big issue.
And to this point, like Bartolo Colon, like you can be a fatso and be a guy that can throw 120 pitches in a game. But you can also be in as a shape as Giannis Antetokounmpo. And if I gave him a ball and said throw it 100 times, he'd be like, I can't move for 3 days. As my dad says, I can't comb my hair or wipe my ass because I'm so sore after throwing a ball 100 times.
That's a good one.
And so right now, it doesn't – sometimes people look at physical shape of a pitcher, and sometimes it's not the physical shape. It's that cardio pitching shape that even LeBron James or whoever cannot – it's a totally different cardio physical shape than even – they're in much better running up and down a basketball court and everything like that. But if I said, hey, I want you to be in baseball pitching shape, they'd be like, I'm going to die out here if you make me do this again.
It's more of a mental game. You're playing the mental games while you're out there. That's the main thing is those guys like, for instance, Bartolo, they have a strong mental game to where they don't get messed up by that. Now, granted, having this pitch clock too, which I wish we could continue to talk more about. I know we're getting out of time.
We only have 3 hours left.
I know.
We'll get it going.
But that's the big thing too is I'm curious how it would affect a guy like Bartolo now using the pitch clock. But most guys work pretty quick. That's the thing.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Mavs rotational change we actually want to see. Might be different than what you're thinking. 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation? We'll do it next on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking. secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. This is a rotational change that we would like to make. And from the 571, I understand there's going to be a lot of options here. Feel free to send in your Mavericks rotational options. Ours is probably going to be different than what most people think. From the 575, put Hardy back in the rotation, even if only for a few minutes each night. You can play Wood and Maxey all of Dwight Powell's minutes. Look, if we're planning for the playoffs, I think you find a lot of people who will support those ideals. But our rotational idea to start with, Mike, and I know you've been on this for a while, involves Luka.
Yeah, I do not like that he plays the first 12 minutes of the game and the all 12 minutes of the third quarter. It doesn't make any sense to me. And here's where I'm going to go with this. LeBron James with the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Miami Heat did not play in the regular season the first 12 minutes of the game and the first 12 minutes of the third quarter.
Yeah.
It is very tough to play all 12 minutes of a quarter with another quarter to go in that half and to have the energy you need. And this is the other thing, too, because I do think Jason Kidd is a genius basketball player, and I do think he knows a whole bunch about basketball coaching and getting the most out of his players. At times, yes, he can be questioned just like every coach. But have you ever noticed, and Derek, you get to go to these games, have you ever noticed when Luka isn't on fire in a quarter, the first or third quarter, because he plays all 12 minutes, have you noticed how tired he gets and the tired shots he takes late in a quarter because he's dead-ass tired? And you're just like, dude, that's not a good shot. And you're tired. We get you're tired and you don't want to go to the basket right now because you're tired. But I'm thinking there's an easy way to solve this. Stop playing him all 12 minutes of the first quarter and third quarter.
Do you think that's him, though? Do you think that's Luka saying, like, I got to be out there with my guys so I can show them I'm good? Or is that just, the decision from Kidd? Sorry.
It might. No. Great question. Because it might be. Here's the deal. If everybody remembers, Porzingis got really upset with Rick Carlisle and said, stop taking me out after 5 minutes of the game. I'm a rhythm player and I need to get into a rhythm. So Rick totally changed the rotation at that point, and he said, Luka, after 5 or 6 minutes of the first quarter, I'm going to take you out for 3 minutes. I'm going to bring you back in with 3 minutes left in the quarter because Porzingis wants to play the first 9 minutes of the game. Not 12, but the first 9.
Yeah.
And so Rick Carlisle did it. It might have ticked off. And in fact, I do think it ticked off Luka a little bit that Porzingis won a little bit of a battle, right? They're both very young guys. Porzingis is saying, I need mine. And then Luka's like, I need mine. And Porzingis said, I don't like this rotation. And Carlisle said, I'll change the rotation for you. If you feel like it's going to make you a better player, I need you to be a better player. I'm going to change this for you. But the thing that we talk about, and I know we go back to baseball, but you do have two guys here.
Your analogy about baseball actually kind of blew my mind this morning because I never thought about it from this perspective.
And most parents and coaches don't think about this that are little league or high school coaches and parents. If I throw 3 innings on Saturday and 3 innings on Sunday, they're like, well, that's 6 innings. You're fine. You can throw 6 innings on Sunday. Big deal. And like, no. 3 plus 3 does not equal 6.
Yeah.
That is very different when it comes to pitching because, right, Derek, if I throw 3 innings today, I can't throw tomorrow for the most part. Maybe in a do or die situation or a big time situation, maybe I can give you an inning, but I need rest after throwing 3 innings where I just need to play catch and make sure that I recover so I can give you a day off and then I can give you an inning or 2 the next day. But a lot of people think, no, I mean, you got 6 innings this weekend, so we're going to split them up evenly rather than really 3 plus 3 in that situation equals 9 or 10. And when you're looking
Never would have thought that.
When you're looking at 6 innings in one day, it's just 6 innings. But this is where Luka, he dies on us. If you know how horrible, I shouldn't say horrible because he's still a great player. How much does he regress in the second and fourth quarters of a lot of these games? And I think it's because of the first and third quarter.
And the fourth quarter is always inherently going to feel like it stings way more. And that's one of the things people brought up about the Mavericks is they have 3 of the 4 leading quarter scorers because Luka leads in the first and third and Kyrie leads in the fourth. That's for the whole season, so long before Kyrie even got to Dallas. And you can't help but think, sure, that's great.
He didn't score last night in the fourth quarter.
I know, and so you would gladly sacrifice a couple of those points in the first and third quarters. They could either go to someone else or, quite frankly, could be loaded up from a more efficient Luka in the fourth.
Yeah, with what you were saying too with the 3 innings. Yesterday, me and Delano DeShields went out and took on the North Lake Community College just to kind of get some work in, keep ourselves fresh. I went 3 innings. Yeah.
Yes.
For the most part, yeah.
They
swung. It was good to see. Like they had a good approach. It was good. Those kids are working hard.
Gave it their best.
But the main thing, no, they did good. The main thing is though, like I said, I did throw 3 innings. I'm tired today. I'm not going to play catch. I would not be available unless of an emergency. Same thing with Luka is he's got to be probably more vocal about it. I know it sucks. You don't want to be that guy that says, oh man, I need time, but we need you down the road. I'd rather have you good to go in the 4th quarter than in the 3rd quarter for 12 minutes.
And Kevin, he's not the most physically gifted player in the NBA either. Hey, I know that we question at times his cardio and everything, but who does this? Who plays the first 12 minutes of the game and then the first 12 minutes of the 3rd quarter? As far as I know, and I could be wrong, we could look at average minutes per quarter somewhere, but every game I go to, I went to the Milwaukee Bucks game, thanks to you, and
you're welcome.
Giannis didn't play the first 12 minute of the 1st quarter. He didn't play the first 12 minutes of the 3rd quarter. That was a great game. There's you look at every player in the NBA and I think Luka's the only person that has to expend all his energy in 2 quarters and play all 12 minutes of it.
Because you want to get off to a fast start, right? But that fast start can encapsulate 6 minutes, right? It doesn't have to always be 12.
Even with the fast start, let's look at, for instance, the beginning of the season, Luka wasn't going as fast as he is now. I feel like the offense has picked up more speed ever since they get Kyrie because Kyrie is a fast-paced guy and Luka is adapting to that because I think he sees this is really working for us. Let's use it. So maybe he's getting a little more burnt out than usual where he can come up the court slow, gather his breath, whatever, and then go. So I think that's the other thing that's a factor.
I'm just shocked that this is still happening. I thought for sure. I mean, I thought when they traded for Kyrie Irving that Luka would stop playing all 12 minutes of the 1st quarter and all 12 minutes of the 3rd. Now, I get come playoff time because there's longer timeouts. There's never back-to-backs. I get that you're going to probably play 42 of the 48 minutes. Both guys are probably only going to sit out probably 3 to 4 minutes in the first half and 2 to 3 minutes in the second half
You
to
can distribute
win.
those differently,
Right.
yeah.
But in the regular season, I know we're trying to win, but I just think we're getting diminishing returns in the 2nd quarter and 4th quarter from Luka, and I don't think that it's because he's a bad clutch player. I think he's a very good clutch player. But I think when you're that fatigued, when you put on that much effort in the 3rd quarter, you're going to hit a wall a little bit in the 4th quarter. And luckily we have Kyrie. Kyrie's been amazing, awesome 4th quarter player, and it's great that it's taking pressure off of Luka. But I'd like to see Luka with more energy in the 4th quarter than what we've been seeing.
And one of the things I liked about when you brought this up is this feels like a realistic outcome. You know what I'm saying? Like when the person said, hey, let's distribute all Powell minutes and split them up between like Maxey and Wood or make more room for Jaden Hardy. Like I like a lot of those ideas. I just don't think they're as probable. Whereas this feels like something that can play out easily, but it depends because Derek, you asked at the beginning of the segment, it depends. Is this a Luka idea or a Kid idea? Because if it's a Luka idea, I can see how that might be more complex to change.
Well, as an athlete, you don't want to come out of a game. It's a hard thing to sit here and be like, I have to tell myself like, yeah, you know what? I should get out. But that's not how it works. We're always wanting to stay in the game because one, we want to show that we're capable of doing it and we're not tired and we can fight through this. And two, it's like we think we can just do it. We don't put the other stuff into perspective.
Now, here's another deal. And you had this guy as a manager. He's one of my good friends, AJ Hinch. And AJ Hinch always talked about, hey, sometimes we don't break the dam in the 1st or 2nd inning. But if we keep putting pressure on this starting pitcher, if we can get his pitch count up early in the game, and we keep putting pressure on it, I know that dam's going to break. Now, this was when he was with the Houston Astros, obviously had a great lineup, and we're going to get to this guy. Even if we don't get him to in the 1st or 2nd inning, if we make him work and we put pressure on him with runners on base. So what he's saying is this, and Derek, you can speak to this. If I have to throw 36 pitches in the 1st inning, now I can throw 100 pitches in a game, but if I throw 36 pitches in the 1st inning and just give up 1 run, but I get out of it with the bases loaded, only 1 run scored, sometimes my 2nd and 3rd inning is going to be affected by my 1st inning because I had to waste so much energy and there was so much pressure on me to get out of that 1st inning that now I'm a little bit fatigued. I'm trying not to. I'm a professional athlete, all these things, Derek. But sometimes if I have to push really hard in that first inning and extend myself more than kind of 25 pitches, all of a sudden I'll find out a little bit later in the game that wore me down.
Yeah, it's more of a high intensity right there. Your first inning was very intense inning. So now we got to look, okay, your second inning, maybe it was a little bit better. Your third inning is another intense inning. Now we have to start thinking about, well, okay, he's had 2 very intense innings. We get to the 5th, and you could be doing just fine, but it's like, man, we get into another one of these. He's not going to be able to handle that. It's going to take a toll on him. That's why you see a lot of the guys with baseball. I know we keep coming back to it, but once they get later into that and you've had so many stressful innings like that, it's like, all right, we cannot continue to keep doing this because he's not going to be able to get through it.
And Kevin, if there were examples, if we had a lot of examples, like, hey, you know what? Tatum plays all 12 minutes and Durant plays all 12 minutes and you just keep going down the list. Ja Morant plays all 12 minutes. But literally, Luke is the only dude in the whole NBA that I know of watching all these NBA games and getting to go to some of these games with you, Derek. He's the only player in the NBA that always plays the first 12 of the first, always plays the first 12 of the third, and then we see that at times he struggles in the second quarter and fourth quarter, and I'm like, if nobody else is doing it in the NBA, and this isn't the most physically fit player in the NBA, why is our guy getting pushed to this?
Do you think it's because he's young and we can go ahead and, oh, he's fine, he's young, he can adapt to this, versus a guy who's older that it's like, well, we got to put those rest in?
I totally agree, but why doesn't Ja do it?
Correct. No, I'm with you. I think that's some of the cases that we have as some of our managers that we've seen all sports. It's like, well, he's a young guy. He should be able to handle this. He should be fine. And he's showing that he's okay. But at the same time, he's not going to come to you and be like, hey, man, I need a minute.
Right. And Jordan did handle it. Now, Jordan averaged 40 minutes a game, every game for 7 straight years. But look at Michael Jordan. They said like he couldn't get tired. Like you could never wear that guy out. But Luka, we see that, look, like Jokic, like they would never play Jokic. Now, I know he's a little bit heavier and bigger. They would never do that to him because they know that he would be dead in the fourth quarter. And he is carrying, I know they list him at 245, but he's probably closer to 255, 260. He is carrying quite a bit of weight for an NBA basketball player at his size. And they're asking him to, I think, I'm just wondering with Jason Kidd, he's way smarter than me at basketball, but I'm just like, God, aren't they asking a guy who's a little bit heavier guy in the NBA to be doing things that are detrimental to the end of the game?
Well, it's like you said, you're carrying 2 different loads. I mean, you're looking at Jordan, who's a specimen that was a lot thinner. Luka, nothing against him. He's a little bit thicker. He's not as in shape as Jordan. You know, that's a big thing. And that's why, too, like I was bringing up earlier, Luka is a guy that brings up the ball slower, and now that Kyrie's kind of convinced him and pushed him a little bit, I feel like Kyrie's got him going faster, and now he's got to get used to that. It's just like when you pitch, your body has to get used to the weight that you had before, and now all of a sudden I lost 10 pounds, and okay, well, my body's not used to this 10-pound difference, so now I got to adapt to that, or the 10 pounds that I put on, it's got to get used to that, so that's the other factor.
And this is another text, and I appreciate the back and forth and people pushing back if they don't like some of the ideas that we're throwing out there. I just want to make sure everyone knows the logic where we're coming from. From the 903, damn, Luka only scored 29 points. He was really worn out and struggled. But that is the macro view of the game. Just like we talk about Tim Hardaway's, people are like, oh, he's shooting 37% three-point for the year. Like, I hear you, but last 6 games, he's been unbelievable. 63% lights out. You look at Luka in the fourth quarter, the past 2 games. He didn't score at all in this fourth quarter, and he didn't take very many shots. I think he only took 2 or 3, and he missed them both. In the Suns game, when it came down to it, he missed his last 3 shots in the last 2 minutes. So I think like that is the focus. I don't think anybody was putting forth the idea that, well, Luka can't do this or that. You just feel like
nobody can.
There's a better way to optimize him.
But I don't like the fact, like you were just saying, somebody was like, oh, well, he still put up 30. Yeah, you can still put up points, but you can also still be tired.
Sure. And maybe
so
you could have gotten 33, 35, whatever.
I hate saying this, Derek, but these are people that probably never played sports.
No comment. I know. I got a lot of couch coaches that say a lot of stuff to me on Twitter and stuff.
I just want to say, I don't know that to be the case. Like, I'm not putting that on that person at all. We're
not blasting him. I want to make sure that's clear.
Speaking for me, when you said the baseball thing of 3 + 3 doesn't equal 6, and then you said maybe it's more like 8, 9, 10. Okay, not in the math sense, in the innings pitch sense. I never would have thought about it from that perspective.
At the end of the day, it always comes down to the stressful innings. You can say the same thing with basketball. Those are stressful minutes that he's putting on his body.
Right.
it's still going to take a wear and tear to you. It's those innings, when they're stressful, it makes it that much harder because you have to overthink that much more.
The other thing at times is, if you're watching the Mavs, I'm hoping that person who texted in is watching the Mavs play. You can tell the last 2 minutes of the first quarter and third quarter if Luka isn't cooking, where like, dude, is he going to get 25 in this quarter?
Yeah.
When he gets he averages 12 in the first quarter. That's the most in the NBA. What does he average in the third quarter? Because it's the most in the NBA. Now, nobody's playing 12 minutes on average. Yeah. So he gets to play the most minutes and he's having the ball a lot. But you can usually tell if you haven't noticed, watch tonight, and tonight might be different. He might not even play because he's dealing with an injury. But when you watch Luka, how many times does his bad shots happen the last 2 minutes of the first quarter and the last 2 minutes of the third quarter? Because he's tired and he's like, I don't want to right now. I don't think people understand this either, Derek. Not that I played NBA basketball, but I understand fatigue playing professional sports against the top 0.1% in the world. Is he gets tired going to the basket. That takes a lot of energy to get by somebody, physically body him, and then have somebody probably helping to then make the basket. It's very physical to do, very tiring to do. So what does Luka do? I'm tired. I'm going to take a step back three. It's almost always short. And you're like, he's tired. He's fatigued right now. And all you got to do is play him 10 minutes. Like if you just do this, here's the solution. Play him the first 10 minutes of the game. The last 2 minutes of the quarter, take him out. Kyrie has gotten a 3-4 minute rest. Bring Kyrie back in for the last 2 minutes of the quarter. And now sit him out the first 3 to 4 minutes of the second quarter. And now he got the whole quarter timeout too right there with that. And now he plays the last 8 minutes of the quarter. That's how almost every team in the history of the NBA has done it with superstar players is I want him playing the final 8 minutes of the fourth quarter. With Luka, we only play him the final 6 minutes for the most part because we're trying to give him a rest after having to expend all his energy in the third quarter.
And let's not forget too, he's still battling something.
Right, he's hurt.
So he's not fully healthy.
Yeah, that is an interesting subtext to all of this. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Spring Training Showcase, Derek Holland's Prospect Watch, plus Major League contracted players versus the rest. How does the spring go for them? Let's talk about it all next right here on The Fan.
Piece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. That consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to get to our spring training showcase, and maybe Derek giving us some thoughts about some of these prospects and major league work for contracted versus non-contracted players. Or contracted if you prefer. But first, I want to get to this is Michael Irvin in the last 30 minutes held his press conference with his attorney. There were also 2 of the 3 witnesses did some talking via Zoom. And so I'm going to go to Michael Irvin. This is his statement, and then I can give you more context from the attorney, Levi McCathern. Levi said that you remember is Michael Irvin signed, he put forth a $100 million lawsuit for defamation, and the Marriott's like, I want you to dismiss this lawsuit. And then Michael Irvin asked for expedience in releasing the video and everything. That was the confusing part, is when the Marriott was like, well, why? What's the big deal? And you're like, well, you are asking them to dismiss the lawsuit, so that's probably why he wants the footage. So the footage comes out, shows him talking for about a minute and a half in a group in the view of the camera, and he shakes this woman's hand and touches her elbow once. And I believe like they might have touched a tiny bit when they were laughing or something like that. And so they feel, obviously, as though this footage vindicates him in all rights. And here's Michael Irvin talking about it.
Wait, let me say this, guys. Okay. You know, I kind of lost it just listening to Phil talk, because I'm struggling. This is what I struggle with. You know, you try to be an ambassador of the league, and also understand that God has blessed me and given me a platform, and try to touch people, try to raise people, try to lift people up. And I don't know, I met a lot of fans, but I've always tried to be good with people. You know, I'm struggling now saying, do I not talk to people? What do I do? You know, because of this kind of a situation, I know I didn't do anything wrong. And I was trying to do everything right. So it's just, you know, though I say that, I got to come back to this moment. Had I not said to these guys, you know what, you cool guys, let's go outside and take that picture, you know, then they wouldn't have been right there with me. And that would have been a moment that I've had alone, and I know nobody's going to listen to what I say. nobody still, at least Mary, I don't want to hear what we have to say. Don't want to hear what I have to say. Don't even care to share it. So, I just got emotional thinking about it because I'm struggling with that on what to do moving forward after I deal with all of this. That's all I want to say.
That is an interesting concept that I hadn't figured before is, will this force Michael Irvin? Or I always wonder if athletes look at this in general and they're like, you might think I'm a jerk, but I'm not going to get sued. Like, I'm just not talking to anybody. I'm not taking pictures with anybody to avoid things like this. And when Michael Irvin says no one's going to take his word for it, I know he comes with a lot of baggage that has probably led to that, but it sounds like he feels vindicated, but also sad that this might change how he interacts with people going forward, because he's like, I can't. Because he's right. If there was no camera, I don't know how this would have gone. If this woman made this accusation and there's not video footage of what happened, I don't know.
It stinks that I think famous people have to be like this at times, because you're like, why won't you take a picture with me? Why won't you hang out with me? Why won't you have a drink with me? I'll buy you a drink.
Yeah.
And you just don't know, because probably the intentions of the majority of people are good, but you don't know who the bad people are. And they're great at fooling you.
Yeah.
Right now, hey, I have a court situation right now where I'm trying to get a lot of money for a person who fooled our family.
Yeah.
And so it's tough with people, because you're like, probably a good person, but unfortunately you've ruined it for me forever, because people will be like, Mike, how come you won't just send the cards in the mail or take Venmo or whatever? I'm like, no.
Some people have asked me that, and I was like, that's because of the other situation.
Yeah, because I'm missing like 30 Mike Trout rookie cards and 30 Luka Doncic cards and 20 Dirk Nowitzki cards because I trusted somebody.
So, as part of the press conference, it was Michael Irvin's statement. Like I said, there was 2 of the 3 known witnesses also gave statements via Zoom. And thank you very much to Michael Gelkin. This is where I saw part of this transcription, so I appreciate you very much. Is the attorney Levi McCathern described the lobby surveillance video that Marriott provided after the court order. The vantage point is from behind the desk. The woman in question approaches Irvin and the group. They meet behind a pole that obstructs the video, but walk to the middle of the lobby. That's another great, I guess, turn of events potentially for Michael Irvin, is that this whole conversation doesn't take place behind a pillar where the video is blocked. Because again, I don't know how, if people would take his word or not. After a handshake, McCathern says they speak. He also shakes her hand at the end, touched her elbow once, and he also brushed his hand against her other elbow when laughing. She does not appear to be upset in the footage. He says conversation lasted about a minute and a half. So we will see if this is the end of it or what goes on from there. But multiple witnesses there backing up Michael Irvin's version of events, and you heard his audio right there. All right, now let's shift to some baseball. Is Derek, specifically what I was curious about, and you started to get into this a little bit in Nuggets, is what you can and can't do, or I guess focus on if you have a contract versus if you don't in spring training. Because like you mentioned Evaldi, I don't think there's any part of him that's like, oh man, I need to do this or else I'm going to be out. Like, he knows he's on the team. He knows they want him in the rotation. Can you walk us through some experiences about like the differences between those two players in spring training?
Well, I was going to do it the other way. I was going to say what I've experienced, just to kind of put it that way, because I don't want to put the focus like that. But for me, when I had my contract with the Rangers, I had more freedom to work on things. That was when Maddox would come up and be like, "Hey, let's try to do this. Let's try to do that. It's going to help you. Let's work on." A weakness I had at the time was really pitching away, because I pitched well inside. Like, I could live inside. I know that's a scouting report. So I had more freedom to do that and not having to worry about the results.
Yeah.
Now, granted, yes, the media would look at it and be like, well, Derek's spring training, his ERA is a 56. And it's like, who cares that it's spring training? We don't get Crown Cy Young. You don't get World Series. You don't get any of that stuff. Nobody cares. Great music. But on top of that,
and Joey has been doing a great job. He also
except
got
for the
us
first
that.
song. The first song he did,
that's fair.
That was like the show was over.
But he also got us that Michael Irvin audio super quick. So
good job, buddy.
Well done.
Balancing it out.
But what I want to say is, like, for me now, I would come into spring training and I have to make the job, right? Or I have to make the team. So for me, I have to come in season form, ready to go. Whereas, guys that are trying out, for instance, I'll put pressure on Dane Dunning. If he doesn't want to be in AAA, he has to come to the spring training ready to go, season form, ready to go and make the pitches.
Glenn Otto, obviously these guys got replaced in the offseason by free agents. So now they either have to hope for injury. I know I hate saying that. Hope for injury, and then they take advantage of the opportunity, or they're good enough to then have a spot in the bullpen.
Correct. And that's where it becomes a factor is you have to come into season when you don't have a contract, ready to go in spring training. And that's why, too, the other thing is I hate when people get caught up in the results of spring training. Like I just said, nobody cares. As long as you're doing what you have to do to get yourself prepared, perfect. I'm okay with that. That's why I never get too hyped up on spring training because it doesn't really tell us anything. I mean, we went to back-to-back World Series and we were not a good spring training team. That didn't show anybody. Nobody was looking at spring training like, oh, they're winning the World Series. I get it. You can have some hype. You can't, to me, I don't start putting all the thought process and the pressure until opening day. That's where I can be like, okay. Or I'd say the week before because guys, like we were talking in between the show, the innings aren't up. He's not ready to go yet. So he might not be, going 6-7 innings right away.
Let me ask you this. Does it change at all on like March 20th through 29th?
Yes. You start turning it up. Now it's like, I used that first time to get myself prepared, start using my off speed, working on that. Now we're getting closer to your innings are usually 6, 7, 100. You're getting closer to 100 pitches. Now it's time to all right, we got to go because once opening day hits, there is no more excuses. It's go time. You got to go day one.
And I know we're both not hitters, but usually hitters will tell us in the last week or so. Right, but we're not obviously getting in 60 or 70 at bats in spring training.
It's your opinion.
No, do I need to look up your hitting stats?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I went to your spring trainings and I didn't see Derek Holland batting third right behind Michael Young.
Backfields. I'm just kidding. All right, go ahead.
But those guys will usually say they might be working on a specific thing. I'll tell you one thing David Murphy talked about working on in spring training one year. He wanted to hit with sunglasses on and feel comfortable with it because there were certain stadiums that he felt like he needed sunglasses to see the ball better during the day, but felt uncomfortable wearing sunglasses and hitting. And so he spent all of spring training. He said, every game I play in spring training, I'm going to hit with sunglasses on. Every batting practice, I'm going to hit with sunglasses on. I am going to get used to hitting with sunglasses on. Now, if David Murphy was, Clint Frazier right now, Clint Frazier cannot go up there and go, I'm going to try to hit with sunglasses on, even though I feel uncomfortable in them.
That's a great point.
That's what they do. Spring training is the time to prepare for the regular season. The stats don't mean anything. It's just more of, like Mike just said, hey, I need to work on hitting with glasses on. Hey, I need to work on going the other way. That's one of my biggest weaknesses. Hey, I got to work on, hitting runs, get the ball down rather than popping it up so much.
What do you feel like the team is learning then during this time?
You're building your chemistry. This is more of we're getting the guys together. We're having fun, feeling everybody's vibes and see where we're at.
There might be
You're building that clubhouse.
There could be some things where Bochy is looking at the back end of his roster, where there's obviously we're talking about people competing. He might be looking at the back end of his lineup, going, "How do I want to use 6, 7, 8, 9? Where do I want to start Josh Young off and Mitch Garver possibly off in this lineup?" And those are going to be very minor adjustments. And obviously he might be looking at right now, he's kind of hamstrung by the injuries on how do I want to put together my 5 that I feel will be best? Like in a 3-game series, obviously DeGrom will be your best, but do I want Martin Perez following him, or do I want a guy like Jonathan Gray following him? And then let's just say Evaldi or something like that. So there's small things that the team is learning. The other thing too, is like what Chris Young said is what he's loving is come the 6th inning when both teams put in their prospects, the Rangers are kicking the other team's butt. They are winning almost every time. Now, that doesn't really help you out on April 1st, but it starts helping you out in June and July and August and maybe in upcoming seasons that you're like, hey, these guys are beating these other guys right now. And those guys are they don't know any better. Like, Evan Carter ain't going up there going, let me just take it easy. Like, he's going up there against the dude who's going to AA too. And they are working hard right now. He's throwing his best stuff and he's trying to have a good plate approach, because this is where you open eyes. You'll hear veteran guys, right? Derek, I know we're out of time here, but sometimes I love this when you'd hear this if you're a young guy or if you're a veteran guy, you try to pass this on. Hey, they noticed you today. Great job. Like, you try to pass that on as a veteran player to let those young guys know what you did today. Your positive stuff, I'm telling you, Maddox noticed that.
Yeah, it gets noticed. It gets pushed a little bit, and trying to get the guys right, make them feel comfortable, make them feel like they're part of the team. Coming up next.
Oh, yeah. Coming up. Do you know what's coming up next?
No, I don't.
Oh, come on,
It's
dude.
football
I don't have the
nuggets,
sheet.
man.
It's time. I sent it to you.
Oh, I need to pull it
It's
up.
time for Gridiron Gravy, the best and worst Cowboys free agent signings over the last 5 years. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
RJ Choppy here.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where Mike Bassick is considering crushing the little kid card dreams of Derek Holland. We'll get to that more a little bit later.
Mike He's been doing it the whole time anyway.
I know.
Whatever.
I'm sorry, Derek. That's kind of from what's known as the junk
are you
era.
intimidated by me?
I am.
I had to throw
You're
that.
bigger and stronger than me.
Thanks, I worked
Played
out.
10 plus years in the major leagues. You're fully pensioned out. You played in World Series. You could have had 2 wins in 1 World Series with a run scored.
Could have been
We had
co-MVP with Mike Napoli.
That would have been awesome for
Yes,
you.
it would have.
Would have been awesome for us too. You know,
That's
you
my
made
battery mate too. That was unbelievable.
You
We
made
would
me
have
tear
really
up in
partied
a bad way. I
Dallas.
won't say I cried, but I did tear up in a
Don't
bad
worry,
way.
I cried. I'll cry for you. I did.
Now,
I
the
bet a lot
Dallas
of people
Card Show is this weekend, so we're thinking
That's
about
what we're
taking
talking about,
Derek,
yeah.
Derek out there to
I
hang out
will
in Allen
be there.
at
I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Kevin is taking me as his date.
Okay, good.
I'm sure Jess would be fine with that.
Oh yeah, duh.
You let her follow you on Instagram, and she was really pumped.
I followed her
about that.
back.
Oh my gosh, she's pumped. All right, you ready to go around the entire NFL?
I am ready. We're going to talk about Baker.
And dip into some gridiron gravy.
And you're talking about pumped because she has a baby, and sometimes you have to pump to.
You know what?
get the milk
Actually,
out.
that does fit. So that actually works as well.
Have you tried it?
No.
Why?
I just don't.
I know we're
want
doing
to.
gravy, but I'm just curious.
Let's just get to football nuggets, but there's no fiber in it, Derek.
I've never tried it.
Did
so I
you
would like
try
to
it?
No.
Yeah.
Why?
There's a lot of sugar in it. Though.
I'm 100% trying.
Okay.
Good
You know
luck.
what? I want to continue this conversation, maybe just not in this space. You asked if I was going to bring up Baker Mayfield. Why? What is he doing?
No, I was throwing. He's a free
He's going to
agent.
be a backup quarterback, or he's going to get mad at Lubbock and drive to Norman, Oklahoma.
All right. So I saw this.
You got Patrick Mahomes. I quit.
Well, he didn't know how good he was going to be, but that's
He
fair.
actually made a really good decision there.
I was looking at this article on ESPN, and they have the best and worst free agent signings for each NFL team over the last 5 years. And with the idea of inclusion on this show, we'll go to the Cleveland Browns first. The best signing, Jack Conklin, the offensive tackle back in 2020. The worst signing, Austin Mr. Hooper, also in 2020, the tight end. You gave a 4-year, $23 million guaranteed deal to, and he wasn't very good.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be better.
Well, don't worry. The Cowboys can jump on this list, too.
Should have been a basketball player.
That makes sense because he's a hooper. I get it. Yeah, no, I understand.
Thank you.
But
I'm
Is
going to miss you.
Are you quitting?
for the Cowboys, the best signing in the last 5 years is Jaron Curse.
Do you want to curse after Mike said that?
Sometimes I want to curse at pretty much everyone who's been on the show at any point. So
Are we messing you up?
maybe that's why. No, because I'm a pro.
Oh, wait. He gave us Javon Curse.
That's
Now we have to guess the worst signing in the
it's
last 5 years?
Jaron Curse.
Yeah, I mentioned the freak. Sorry.
But the worst signing. This one, I don't know if you'll get. It's tough.
Give me offense or defense.
Defense.
Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say Schultz.
Bigger defensive person.
I don't know.
It's
either.
tough. Don Poe.
I would never got
They gave him a
that.
2-year, $9 million deal, and he got cut after 7 games.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, he wasn't good.
No, he was.
That's tough.
He was not good, was he? All right, Aaron Rodgers. You know, as much as you talked about Lamar Jackson getting a lot of headlines,
Yes.
obviously Aaron Rodgers has been taking a lot of those headlines as well.
I'd like to thank Derek Carr for signing with the Saints so we can get that story.
Yes, agreed. And then, so Sauce Gardner has said he will burn his cheese head if Aaron Rodgers joins the Jets. You might remember, do you remember this from, I want to say it was October, is somehow he got a cheese head in the stadium and he managed to wear it while he celebrated the Jets winning. I can't remember if he took it from a fan or they just had one on the sidelines because somebody threw it. He still got it, and he said he'll burn it if Aaron Rodgers will come play
it'll
quarterback
be
for the Jets.
Melted cheese head.
Oh, that's right. But don't eat it.
Oh.
Because I
Probably
don't
not
know
good.
if you'll die, but I feel like you won't be doing well.
So, I don't know where we're going.
Okay.
Yeah, neither do I.
Really expected you to have something for me there.
Well, we were talking about melted cheese.
Yeah,
All right.
stay on topic here, Kevin.
Okay, fair enough.
stay
Let's
focused.
talk about running backs. The Giants did franchise tag Saquon Barkley, which was interesting, the timing of that, is they ran the Daniel Jones negotiations down to the last, I think, 30 minutes. So the second they got that done, Saquon, you get the tag. So same as Tony Pollard, $10.09 million for the non-exclusive franchise tag. Much easier to put a non-exclusive franchise tag on other positions besides quarterback. Because if somebody came along and said, you know what, Giants, I'll give you 2 first-round picks, but you'd be like, hell yeah. If somebody came along and gave the Cowboys 2 first-round picks for Tony Pollard, I would be like, oh my God, yes.
And
that's not going to happen.
For the Giants, I think it's a great decision. They're bringing back a team that made the playoffs. So I know as much as we can crap on Daniel Jones, and he's an average quarterback at best, is it was able to get them Saquon Barkley on a 1-year deal. And he is a guy who at times can wreck a game for you. Where you're just like, son of a gun, Saquon Barkley, slow him down, whether it's a screen pass, you get him in open space and he can get dangerous. And so he's a guy that gets hurt all of the time, and they only are on a 1-year contract with him.
1,312 rushing yards and 10 touchdowns last year, so they feel pretty good about that. By the way, props to the 609. They did guess Dontari Poe. They said Dontari Poe by a mile before I gave the answer.
By the way, one of my first ever favorite players, my first ever was Walter Payton, but my uncles didn't like that I really liked Joe Morris, the running back for the New York Giants back in the 80s. Little guy.
Yeah, what is fascinating? You go from Walter Payton to Joe Morris.
I really liked running backs back in the 80s. I liked Tony Dorsett. I really liked Herschel Walker. He was probably my first favorite Dallas Cowboy was Herschel Walker.
My first favorite was Emmitt Smith.
Oh, we get to talk to him at the Super Bowl.
I know, that's cool. I've ran into him once. Twice, maybe.
How'd it go?
He fell down. Emmett can't be tackled.
Oh, that makes sense.
Duh.
All right, sticking with running backs.
He truck sticked me.
Derrick Henry. Which team, if he leaves the Titans, as has been rumored, where do you think he might end
Help
up?
me out. You love doing all this stuff. If I trade for Derrick Henry, how much money do I owe him in years and stuff like that? Because that will make a big difference on how much I'm willing to give up. I do think you're trading for a guy who might be done because of the wear and tear. Now, I get that he didn't party his butt off like Ezekiel Elliott did for 7 years, so he still might have something left in the tank. But I'm just wondering if I'm a team who thinks he can put me in a certain level, what I have to owe him.
I do believe that you would owe him. This might change your mind. It's essentially the franchise tag. It's 1 year, $10.5 million, and I believe you have $0 of guaranteed money. Though again, as we've discussed,
you'd want him for that year.
Yeah, because you gave up. But yeah, 1 year, $10.5 million. The Titans would have to eat the rest.
I am going to be off on this. I'm going to be too low on this. At most, I would give a third and maybe like a conditional 6 that could move to a 5th.
And if you're the Titans, do you think that moves the needle for them?
It matters if they're trying to lose. If I'm the Titans, I might try to lose every game next year so I can get Caleb Williams. That would be my plan, is I'm going to try to go 0-17.
Okay, yeah.
But I understand that they won't do that. And so I don't think they'll just take a 3rd-round pick for Derrick Henry, but I could be wrong on that.
I don't really have much to say because I don't know. I don't even know where he would go.
That's what I was wondering. What teams are interested?
I'm here to help you out.
Thanks a lot.
The top 5 teams of the betting odds as of yesterday. You can go ahead and cross one of those teams out because one of the teams was the Giants. Well, that's not going to work anymore. So
what about the other New York team?
Ooh. They got Breece Hall coming back from injury. So I think they feel pretty good about that. The top leading team, the Buffalo Bills.
It's a great choice. They need to take some pressure off of Josh Allen. Not that Josh Allen didn't have a disappointing year, but he does not have a guy he can hand the ball off to and feel confident that he can help.
What about Miami Dolphins? Miami Dolphins are second. So then it goes Ravens, Saints, and we can get into all of that, but the Bills and the Dolphins are at the top of the heap here. I think it makes sense for the Dolphins.
Bills pick.
Okay.
The Dolphins, I understand why you're doing it, but man, when you have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, I'm not saying you should never run the ball, but you have such weapons. Just throw the 2-yard routes to them and let them, catch it for 2 and run it for 3 or run it for 43.
Now, since we were talking about the Dolphins and the Titans, the Dolphins did go ahead and release Byron Jones after 3 years, which you can't say is surprising after he put out his statement, I can't run, I can't jump. It felt very logical that they would move on from him. And then
Jerry Jones is going to sign him for running back, it sounds like.
we're not. Okay, right now, give me your percentage that Zeke is on this team next year.
33%.
Okay.
The only reason is because Broadus talked me down from that because I'm like, Jerry's going to fart around and give this guy like a discounted contract, but we're going to have to watch Zeke at $10 million.
I think that's
dive
fair.
into the line.
I would have said 30 to 35, so I'm with you.
He's not bad. I shouldn't say this. I think Zeke has 2 more years left in the NFL.
Yeah.
As a, at best, 50-50 runner with somebody else. But really, I think what teams would probably want from him is more of like, you're going to carry the ball 8 times a game and maybe help block. If I want to, I mean, honestly, in a perfect scenario, the Cowboys would bring him back at like a $2 to $3 million a year contract as the fullback.
Even then, I don't want it. I honestly don't. I think they would do that in a heartbeat. Right. And then on the Titans front, did you see for one of their home games this year, they're going to wear throwback Houston Oilers jerseys?
I just like throwback unis.
Just in general?
Yeah.
What about those Pittsburgh Steeler prison-looking jerseys? Those
I
are
hate
the worst.
Pittsburgh's.
Okay.
Period.
Fair enough.
So they could wear whatever they want.
Oh, the Browns brought back Elf from Keebler.
I was getting ready to say, if you said we brought back our throwbacks, we've been wearing those for a while.
Yeah.
The same uniform since
Jimmy
first
Brown.
round. Yep.
You know what?
Except for the helmets.
Off air, I have questions for you about that particular player. And then finally, I wanted to just throw it out there is Jackson Mahomes. I don't know if you saw this. He's under investigation for 2 restaurant assaults where he allegedly grabbed and potentially forced himself onto 2 different women.
Is that Patrick's brother?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the only reason why it's getting headlines.
Exactly.
And that's the thing I hate. Like, if my brother did something, I shouldn't. I mean, I can't sit and control him. He's a grown man. He's an adult. Why do I have to be held like into that?
And
and you got a good brother, man.
Yeah, he's great.
He's dotting the I.
Gosh, darn it.
Get some real estate from him.
Yeah, if you need some real estate, give my brother a call. But the thing is, like,
He'll be wearing Ohio State red.
Stop it, Michael.
All right. What else?
I just hate that puts stuff on Pat, and it's like, why? Pat didn't do anything.
See, Derek?
I hate that.
This is what you have to deal with, is Mike is going to throw these at you all the time.
I know
and
he does it when we're on the golf course. It's ridiculous.
Do you really?
He yells at my brother.
That doesn't surprise
my
me.
brother will be
Plays
playing,
lefty.
he'll scream.
He's
"Dot
always
the
wearing.
I."
He's always wearing OHIO. Derek, if you don't know the chant, this is how it goes.
I don't want
OH.
it. I don't care.
Coming up
I
next, Spring Training Showcase. Is baseball becoming more offensive? And is that what they need? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
We have you. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for us to return to the spring training showcase, and this is from the mind of Derek Hollins. So if you don't like it, let him know. Is baseball becoming more offensive? And I'm assuming you mean offensive, not offensive, right?
Gosh dang it. Correct.
You've been doing so well.
I know.
How can the O change something so much?
That's, I thought about that when Corey sent us a text message and he meant to say something was good, and instead he said it was food. And I thought, you're dumb. And then I thought, you just switched that letter out, and it doesn't say you did food or you did good.
Maybe he did his food.
I mean, I don't want to rule that out. But yes, Mike, because of you, I think about that way more often. When like food and good, I thought, what? Why does that letter change what the O's are doing with the D?
Thank you.
Now, don't mark that.
Yes, you do. What is the O doing with the D?
Well, depending on... Never mind.
Nope.
All right.
Overdosing.
Good night. Is baseball becoming more offensive? What has led you to this question?
Yeah, Derek.
And secondly, you're right.
Kev and Michael. So for me, we've changed so much with the rules. The strike zone now benefits, obviously, which that's been this way, but it's benefited the hitters. Now we've also eliminated the number of step-offs for pickoffs or whatnot, which creates more action on the base pass. And obviously with the time, I get it. We're going to see, I felt like I saw a lot more when I was in AAA, high-scoring games, very few where you're seeing low scoring because of the quickness with the clock and everything. So I feel like we're just benefiting the offense where there's not much of the pitching. And it's becoming one of those things that's bothering me is if I, as a pitcher, can only step off twice to try to control the running game, I'm doing no good once I've done two pickoffs. Or what if I did one pickoff and a step off because I didn't like what was going on or I was running out of time? Well, now this guy can just go ahead and steal. It's a lot easier for them to steal and get in scoring position. And then now I got to try to hurry up and pitch, creating more action, which I get it. That's what fans supposedly want. But now we're just giving too much to them.
Just real quick.
Okay.
You said fans supposedly want. Do you think that's because the message is being delivered by Major League Baseball and does not necessarily reflect the fans?
Well, we're trying to promote the game and trying to make it faster. Well, at the same time, I'm curious, and I should have looked this up a little bit more, I'm
handing Derek the MLB propaganda sheet that I stole from spring training.
Well, they want a quicker game. I get it, with better pace. The game, so for me, because I'm going to get sidetracked, the pitch clock is really going after the guys that do 60 different things before they come set to make a pitch. It's not guys like myself or, whoever else. We were all quick. That was the main thing. I was literally about 10 to 12 seconds in between pitches. I worked very quick. Whereas you get guys like, for instance, like maybe Clevenger or somebody else that's doing 30 different things before, that's where it's directed to them. So it sucks that it got put that way.
Well, actually, Derek, it actually made one pitch longer when I was big time. I was on the webcast with Jared Sandler and Justin Foscue, first round pick for the Rangers. He calls a timeout on a 2-2 pitch because he needs time. So he's like, I'll use my timeout right now. And so the pitcher's like, oh, this is awesome. And Justin Foscue gets into the batter's box, and there's like 14 seconds left on the clock. So he gets his sign, and he comes set, and he held the ball for 8 seconds. Because the hitter can't call timeout, so he just has to hold his position, and there's a runner on base, so he just has to kind of stand there. He can't really steal type of situation, and because your legs are getting heavier and heavier, going, man, this dude's just holding the ball forever, and it's like a new strategy. I'm like, there's going to be new strategies off of this that we're not used to as baseball fans.
Scherzer did a great job with it. I mean, he's obviously been able to just hurry up and get it and hold it. However,
did you ever hold the ball for 8 seconds? That seems like forever, because sometimes when they say hold the ball for 4 seconds, when I was pitching, like 4 seconds feels like forever if you're not moving.
Yeah. And that's why I said I get the rules, because I know Sandler's big on like, well, these are the rules. You have to adapt to it. You need to get used to it.
Because you are not big on these rules.
Correct.
No, he's okay with the rules. It's Sandler. He doesn't like
but
it. I can tell.
But the thing is, everybody's okay with the rules until it affects their player. because then you'll see the tone change when it happens to one of their guys. So that's my big thing. I just feel like we're shifting so much offense that we're going to start seeing higher scoring games because of we can't truly control the running game. As a left-handed pitcher, my job when a guy gets on first base is save myself and get that double play. Keep him close so that now I put the ball on the ground or pitch to create the contact to put the ball on the ground and get the double play.
I have some data for this early in spring training. Would you like to hear it?
Well, before you say it.
Do you want to read the propaganda sheet?
Nope. I'm curious as to how long basketball games are. For instance, how long was the game last night? I want to say it was close to 3 hours.
But usually the average, and we talked about this the other day, the average for hockey and basketball is, without seeing the exact number in front of me, I would be willing to wager 235 is about on the money. Now, I realize TV can change some of these windows, but I think
What about football?
Football is about 3 hours. And so
are we really concerned that much that we need to pick up the pace to make it a 2-hour game?
I kind of wonder sometimes if they look at whatever metrics that they decided they needed to change, and they were like, I need to get from A to B. The cause is whatever I say. The effect will be this. The cause is whatever I say. And so, maybe baseball's been lingering on this for a while, and they're like, we need to make shorter games. Here's the rules I already wanted to implement, and I'll tell you that the effect will be shorter games.
I'm a big Rob Manfred guy here, Derek. So I'm going to stick up for him. I think this is what's tough is
for a piece of metal.
Is that the game used to be, and this is going back to kind of more the probably mid 80s or before. The game used to be a 2 hour and 20-minute game. Baseball used to be that. So there's a lot of things that impact why it's now a little bit over 3 hours. But it used to be about when my father played for the Texas Rangers, there would be games where Fergie Jenkins would pitch and it'd actually be an hour and 48-minute game because of just how efficient he was and stuff like that. But right. And so I think that they're looking at it and going, man, baseball used to be way more popular in, let's just say, the 60s and 70s and 80s. The ratings would kind of, prove that. If we got back to the game time being that, would we get the popularity back? I think that's a big thing to say. We will get popularity back to where it was because the world has changed tremendously. And with football, I wonder this too. This is my other point is I wonder this. In football, there's only 17 games of it. And the game usually takes place Texas time, noon or 3 o'clock. Because how frustrated do we get when the Cowboys do get a 7:15, 7:20 start and the game ends at 11 p.m.
Then you care about the time.
Because you're like, dang it, it's 11 p.m. and I got to wake up at 6:30 a.m. And I think for baseball fans, a lot of times they go, dang, man, I just need this game to end at 10 o'clock because I got to get to bed at 10 o'clock and I don't want to miss the 8th and 9th inning. So I'm not trying to support Rob Manfred, but I think he's thinking, hey, if I can get this 8th and 9th inning in before, let's say, 10 o'clock, I think people will enjoy the drama of the last few innings more.
Well, Michael Manfred, I just wanted to throw out there too. The other thing is, I get it. We're trying to pick up the pace and get people involved. It's kind of hard when you don't have the attention span. In general, it has nothing. Forget
I saw you
about
looking
sports.
at your phone during the game yesterday. I was watching the Mavs game, and there are times you weren't even watching. You're looking at your phone.
That's okay. Yeah, it happens every once in a while. You look down.
Damn, look at Mike trying to address all personal business on air right here.
He's trying to get me there. In all honesty, it is true that we as people look at our phones a lot. We don't pay attention enough. So if you're going to try to create something to help with the game and get more people involved, it's kind of hard when we literally, if a kid's acting up, oh, here, take your phone, play on this.
Yeah.
Or if a kid is at a game, instead of trying to learn from it, they'll watch for 2 seconds, and then it's instantly, oh, let's go get food. Oh, let's go walk around the stadium. Oh, they don't pay attention. We're not teaching the game more than worrying about shortening it. It's not, I don't think that the time-wise was, if anything, add 2 seconds to the pitch clock to each one. 17 seconds with bases empty, 22 seconds with runners on. That's fine. I think that'd be plenty of time if we're really trying to enforce that. But if we're trying to get kids more involved, it's more about them, or as the parent, we have to kind of keep them involved and teach them as the game's going, I guess. We just have no attention span. We get caught up in stuff right away.
I agree with everything you're saying. I want to ask you, though, this question about, is the game going to be more offensive, as in more runs scored? I'm wondering.
I have info for that.
And I'll say this real quick. I don't care about spring training offense. Like, I just like the way. So if there are spring training numbers, great, get to them. But I'm just wondering, why do we think in the regular season we're going to see more runs?
Okay, and here's the reason. It's because I have spring training versus spring training. Right. So, like, take that for what you will. I hear what you're saying, because I think Major League Baseball, and somebody texted this in, wouldn't more offense mean slower games? I think they're trying to prop up offense, and it's going to, like, be overshadowed by how much time you spend early on. And again, early, and I will acknowledge it is spring training. Game times are down 22 minutes. Batting averages are up 13 points, and runs per game are up 1.3.
That's ERAs going up.
Yes. No, so you're right about that. And I know spring training, so take it for what it is, but that's versus other spring training.
The other thing, too, is, Derek, real quick, is there's ebbs and flows in the history of baseball. There was the Bob Gibson, Don Drysdale, all that, Sandy Koufax era, where offense stunk, and then we get this influx of offense, and then so I do think there's ebbs and flows in baseball, and I know that Manfred and people are trying to correct it where they want it always the same all the time, but there's always in the history of baseball been ebbs and flows of, man, the game has become too offensive, let's try to help out the game have a lower scoring game, and then the game gets too lower scoring. Like recently, batting averages are now 240 as an average batting average, and they're like, dude, we got to get this up. This is not good for the game of baseball.
Right, and that's where it's going to come into, okay, well, now ERA is going up. Now you're going to start having people on the other side as a pitcher. Of course, I'm going to be that guy too. Well, ERAs are up because of this, because we're benefiting the hitters so much that, we're not giving anything to the pitchers. You're going to be, I guarantee this season, if I'm not playing, I'm up here with you guys, we're going to be talking about, well, so-and-so's ERA is so high now because that's how it's going to be. We're going to have high scoring games, and those are going to still take time because of the other thing that helps benefit the hitters. Now you got to face a guy you have to get 3 batters as a new pitcher that comes in. If you're not doing your job, we can't take time out there and kind of pace and find our rhythm. There's so many things that the pitcher doesn't have any advantage anymore.
Derek, I forget that rule all the time, because when a dude comes in with like a runner on first base and nobody out in the 7th inning, and he throws 4 pitches for a ball, like 4 balls, and you're like, dang it, those are 4. And then the next 2 pitches are 2 balls. I'm like, dude, this is his last hitter. And I'm like, oh, crap, this SOB has to face another hitter too, and he can't throw the ball where he wants to. Now, that's just part of the thing of I just forget when I'm watching a game. I'm like, dude, Woody, like, get him out. And then I'm like, crap, he has to face another hitter, and he can't throw a strike. We're just going to have to walk another guy. Like, it doesn't matter. He's going to walk this next guy until he can get him out of the game.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that ERAs now, because of how it is, and we start seeing the higher scoring games, not saying it's going to be like 12-10 or anything, but you're going to see higher. Do you think now we're going to look at ERAs as, well, okay, you know what? A 4 is not as bad anymore?
I think it's ebb and flowed, right? I think that the number back in when I was pitching, because it was somewhat the steroid era, if you had an ERA that was 4.5, that was an average ERA in baseball back then, because it was such an offensive game, right? And then as time progressed, we got rid of steroids. And I know that pitchers did them too, but then the numbers started going down. Average ERAs were more like a 3.8 or 3.9 became more of the average. And now they're trying to get it back to like, maybe not 2000 through 2004, but they kind of want it a little bit better than what it has been. So I'm intrigued with these rules. I'm not saying that they're all going to work out. I think the play-in thing for the NBA, to give an example, I thought that was a great idea. Now I know it's horse manure. It's the stupidest thing they've ever created, because now the first 50 games, nobody cares. Everybody's jogging up and down the court and nobody tries, and guys are sitting out so many games like, dude, do you know that only 10 teams get eliminated? Like, there's 30 teams, 20 of them make it now. And they're like, if we can just get in the play-in thing. And now you realize it sounded like a good idea. And I know we're going to be intrigued by it. At the end of the year, there's going to be these kind of do-or-die games. But now it's made the NBA product such a crap-ass product for 50 games. You're like, this is not a good idea to put 20 of your 30 teams in the playoffs.
Well, that's because everybody's going to like it until it affects their team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Fantastic work right there, you guys.
Still don't know.
Coming up next, how can you not know?
It's the expressway, mofo.
That's right. We got Mike Likes It. Maybe we'll talk a little Netflix Plus. Which NBA MVP candidate is under the most pressure to make a deep playoff run? All that, Mavs and Jazz, next right here on The Fan.
On the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan, rolling with Derek Holland today because it's a Wednesday. You should know that by now. We got a whole lot of fun stuff, and I want to start. Do you want to go back to Mavs Jazz, or do you want to talk about a more general basketball question I have for you fine folks today?
I don't want to talk too much more about Mavs Jazz, but every time I see Lauri Markkanen play now, I go, dang, you could have had him so easily, and he looks awesome.
You know what my son said? He goes, hey, when you're at Dallas Card Show this weekend, will you see what the Markkanens are going for? Because when he's on the Bulls, and he's like, I got all the Lauri Markkanens. I was like, okay, I will definitely take a look for you. So he doesn't like him anymore now because he is like blossomed elsewhere. And so that kind of agitates him.
He's good.
Now, we're on the verge of something pretty special, and that is Nikola Jokic winning a third straight MVP. It hasn't happened in, I believe it's 37 years, maybe 38.
Since Larry.
Exactly. Now, I know that this discussion has now gone in a totally different way with the Kendrick Perkins, JJ Redick. Well, what were you trying to say, whole deal? That was not...
You're saying that there's three white guys that have MVPs that he doesn't think Whitey should have the MVP.
That was an interesting... Because when they started yelling no, yes back and forth, I would have, if I was JJ Redick, I would have just said, all right, if that's not what you said, what were you implying? Because Kendrick Perkins did say, what do those three players have in common? And they are all white. And so I would have just asked him that question and just been like, well, yeah, they're all white. And you're like, okay, so your implication was? And then just take it from there. And so I know people have talked a lot about that. That is not actually at the top of my list of discussion points here, but if any of y'all have something to say, feel free. Otherwise, I will move on.
Nope, I'm good. Go ahead, Derek.
The other thing I would say, I just feel like every time we get into any arguments like that, it automatically becomes race. And it's why do we do that? It shouldn't even be like that. Love each other the way you should because of who you are, or how you perform. That's how you should be graded. Doesn't matter what color skin you are or any of that. If you go out there and you perform, then you are what you are. You're great. Don't use race.
I have said this in my personal life before. When people go, well, we need to have an honest conversation about it. I'm like, great. If we're really having an honest conversation about it, I'm all for that. But
some people can't handle that. People can't have a conversation.
And I think frequently honest conversation means I talk and you listen and have no response, and vice versa, depending on who you're talking to. So that is problematic. What I wanted to tackle,
just respect each other
for you guys. I mean, that would be a great step. Obviously,
everybody's got to be able to have their own opinion.
Good luck with that.
I know.
Let me know how that turns out for you.
It doesn't.
Is the leading 5 candidates for MVP Jokic, Tatum, Embiid, Luka, and Giannis?
Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be in that order. Like if you think Embiid is second and you would slide Tatum down to third, and maybe you have Giannis fourth, maybe you don't because of the injury and everything. Like, do with that whatever you see fit. But those are the guys, and we can include other players if you think they're in the mix. Like if you think Dame or Ja Morant should be in the conversation, whatever. But those are the 5 primaries.
And obviously I'm always going to put Dame in there because I love watching him play. He's one of my favorite players, hands down. Man, but Donovan Mitchell's been pretty good.
Okay.
I feel like he's under the radar. They're not saying as much about him. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't really follow enough of the Cavs, but from what I've seen, and then when he was here in town, like the dude put on a show.
No, you're right. I think the problem he runs into is all of the Eastern Conference candidates are the people right above him in the standings, which I realize is not a fair comparison because the rosters are not the same. But I mean, Luka deals with that. Other players deal with that. So I think the problem he runs into is Milwaukee's first, Giannis. Boston second, Tatum. Philly's third, Embiid. And so
No, I get it.
That's why Luka's not going to win an MVP. And let's be honest, he ain't winning it this year, and probably not. I mean, they're going to have to change the team until the Mavericks finish top 3 or 4 in record in the NBA. Not going to win an MVP.
And it's still amazing to me that he is tied for 4th, despite the fact that his team is got the 11th, 12th best record in the NBA, maybe 11th best record in the NBA. Yet he's 4th. So if you go off of that group, who's under the most pressure to win in the playoffs? Because I think you can immediately dismiss Giannis. He
has one.
Does he want to win more titles and etch his name into all-time amazingness? I get that. But I would say he's pretty low on the list. To me, Luka is low on the list too, because nobody's going into these playoffs thinking, who's going to be tough to beat is the Mavs.
Well, let's talk about Larry Bird real quick.
Yes.
When he won 3 MVPs in a row, 84, 85, 86.
He won 2 titles?
2 titles, and he was in the finals the other year and lost to the Lakers. So, I mean, when you look at the pressure, usually, this is why, look, I'm not opposed to Giannis getting this 3rd MVP. I wouldn't have voted for him going into the year pretty much for anything.
Oh, Jokic, you mean?
Jokic, yeah. That's what I said.
You said Giannis.
Okay, Jokic, sorry. Is the reason is because I'm like, look, when you win 3 MVPs, this puts you in such a special category in the NBA. You're usually dominating the league. You're usually Jordan. You're usually Larry Bird or Magic Johnson. You're usually doing things where dude, he's the MVP, keeps winning the damn championship too. But he didn't win last year. He didn't come close to winning. He didn't come close to really winning much the year before. I get that they got a little closer, I think, if I have my years right. But now you look at it, you're like, dude, I think that's the vote. I want to give it to Tatum. My heart wants to vote for Tatum. But you just start looking at the numbers and you're like, damn, I think Jokic is going to win his 3rd MVP. But there's a lot of pressure. At this point, dude, if you win 3 MVPs, you need to win an NBA championship. If you're that good in this league where one player can do so much in the playoffs, you need to at least be in the NBA Finals. And really, I think, because Tatum got crapped on after the NBA Finals. It's like, dude, your final thing is like, dude, it's kind of like when Dirk got crapped on after 06. It's like, dude, did you not see what he did against the San Antonio Spurs, against the Phoenix Suns? It's like, I don't care. He didn't play great against the Miami Heat when they were up 2-0 in the series, and because of that, he's a piece of dump player. And that's what's kind of happened to Tatum after last year, too. And I'm like, man, it's not fair, but I get it. My favorite player of all time is Dirk, and it happened to him after 06, and then especially after winning the MVP in 2007 and not making it out of the first round. So for me, it is definitely Nikola Jokic has the most pressure because he's probably going to win his 3rd MVP in a row. And when you do stuff like that, you need to win a championship.
I can't argue that.
I wonder about I just want to make it clear. I'm with you guys. I'm on the same side.
I was worried.
What do you think is the pressure for? Did you just hurt yourself getting out of a chair?
I think he's thinking about Sonic.
Good. That's coming up. is what do you think the pressure level is for Embiid and Tatum? Because for Embiid, it does kind of feel like they've been sitting in the same place for a while where you're like, oh, watch out for the 76ers. And then you're like, watch out for what?
Yeah. And that, to me, yes, there is pressure on him, but I'd almost be surprised if it's not Boston and Milwaukee in the conference finals over there. I just think that they're way better than the 76ers. I think the 76ers are the third best team over there in the Eastern Conference. But yeah, I think there is, because here's the deal. And we dealt with this with Dirk. And Embiid, yes, he got off to a very injured career in his career. So his first 4 years were very injury riddled. And then there's times where, are you even taking this career seriously? Yeah. But if you want to be considered one of, let's just say, the 50 greatest players in the NBA, and you're Embiid, and I get his numbers, and you're like, Mike, he's top 50 for sure. When you start going down that list, it's tough to not play in NBA finals or have a championship and to be considered one of the 50 greatest players. So he at some point, and he's going to need help. And the thing is how much does Harden have left? Because I think there's a lot of pressure on Harden too, because his career is coming to a close. I think Embiid, he's a big dude, so he might not have a long career. But Harden, let me ask you this. Do you think there's more pressure on Embiid or Harden at this point?
I still think it's Embiid, because I think that I hear what you're saying. I feel like we already passed where he hit his maximum pressure. Now, not for him because he sees the window closing. I just feel like for Embiid, we've been sitting on this moment for several years. I think he's maybe third on my list, still behind Tatum, because of how bad the finals went and because of how good their roster is. But you're right. Without a doubt, I think Jokic, and it's like, Jokic is like first, second, third, fourth on this list in terms of pressure. And then I would go Tatum and Embiid.
See, I feel like Embiid is a little bit, and when I say under the radar or whatever, he's not, I'm not saying he's not, because everybody knows everything about him, how good he is and everything. It's just that there's so much on Joker and Giannis and Tatum that it's like he has more freedom. He's not like the guy. So it's like I feel like he could be a little bit more relaxed and continue to keep doing what he's doing and not so much pressure. As Joker's going to have so much pressure on him because he needs to, like you said, get to the NBA Finals and win.
He's going to be the 1 seed too, by far. Like they've blown out the competition in the West, so he's going to have home court advantage. He's going to be the overdog, in the playoffs, and where Philadelphia, after the first round, they are going to be the underdog. Whether it's Milwaukee or Boston in the next round, as long as those teams are healthy, nobody is going to be. There won't be, at least Vegas will have the odds against them in that series, where Jokic is not going to run up against a series in the Western Conference, I don't think. Now, Phoenix, maybe Vegas will say Phoenix is better.
I kind of think they will.
And I do think there's pressure on Durant, too. I think he is on this list. I get he has 2, but we all see it as fake.
Yeah.
Right? We all. No,
I know a lot of people do.
It's not fair, and I get it. He has 2 championships, but when we talk about the top 10 players in NBA history, and at that end of the list is Shaq and Duncan and Kobe and like when you start looking at the list, or Moses Malone, you start going, is Durant better than those guys? Maybe. But at Oklahoma City, he didn't get it done, and he joined the best team in the NBA, who just set an NBA record for wins, and they lost in the NBA Finals, but already had a championship under their belt. So he's going to another team that looked like they had mentally lost it. Let's be honest. I wasn't counting the Phoenix Suns as a contender at all before that trade, because I'm like, dude, they're going to get into the playoffs and they're going to crap their pants because they know that they're losers with what Dallas just did to them. We saw it in Dallas after Dallas lost the 06 NBA Finals. It's sometimes mentally too much to overcome for a team, but throwing Durant in there totally changes that team. But if they don't get it done, if they lose to Denver, let's just say in the conference finals or a semifinal situation, we're going to look at Durant and go, dude, I get you got 2 titles, but you were never able to do it without joining the best team in the NBA.
Yeah. Now, I have another basketball story for you that is not related to this whatsoever, but it's glorious.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what Steve Ballmer, the Clippers owner, is most excited about nowadays?
No.
The Clippers.
Nope. Toilets.
Oh, yes, I heard this.
Okay,
so this is awesome.
They're building their new arena, and
is this like Billy Mays?
Yes, actually, it does kind of feel like this.
Billy Mays here with my incredible toilet.
I'm Steve Ballmer. We have so many toilets. Is in their new facility. The first thing he said, what is one of their signature features? He said, toilets.
Toilets!
What?
Billy Mays.
Is that really him?
Yes.
Wait, which one?
Have you not heard this whole thing?
I've never heard of Billy Mays.
Oh, okay. Well, that's you. Did
Really?
that.
No.
Oh, that makes me kind of sad.
Is this an info
Billy Mays
commercial?
here with the Chipotle.
Yeah.
I've missed the Billy
That
Mays.
is from South Park.
I know,
Thank you very
I
much.
know.
Yeah, he was a big infomercial person. So Steve Ballmer said toilets.
Is he the one that killed himself?
I don't know.
Wasn't there an info commercial guy that
I
did that?
I'm not saying there wasn't. I do not know that
right.
to be
I don't
the
know that either.
case.
I don't know the info commercial people that well.
Steve
This is a good one.
Ballmer said they'll have 1,160 toilets and urinals. Then he made sure to tell everyone that is 3 times the NBA arena average. So if you're looking for the most toilets per person, the Clippers' new facility is going to have it getting done.
I will
Doesn't
say
want you to miss anything.
halftime can be tough. Now you're premium, but if you are like on the 100 level and you're wanting to go to the restroom at halftime,
It's always a wait.
Yeah, there's a good line of you're waiting behind 10 or 15 people if you didn't leave early before the half ended.
Yep.
And I do want to shout out
Maybe they got bidets.
the Twitter profile of Ben Rohrback, who covers NBA stuff for Yahoo Sports. His quote tweet of this: "The Clippers, as ever, are light years ahead on load management."
Toilets!
So congratulations to him
Toilets
for that. And then I got great news for you, Mike. Did you see that Netflix is renewing Full Swing and Breakpoint? I don't know how far into Breakpoint, the tennis
That's
one
the
you
tennis.
are. Yeah.
I watched a few episodes. Very good. The first one, obviously, off of my favorite tennis player.
Yeah.
But those have been very good that I've seen a few of those. And then Full Swing, I think I stopped that, and I shouldn't have. I just haven't.
Oh,
I
was surprised. Okay.
I think I just, for some reason, it just kind of fell off of my radar, but I need to finish it. I got to the episodes, and I'm very sorry, I forget names. The dude with the flat bill who wears the Jordans, who had a very tough life.
Our fan text will help us
You're
out.
not going to know golf at all. Yeah, Tony Finau. So that was the last episode, I believe, that I watched, which was a great episode. He's had a lot of tragedy in his life.
Don't laugh at that. I know it's important.
No, that's not what I'm laughing at.
You're laughing at the fan text.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
I'm laughing because of something else. I wanted to stick with the toilets for a second.
All right.
Well, everybody in the world has texted in and said that Billy Mays died because of a heart attack. However, the attachment to that is multiple people are saying it was a heart attack brought on by cocaine because he used a lot of cocaine.
Well, from the Twitch, because I want to change this. This was Swaggy Boots. I want to put this out there. What if they made toilets for regular seats? Your stadium seat was a toilet.
I can't
And then
be
that way
sitting
you could
next
eat
to
the
someone.
nachos
No,
and let it go.
That means your privates are showing during the game.
No,
How
they
is the
would get-
TV going to show a whole bunch of people sitting on toilets, but they're
It's always
using
face
them?
up. You can't see. You'd have to stand up and wiggle.
You don't think people are going to do that?
I really
No, they'll blur
he
it
did
out.
the wiggle thing too.
But I mean, it's
bad idea, Swaggy Booties.
all right. Sorry.
And toilets are not that comfortable to sit on for 2.5 hours.
You hear that? That is an exciting man with toilets.
What toilet was he selling that was that good?
No, I think
one with the bidet.
It's just the way he talked, and then South Park took it kind of in a different direction
Toilets!
about Chipotle and everything like
Chipotle.
that. But yes, so my point here was going to be that
And
Netflix
who would feel comfortable with
renewed
20,000
Full
people?
Swing.
Yeah, besides Full Swing for a second.
But you put
Let's
that-
go back to sitting on a toilet at the stadium, and you're like, I don't want to miss this game. I'm now going to pull my pants down and use the toilet I'm sitting on in front of everybody.
Yeah, put some poo-pourri in there.
I don't think his point is the smell or anything. I think his point is there's
Hearing
20,000
it.
people
And I'm
there.
gonna
and
pull
you're
my
like-
pants
Everybody's
down?
gonna be yelling, so you can't hear anything.
But what about people just like you're exposed right
yeah,
there?
you're sitting next to somebody you don't know. Remember when we sat next to those drunk people? What about those drunkies? They were going to use that toilet the whole game.
You know what? They could have just thrown up in it too.
Yeah, but I don't want anybody, well, I won't say anybody. I don't want most people taking their pants off next to me and using the toilet while I'm watching
Do
the
you ever
Mavs
talk
game.
to people when you're in there?
You
doing
should
that?
probably say don't want anybody, right?
You ever have a conversation with somebody while you're in there?
Sometimes.
If you're peeing, that's fine.
I've always laughed. If somebody gives a good rip, I always laugh
All
at
right.
them.
Now, what about this full swing?
Sorry, it was
Well,
good.
all I was trying to tell you is that Full Swing and Breakpoint have been renewed for
They
second
should be.
seasons.
Unlike Karate Kid 74.
This is the last season.
Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed it, but it's done. I love Daniel-san and Johnny Boy, but it needs to come to a close at this point.
Well, this is the last season, so I think you'll be happy about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now...
Poopery.
It's time for Mike Likes It.
All right. I'm not so sure how much I like this anymore.
Oh.
But I used to love it. And it's not recent. It's been a while. And I think a while for most people around my age. And this goes to what is on all day today, all day tomorrow, all day the next day, all day Saturday, and most of the day Sunday until you get to Selection Sunday. Is right now Wake Forest is playing Syracuse in a matchup of an ACC team versus a Big East team, but I guess they're in the same conference
They are
now.
in the same conference now.
Kevin is a huge college basketball fan.
ACC tournament.
He was trying to use a point about how much he doesn't like conference movement either.
Never mind.
Especially when you talk about basketball, like Syracuse, you just feel like Syracuse should right now be
I
at
hear
Madison
you.
Square Garden
Yeah,
and not wherever they're playing this thing at. But
Greensboro, I
Kevin, how much basketball will you watch somewhat today through Sunday? As I did look up today, like when Texas Tech is playing because they're playing West Virginia. And they'll
That
probably
tournament
lose,
should be awesome,
and they
too.
don't have a coach anymore because their coach is not the smartest man in the world, it seems like.
You think he's going to come back from that?
I don't think so, and I don't know his resume, but I never heard of him when he took over the head coaching job at Texas Tech when Beard left. And Beard didn't seem to have a problem getting another job. So, but he has a better resume than, is it Mark Davis? I even forget the guy's name at Texas Tech. But just how much do you care? And maybe through Twitch, through the fan text, how much do you care of like sitting down and maybe watching TCU and watching A&M in the, I think A&M, they get like a super bye where they don't have to play till Friday.
Well, I mean, and this is second round for the ACC. The top ACC tournament teams won't start until the third round tomorrow because they do the weird double bye and everything like that.
And my grandfather used to take me out of school. So this is, I have this memory.
You go to Reunion?
And I'd go to Reunion Arena for the Southwest Conference. And it was so much fun. I can remember being with my grandpa, and we would go the whole day. Like he would take me out of school like at 11 a.m. So I'd go till like 10 or 11 a.m., take me out of school. We'd go to Reunion Arena and we would watch Houston versus Rice. And then it would be like A&M versus Arkansas or what. And I would be there for 2 or 3 basketball games at Reunion Arena. And I just thought that was the coolest thing, obviously well before cell phones. So I was locked in to like Southwest Conference, all the Texas schools in Arkansas. And I was just like, Grandpa, thank you so much for taking me to this. And I have really very little interest now in these conference games.
And I think most people are with you, but since you brought up the Big 12 tournament, like that's a great example for tomorrow. Is you'll get to the quarterfinals tomorrow and you have back-to-back games of teams in the top 12 because the top of that conference is clearly stacked with Baylor, Kansas, Texas, Kansas State. Is you can see some of the best teams in the country and maybe some of your presumptive favorites for the NCAA tournament playing back to back. And I do think there's something super cool about that. I just love it because there is nonstop college basketball. Like last night is the WCC championship where J.J. Pierce's own Drew Timme set the all-time Gonzaga scoring record for a career, and they just whipped the crap out of St. Mary's. But yeah, so you had that finishing up last night. ACC is getting going. Big 12 is getting going. Like, it's just nonstop basketball, which is one of the fun things, because I really like basketball. One of the fun things about the first day of the tournament, it's not only your bracket, but you can switch it, whether it's TBS, True TV, TNT, CBS, eventually you go to the app, whatever. You can find basketball from 11 in the morning to usually about 11:30 or midnight at night. Well, midnight is obviously at night with no break in the action. And I just think as a sports fan, that's super cool. So this is a great weekend.
Do you have any interest, Eric, in this?
No, I watch it. It just, for me, it's not going to be, I like watching Michigan, but they're not.
Do you hate Ohio State in all sports?
Yeah. That's how it works. It's a rival.
Now to get to know Derek Holland.
Oh,
Derek,
great.
you grew up in Ohio, and you've explained this to me before, and maybe it's been on radio, but I don't know. Why do you hate Ohio State so much?
Well, I was born and raised that way. My brother was actually a Michigan fan growing up. I learned from him, and then as he got older, he switched to Ohio State. I continued to follow
Did that
Michigan.
feel like a betrayal to you?
Well, no, not really. Just because I started to really understand the rivalry because I was older. Like when you're young, you don't really know. You're just like, oh, Greg likes this, so I'm going to like this too. And so I finally understood the rivalry and continued to keep going that way. And then my brother, he actually went to Ohio State, and I still didn't care for Ohio State. I was close to possibly switching because I love running backs, and Maurice Clarett was unbelievable there. So I was like on the verge, but then I was like, I'm not going to do it. So I stayed.
If he would have stayed, if Mo Clarett would have stayed and not fought the NFL, then Derek Holland would be dotting the I right now.
I don't know. I doubt it. But that continues to stay that way. And then I went and played baseball down in Alabama, and I wanted to come back home and play in front of my family. Now, granted, I wasn't going to go to Michigan because it was just that much farther. Would I have loved to in a way? Yes, but I also wanted to be closer to home so my parents could actually see me. Because they didn't really get to see me much in college except for when we went to the JUCO World Series. And so when I tried to come back to Ohio State, Coach Bob Todd was there, and he decided that he did not want to recruit junior college players. So that gave me another reason to continue to hate Ohio State. So that's where that is. So yeah, I still hate them. I mean, you're never going to catch me.
My son's a Buckeye because he was born in Columbus when I was playing AAA baseball for the Clippers. So there's a little bit of him that at times he's like, should I root for, he kind of is like, should I root for Ohio State? That's where I was born. And he doesn't like it either because he loves Texas so much. He loves Whataburger. He kind of loves a lot of the Texas things. And I'm like, well, you're a Buckeye. And he doesn't sometimes like, he's like, I don't really want to root for the Buckeyes because
I got criticized a lot though. People were like, well, you're from Columbus. How can you not support your Columbus? I like a couple Ohio teams. I'm a Browns fan, Blue Jackets, but I don't care for Ohio State.
So, Derek, now you didn't play D1 baseball, but while we were in Arizona, I haven't got to this yet, and I've hinted at this. I got to talk to Josh Smith, who played at LSU. We got to talk to Jack Leiter, who played at Vanderbilt. And I was talking to some of the players about their college experience. And SEC baseball seems to be the best baseball, as in the environments. I was Jack Lazarco, who's like our major league alumni rep here in Dallas-Fort Worth. He was saying, man, from his perspective, Mississippi State is the best environment. And then I've heard from other people, it's Josh Smith was like, look, I'm biased, but I mean, like, I don't think there's any better place to watch a college baseball game than at LSU. And you just hear Arkansas can be an unbelievable place, and other places, Ole Miss, and just most of the places that come up, nothing against, and A&M comes up too, by the way, but nothing against UT or Oklahoma. We talked to Jonathan Gray about this, or John Gray about this, is he is kind of like, yeah, it's a good environment, but I wish it was a little bit better because the SEC is a great environment. Well, I asked this question to the players that played Division I college baseball, because we'll get people that don't understand baseball that well because they're like college football and college or an NFL football. Like, hey, could Alabama beat the Houston Texans? And you get like Amari Cooper going, no, you can't. It's not even close. So I asked Josh Smith and Jack Leiter and a few other players, I said, LSU's number one in the country right now. The center fielder is going to be the number one pick in the draft, most likely. Their Friday pitcher is going to be possibly the number 2 pick in the draft, if not the number 4 pick. Right now, there's a mock draft that the LSU Friday night pitcher, their best pitcher, is going to go number 4 to the Texas Rangers. So I asked Josh Smith and others, I said, if you put LSU in AA baseball, you put them in the Texas League versus the Frisco Rough Riders and San Antonio Missions and teams like that, since you've played AA baseball, and Jack just got his first taste of AA baseball after playing at Vanderbilt, I said, what do you think the top schools in the country or your top SEC schools would do if you stuck them in the Texas League? And almost everybody said at least 100 losses. And there's 140 games in AA baseball. But Derek, I know this is tough because you didn't play in the SEC, but to try to explain AA baseball to big-time college baseball, and the kids, and I call them kids, but the kids that played college baseball in the SEC for LSU or for Vanderbilt are saying dude, I don't know the exact record, but probably 100 losses.
Well, I do want to say that I was recruited by almost every SEC school.
Okay.
I did go the JUCO route, so I don't want people to think that you can't, you
sure.
can still do plenty.
JUCO's a
plenty
great.
there. So I want that to be known just because I didn't go D1.
Yeah. Michael Young played JUCO.
That's what I'm saying. I want people to understand that's still okay.
Right? Didn't he play JUCO?
I don't know.
Maybe not.
But with that being said, like schools, the colleges and stuff, I'm pretty close to saying the same thing. I would probably agree that it's going to be very close to 100 losses because it's a different style of baseball, I guess. I don't think people realize how much of a jump it is just from college to high A, low A.
Right.
Yeah. So it would be interesting to see how it would work out. I'm sure obviously the college coaches would have a little bit better feel in getting them ready for it, but I still don't know if you would succeed as well.
Yeah. And the example is I give this LSU pitcher right now, going to be the first college pitcher drafted, whether he goes number 2 or number 10, most likely right now he's going to be the first. And I said, well, gosh, I'd give him a chance to win maybe 10 games. And then I thought about it and I was like, dude, Jack Leiter was the number 2 overall pick, the supposed best pitcher in college baseball. And he went to AA last year and I believe won 5 games.
It was rough.
With that being said, though, that's because, so for him, he could get away with a lot more in college. That fastball was overpowering, so you got through the lineup a little bit easier. You get to AA, these guys can fix that.
Right.
They can hit that.
And like we talked about, in the SEC, there's no Dominican Republicans and there's no Venezuelans and there's no Puerto Ricans. I mean, there might be a few, but
I didn't really think about that.
You literally add, all of a sudden you get to pro ball and you add a whole bunch of guys that are really good baseball players that don't play college baseball because they either get drafted, or don't get drafted, but they get signed out of their country.
Yeah.
They're not going and playing for TCU or Ole Miss or Vanderbilt. They're going into professional baseball. So you add about 33% of the players in professional baseball didn't even have the opportunity or whatever to go to these schools. And then the other thing is out of your top 50 high school players, most likely 40 or 45 out of the 50 are signing pro. They're not even going to college. So when you get your list of, here's the top 50 high school baseball players, 40 of them usually choose the pros and don't ever go to college baseball.
How many of those make it to the pros?
Make it to, you mean the major leagues?
Yes.
Yeah, don't ever say that again, because I had mostly a minor league career, and when they would come, when people would
You
come
still made it to the pros.
When people come to AA and AAA and like, hey, when you think you're going to make it to the pros, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm getting paid. And they actually gave me a pretty dang good bonus.
Wait, did you get to the pros?
I got to the pros in 1996 out of Duncanville High School.
There you go. You're
got
one.
$850 a month to play in Burlington, North Carolina.
You're one of those guys, though. You made it to
And
the
then I
big
made
leagues.
it to the major leagues. So you know what? In your face, Kevin.
You're right. I am the only person in this room who has not pitched Major League Baseball.
Let's try it.
Can we record it? Let's do it.
Let's definitely not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers insider Jared Sandler right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The Fan fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is normally where we would do the C Block. Corey is on vacation for the rest of the week, so we will have for you the rest of the week our Texas Rangers insider, Jared Sandler, brought to you by Sonic. Good. How's it going today, Jared?
Guys, I am doing great. This is now, if this is not the C Block, this is the J, what can we call it?
I don't know, man. Hopefully you got a good night's sleep last night after not answering my phone call.
You called me. Hold on, let's see here.
At 10 o'clock your time.
Because Mike has never not answered my call. And, Mike called me at
10 o'clock.
Yeah, 10 o'clock my time, right? Yeah, I was out, man.
Okay.
I turned on accepted, and I fell asleep within 5 minutes.
I was wondering what time you go to bed at, because you usually like waking up at 4:30 in the morning to play basketball.
Yeah. So I would stay up later. I've been, now that we're like in full swing with games and stuff, I don't think I'm able to stay up later than like 9. Like, I fall asleep the minute I hit the bed. If you were to keep me standing, I could stay up, but the minute I hit the bed, I'm out. So, which is weird because I wake up really early back home and I don't necessarily go to sleep that early. But maybe it's because games are going on and I can't fall asleep during the game.
We have the great Derek Holland here.
Hi, Jared.
Oh, what's up?
Hi, buddy.
Hey, Derek.
How
I
are
miss you.
I miss you too.
What's going on?
Well, you got to ask a question now, Derek.
Yeah, sorry. I thought that's also my fault.
I want to see what your thoughts are going into, obviously spring training, people get worried about the results and everything. What do you feel about this team right now going into the season, especially with the injuries too?
No, that's fair. I don't think it's tough because I don't know what this rotation is going to look like week to week. And maybe after like a healthy April, maybe some of that will die off a little bit and you'll feel good about people staying healthy. I guess I'm just curious when, let's say, a couple of the starters are out. Who are the guys who are going to be starting and what do they look like? Because there's a difference between, it can't get worse than last year. It should be a lot better. But also, if you want to compete for a playoff spot, there's got to be a level above that, right? So it's not just about finding guys who can give you 5 innings. It's finding guys who can maybe give you 6 and give you 6 good innings. I'm hoping that Nathan Eovaldi gets back on a mound here in the next few days for a bullpen and then in a game next week. Jacob deGrom had a live BP today. He looked really sharp as much as someone can during a live BP, just from the standpoint of he got it up to 100 miles an hour, which is a good sign. So, but Derek, it's a great question. And for the first time in a long time, the Rangers can be carried by their rotation, maybe more so than their lineup. You were on some really good teams that had good rotations but had unreal lineups, right? And so I think it's kind of the reverse. It could be a really good lineup. It has the potential to be an unreal rotation, but they got to be out there. They each have to take the ball every 5 days at least 25 times, and it's just there's no way for me to know what that's going to look like from a medical standpoint.
So how confident do you feel that we'll see all 5 guys starting the season on time?
I feel pretty confident about that.
What?
I mean, as of now, there's something would have to change between now and then, right? Like one of these guys would have to get hurt. The odds in Vegas would probably be like minus 125 that one of them misses the rotation, one of their first term. But like Jacob deGrom, I don't think is necessarily going to be ready to go, full on 110 pitches if he needs to his first time through, presumably on opening day. But I feel like he's on track to make his opening day start. And as long as Nathan Eovaldi does get a bullpen in by the end of the week, I think he'll be in line to make his first start. And because there's that off day, the second day of the year, they play on Thursday off Friday, that gives them a little bit of wiggle room to make sure guys are ready to go.
Do you think that off day is dumb, or does it ensure that eventually one way or another that first game gets played in the first couple of days?
Yeah, I mean, it makes more sense for like the Cleveland Guardians, right? If they're playing at home, or these teams where weather's more of an issue, it doesn't make as much sense for a retractable roof team. But I don't think, especially early in the year, because of the issues, we're discussing, I don't think the Rangers would complain. But typically that is done so that you make sure what you just said, that opening day takes place one of the first 2 days. I will tell you guys, one of the big topics of conversations, amongst non-players, more broadcasters, front office folks, is while we all love this new schedule structure where everyone plays everyone, it could present some interesting situations for teams that aren't in climate-controlled ballparks that, can't fight the weather because you're not playing teams necessarily as much, or you're playing a lot of teams where it's the only time you'll play them, a lot of one-series opponents. And if weather is a factor and you are sitting there on a Sunday or the end of the series, are you going to wait even longer so that you don't have a bunch of games at the end of the year? Like, I think about Cleveland, right? They had 11 or 12 postponements. Well, are they going to be sitting there in September with like 3 one-game series that they're going to have to play to make up, from early season postponements? So obviously that's not an issue the Rangers have to deal with, thankfully.
It started last night. I was really curious how, I know you were sleeping by this point, as Mike brought up. How in are you on the World Baseball Classic in general, and then when the U.S. starts play next week?
Yeah, I think I'll be more in when the U.S. is in play. I did watch the game that was on this morning because that's, right when I'm waking up. I don't know. I mean, it's cool. I definitely love any opportunity to watch competitive baseball, but and certainly it doesn't have the history of the World Cup, but even, commensurate to the World Baseball Classic's history, it's just not as big, right? You got, if my teams, let's say Nathan Eovaldi did end up pitching, I'd be watching it, pumped to watch him pitch, but also praying that after every pitch he felt okay. It's just a different feel because of the pitching element. I don't know when the right time is. Some people said, well, do it in the middle of the season. Every 3 years, you just don't have an all-star game. You take a 2-week break and have the WBC. And I don't know that that's the perfect time either, right? I love the idea of it, right? I think it's super cool to have a tournament. There certainly are enough countries represented with, really talented groups that could make it fun and interesting. I just think it's tough to get a lot of people behind a tournament where, it's taking place during spring training. Now, it's going to tick up a notch when the U.S. is playing, but what I do love about it is the passion that is on display from some of these countries, especially the Latin American countries, and it means a lot to them. Jose Leclerc was supposed to go pitch for the Dominican Republic, had a little bit of a neck issue, so he's not going to go, and he was bummed. He was really, really upset because representing the Dominican or Venezuela or Puerto Rico, these countries, it means a lot to these guys, and I don't want to say it means more to them than it does the U.S. players, but if you look at the caliber of player for those countries compared to the guys representing the U.S., not that they're not good players, but the best players from the Dominican are representing the Dominican outside of injury. It's not necessarily the case for the United States, although it is great that Mike Trout is out there representing the U.S.
All right, well, I guess this is your last game for the Tottenham Hotspurs in the Champions League today, huh?
Why? What are you predicting loss already?
Well, Milan already won their first game against them 1-0, so I don't know how soccer works, but Milan has to, if they tie, they win or something like that.
Yeah, so Tottenham would have to, if they win 1-0, then it would go to extra time. If Tottenham wins 2-1, I think the advantage would go to Milan because of road goals. They'd have a road goal and Tottenham would not. So ideally Tottenham could win 2-0. Can I ask Derek quickly, though? Derek, yeah. I'd love your thoughts on the WBC, especially as a pitcher who is – position players aren't impacted nearly as much by this as pitchers are in terms of – there are pitch counts for the WBC. They're not letting these guys go super deep for the reasons of health for pitchers. So I don't know what's your take on this whole thing.
Well, Jared, I do want to let you know I did play in the WBC, so I got to represent the country. And no, there was so the first game you still continue to treat it like spring training with the pitch count wise. I know when I faced Canada, Greg Maddox came up and he was my pitching coach and said, "Look, you got 50 pitches to work with. Do your best to give me 5 if you can." And I literally went 5 innings, 50 pitches, which was perfect. And then the next time I would have gone out, which was against it would have been out. We played in the next poll against Dominican. I would have had 6 innings and I want to say 65 to 70 pitches. So they do continue to build you up. Now, it might be a little bit different now because of how the pitch counts are with everything now, because I don't know what some guys are at, but it's a very controlled environment, but they also know how competitive you are, so they're very cautious about the strenuous innings because you're going to be so intense. And it's, as we were talking about earlier, it's stressful. So they're going to continue to moderate that and keep an eye on it. They're not going to let people overdo it. But at the same time, you are representing the country, so they do want to get you to go out there and perform too.
And then, Jared, I wanted to add that Derek Holland thinks the new baseball rules are stupid.
Oh, we've already talked.
Yeah, I know Derek and I don't necessarily see eye to eye on that, and that's okay. I love Derek, and Derek certainly,
Love you too, Jared.
He has a different perspective. He played.
I would just say, since we're already talking about it, add a couple seconds. If anything, we're going to go to 17 seconds and 22 seconds. But it's just, I get it, because you've always made the statement, it's the rules, you got to follow them, all that. Everybody's that way until it affects their guys. That's when it becomes an issue. And for me, the big thing, fine, whatever the pitch clock, it's really directed to the guys that take forever. And I know you could definitely agree with that by seeing some of the guys with their mannerisms on the mound. But the thing that really upsets me the most is the pickoffs and step-offs. You should be able to step off as many times as you want. Just obviously, you can't just – there's got to be something with that whole thing, because you got to think about, if you have a strenuous inning, I'm not throwing strikes. I need a moment to gather my thoughts. Also, as a left-handed pitcher, I'm trying to control the running game, and if I can only pick 2 times, I'm not helping my case, because it's 2 times per at bat. So let's think, even if I have runners on at second and first, and I pick one guy off at second, that's one of my picks. It doesn't get to reset because I got an out. Now I only have 1 pick left to throw the guy at first when I'm trying to create a double play and keep him close. That's where it's very frustrating. We're giving too much to the offense and not enough to help out with pitching as well.
So the one thing I'd add, I know if a runner steals, the picks reset.
They do?
Yes, they do. So, like, if you have runners at first and third and the runner at first steals second, they reset. I could be wrong. I want to say if you
they didn't do that in AAA. I don't mean to cut you off, but they didn't do that in AAA. If you stole a base, you still had whatever. If I used 1 already, then I only have 1 left.
For sure, and that's one of the adjustments they made in transferring the rules to the big league level.
Okay.
I don't know, though, whether that also applies to if you pick someone off. So I do know that if the situation on the bases changes in terms of a runner advancing, it resets, but I don't know if you pick off a runner if it resets as well.
Yeah,
But I understand what you're saying with I get that, and I get too, like, if you told me, hey, we're going to make it 16 and 21 or 17 and 22, I would still take that over what it was last year and all previous years with no clock, because there still would be a lot of guys who would have to make adjustments to fall within that range.
Right. And that's the thing, too, is how many teams are actually going to use the earpiece stuff, too. That's the big factor of if you're using just regular signals, because like in AAA, we don't have the earpiece equipment, so you had to use hand signals. And if I didn't like a pitch that was being called, well, I just wasted all that time, and now I'm messed up because I have to step off, and there goes one of my step-offs. So
let me ask you this. So one of the things that teams are, and I guess it's really up to the specific pitcher, experimenting with is having the pitcher with a pitch-com device to call the pitch to avoid that scenario. Would you, as a pitcher, have had any issue with, getting rid of the catcher calling the pitch and you just essentially calling the pitch to the catcher?
I'd rather have it to where it was, where the catcher's calling it, because again, at the end of the day, if we have the pitch com, it's a lot quicker than your hand signals, because it's just a button and it's a yes or no. Whereas I have to go through hand signals. That's where it takes the longest amount of time. So I'm all for that the pitch com.
Hey, Jared, real quick, are you pumped about the player to be named later we're going to get from Pittsburgh for Mark Mathias?
I am. The last player to be named later from Pittsburgh was Sherton Apostle. It didn't really work out for him. But, Dustin Harris was a player to be named later.
Okay.
And, yeah, so, you never know. But, yeah, I'm not expecting Ken Griffey Jr.
And last thing, just to make sure your tweet was correct, you saw DeGrom throw 127 miles an hour today?
I did. I didn't use a gun. I just kind of guess those things, and I'm pretty sure.
So,
it might have been 125, but it was up there.
All right, so Nick Kyrgios' serve and Jacob DeGrom's fastball are now equivalent.
Oh.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it was definitely like at least 120.
All right.
give or take 30 miles an hour, but it was pretty hard.
Hey, Derek Holland's telling me that I need to wrap this segment up. So
I'm sure Derek is. Yeah, he's very in tune with the clock.
Well, yeah, they've taught me very well, and I'm just, if I can't still get a job, you going to invite me up to the box and check it out or what?
You can always come and play in our box.
Oh, I can't wait to go in your box.
Oh, my
bigger at
gosh.
this stadium.
All right. Thank you very much, Jared. We'll catch you again tomorrow.
Love you, Jared.
Love you
All right,
guys.
answer my phone.
There you go.
Wait, answer
Phone
your phone
call.
Yeah, I think it's your
Brought
call.
to you
Are
by
giving him your
Sonic.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Oh.
Oh my God. Coming up next, NFL trades that would be fun to see. How do you feel about this Cowboys one? 877-881-1053. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
The more you listen.
special license, drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel, the consultation. It's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
3rd and 11. Knocks him back behind the 40-yard line. Taylor plays the ball over to the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown.
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. NFL trades that would be fun to see. How do you feel about this Cowboys one? But real quick, got a good opportunity for you, Derek.
All right, Derek.
The man who runs Dallas Card Show says we need an admissions person in training if you're looking for a job. So they can't.
I am looking.
They can't trust you straight
table?
away to handle the admissions, but you could start training out in Allen starting tomorrow.
I want to do it. I want to be that guy. Like, hey, where's your wristband? Where's your pass?
They
Get
are.
in line.
Let's get you one of those. What are those things called? Is it a Segway?
Oh yes.
You just have to
Have him
yell.
cruise
You just had
around
your
on
hands
that.
up on. I was like a bike.
Just like every
Yeah,
3
that's what I was
minutes,
trying to,
maybe a
lean.
little bit less than that, because you'll be scaring the people that do have tables near that area. Just about every 10 minutes, you just have to throw out a random "Hey!" and that'll scare everybody. And
Will
you're
you
like,
smack things?
I definitely need a wristband or a pass to get in here.
Okay.
That guy's hating me.
I will talk to
Will you
Kyle.
cut
We'll
people's
see
wristbands if
we
they
can
violate
get
something?
that set up for
Where'd you
wristband's
get that
gone.
wristband from? And then I'll question all the people. Did you give him that wristband? I've thought about this, by the way.
I
I'm
can
going to
tell.
tell you a scam I've thought about.
No. Okay, go ahead.
You ready?
I
It
don't-
costs every time I go watch my kid play baseball, it costs me $10 to watch my kid play baseball, because every tournament it charges $10 a person to
Yeah.
watch your own kid
Yeah.
play baseball.
Dang, they're already paying those young kids.
I
So,
think I see where this is going.
so I thought about, can you get on Amazon and just order like about 10 wristbands of every possible color?
Yeah.
And then you wait and see what wristbands they're handing out.
Just wear 'em
And then
all.
you put one on and you're like, got you. I saved my $10. But I feel like I'm going to have to spend so much money on Amazon getting 45 different flavors of the color
Wait,
on
you
my
eat these
wrist.
wristbands?
I think they should be edible wristbands too. They should give you more for. Guess what?
Well, you said flavors.
Sometimes I want to go back to those people and go, you should have seen our team play. I want my money back. That was horrible. And so, it's just one of those things. Every weekend now, starting pretty much now, it's going to cost me and my wife $40 a weekend to go watch our kids play baseball.
All right. Just so you know,
Is it every game?
this is apparently a very popular thing, because I typed in wristbands and it said wristbands for sports, wristband for sports kids were the two of the top 3 entrants on here. The basic fundamental problem, I said the same word in 2 different ways, with this is the 500 count is $13. And that seems to be,
The smallest amount.
nope, I found a better one. You can get a 100 count, I'm guessing in a lot of these colors, for $5. So how many colors do you think we need?
Well,
don't use that. Don't ever use that as a drop. That will get me in trouble.
they will mess you up every once in a while and get a wristband that has like stars on it or exploding
Ooh,
things. And you're
yeah.
like, dang it. Now I've never tried this before, but I've just thought about it. I'm sure a lot of, because, it adds up. If, let's just say we have 2 boys and they each play in about a dozen tournaments during the spring/summer. Well, you multiply that times 2, so 24, and you multiply that times 40, because me and my wife are going to the game, so we're spending that much. So what's 24 times 40?
960?
So I'm paying almost $1,000 a year, not to like the Dallas Mustangs or the Dallas Bandits. Those are the 2 teams that my kids play for that you pay money to play in their organization. I just realized I'm paying almost $1,000 as a parent to go watch my kid play Little League Baseball.
All right. There are many updates to this, because apparently people are with you. From the 214, yes, you can do that, Mike. I did that for my niece at all her AAU tournaments last year. From the 972, bro, there has to be a variety pack on Amazon. F them ballparks. So that's what I looked at next. You can get a 500 count variety pack that has 10 different colors: orange, red, yellow, purple, pink, blue, green, black, white, and gold, for $20.
That is awesome. The only issue I'm going to have, because I might do this, I'm letting you know, Perfect Game and all you tournament directors, I'm getting in these dang games for free. I'm watching 13-year-old baseball. It sometimes is not the most entertaining thing to watch, and I don't like paying $10 to watch it. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, the 8 a.m. game. The 8 a.m. game's a little bit of an issue because that's the first game.
They're like, you weren't at this game.
Waking up,
like I was here.
Waking up Saturday and Sunday morning at 5:45 a.m. to go play an 8 a.m. baseball game is not the best, but that's the tough one when you walk up and there's no customers yet. You're like, I already got my wristband.
Yeah, but you can say, oh, I was already in here. I just walked back out. Here's my wristband.
Yeah.
Because you just need to figure out what the color is so that way you can go back to your car and then walk back out. I'm like, sorry, I was getting something for my kid. I've already been in here. And boom.
I would honestly love to know. I don't think they're going to be honest with me. Like, people that kind of take extra money usually don't tell the truth. Oh, yeah, we're taking extra money. Why do you need to charge all the parents? Like, we tell our kids not to go to our other siblings' games because we're like, no, because
I'm not paying for
it's
you
going
to
to
go
cost
see
me another
Jake.
$20, and you don't even care to go to it anyways. But I'd love for as like older sister to be like, hey, you want to go watch, an hour of the game? You can drive there. It's not that long of a drive, but it's like, no, it's $10 to go watch, part of the game if I just want to go cheer on my brother for a little bit.
Oh my gosh.
I just think they're making a crap load of money off of us.
It's a gallon of gas.
You know what, Mike? People have put a lot of thought into this. From the 469. That's exactly what I've been thinking about doing, Mike. From the 214, we already do this at Marcus. From the another 214, you could sell them in the parking lot for $5 off. That's a next level of
You'll get caught. There's too many tattletellers out there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mike's out there selling wristbands.
Hey, there's a guy out there selling pink wristbands today.
Like a drug deal. You want
that person,
wristbands?
yes.
You got some wristbands.
That person is far. That happens at the card show a lot, by the way. Is like you'll still see people try to sell the tables, and if they don't buy it, you're like, hold on, what are you going to sell that for? And then from the 214, sell the wristbands at the game. Boom. There are multiple people who not only believe you should do this, but you should side hustle your side hustle. This happens at all kinds of youth sporting events, though, because it happened when my son was playing elementary school basketball at the church. They were like, oh, it's the playoffs. We got to start charging now. I'm like, okay, he is in 3rd grade. So do we have to start charging now?
You don't want to support God?
I do. Well, you've got me there, Derek.
The issue is are we supporting God?
Bested me again.
Going to the church.
Yes, I do want to support the church.
I see how you feel now. You don't want to make church better.
You know what? Like, as long as we're on this, can I tell you something that bothered me about the church when I was a kid?
No.
Is at my church, well, I'm going to anyway.
All right, cool.
Is at my church, we had redone the church and everything like that, and they said our debt balance was $3 million. And I thought, why did we redo the church before we had the money? And now we're $3 million in debt, and it's not going to go for missionary work or anything like that. It's just to pay off the debt from fixing up the church. Anyways.
Nice. Sorry, I'm distracted. Wonder Woman's hot. Look at her.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And we're like, hey, let's go get an ugly Wonder Woman. I bet people will go see this in the movie theater.
That's true.
My God. All right.
I mean, the first goal of that job was, are you hot? If not, don't try out. Second, be an actress.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think ugly ones tried out?
They might have, and you probably give them 10 seconds. You go, thanks for your time. Next.
Yeah. Do you think they go
nothing against Melissa McCarthy, but they probably weren't. If Melissa McCarthy shows up, they're probably not like, yeah, you know what? You look the part of Wonder Woman.
I hear what you're saying. You can't put that in the casting call, though. Only hot's allowed.
Yeah, you can. Sorry, don't be ugly.
You cannot put that.
I'm
they
pretty
can
sure
actually show up and
I
say,
would put,
I
look at the
identify
cartoon
as
of Wonder
beautiful.
Woman. That's who we're looking for.
Yeah, okay.
I identify as beautiful, so you must accept that.
From the 817, Mike, you can do this. And how come they don't sell season tickets to these youth events?
Honestly, that's not a bad idea. You just have to know that your coach is signing up for 10 perfect game events, and it'd be like, hey, do you want to just buy a perfect game event for $100? It could save you $100 because your kid's going to play on Saturday and most likely Sunday. And so it's $10 a day. So you're saying, hey, if there's 10 tournaments that you're going to play in, that's $200. So now you get $100 off. And if you guys don't make the tournaments, we took your money anyways. But there's just no way when you start doing the math on how much money they're making. Almost every kid has two parents going to the game. Or they might have grandparents going to the game too. So every kid, you can just say times 2 easily. Yeah. Maybe even times 4, honestly, with kind of grandparents and siblings. And there's just so many teams playing. There's 16 teams in this age group and 16 teams in that age group. I mean, they have to be pulling in. Sometimes, I know this is way too high of a number. I feel like they might be pulling in like $30,000 in just people paying to go watch their kids play baseball. And just a weekend.
I am honestly somebody.
And we have such nothing against the umpires. Thank you for volunteering and everything. You guys are trying your best. But I feel like at that point you could pay umpires more and then get better umpires.
At that level?
Dude, if I'm bringing in $30K and parents paying to watch their kids play baseball, they could probably be like, hey, we're now paying, if you tell adults, hey, we're paying $150 a game, and you're gonna you do have to umpire 3 games a day. So we're gonna give you $450 to umpire for about 4 hours. I think you're going to get a lot more people that are going to I want to do that. And then you start getting more people. The competition gets better, as in now I can eliminate the people who I've never played baseball before. I don't even know what a ball and strike are.
Yeah, but I always walk, because I've umpired a few times Little League, and I've literally walked to both coaches, or when they come to talk to me, I say, look, I'm just going to tell you right now, get the kids to swing. We're going to have a fairly good size zone. Right. I want them to hit. So if you don't like my calls, I'm just letting you know I'm going to have a big zone for today because I want to see action. I want to see them swinging.
So somebody from the 360, is this a real segment? It's not what was on the run sheet. It was
I think people are enjoying this.
No, they are, because I have updates to some of the stuff y'all have been talking about.
In the Twitch.
From the 360, so the person from the 360, it was originally going to be about the idea of chasing after Chris Godwin or Brandon Cooks for the Cowboys, and I had other ideas for you.
But now we're chasing Wonder Woman.
Yes, we might have to revisit this, because we've got a shocking amount of updates. From the 817, as a kid, I used to work at the sports park in Ranger Stadium. I would sell the coins used for that game and pocket the cash. I made a lot of money. I had to edit that as a teenager, allegedly. And then we go from that to this, from the 682. Kevin, my ex-wife wanted to be an actress. They absolutely do put that in casting calls. Sometimes they even say, this calls for nudity, so wear loose clothes so we can see the bounce. This is from somebody who said their ex-wife was an actress. So
what was bouncing? Wait, what kind of movie was that?
I mean, there's nudity in regular movies too, right?
Some.
All right.
So
I like all this.
You guys were right, and I was wrong. Is apparently you can put, you need to look good or whatever.
I mean, what am I supposed? I mean, you have to kind of do that if that's the hey, we need in this thing we have to have a swimsuit model. Well, maybe I don't have to put you need to be a swimsuit model looking person, but you probably do.
Probably says you need to be like size whatever.
Yeah, and then I come out there with my gut, and they're like, no. They're like, it doesn't look like you like abs, and I'm like, no, I don't like doing abs.
And from the 214, so are y'all signing Derek to a 1-year deal? Or are we going long term right here?
Oh, good. The big D. What are we doing?
These are good questions.
Well, do you guys hire ugly people?
I mean, I'm here. So
I'm here too.
Yeah, and by the way,
$480 approximately. So you could say $500 per game those people get to just charge parents and grandparents to watch a game. That's fine. And they run 8 a.m., 9:45. They run about 10 games on a field per day. Think about that. It's a lot of money.
It is.
They're making $5,000 per field.
Do they care about your looks?
Not at all. There's plenty of pretty people watching their kids play, and there's plenty of average people and plenty of ugly people watching their kids play.
Wanted to make sure.
They do not discriminate. They just need your $10.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. I feel like I learned way too much in that segment about things I did not.
Both sides, my Twitch and the radio Twitch, the fan, they want to know what was bouncing.
They're making $20K.
We'll type it in the Twitch off the air. I don't want to get fined
on a
by the
4-pack of
FCC.
Fields. You get $20K.
Coming up next, we will chit chat
I'm making a four.
with
You
the
wanna
fellas of
let's
the
invest in a
G-Bag
4-pack of
Nation.
Fields. Let's go get a 4-pack of Fields and charge $11 to the parents.
You know what? If it'll end this conversation, deal. Coming up next, G-Mag here on The Fan.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts. More than just Silverados. Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, and all your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Welcome to the Crosstalk with KMC Masterpiece and the G-Bag Nation. But first, I want to ask, guys, when you guys go to a sporting event, any game, basketball, football, whatever, what do you like? Are you a type of person that's into the game, or are you the person that sits there and talks during the game, or are you the person that's on their phone the whole time and not even paying attention to the game? Because I'm a person that I can't stand if you are constantly talking to me because I'm a fan. I want to watch the game. Your thoughts?
I get totally wrapped up in the game, and I'm not a big cheer guy. I want to be there with a buddy. Then we're talking about what they need to do and what's going on and how bad the refs are, stuff like that. I get pretty intensely wrapped up in the back and forth action.
It's like game conversation. If there is any, it's about what is taking place, what needs to take place. We're making adjustments on the sideline, right? We're armchair quarterbacking this thing.
Yeah, during stoppages.
I love that. And the only other thing you might catch me doing is just, buried face deep in some nachos.
That's okay. That's
pretty much the only thing you're going to find me doing.
Yeah, but you're still engaged with the game. You could be stuffing your face, but you're still engaged with the game.
100%.
Yeah, it's definitely, you got to watch it. And then the chit chat will be during the break time. If there's a timeout, if we've got a TV timeout, maybe then we can go ahead and be like, all right, what's going on?
How's
what
life?
do you see? And we're going to be talking about maybe some issues, some irritants about what's happening with like THJ. Maybe missing a shot last night. He was on fire. Thank goodness. Oh my gosh, can you believe this? Why can't we get this every night from Tim Hardaway Jr.? Bum, bum, bum.
Right here.
You do
Rip
look
it
great.
open.
That's sweet, man. I love that.
You have to factor in who you're going to the game with, right, too? Because I thought about with the kids, it's tough for them to ask you a question they're trying to learn. You're like, hold on, we're on the power play.
Yeah,
like
not now.
Yeah, that's tough.
I get that with kids, but if let's say, for instance, you take a date, I don't want to spend my time talking to you about all kinds of whatever else. I get it, trying to get to know you or whatever.
Is that a good date activity then?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Not. I don't like it because I'd rather take if you want to do a date and get to know somebody, go to dinner. When you're at a sporting event, I'm here to cheer for my team. I'm a passionate fan. I go with Mike and he gets into it.
I just sit there and watch and try to not do anything. Right?
Cancel that.
No, you're yelling at everybody. You're standing up, which I love. That's why
down in
good.
front. That's what Mike always says.
Hey,
it's the other way around. They're telling him.
Okay,
he stands up a lot.
Shouldn't we be cheering for our team? I feel like
man,
we've paid
why
a
are you
lot
even at this game? There are
Yeah.
so many, especially in the playoffs. People go, why is this jacknuts even at the game if you're just going to sit there?
That's the most annoying thing. Where you're starting to feel self-conscious because you're standing in a moment where this seems very natural. All right, this is big. We should all be loud and rowdy. And then it's like, well, nobody else is standing around me. Are these people not invested? And that happens a lot at Cowboy games.
It has become so different from Mavs games that I was used to going to, and maybe just because I was a kid and I forget it, but at Reunion Arena, and maybe it's just the world we live in, right? I mean, there's so many things distracting us at a game. That was it. This is the only thing in your face right now is the game. This is it. And you would stand up. I mean, there was a lot of emotion in Reunion Arena. That's why they call them the Reunion Rowdies and everything. And as time has gone on, it just feels like you're more like watching a TV show at a game. Now, I get playoffs are different, but a lot of times you're like, I think a lot of people around me are just kind of enjoying kind of like a TV show.
Especially
instead
at the
of being
Cowboys
at
game when you're literally looking at that. Yeah.
Do you feel like your attention changes? Like we were talking about trying to get people involved with baseball. It's, it's so long or whatever, so we're trying to pick it up. But it's like kids these days and like some of the people in general, their attention span is god awful. Like you can't go 10 minutes without looking at your phone. Do you feel like that's a factor too when it comes into sporting events?
I think
being focused.
Yeah, a lot of people are just there to just be able to say that they went there. It was something to do, but ultimately they don't necessarily care about the game, and so they're going to be taking the pictures and they're going to be on just on their phone for whatever reason. I think plenty of people are just there to just say, "Hey, I got to go do something. I was out of the house, but I don't actually care about the game. I just can't wait to like post about it or whatever."
Yeah, I think ticket prices being up, maybe that's a factor as well. Because those kind of highfalutin people, I think they're more likely to take their highfalutin friends than passionate sports fans.
I love that
You know
phrase.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Great.
They're not all like you, Dutch or Mike.
No, and that's why too. Like I like the comment from Anthony Edwards saying that guys are resting so much, and it's like you just said, ticket prices are high, so not everybody can just afford to go to a game.
Yeah.
So like we got to fix that too.
Yeah. Maybe I'm off on this, but I feel like the lower ticket price fan is more likely to get rowdy.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Mike.
I am. I sit in the upper deck during the playoffs. If we're in the upper deck, we're in the upper deck. The upper deck's kind of fun. Like
where the real fans
people
are.
are really into the game. There's some good swear words up there and everything, and they can't hear it all the way down there, but it's great.
The ushers look the other way a little bit more up there.
A little bit more up there. Like we get who we're with right here. Like we're up here in the upper deck. So
the rules get less and less stringent the higher you go up into the stands. I do like that.
Yeah, the more likely a fight could happen, right?
Do you have a go-to concession item at the AAC? Are you eating as much as I am at these games?
No, I don't really eat too much there. I always either wait until after or before, but I always take a shot of tequila before the game and at halftime. So if you ever see me there and you want to come take a shot, come and get one.
Where are the shots?
I love Jose Cuervo.
Jack Daniels.
As long as you
you
Jack
can't go in
Daniels.
there
I'm
unless
always
you're like highfalutin though.
No, average shows.
They have a guy check-in.
Jack Daniels?
They have a guy check-in.
At Jack Daniels?
Where you get the shot.
Yes, you can go there. You go up top and you come down the steps.
Yeah, anyone can get in there. You haven't seen my hooligan friends. We used to go in there and get rowdy during Stars games.
Oh, I believe every bit of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll
come and take some shots. So what do we got on the G-Bag Nation for today?
Well, shots sound excellent. I don't know if we'll get into that yet, although it should be a glorious Wednesday. We'll see. We have a big guest coming up at 4 o'clock. Andrew Lopez covers the Pelicans for ESPN, and Andrew will join us there at 4 o'clock. Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Dutch.
Thank you.
He was so sad.
I know.
Gavin, my main topic today was, can we please stop playing Luka all 12 minutes of quarters? I think it's hurting his especially fourth quarter. It's not. Nobody does it. Giannis is in way better shape than Luka. Luka's a heavier guy. No player in the NBA does it except for him. He's the only player in the NBA that plays all 12 minutes of the first quarter and then all 12 minutes of the third quarter. And I do think it is I know he's hurt right now too, but I do think it's affecting his game and affecting his playing about 70 of 82 games. Like, dude, this is not a good idea. LeBron didn't do it in his prime. Giannis isn't doing it in his prime. Like, playing 12 minutes.
It is a weird rotation. Yeah.
It's not a good idea.
I mean, as long as Kyrie's taken over in the fourth, maybe it works out. Maybe it's what you have to do to keep an elite creator on the floor at all times with the rotation, because you only really got two guys still. But yeah, it's not my favorite thing either, Mike.
Thank you.
Wow. Well, what an eventful
And by the way,
day.
I like sitting down.
Yeah, it happened.
I like this new era of just sitting down. I forgot to mention that about 5 minutes ago. I like that better. It's a regular season game, okay? Do something amazing.
All
Go
right.
on a 40-point quarter or throw down a windmill dunk and I'll cheer. But other than that, let's just kind of stay seated and enjoy the game. Okay, the playoffs are coming. Win or go home is coming, and that's when the passion will arrive. Let's chill.
Well, we're the KMC masterpiece.
Everybody makes the playoffs now. That's why everybody.
You just got to talk over.
I just want to go. I want to help this.
Everybody D's around for 55 games and like, oh no, there's 25 games left. We might want to try hard now.
Well, thanks for listening to the KMC masterpiece.
Pure
We're
gold as
outta
always.
here.
Thanks
Yes,
for
it is.
asking.
Pure gold as always. Say poopery, Kevin.
Poopery.
I love your butt.
Say toilets, Derek.
Turlets.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford, it's 35 minutes of commercial-free fan and the Expressway. Sean and RJ. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are off and running. Another big day in the world of sports. Let's discuss it. General at your service. At ease, there's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Wolchuk Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman. Coordinate your video at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. And here we go. Rangers baseball is starting. You have the Mavs in the middle of a back-to-back. They're playing tonight in New Orleans. And you guys had a draft show today, didn't you? How'd the draft show go over there at the .com?
It was good. Yeah, it was fun. We dove into a lot of different ideas about, are there players that worked out in such a way that it put them out of position to be selected by the Cowboys? And are some of the guys you thought that were out of reach now maybe to you at 26? So
very entertaining.
Yeah, entertaining. And tomorrow, I get to host tomorrow. I'm excited about that because Kyle Yeomans has basketball duty. But tomorrow we're going to draft for the NFC East by taking Dane Brugler's mock draft that he used and try and pick, would you take this guy or this guy? And got several good names for the Cowboys too.
Love it. Drafting is in the air once again in a very big way as we're well into the month of March now. DeAndre Hopkins news is the latest, and I know a lot of Tolos are checking in, a lot of G-Bag Nationals checking in on the regular, trying to get some news on DeAndre Hopkins. Apparently he's saying he's willing to be flexible in the last 2 years of his contract instead of go for a big money top of the market deal. He wants to maybe choose the best situation for success rather than whoever's given him the most amount of money. Is that the break we need to maybe talk about this in a more serious way? Well, Chuck, what do you say?
I think that that could be music to the Cowboys' ears. I mean, you know them. They're certainly like looking to try and, hey, there's only so much of the pie to go around. That's always what we hear, especially when you're paying a quarterback that much. That's what they're saying. So DeAndre Hopkins isn't even making $20 million. So he's making less than what Amari Cooper was making. He's arguably a better wide receiver. And to me, Brian and I have talked about this. If you're not able to get one of these guys that falls to you, that's a first-round guy at 26, there's nobody that's going to help you as much this year than DeAndre Hopkins would. So to me, I'm willing to give up that kind of draft capital and bring that dude in. And all of a sudden now you've got CeeDee Lamb, who looks up to Nuke Hopkins. You've got him. And then we'll see what they end up doing at tight end. Maybe they end up targeting that in the first round. But now you got pieces. Let's go to work.
Wow, we'd have some serious weapons all of a sudden. That would be very exciting. I keep going back and forth on how realistic I think this is. If they were trying to trade for Brandon Cooks last year and his salary is right around that same ballpark as far as average per year, maybe they could budget something like that. Maybe this is a realistic. If they're talking about OBJ at 15 or Brandon Cooks at 18, why wouldn't DeAndre Hopkins be doable on their books into this scenario?
I think it absolutely would be doable, but I think the biggest thing holding it back, though, is Odell Beckham Jr., because I don't have to give up a draft pick for it. And I think they value their draft picks at an extremely high level. They still get the same big splash, big name effect with a guy that they can at least sell on being a really productive player for them. And they're probably right about that outside of the injuries. I still think Odell Beckham Jr. on any given Sunday can be a really dang good receiver. The problem is, how much can you trust him? Like, how many Sundays can you get out of him, I think is the question now, and how much you're going to have to pay him. But I think they're going to like the idea of just the whole name brand of OBJ. I can pay you. I don't have to trade for you. Let's do it that way. I don't even have to trade for DeAndre Hopkins, even though Hopkins is better.
Yeah, so the text, hey, Hop wants a new deal at the top of the wide receiver market. No thanks. Well, that's been the report, but DeAndre Hopkins and Ian Rappaport is on this. Hopkins willing to be flexible with the new team regarding the last 2 years of his contract. And I don't know exactly what that looks like for him and his agent or a team, but he currently slated at a salary of $19 million in 2023 and just over $14 in 2024. So hopefully the Cowboys are at least investigating this and not like on their yacht in the Bahamas for spring break or something, Brian.
No, they're absolutely looking at this one, but there's so much legwork that's already been done on the Odell Beckham one. I have a feeling that's the one they're probably working on first, and they know that they could probably get the Hopkins deal done if they offer the second round pick. So the one that the harder one of them, I think, to do would be to get the Odell Beckham one done. That would be the harder of the two, because all you have to do is send the Cardinals the pick, and you're likely have the rights to the guy.
And are you guys with me now? Just not wanting to see this Odell Beckham signing. I think last year it made sense because it was going to be for a very short period of time. You don't have to carry Odell Beckham Jr. for a season and hope that he remains healthy, which he's not. You know, like this to me, no. The good opportunity for Odell Beckham Jr. was he was the only guy available, and you could have a low risk to get Odell Beckham Jr. on your team and try to win a Super Bowl before he went to free agency. It's not to be the team that pays old Odell Beckham Jr. multiple catastrophic lower body injuries over the course of his career. This is just, I will not get behind this at all. And even if he comes out and plays great in the first 5 or 6 games, I'll think, well, it's false hope because he's not going to stay healthy for the regular season. And then you're going to hit the playoffs and be like, oh, gee, OBJ is unavailable. It's going to happen. This is Porzingis level. This is every bit as injury prone. And plus, he's old.
Yeah.
You know, the Rams tried to do it for a half season and he broke in the Super Bowl. I don't know what more you need to see.
For everything you just said, I'm completely with you on this. And the idea of having your starting running back and your number 2 and number 3 wide receivers all coming off of injuries relatively recently. You'll be 2 years removed for the ACL for Michael Gallup, but your starting running backs and Tony Pollard's coming off an injury, OBJ, and then I'm just like, that's too much for me, man.
I know, and it's crazy because like Hopkins and OBJ are actually the same age, but it feels like Odell is. His body just seems so much older, right? I mean, with all the injuries, it's taken a toll on him. Now, granted, if you're getting the guy that the last we saw of him prior to getting hurt in the Super Bowl was on pace to being Super Bowl MVP, that's fun. That's exciting. And Gavin, you, I think, have articulated it beautifully about the way that the business side of the Cowboys think with this, right? It's a Hollywood type of name. It will sell jerseys. It will put butts in the seats. But so would a DeAndre Hopkins to that same extent, right? And I think that he's a better player. So I understand it. You're not giving up draft capital. Maybe Odell Beckham Jr. could be a little bit cheaper. And there's fans that would be like, hey, why can't you do both? I don't think the Cowboys would do both. I'd rather have a DeAndre Hopkins right now. I think he's a better player. And I always think that's how you need to look at these things when you're building your football team.
Yeah, Brian makes a good point, though. They have put in a lot of legwork, and Jerry's still talking about him. So a priority for an organization, all signs are pointing in that direction.
Is there a number where you're at? And I guess this might be an unfair question, you guys, because we're not all cap guys. But if Odell Beckham's a $7 or $8 million a year player, are you more in tune with that?
Yes.
Sure.
Does that make you feel a little bit better?
I think so.
About what you're doing? Okay.
Yeah, maybe they could, have incentives in there that if he does have the dominant year and is healthy the whole way through, that he's making even more. I'm happy with that. But like banking on it and trusting that happening, I'm just not with.
Yeah, I'm not with either. Certainly at a lower price, I'd be more down. But I also wouldn't want that to be the one juice move that they talk about. And that's how we solve our lack of weapons issue offensively. Like they would need to still come through with some things in the draft. Are you getting one of these stud tight ends? Are you bringing a weapon in, another one in free agency, whatever you're doing? But it can't just be OBJ and now everything's solved with the lack of skill dominance that we don't have.
I think they're open to looking at your tight end. I think they're open to looking at your running back. I think they're open to also adding maybe an offensive lineman to this thing. As probably the third thing, but when you're starting to talk about weapons, I think they're open to your ideas of like, nah, Odell Beckham's not going to be the only thing that we potentially going to add to this thing.
And he can't be.
Yeah. But the headline, DeAndre Hopkins is willing to be flexible with the final 2 years and helping it make sense for a team that wants to add him to be a contender. Michael Irvin press conference today with Dallas reporters discussing his $100 million lawsuit against Marriott. This after a judge ordered the hotel chain to turn over all video and witness statements to Irvin. So far, they have not cooperated with that. So he came out swinging here in a passionate press conference. Here's what it sounded like.
But this sickens me. This sickens me. Because in this great country, this takes me back to a time where a white man would accuse a white woman would accuse a black man of something. And they would take a bunch of guys that were above the law, run in the barn, put a rope around his foot, and drag him through the mud. and hang them by the tree. Not a thought about what would happen, not an investigation, not after repeated attempts of people trying to go and say, guys, here's what really happened. Here is what really happened. Here are witnesses that'll say this. Here's witnesses that'll say that. They said, we don't want to hear. We do not want to hear. How can I defend myself if I don't even know what I'm defending myself against? They asked me, they said, do you remember this girl you met in the lobby? I work and I live in hotels. I stay in hotels all year long from August to September. I meet people every day walking in and out of a lobby. I couldn't even tell you what she looked like. I don't know. I don't even know who I'm talking about when I'm talking about I'm supposed to do something. This just blows my mind that in 2023, we still dragging and hanging brothers by a tree. That blows my mind that I have no opportunity to defend. I don't even know what I'm defending. And absolutely, to not listen to the court. Marriott is above the law because I still haven't seen this tape. I haven't seen this tape. I want to see what I'm being accused of, why I've had put my whole life on hold, why my family had to endure it. And if I did something wrong, I'll suffer the consequences of me doing something wrong. But if you did something wrong, you meaning them, then they should suffer the consequences of what they did wrong.
Totally agree with the analogy. You know, I think really the only difference is, thankfully now the only thing being lynched would be his career and his character. You know, he gets to live, at least in modern times. But I think that's spot on, and it's powerful words there from Michael Irvin. At one point, a witness was talking about what he saw that night, which was nothing out of the ordinary, and Mike appeared to be fighting back tears. I think if you see that in your Marriott right now, you're like, oh my God, what have we done? You know, we now we're in the middle of this. It could cost us millions and millions of dollars. You know, obviously it's time to review your policies. You have no evidence. Like, people can get kicked out and fired for audio. We've seen it happen several times, but it needs to be recorded or at least have a witness. But they were like, get him out, and now we're going to call the hotel, and now it is coming back on them in a big way. And they probably felt like they were in the right, and they were the righteous ones throughout the first days or maybe even week of this. But at this point, they got to be like, holy crap, you know, this is going to get real ugly for us, and, you know, end up making the boss write a big old check. Yes, boy, you put that on the witness stand, you know, you have an American sports hero, you know, telling those kinds of truths, drawing those kinds of analogies. You know, it is going to hit so hard. So, you know, and again, we don't know what happened, but Mike doesn't even know who the accuser is, and people can lose their jobs over words. We saw it happen with Donald Sterling, but she knew even then, if I just present this, people are going to be like, whatever. So boom, she drops the audio on it, and now spoken words can get you canceled. But it can't be because someone feels a certain type of way about how you came on to them, or was that even what that was?
I don't know.
He said, she said, is what it is.
Exactly. It's a dangerous game you play when one person can say that someone said something to them that they were offended by, and now you can be kicked out with no other, like, all you need is one person just claiming one thing that was said, not even like an actual, oh, he assaulted me physically. It's like words, there's no evidence. All I need to know is that one lady feels one way, and now we're just going to just totally turn his Super Bowl week in life upside down in 5 seconds. That is a very dangerous game to play, no question about it.
Mavs beat the Jazz 120-116. Kyrie was fantastic, 33 for the game, 17 in the fourth. Hardaway added 24. Luka had 29 and 10. Luka's putting up massive games, and we barely even recognize it these days, but 29 and 10 is an outrageously awesome game. They visit the Pelicans tonight without Zion. They are 20 and 28 since he got hurt. I didn't realize they were that bad.
Yeah, it's been a rough go for New Orleans. And Luka, according to Tim McMahon, not on the injury report, going to be the first time he's going to play on a back-to-back since December. That is wild for Luka, but let's just hope THJ can stay red hot. I think he's shooting 65% since the All-Star break from three.
Dang,
It's just
huge.
unbelievable from
Yeah.
Tim Hardaway Jr.
You know what? The Mavericks really don't have an opportunity for load management here for Luka. They really don't. They need to figure out things going into the playoffs. You're running out of games.
Mhm.
You know, you need to get the cohesiveness together between him and Kyrie, the combinations, how they're going to play this. The Mavs need to focus in on this. We don't have time to rest, guys.
No, we
And
need
avoid the
wins.
play-in.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to find a way to win games. Try and put some distance between you and the other teams behind you, and then get yourself in the best playoff position you can. You know, the resting time, that's all over with now. Now that you have Kyrie here, you have got to figure these things out going forward. You got to figure out how you're going to knock down shots at the end of these games in order to win, and you got to find a way to play better defense when they're all on the floor together.
All of the above, please. Okay, we are off and running here in the nation. Have the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. Rangers are playing the Diamondbacks this afternoon, and Wolchuk has a mini edition of baseball stuff with us next, right?
Yeah, we got an update on Jacob deGrom. A former Ranger has retired, and who's getting the start for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 2:30, it'll be the G-Bag of the day. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk to entertain your baseball ears with some baseball stuff. Here he is, Zach.
Well, we were waiting to see what went down with Jacob deGrom today, and we got good news. Boys, we got good news. deGrom hit 100 miles per hour in his live batting practice session today, and it was 35 pitches, 2 innings against live bats. He was sitting at about 98 to 99 with his fastball. He hit 100 miles per hour on that final pitch of the first inning, and he threw all his pitches, and he was pleased with his changeup as well as the fastball. Jonah Heim was asked about it afterwards, and he said his fastball is just different. That's the only way that he can describe it. It's got extra life. If I had to swing after the first 2 pitches, I feel like I would have been 6 hours late on both of those pitches. It'd be really hard to put into words how to describe it. It's just different. So he's throwing some nasty stuff. Is deGrom, the next step for him will be to hopefully pitch in a game. So we'll find out when exactly that would be. Could be maybe next week, but this is all great news.
Man, that is fantastic. Do you think he is the best pitcher in the game when healthy?
Yeah, I do. I think he is, certainly. I think there's some other guys that are in the conversation, but I think Jacob deGrom, when healthy, is absolutely the best pitcher in Major League Baseball. Yeah, I think he certainly is. The numbers that he puts up, it's pretty jaw-dropping.
I'm honestly excited to see how I wonder if he's going to go full Scherzer style with the way he does the pitch clock, and like if he's going to try to do that mental warfare and use it to his advantage and mind bleep some of these hitters. I'm excited to see how he approaches this pitch clock thing.
Yeah, because it was interesting when we were there in spring training. Eric and I sat into one of Boch's media sessions.
Dang right we did, man. Asked all the hard-hitting questions.
We did. And, we were asking about the pitch comm, and, Boch said, well, there's one starting pitcher that we know that might not use the pitch comm. And our best guess could be, and he wouldn't say who it was, but it may be deGrom, because Martine's going to use it. And I mean, John Gray, I'm assuming, is going to use it. To my knowledge, he did use it last year. I think he's comfortable with it. So I think deGrom coming from the Mets and seeing what Scherzer's done by not using it, deGrom might be, I think, the leader. If you had to guess on who could it be, it would make sense.
What's the advantage you get?
I think it's just really just the pitcher's comfortability with it, right? The communication there. Otherwise, you're just basically kind of calling your own game, essentially.
Yeah, if you don't want to use the pitch comm, you're just basically saying as the pitcher, hey, I'm gonna make the calls here, and the catcher will just acquiesce to what I want to do.
The pitcher wants.
Whereas with the pitch comm, now I got something additional here. I'm trying to figure out what the signs are. The catcher's giving it to me. Most guys will still do that. I do love the idea of it being like one of these young guys, and it's like Cole Reagans is going like, nah, I don't need it.
Yeah.
I don't need it. I got
like,
this.
Bleep this.
Hey, don't worry about this, Boch. I'm good.
like, nah.
deGrom can use it if he wants, but not me.
Go for it, buddy.
Who's the young cocky guy? Is it Brock Burke? Who's the cockiest guy in that pitching staff?
I don't know if Burke's got the...
I wouldn't call Burke cocky. Confident. But not cocky.
And a great dude and a great interview. And a big fan of the dong ball despite being a pitcher.
He's funny.
Yeah, he is funny.
He is funny. I don't know about the young guys, which one's like the most cocky.
Let's ask Sandler later today.
All right.
Who's that guy?
Do you kind of feel like that these pitchers more might use the pitch comm thing on their own to hold runners in place?
I think, especially
with
now
like
since
knowing
the new
that,
rules.
Yeah, they can't throw over a bunch and stuff like that.
Yes.
That like, okay, this is what I'm going to throw. I'm going to throw it at this. Because you not being able to take time to keep runners in place, like, okay, I'm going to call my own game in a way if I get a runner on and vary the way that I pitch because of the clock, but also try and make sure that because I can't throw over, I got to give you a pitch to at least handle so you can throw this dude out. I don't know. Maybe that's something that will.
No, I think that's a good point.
We'll kind of see that working its way in a little bit later on.
I noticed a lot of catchers throwing over to first, by the way. Trying to catch him on the leadoff. Right. I think that's going to be the new.
Yeah, the last
game. You're going to see that more. Absolutely, that's a good call.
We were watching. Was it the Dodgers?
Was
the one game that we were watching the rain? It might it was the Giants.
The last game we saw was the Giants.
The
first game we saw them play was
the Giants.
Dodgers.
Catchers were throwing behind runners constantly in that game.
Yeah,
behind the Rangers runners.
You're limited with the pickoff attempts, so you're going to have to try and balance that out somehow. So you will see the catchers more involved in the run game there. Jacob deGrom also receiving a 99 rating in MLB The Show, which I know a lot of people love. Other players that received the 99 rating, Mike Trout, Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge, and Paul Goldschmidt. So he is in a rare class in the 99 club.
Does the health not factor in to the overall rating?
No.
Maybe that's not part
Just
of it.
how good are you?
That'd be the only thing.
Trout would be a guy you'd have to probably consider that too about health.
Yep. I mean, I think all those guys, Aaron Judge as well. But no, it's just about how good of a baseball player are you? And that dude is a damn good baseball
It's
player.
amazing the Angels have two guys that are 99 ratings and just can't get out of their own way.
I know, dude.
Yeah, it's bad. I mean, you can factor in Anthony Rendon as well.
Yeah.
He was probably in the 90 club. And then finally, we also have some World Baseball Classic news here. Adam Wainwright is going to start Game 1 for Team USA against Great Britain. So we're looking forward to that. He's coming off of a great 2022 season. He's 41 years old, but he pitched with a 3.71 ERA. He was really fantastic. Shohei Ohtani is going to get Game 1 for Japan as they will play against China. And then former Texas Ranger, Gold Glove winner, Mitch Moreland. He told WEEI in Boston that he is retired. Quote, "I'm retired."
Dunsky.
There you go. I'm done. I'm done playing.
Mitch the B word.
I've enjoyed the family
Gave us
life.
the best moment from the 2010 World Series.
Yeah.
We got to believe temporarily.
I loved Mitch, and I was always an admirer of just how freshly cut the beard always looked.
Yeah. He had a good style to him.
He certainly did. It was a beautiful, beautiful beard.
Well, so long, Mitch, and Godspeed to you in whatever you choose to do. A Packers writer wrote about why Green Bay is so willing to move on from Aaron Rodgers. You might have your own reasons. You're annoyed by it. They're taking a $41 million hit if they do trade him. Could you imagine wanting to get rid of a guy so much you're like, sweet, let's take a $41 million hit. We don't have him anymore? Great. But I think that's how much of a beating it was. And what it's boiled down to in this piece is him skipping the whole offseason last year and coming out of shape into camp compared to his usual self. His arms and legs weren't there, and you know, it made people wonder if he had been in shape and participated in the offseason, maybe they do make the playoffs. Maybe he does get on the same page with the Christian Watson before week 8 or 9 or whatever that was. And he points out that Pat Mahomes brought all of his new players down to Texas with him and was working out the entire offseason while Aaron Rodgers was essentially vacationing in Hawaii for like 3 or 4 months. So just a lack of commitment. And I said last week, you know, if that darkness retreat worked, he'll come to the conclusion that he's done. You know, he's just not all in. If competing in pro football doesn't make your sports, you know what, so damn aroused, and you're making $50 million and you're like, yeah, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. I kind of want to go hang out in the Andes and, you know, do ayahuasca with a guru. You're not a football player anymore. It's time to go. And that's what the Green Bay people feel like. I think for the New York Jets, probably they're so desperate to get something that works, they're stoked about it.
For sure. Yeah, this will be the best quarterback to ever wear a Jets uniform. They're totally on board.
Yeah. Got to be all in this game, though, or you're done. It is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Yeah, what's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
How we doing?
Grooving off that CBD and feel-free shot that I get from the gas station. Feeling great, man.
Okay.
Yeah, feeling good on a hump day. Yeah.
Love it. I need to get back into that CBD store.
Fantastic, man.
Yeah, it's good maintenance.
Yeah, it's that time. So plus, you're on that lint thing.
Yeah.
Put that CBD in that body. You know what I mean? Yeah.
That would be good and balanced.
Yeah, that lint thing. I say that respectfully.
You
I
do?
really
Yeah,
do.
I know you do.
Yeah,
Okay. A couple of updates. Number one, my sugar levels finally normalized. It took me nearly 2 weeks this time. I don't know what was going on, but I'm good now. I feel great.
I know what was going on.
And this morning, 10 push-ups.
Okay.
Knocked him out.
Double digits.
I'm back in the double digits.
Okay.
I noticed those triceps were poking out a little bit today.
Okay.
Yeah.
You feeling good, man. You feeling good. My cousin hit me up about this thing called the 75-day challenge or something like that.
Okay.
A lot of days.
It's a lot of days. It's a lot of days.
A marathon, bro.
It's a marathon.
Yeah. Might be
Hey,
up
but
for it.
remember though, like 6 weeks, change your whole life.
Yeah.
You just do it 6 straight weeks. It will change your whole
For sure.
life. Whatever it is. Let's see. Our
As long as
winner,
it's not meth. Yeah.
well, I mean,
Yeah.
Speak for yourself.
Just change it for the wrong.
what I'm
in the
saying.
wrong
You are looking
direction.
extra slim over there, Wolf.
some people need a little bit motivation. You know what I mean?
State of the art.
Yeah. How you expect me to build this house up like that? I need a little bit of motivation. Our champion is Steve Harvey. He was on the Late Night Jimmy show. That's Jimmy Fallon right there. And they were talking about Jimmy's, I think we called him, Steve Hardy?
Yep.
Yeah.
Steve Hardy.
Yeah. I seen the merch and everything too, by the way. While this is talking, Google up that shirtless photo of Steve Harvey from back in the day. He looked like a greased up hot water bottle. Check that fool out right there. Yeah, that's going to be the merch right there.
Now, I was sitting up the other day, and I was just, sitting there, and a Cialis commercial came on. And I was sitting up there, and it says, it's for men who have erectile dysfunction. Now, I don't have that, but at 58, I'm probably going to get it soon. So I set up a little bit, and then it says, if you have an erection lasting longer than 4 hours, call your doctor. Why would I do that? If I have an erection that has lasted 4 hours, I'm not calling nobody. I'm taking selfies. That's 1 hour. That's hour number 2.
Jimmy is tripping, bro.
It's 3:30. Still here. Still here. Still here, baby. 4 hours. Bro. I'm taking selfie with time codes on it. You gotta be kidding me,
No,
bro.
you gotta call your doctor.
Oh, man, you gotta call your doctor. You gotta call your doctor.
The way Jimmy laughing makes me feel like he's got some of his phone of himself.
Yeah.
You thought that too? So did I, bro. So did I.
He did go hard, man.
He
Sean
was all
Sharif
over the
thought
desk.
that was a hard laugh.
Ooh, I like that. I like that energy right there. I like that energy, bro. Let's see what we got. Luka on a random Twitch stream playing video games.
Yeah.
He said, "I am him." Luka Himodoncic. Here we go.
You have any hobbies, Donatello?
Yeah, I play basketball.
Okay. Like you go to a gym or you play on a team?
Dallas Mavericks.
You're on the Mavericks.
Wait, like varsity or?
Like varsity.
No, real.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
It's Luka. Wait, is it actually Luka? Luka Donovich?
Yeah.
Nerd.
What? You're Luka Donovich.
Yes.
Okay. I don't really watch NBA. I'll keep it a buck, but that's pretty cool. Chat, what's Luka Donovich's... Wait. Luka... When's your birthday?
28th of February.
Well, he actually knows.
That's
wait, I googled that. It's actually right.
Wow.
I know. I'm him.
I'm him.
Luka Doncic. I'm him. That's fun. Yeah, got on some streamer. I was hoping they'd show us his gameplay. I don't know. I assume Luka's pretty good considering his waistline. But
wow,
he's
putting the work in, man.
Got that couch potato bod.
He didn't just get out of bed in the morning with that bod. He earned that.
Yeah, it's years and years.
Yeah,
of
that's the
dedication.
type of fat guy I want to be. One that earns it, bro. I don't want that hereditary crap. I want that earned. I say that respectfully.
Yeah,
that's the way to do it.
Lots of pancakes and pizza. If I'm gonna get there.
I earn that joint.
Still made the Mavs varsity team though.
Yeah,
Mavs varsity.
The varsity team or the JV?
He's an A-team guy.
I'm on JV.
I looked it up. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, rock me a baller belly. Let's see what we got here. Have you guys heard of the podcast called November Romeo?
No,
sir.
It's blowing up. It's blowing up all over the internet. A car crash. This is in Houston, by the way. A car crashed into a cafe window while they're doing their podcast. Right behind them. Damn. I'm talking about right behind these cats.
Anyway, yeah. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being part of the Houston community and culture.
For what?
And we'll get you.
Oh,
it got so quiet in here. How did I?
Oh.
I think we're fine. I think we got all the audio on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, we're chilling. Everyone's
Yeah, we're chilling now.
Holy sh!
Yeah,
Oh my
chill,
God!
About to go viral.
What the just happened, dude?
That's amazing.
Hey, we're chilling. Everyone's good. Huh?
We're good. We're good. You got that? Oh, yeah, we good, bro.
Good.
Clip that up.
Post it now.
We're going viral.
Like and subscribe.
Glad everybody's okay. You know, that happened down at the check stop in West Texas Monday morning.
They sure
They
did.
sure did.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
no
sure
kidding.
did.
That's going viral.
Yep.
Yeah, apparently they reopened somehow.
Quickly.
Must have got some good construction on the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're probably moving 10,000 units an hour there.
Put up some tarps. Can't shut that business
No,
down,
yeah,
man.
100%.
Yeah, I'm moving that operation outside if I have to.
Yeah.
That's a gold mine right there.
Yeah,
it is.
Now this skit right here, well, let me say this bit right here. It's not a bit, but you know, it reminds me of a
You
skit.
said bit, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's not. It's a real situation.
Okay.
Somebody almost got bit.
Okay.
It reminds me of a skit from a DMX album. If you've ever listened to them old DMX albums, they're hilarious. Those skits in there, ludicrous too. Anyway, man, this guy's dog was wearing Adidas shoes. There's a whole lot going on in this video. They're at the grocery store. One of the grocery store workers was like, I guess he was trying to confront him about his dog. He wasn't having it that day.
Brother, man, I keep telling you numerous times, get out of my face, bro.
Please don't do that.
No, I'm telling you, get out of my face because you look like you want to fight, dog. I don't know why you coming. I'm a grown black man, dog. I don't need you to come in my face, brother. I told you nicely, man.
Whoa, what'd he say?
Nicely.
I don't need you to come in my face, brother. I told you nicely, man. Get out of my face, boy. Or you getting ready to fight. That's all I'm letting you know, son. Get out of my face. I'm telling you nicely, boy. Don't play at me, man. Alright, that's it. You ready to fight? Let's get it. I'm Marcus Garvey's grandson, boy. Look up, man. I'm running for office, boy. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you, man. This guy roll up on me about my dog, man. Yeah, roll up on about my dog, man. This guy right here, man. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Yo, the dog is so cute too. It's got like those little ribbons on and everything. Like he dressed his dog up. But he doesn't want anybody to confront him in the grocery store about his damn dog.
The dog wears Adidas?
The dog has
Those
Adidas
little
shoes on.
dudes?
This video is giving so much for everything.
That guy is dog ribbon guy.
Yeah. Wow. What do you want to do, son? You want to fight, son? Hilarious.
He really calmed himself down well.
He
and
did.
quickly.
He did.
Yeah,
He did.
after
He
going
did.
to an 11 on a scale of 1 to 10 with the pre-fight commentary. Is it your champ Steve Harvey? Is it Luka Doncic playing on the stream there, maybe Fortnite or something? Is it November Romeo podcast? Car crashed right into him in the grocery store dog confrontation. Who you going with, Chiafalo?
Steve Hardy.
Did you look up Steve Harvey's photo of him?
I did.
Looking like a hot water bottle. Looking like a young James Earl Jones with his shirt off.
He's doing like calendar shit there.
Yeah. What the hell's going on?
He's doing push-ups, but he's eating like crap.
Yeah, look like he just paid his trainer half. Hey, you just get my arms, the top part. Don't get the rest.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
What do you say, Lucius?
The man in the grocery store with the dog.
Wolfchuck?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the facial guy.
What?
won.
Okay, yeah. He just you want to give me a facial, son?
I don't need that. Please.
Brian.
Luka.
I'll go with the November Radio Romeo podcast. So by a score of 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, the grocery store dog confrontation. Tune in every day, 2:30 for the G-Bag of the Day. And if you ever miss it, Lucius replays the champ in LA Live coming up every night at 5:40. Brian, where are we going next?
Yeah, could this quarterback have the best career of any quarterback in this 2023 class? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, could the Mavs get the second of a...
miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoes, Traverse, Malibu, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. Coming up at 3 o'clock, how the Cowboys can get under the cap, potential cuts and stuff with free agency looming. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. A little putting contest. Thanks to Bobby Belt for getting the putting green in the
in the man cave here.
Yeah, in the broadcast studio.
It was a good addition, man. We got the cornhole. We got now the putting greens. I didn't even realize it.
We lost Dale Earnhardt.
We lost Dale, which is certainly a bummer.
Where did he go?
Tolo picked it back up.
Yeah, back to his rightful owner.
Oh, y'all talking about a photo of Dale, that thing.
Yeah.
Oh, you thought not the real Dale.
I thought y'all just did the Stacey Dash on me. But like, I heard what happened to DMX.
Wait, what happened there?
Yeah, we don't have.
No,
we
lost Dale a long
We
time
lost
ago.
the masterpiece. I think the Louvre in Paris called for it. Asked him to call back. Yeah. So anyway, but we just had a little bit of a putting contest, kind of a round one of putting contest, right?
Yeah, it looks like you and I are still in it.
Yeah. Woolchuck
did the old rim out.
I don't know what Woolchuck was doing
Famous
on his
move.
Well, I mean, I just, went up there and hit one and rimmed right out. What can you do?
You guys see
Too much mustard on it, Wolchuk.
Yeah, too strong. Too strong.
You guys seen the show The Price is Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, correct.
Bob Barker.
Do you think you could make the putt? Do you think you have you have to play the game and then you get to even move it closer or you're really far away?
Yeah. Within 8 feet, I like my chances. Back 40, 50 feet, probably not.
I don't think they go back 50 feet.
I'd say no.
They go like 8 feet, I think, Gavin. As far as
I'm
they
draining
go.
it.
If they could give me, if it's a one and done, I don't necessarily like my chances. If you could give me 3 strokes, I feel like I could sink one of those.
You better be good at guessing the price of those green beans.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Be good at that.
You better know about that.
Give as many chances as you can.
$21.77.
The electric shaver, you never get that right. It's way too expensive.
It does seem like Wolchuk's new workout regimen is starting to pay off. I mean, he's putting way too much mustard. I think he was shorting it this whole time, and then now over the last 2 days, he's got too much on it.
He's jacked.
And it's because he's starting to hit them curls. Have you been sore? Has your body been sore?
My body's always sore, you know me.
Yeah, but like now it's like the muscles.
Gosh.
And not just the orifices.
Oh, wow.
Sorry. Let's cross C's corner. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead, bro.
What are you doing over there?
I'm just lifting
Killing
weights
it.
with Wolchuk. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, he's my spotter.
We can get you some glutamine, and that'll take the soreness away.
Borderline appropriate there. That might have been one of those spittle dumps.
That was way over the line. It's good. Yeah,
that was a little bit much. But
I
hey,
love that.
that's okay. That's
How
all
do I
right.
continue by that? What are you
Let's
doing?
talk about the hooker that you want to talk about.
Oh,
Am I spoiling
Am
something?
I talking about a hooker over here?
I think you are.
Okay. All right. I am actually
Not
talking.
just Wolchuk, apparently.
You at least got to buy me dinner first.
It's pretty easy with what you're eating these days.
That's true. I'm drinking my meals.
That is not a- that is
Hey,
not-
for dinner, I
Here's
get
a
a
protein
protein and some
shake.
vegetables.
Oh, okay.
And Wolchuk's been meal prepping too.
Whoa, fill it up like a
Been
like a
meal prepping,
lumberjack over here. Whoa, don't know if I can handle that.
It's tough, man. It's really tough. Keep walking by those
He
damn
made it
ships
sound like
ahoy.
it was good, didn't he, Gavin?
Well, it is good.
Oh, it's a protein and a
The
veggie.
steak is nice on soda, like pretty
Yeah.
much unlimited steak every day.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, no,
Steak,
nothing wrong
chicken,
with
fish.
That's a
soda.
big dub.
You just made it sound like it was so glorious.
Bobby,
Well, I
Bobby's-
have to mentally tell myself that it is, Brian, for, like, can I give me some damn support over here?
I have. Yeah, you look great, bro.
I thought you were a friend.
Eric thinks. All right. Hey, this is I teased about a quarterback that maybe this guy, according to to one draft analyst, maybe this guy could have the best career of any quarterback in the 2023 draft class. And the reason I mention him is because he does have some ties to the Cowboys. And it is my guy Hendon Hooker from Tennessee. And this comes from my buddy Daniel Jeremiah. And he said this. He believes that Hendon Hooker is kind of an under-the-radar type of a passer. And Jeremiah didn't have him in his initial top 50 and then put him into the top 50. And I'll tell you what happened with Daniel Jeremiah. He ended up talking to some scouts around the league. And I don't mean this any disrespect to Daniel, but when his initial list came out, I'm sure some guys are like, why didn't you have Hendon Hooker into this thing? Why didn't you have him as one of these guys that why you don't like him as a quarterback? And I'm sure Daniel had to go back and do some work on him in order to,
to convince himself that he's better.
Maybe this time around, sometimes you miss these guys. I mean, when I'm on the draft show with Zach or Aisha Morrison or Bobby, anybody, and I get stuck on a player, I'll ask. I mean, I get stuck on players. I'm like, hey man, Zach, what did you see? And sometimes you do it. You don't try to have it to influence you, but did you miss something on somebody? And maybe Daniel Jeremiah missed this guy with Hendon Hooker, but he says that Hooker has outstanding field vision, which I totally agree. Zach, you've seen the player too.
Yeah.
Feel free to chime in. He makes quick decisions. This is something we talked about with the Cowboys. What do they want to do? Get the ball out quicker.
Mm-hmm.
Get the ball out. So, maybe that's something. If a guy's making quick decisions, delivers the ball in a position where his receivers can easily run after the catch.
Yep.
There's another thing right there. If you're starting to think about what you could get in the West Coast offense, that's what they're going to have to work with Dak, being accurate on the slants, the end cuts, those types of throws. Jeremiah went on to say he doesn't have a powerful arm, but he can make all the necessary throws.
He went downfield a lot.
Yeah, he throws here we go. Throws a beautiful deep ball.
He does.
He has athletic ability to extend the play. He's very efficient on design quarterback runs. His age of 25 is a concern for some teams. Okay, let's circle back to yesterday, one of the segments we did, the Brock Purdy effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you start to talk about quarterbacks that play a lot of snaps, older guys. I think we're going to start to see older guys in the next couple of drafts just because of what we went through with the pandemic and the NCAA allowing players to stay an extra year.
Yes.
So you have some fifth-year guys that are sixth-year guys right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hooker like a seventh-year guy?
Well, he transferred from Virginia Tech is where he did. He says, overall, though, I see Hooker as a quality starting quarterback who wouldn't be shocked if he has the best career of any passer in this year's class. And this guy threw for 3,135 yards, 27 touchdowns, 2 interceptions in 2022 while leading the Vols offense that averaged NCAA best 47.3 points a game, 538 yards per game. Many draft experts predict Hooker, who's working his way back he tore his ACL in a game against South Carolina on November 19th. For many scouts, the combine provided that first look at him since the surgery. We've seen what the combine. He has gotten a clean bill of health from the doctors.
Tore his ACL, right?
He did.
How high would you have to pick him?
I think he's going day 2.
I feel like, to me, yeah, I think day 2. I was asking some scouts, one of my gang of 7 guys, I go, hey, Hendon Hooker, more of a 2 or a 3? And he goes, listen, it's more of a 2 or a 3 is really, really what he is. But I just want to say, I just want to bring him up. And I think Daniel's got him right. I think he's got him right the way he thumbnailed him. But like I said, he's been in talks with Carolina, Dallas, the Raiders, the Saints, and the Giants. All these teams have been in extensive talks with him. So keep an eye on Hendon Hooker. They've got those extra compensatory. Maybe somebody will say you get to the 4th round. Maybe he gets through 2 and 3 and then gets through, and you're looking at him in the 4th round. Then.
Quick question. Would you guys rather use the 2nd round pick on Hendon Hooker or DeAndre Hopkins?
Hopkins.
I'd take Hopkins.
Hopkins is going to help you right now.
Yeah, I'll take Hopkins. I love Hooker. I have Hooker on my board in the 3rd round is where I have him.
Quarterback 5?
He's my. Let me look real quick. I want to make sure that I have him right as far as where he would go. Yeah, you got me there because I got to let me.
Yeah, no, you're right because I'm with you. I mean, I have him right around there. I've got him at my 5th rated quarterback, right behind Anthony Richardson.
Okay, we'll
get. Yeah, he'd be 4th. He would be the 4th quarterback.
4th on Brian's list.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
How the Cowboys can get under the cap potential cuts with free agency opening up next week. That's next year in the G-Bag Nation. If you're noticing your energy costs have been rising.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Now, coming up just a little bit later on in the show, how insane is it that Lamar Jackson has no suitors so far? We'll give you the full breakdown on that. Chiafalo has some non-sports coming up at 3:40. And at 4 o'clock, Andrew Lopez covers the Pelicans for ESPN. The Mavs visit the Pelicans tonight, so we'll talk with Andrew coming up at 4. Here's Wolchuk with the latest on the Cowboys.
Thank you very much. We know the Cowboys are slightly over the cap, right? So they're going to have to make some moves to get under it. That could be just restructures. We expect them to probably do that with Dak Prescott. Might be some other players that they end up doing that with. But the Landry hat ended up having some numbers on some players that they could move on from that would be, quote-unquote, easy cuts that they could save $18 million with in cap space. So I'm going to throw these names at you. You guys say, all right, what do you think? And should the Cowboys do this? Do you think they will do this? And we start with a name that we've talked about a lot, and that would be running back Ezekiel Elliott. If the Cowboys make the move on Zeke, they can go ahead and save $10.9 million by cutting him.
Post-June 1.
Yep, post-June 1. And now they've already committed $10.9 million by tagging Tony Pollard. So, I mean, if you've got money committed to Pollard, you are owing Zeke that much money. And Jerry did say maybe he'd like to bring Zeke back, but it's not going to be at that price tag. So regardless, they're going to do something with that contract, whether Zeke is outright cut or they just reduce it. But that's an easy way by moving on from Ezekiel Elliott that they can go ahead and save a big chunk of coin.
Yeah, I think you post-June 1 that, and then if you do want him back at league minimum or he wants to try to make the team out of camp as a fullback or a third back or something, then you sign him for league minimum. But that would be the absolute only way I think it would be a good idea to have him back.
Yeah, I don't see him coming back. I really don't. I think this is all this, some posturing and, hey, we like the player and all that. I think this thing is over for Ezekiel Elliott. I really do. Yeah.
The next name would be Jordan Lewis. Now, Jordan Lewis has 1 year left on his deal. And if you cut him, he can create nearly $5 million in cap space. Wow. He signed a 3-year deal. He's only going to count $5.8 million against the cap, but the potential cap savings are $4.7 million, and it would be just a $1 million dead money charge.
What was his injury?
It was an ACL.
I thought it was definitely a lower body injury.
Yeah,
I didn't know. I was thinking it was a foot.
Liz Frank.
Yeah,
Yes.
Liz Frank.
And that can be months, but he'll probably be back for camp and be at 100%. I think you need corners so bad that at $5 million you keep Jordan Lewis for the depth factor and the security of knowing you have at least a guy that's sufficient as a starter.
Right.
I move on. I play Bland inside right there. I might even consider DJ Turner a draft pick from Michigan guy that had super combine numbers. He's a good nickel player. He could play outside. I kind of feel like he's a guy that's got a little bit more quickness to him and stuff. So I'm going for a little bit cheaper guy that I feel like could take his spot and be good, but also like Bland playing inside. So I'll take the money if I can.
Well, and didn't we just see, wasn't one of the cool things they did at the end there was McQuamu started doing some nickel? So if you have a guy like Bland, and then who knows with McQuamu, like if Donovan Wilson's not coming back and maybe the role for McQuamu becomes a little bit more safety specific. I don't know exactly how that type of thing would work out, but at least he's a guy that's capable of doing it, plus Bland. So this is one that I would be certainly open to. I could see you going either way here because you need as much corner depth as possible, but coming off the injury, saving $5 million, having 2 young guys already on the roster, you assume you're going to draft another guy as well.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
So, I mean, I could see you moving on from him.
And then it's Neville Gallimore.
Definitely.
Now, I believe I saw somewhere that the Cowboys were like, we're not going to move on from Neville. They see upside and potential still with him, but D-tackle is still arguably one of the weaker positions on the Cowboys roster.
He's part of the reason why, though.
Yeah, Neville played horrible last year, and he came in out of shape at training camp. But you can save.
He was in the doghouse for sure.
He was. You can save just under $3 million if you were to cut Neville Gallimore. So it's not a huge cap savings, but it's something.
That's significant. Did they give him a second contract? How are you saving
on his rookie
$3
deal.
million? Really? Oh, that's a no-brainer.
And
then.
I think this might be the last year of his rookie contract.
Yeah, I think that one is fairly easy for me. At $3 million, that's a significant chunk of change. I was assuming he was around league minimum kind of guy, but no, we can make something happen with $3 million.
Yeah, I mean you could
see
sign
you later.
I mean that's basically what you signed. What Leighton Vander Esch for last year,
Yeah.
roughly 1 year.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Gallimore still has some nice seasons in him. If he gets focused and gets in shape, he's got potential.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think it's clear now he's not going to be a star. And he has focus issues, and in crucial years in his career where he's got the talent to make $15 million a year, he's like, I'll just come in out of shape. What is that?
Yeah. I've waited every year for him to be that guy. He's not that guy. You just move on from that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think every time I watched him, he's getting blown off the football last year.
But that takes a team to maybe admit they were wrong about a relatively high draft pick. Wasn't he a third?
It was a third round
pick. Yeah, but like I say, he's kind of like we've watched every defensive lineman somewhat grow under this Dan Quinn administration with AD and those guys coaching them up. This guy like Gavin's talking about. We talk every year. It's like, oh, Neville Gallimore, and then he just pees down his leg. So no.
And they moved on from Tristan Hill, who was a second rounder.
Just move on.
And he was a healthy scratch multiple times last year.
Move on.
And they were able to find something with Chauncey Golston at the end of last year.
He
really started to come on by kicking inside. So, and I think you got some options. There's some actual good DTs in this draft class as well that you could probably take, fourth or fifth round in day 3 as well if you wanted to attack that. Now, we talk a lot about adding players. Who are some guys on this Cowboys current roster right now that are maybe under the radar? Do we think the Cowboys can get anything out of them? Can they be guys that can step up internally and provide value at all? And we start with Kevontae Turpin. Is Kevontae Turpin just like a fan dream? Is this dude ever going to add more value than just a returner?
Well, didn't Gavin talk about this yesterday or the day before that with Turpin, it's kind of like you're with Kellen Moore here. He wasn't going to get the opportunity.
I think it was Wolchuk that brought that up on the Jet Suite.
I know. Yeah, I knew.
I mean, that was basically it.
But that's what I'm saying. We're all kind of talking about him because this morning we had this discussion on Cowboys Break. Another show I was on this morning, and we were talking about bringing T.Y. Hilton back.
Mm-hmm.
I said, no, just Turpin. But, just figure out how to use him instead of T.Y. Hilton.
I don't know if he can help on offense. Maybe with jet sweep type of stuff. I'll be rooting for it. I'm a huge fan. I just want him to get his punt return knack back. Like he should have housed 3 last year, maybe 4.
A couple kickoff returns, he went right into the kicker or
around midfield, he goes blind.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to finish it off. So I don't need him to get involved in the offense to be a total stud and a huge help to this team if he can just finish the job of the returns that he sets up magnificently in the first 30 yards.
I think a guy with that much speed, you've got to find some place to make him valuable to your offense. He does not have to be a key component necessarily, but especially for a team right now as it stands, we'll see what type of moves they make and what type of speed they bring in. But for a team that needs speed as bad as they do, there's got to be something you can incorporate that is in the passing game here. Like you can just tell him to sprint from one side of the field to the next, and you can probably get open there and just catch a big play.
Yeah.
Like the speed threat is something that this offense needs desperately. He's got the speed.
And in a quick strike offense, that's the dude you just get him the ball, let him go make a play. So, I mean, that is somebody that they need to try and tap into and see if there's more potential there. Another couple receivers here, our guy Simi Fehoko. And he's going into probably a make-or-break type year. He's a former 5th-round pick. Cowboys certainly love their draft picks. He's entering year 3, 6'3", 220. He had a really good training camp last year. It seemed like maybe he was starting to come on, and then he had the injury with the shoulder, and they pretty much IR'd him for the rest of the year. But is this a year that finally Simi Fehoko takes on a bigger role within the offense, or is he a guy that it's just not going to pan out?
He is going to be my Noah Brown. Because I'm not re-signing Noah Brown. I'm not bringing him back. So I need somebody, a bigger body that could potentially make some plays in games, but also play special teams. So I'm giving Simi Fehoko that opportunity. If in training camp he doesn't show the progress, show the ability to be the personal protector on the punt or any other thing, kickoff return, blocker, stuff like that, I'm totally moving on from him. But I'm giving him the role of Noah Brown since I'm moving on from Noah Brown.
I think he's worth to keep working on because he's big and I think he's got good hands. So but I wouldn't plan on making him my fourth or fifth guy. I want to pepper this thing with guys that I know can play at the NFL level and let guy like Simi Fehoko work. You know, if it's going to take another year and try to break out in year 4. But Fehoko impressed me a lot last year in camp, and he's somebody that I thought had nothing his rookie year. I was like, wow, this guy's as good as Dunsky. Just ship him to the USFL now. But he looked like he was worth continuing to work on.
How much do you save?
No, this isn't like a cap saving
this is
thing.
just can he step up?
Yeah.
I'm hopeful for it. We like him a lot. He's a good buddy
Great
of ours.
guy.
I want him to become incredible, but I can't necessarily bank on it. But I would give him the training camp to see what he can do. I definitely don't want Noah Brown back. I'm with Broadus on that 100%.
Right. And then finally, I want to go to the offensive line. Could you see Matt Farniak stepping in and possibly being your starting left guard next year if they don't end up making other moves there?
He would have to be, right? Unless Tyron Smith's going to be your left tackle.
Unless the Tyron Smith stuff, I think that's another football fib that they're telling you.
Really?
I don't know. I mean,
that
I'm
one?
just there's I think there were some football fibs this past week that we're dealing with right now.
Good. I'm glad to hear that because Jeremy Fowler literally just had a thing that came out that says the Cowboys are working on a resolution to bring back Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
Could include a rework contract, due $13.6 million in this final year. I hope you're right about that, man.
Yeah.
I hope you're totally right about that.
I to me that's that I wanted to believe that playing Tyron Smith at right tackle was going to make this team better. It didn't. It didn't make them better in the running game. It absolutely did not. I mean, Terrence Steele was a much better player at right tackle than Tyron Smith was. And I didn't think I'd ever say that, but I just did.
Yeah. Goodness gracious.
Tyron's not athletic anymore to help you in the run game. Maybe you could go with their emphasis on emphasizing pass protection a little bit more because I think Tyron could still protect the passer pretty good, especially at his native left side.
That might be a guy that they have on their current roster and that they don't have to go into the draft and be like, man, we've got to take one of these tackles.
I just want to see
guard.
I want to see Tyler Smith continue to play left tackle.
I do too.
I'm sorry. That's just me. I just want to see him keep going.
And then NFL.com has their boomer bust players in free agency. Number 1 on their list, Odell Beckham Jr.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yes, it will boom for probably 65% of the games that you have him until he gets hurt. You'll be like, oh, this is going great, man. Odell Beckham Jr., this is perfect. He's older now. He's great leader and all this, and he's giving us the juice. And then he'll get hurt. You know, it's not even close to worth the risk. Well, Brian brought up something in the opening segment we should reset. What if it does come in under $10 million? You know, but that would be respectful of the idea that there's a bust scenario here. The Cowboys appear to be heading strong into this pursuit of Odell Beckham Jr. once again, and I'm just not okay with it.
Yeah, and everywhere you look, all these free agent type articles that come out.
The best fits for each team.
All
it's always
OBJ to the Cowboys.
To the Cowboys.
I mean,
100%.
everybody's kind of just penciling this one in. This is going to happen. And Jerry definitely seems smitten with Odell Beckham Jr.
I would call it almost like lazy journalism that we're all just assuming because there was so much noise last year. But when Jerry has said it himself, and when you have insiders saying, "Oh no, this is what they have as far as their big ad," I think we can assume at this point that the favorite by far to sign Odell Beckham Jr. is the Cowboys. Thank you, Wolchuk. How insane is it that Lamar Jackson has no suitors so far? We got that story and more coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat D&M leasing before we do that, though. Let's call D&M if you want or need a new vehicle right now and tell them what you want. You're going to love it.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by 5 Hour Energy.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5 Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com. 5hourenergy.com.
Welcome back, nation. We have a tweet bomb here on the NFL's collusion against Lamar Jackson. Collusion it is, I believe. I think the only question is, can the NFLPA prove that it's breaking a rule or a law? But I think NFL teams have decided if you want a fully guaranteed deal, our doors are closed to you. And if you call all 32 teams, you're going to hear the same thing. But Warren Sharp summarizing it all in this fantastic tweet, and we'll take your thoughts on Lamar Jackson at 877-881-1053. Segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when it won't hurt you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Consultations always free, truckwreck.com. Here's Warren Sharp. You guys see this tweet?
Yeah.
I was surprised how long tweets go. Can we all tweet that long now? I don't think I can.
I think you can.
You have to pay extra?
I think you have to be Twitter Blue, maybe.
Yeah.
I think you have to sign up for Twitter Blue, and then you can kind of have your way with however long a paragraphs you want to tweet. I think, but I think there's some level.
And it's
of
like $10 a month or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Warren Sharp tweets. Okay, let's see here. So Kyler gets $230 million with $189 guaranteed after proving nothing and going 22-23 as a starter. Aaron Rodgers gets $50 million a year with $150 guaranteed at 38 years old, and Deshaun Watson gets $230 guaranteed after over 20 lawsuits were filed against him.
Yeah.
And he sat out a full season. You're telling me there are a half dozen teams, most of which have been terrible for years, posted terrible records last year, had to cycle through 2 to 3 quarterbacks because they have no elite options and have no franchise quarterback on the roster, can all decide in less than an hour they don't want a 26-year-old quarterback in his prime who won the MVP, whose team spent the number one least on offense of any team in the NFL the last 4 years, whose team gave him the number 2 cheapest wide receiver core to work on, with whose running back rooms were decimated by injuries 2 straight years, who had to do virtually everything for his team to will them to win, who was 46-19 as a starter, who still took his team in the toughest conference in football to a number 3 AFC seed in 2022 at 8-4 before the injury, number 3 AFC seed in 2021 at 8-3 before injury, number 5 AFC seed in 2020 and 11-5 number 1 seed in 2019 at 14-2. But you have no interest in talking to this guy? You have no interest in negotiating directly with him? You have no interest in proposing a deal to see what happens, and you decided all of that within 60 minutes of the Ravens giving him the non-exclusive tag because you have such a buttoned-up organization that is always forward-thinking and ahead of the curve that you knew instantly that trying to sign Lamar Jackson wouldn't possibly give you more future upside than the flawless course you've plotted for your franchise. Smells like some BS to me. Warren Sharp drops the mic, drops a bomb, and walks out of the room.
I think it's disingenuous to say it was a 1 hour decision. These decisions have been talked about for weeks and weeks and weeks.
This is a response to the Haslams in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Is what this is.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, this decision has been building since the Deshaun Watson deal.
I am sure there was a time when the Watson deal was done that they had a league meeting where it was owners only. One of those meetings where it was just.
Is that anything like farmers only?
It could be.
Okay.
It could be. But the
higher tax bracket.
Exactly, very higher tax bracket. But the owners only meeting, I have a feeling that the Haslams I think they were called out in this meeting.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were called out, and I think there's a lot of owners of these clubs that remember that meeting and remember, like, listen, you ever pull that again, there's going to be more issues here.
Yeah.
If any one of you pull this again, there's going to be
all the owners are just going to hate you.
Exactly.
Isn't that against the rules? Isn't that price fixing? Isn't that collusion?
I can't. You know what? I am just saying. I guarantee. I shouldn't say guarantee.
Because there are no guaranteed contracts in this league.
But there's no guarantee when they get into those owners only meetings. Trust me,
Don Van Natta what goes down in those.
Yeah, they talk about, like, what are we doing? Why are you doing this? I'm trying to make my damn team better. Well, why are you guaranteeing contracts? You know, we've talked about this.
They're all taking care of each other to keep prices low.
Yeah. And that's how they run their businesses.
Yeah.
That's how they run. And is it collusion? Sure. Absolutely.
Maybe it's not against the law, but I would think the NFLPA is going to have a significant grievance coming in the next hours or weeks.
They have to be able to prove that they had a meeting where the owners talked about this, where the Haslams were taken to task for the contract that they gave up. We've seen it with the baseball with Cohen, right? With the Mets.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, the owners are bitching at him, and he's like, I don't care what you guys say.
Well, we just saw this with Kaepernick like 7 years ago, and they said, oh, no, it's all teams just independently deciding they don't want him, and they ended up writing a check for that.
It's a tighter group in the NFL owners than it is other ownership groups. Tighter when I mean they're lockstep with what they do.
Yeah.
They're billionaires.
And they'll handle it with lawyers.
Every one of them is a billionaire that sits in that room.
But what we're not going to do is have back-to-back years where fully guaranteed deals get dropped on quarterbacks, because now that's a trend. As long as it stays at one, that's a mistake that Cleveland made.
We could survive one. We can't survive 2 or 3 or 4.
Yeah. I mean, even going back to Kyler's deal last year, right? He got $189.5 million of his $230 million contract guaranteed. And I think Arizona's probably thinking, crap, we might have made a big mistake here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it is a little bit of a reaction to, one, Deshaun Watson's contract. What the hell were the Cleveland Browns doing? Arizona with Kyler Murray might be thinking we shouldn't have done that. Aaron Rodgers, that contract certainly is not looking great right now for Green Bay. So, I mean, we talk about all the time, who's the team that eventually is going to go ahead and reset this market? Well, this is the NFL owners banding together and saying, we're not doing the guaranteed crap anymore, guys. And right or wrong, that's what they're basically telling Lamar Jackson. Now, it doesn't change the fact that Lamar should definitely be helping all of these teams that don't have a quarterback, and they should be interested in him.
No, it's fascinating to me that they can draw such a strong line on guaranteed contracts for a guy that's won the MVP, but this is the same league giving $40 million to guys like Daniel Jones and Kirk Cousins, you know?
Yeah.
It's like just a few more million up, but it's the guaranteed idea that the NFL is most scared of.
Yeah, you don't. They don't want to get into what they're seeing with every year on July 1st when it's Bobby Bonilla Day, and guys are still getting paid for not playing. You know, they don't want to. The owners, the NFL owners, don't want to be like basketball and baseball, where they're paying out these massive contracts. Deferred, you know, to players that aren't playing anymore.
And on top of that, I do think it's a mistake from the player's perspective. Now, maybe it's not for Lamar Jackson because he plays the game in a running way. But for most quarterbacks, if you've won the MVP, you're going to get more and more chances. And the way that it's officiated, it's going to protect you. Like, what is the injury that's going to take away your employability? At quarterback, it's very rare, you know. I guess shoulder, you could have some of that, but the way that you throw a football, like Dak just came back from the most catastrophic, and 2 years later, he's playing at a very high level again comparatively to what he was. So if you're like, well, I need a guarantee against the injuries, you really don't. You're going to get $200 million, and you know, you're driving a massive wedge. Now, some guys are intent on extracting maximum value. This is negotiation. I'm going for mine, and I'm not taking a penny less. But what do you give up in the meantime? You're giving up playing for Baltimore. Maybe you don't want to play for Baltimore. But no team wants you at this point. So at some point, I think from the players, you have to say, maybe like I'm going to have 5 mansions and 3 yachts already, and I want to get my career going like Patrick Mahomes did.
I kind of feel like Baltimore, by tagging him the way they did, is trying to encourage somebody to come get him.
Oh yeah, they want the 2 picks. Well, I'd rather have the 2 picks.
I would even do it to a point where I would say, listen, you can move on, and if you could get another team to agree to renegotiate his deal, I'll take 1 pick. I'll take 1 pick. You don't have to give me 2. I'll take 1.
Is that allowed?
Sure, it is.
Absolutely. Well, if that was allowed, then the Dolphins would be allowed to be in on this sweepstakes.
Well, I think it has to be a first round pick for this year.
Oh, so as long as it's
Yeah.
so it doesn't have to be
Yeah.
two.
You
but
can negotiate. You can negotiate this.
Interesting.
You can negotiate this.
But it's also going to be tough for a team to feel like, okay, I'm going to offer a contract to Lamar that is going to beat what Baltimore. It's going to be one that's so big that Baltimore's not going to just match it.
You might
and
force him.
also, I have to come to grips with now I'm paying an extreme amount of money that I know Baltimore won't match, and I'm giving up 2 first-round picks. That's a lot for a team to decide they want to do.
He signs the deal. I'll trade him to you. I won't hold you up. I won't hold you up here at all.
You got to have a lot of conversations with that GM over there.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You want this to go away. If
You're doing this as a partner between teams, not adversarial. We're
Right.
not stealing your player.
Nope.
We're taking him off your hands,
Right.
and you're telling us what the number is that
Right.
you're not going to match.
We're not going to be able to afford what this guy wants, and we don't want to pay him a guaranteed contract. And what you might do to see, you might force him not to want a guaranteed contract.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be out of here? You want to get a big deal? We'll sign you, but we ain't guaranteeing any money. And it might be, he might say, okay, we'll do that. I'm not looking for guaranteed money on this deal.
Just taking away the guaranteed contract, say it's just one of these run-of-the-mill, like, big-time contracts that these quarterbacks
Probably
are getting.
could do it. Probably get this done.
Do you feel like there's a team that absolutely should be doing it if you're a decision maker for a team?
I think
are
the
you making
guaranteed-
this decision for Lamar Jackson, this specific player, off some of these specific injuries, knowing that he's specifically been not good when it comes to playoffs? Are you willing to give up 2 first-round picks and a bunch of money to him? Is there a team that you feel like this should be a no-brainer for you? Because honestly, like I don't know that it would be one that I would want to make as a team decision maker. If I'm Washington, I think that would be the one.
Commanders always come to mind for me on this one. The Commanders always come to mind to me.
I would throw the Jets in there as well.
Yeah, Jets, Miami, teams that have good rosters now that could win, but just don't have a quarterback. And they're about to watch like Hall of Fame level players just spend the next 5 years out of the playoffs. They're like, we got to win now. We can't be patient anymore. I could see a couple of teams that making a lot of sense for.
If I was the, say, Jeff Bezos and I just bought the Washington Commanders, I'd absolutely be in on this deal.
So Washington, New York, and Miami seem like
Listen,
the 3
think about
teams,
this.
but we're not going to be upset at any other
Just
team
think
for
about-
not making this move.
think about-
I think any team that needs a quarterback should be
How about
interested.
Denver? If Denver was 1 year early on doing this, think about last year. Denver, what they did. They're 1 year early. If Lamar Jackson was available to them last year, they would. I don't think they have Russell Wilson at quarterback.
The only other way I wouldn't do it is if I have a top 5 pick, and it looks like the top 3 quarterbacks might go in the top 3 or 4 picks. So if I had a top 5 pick and I'm thinking I can get one of the top 3 quarterbacks who are pretty similarly graded, then I'm wanting that. But
Well, there's your rookie deal.
Yeah.
But you're talking about too. You might be in a situation where the good teams don't like the Commanders and the Jets. The Jets lost 6-7 games to end. The Jets at one point in time were like 7-3 and then lost like 7 or 8 straight games.
And most of that's because they feel like the quarterback sucks.
Yeah, the
so
quarterback.
And they can never get the quarterback position right. So here's a guy that's 46-19 as a starter.
Yeah.
Clearly wins games. You've got a roster that's ready to go.
If I was a general
Go get 'em.
manager that was in trouble, I'd absolutely do.
But you
this
have
deal.
to understand the risk in 2 first-round picks and a guy that
Not
has
my problem
ended
next-
his last 2 seasons
not my
injured.
problem
if
next
you're,
year.
If you're in the next year, not my problem. I totally understand that.
This
If
guy
you're a
could save my
who feels
job.
Like if you're Douglas,
This guy
with
could
the
be
Jets
Tom
right
Brady.
now,
This guy could be Tom Brady. This could be my guy that saves my job. I was going to get fired. You know? I was
or
gonna
you're
get,
Matt Stafford. F
Yeah.
them
Look,
picks.
They met
exactly.
with Rodgers. If Rodgers doesn't work out and I'm the Jets, they can never seem to get it right with drafting a quarterback. I'm gambling on Lamar Jackson.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I don't necessarily disagree, but I think it's a fair
But you're
conversation.
bringing up-
It is good.
but
For
you're-
this specific player who keeps getting injured and has shown time and time again in the playoffs
That's what I'm saying.
with a really good Ravens team and organization and usually a good defense and one of the best coaches in the league consistently shows up and he's 1-3 in the playoffs. Like, I do think it's a fair thing to ask. I'm going to give you a ton of money. I'm going to give up 2 first-round picks, and you're like the last 2 seasons tell me you're going to get hurt this year.
Well, let me tell
and
you
your
this.
entire crew tells me if I make it to the playoffs with you, we're not going to do much in the way of winning.
Let me tell you this, though, Eric. You know, I appreciate what you're saying to me on this, but I'm about to get fired. I'm about to get fired. I don't have time for injury and all this stuff. If this guy comes in and saves my job, I'm okay.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that like you and I are working together on a
Right,
team.
right.
And I'm not saying it right like, I'm being mean.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you say that, you make that logic coming to me as you're the assistant general manager. You're saying, Brian, you can't do this deal. You can't do this because this, and that. And I'm kind of going, Eric, we're about to get fired.
Yeah.
I don't have time for you to tell me about injury and probability and all that.
Go make the Hall of Fame here, buddy.
We need a damn quarterback. And if we don't get one, we're all
bleeped
gone.
anyway.
We're gone. Yeah.
Oklahoma is not going to risk life with legalized cannabis recreationally. They voted yesterday 62-38, almost a 2-1. They put up the big stop sign on the legal pot there in Oklahoma. Still legal for medical, though, and about 10% of the state's adult residents have a medical card. So that's where they stand. I know a lot of people were asking us there in the text on that. I did see a study by the CDC.
One state over.
57% of Americans now say they would support a ban on selling tobacco products. 59% support legalizing cannabis. So we've made a shift on what we're telling people they can and can't put in their bodies. Right there. No on tobacco more so than cannabis now, a national survey. That's pretty outstanding. But very few. There's 21 states that have gone legally recreationally now. So we're about to hit the halfway point on that as well.
Hey, you guys, have you seen a movie called Thank You for Not Smoking? It's old as hell, like 2005.
Yeah, I remember that.
Fantastic right there.
Yeah.
Figure out why the tobacco industry is all in your grill right now.
Yes, they are all in my grill.
They're all in your grill.
Yes, sir. Andrew Lopez covers the Pelicans for ESPN, and he's going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll talk to him about what the Mavs need to do to get a win in New Orleans this evening. We're doing sports with Chiafalo next. What are we doing next?
Where does the month of March rank on your personal sports calendar? I think we're in for an absolute doozy this year. That's next.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford, it's 35 minutes of commercial-free fan.
break on a little thing called Saturday Night Live.
Each week we sit down with friends of the show and share stories and BS about the good old days of SNL. You can find Fly on the Wall, a presentation of Cadence 13 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
The Fan is proud to support the 2023 Tex Gala presented by Choctaw Casinos and Resort. Walk the red carpet, have dinner on the field at Globe Life Field, followed by an intimate performance by Kenny Chesney. For tickets, TexasRangers.com/Tex Gala.
It's the final days to save at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The Classic American Countdown, hundreds of Silverados and Malibus, huge discounts, over 63 acres of inventory. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for Eric Chiafalo to entertain us with some sports. Here he is, the Chief.
All right, we got some stuff here. 877-881-1053. Where does March rank on your sports month's power ranking list?
Mark's pretty high up there for me.
Mark is he's a fan favorite. He always has been. I did just see that Ja Morant apparently will not be facing criminal charges stemming from the Instagram Live video. So
yeah, Colorado concluded their investigation.
Okay.
No complaints, no evidence of any wrongdoing, and they ended saying, under our justice system, everybody is innocent until proven guilty. So
I can get behind that.
Yeah, closure.
It's not a bad idea. Okay.
Shout out to all those folks that hit me up yesterday. He should get the 50 games, Lou. You trying to have his back? Damn, bro.
Yeah.
He didn't even pull the trigger.
No.
Captain Jack pulled the trigger outside of a club. Remember that?
He did.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that is good news for Ja Morant. and certainly the Memphis Grizzlies. Now, I do think we're in for one hell of a March right now, because when you add the idea of course, March Madness, and then you have the World Baseball Classic, which we've determined is once every 3 or 4 years. It's kind of been weird how they've done it. But having that right now is also pretty cool. And I did see the World Baseball Classic trophy. Dude, when we start talking about best trophies in all of sports, that WBC trophy is not one that I was familiar with.
Pretty sexy,
and now I wasn't familiar with the coolness that is the WBC trophy. Definitely worth a Google for you, because that's a trophy I'd be down to win and feel like, this is one worth trying for.
And whenever players start competing for their country, it makes things so different and special, not only for the players but the fans watching and the spectators. Now, March has always been pretty good, not my favorite, but with the NBA coming down the stretch and NFL free agency, it is pretty dang outstanding. Now you add baseball not being as boring as it was. Okay, baseball is at least 25% better on top of that. So we're actually able to get excited about baseball now instead of waiting for it to be a good TV product in like the playoffs. It might actually be good sports content now. So March is coming on strong. I think I'm still going to say like November, World Series wrapping up, NBA's in swing. You have NFL and college football really getting to the heart of their season. That's still my favorite month, but March is coming on strong, Chief.
Yeah, man, March is. I would say, I think October, November.
I've always gone October for me. And it's just the fall. It gives me good positive vibes. You've got the NFL, you've got college footballs in the heart and the meat of its schedule as well. You start doing conference games. You've got the NBA and the NHL. Start their seasons off, then the MLB postseason. Right. Yeah, so
paradise.
For me, October has just always stood out as this is sports heaven.
I'm kind of in the October mode myself. With that, you
get your auto racing in there too, don't you?
I do get my auto racing in there as well. It's funny because I always think about the Masters and stuff in April. I think about baseball in April. I think about maybe down the stretch for the NBA.
And then you get the draft.
You get the draft.
NHL playoffs kicking off. April's real good too.
April, those are when I think of those months, like October, April are the two I always think about.
And honestly, January with NFL playoffs, you get a big couple of college football bowl games.
Bowl games, yeah.
You get NBA
you get the national championship
starting to crank up after the new year. The NBA cranks up. So there's a lot to like about the month of January as well.
Not bad.
So I don't know. I think it's fun. This is a particularly special March, though. I think with the WBC and all the stars that you're seeing playing baseball right now is super, super fun. Even though there is a guy, I believe in Houston, who's attending some games that is trying to ruin the WBC for everybody. And here's just a small little snippet of what he's doing for 9 innings at a time.
And he draws a leadoff walk.
Okay, that is an air horn of sorts.
Sounds like a car horn that he brought in.
I know, and that's on the broadcast.
Move it.
I'm like, dude, can you imagine being at that game, even just trying to consume that game from your couch? You go,
no.
Do I have to mute this?
Somebody's going to have to put him in a full Nelson.
People are upset at this guy.
A citizen has to take this into their own hands.
That is worse than the Vuvuzelas that were at the World Cup in South Africa in 2010.
Yeah. The what?
The Vuvuzelas.
What's the Vuvuzelas?
It's the long horn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Similar, but
there was
not
like
quite.
thousands of those.
Yeah.
In the stadiums in South Africa World Cup. Yeah. Driving people on TV crazy.
Got to be a rule against that, man. I don't know.
Not for that World Cup. It wasn't.
No, but for this World Baseball
Classic.
Classic.
Oh, for the World Baseball. Well, no, I mean, like,
really any.
Have you ever seen games like in Taiwan and Japan in them? Like they're like the horns and stuff, the drums.
That's more part of their vibe.
Yeah,
drums.
It's what makes the game like kind of interesting. The chants. It's almost a soccer atmosphere. These baseball games.
Yeah. Well, I would say not for me on that one.
The international fans demand to not only watch the game but be the band.
That's right. Yeah. They want to be. They want to
band on the run.
They want to take the attention away from the game and put it on themselves.
I think so.
Yeah. Very look at me, Louie. Okay, let's go March Madness style. What is the Big 12 doing? They're taking this March Madness and specifically this Big 12 tournament. They're taking it up a notch. Okay, and it starts with their no nights off Big 12 men's basketball anthem. Here is 30 seconds. Tell me, are you in or out on this?
Welcome to the Big 12, where every night's a battle till the end. The energy in T-Mobile Center on average is a 10. No other conference in this country's got this passion for a win. Sight of the goal, never mission is get a ring. Our goals are
that is pure shots fired at the NBA's load management right there. I just want to say. But people are crapping on the song. I kind of think it's a banger.
I like it.
And
Lucius,
go ahead.
Lucius, do we have the SEC? Didn't you play the SEC?
That's
song
right.
for us?
Oh, man.
SEC.
Got a big old fish on my line.
I do like the SEC version.
It just means more in the SEC.
I think the key on a good hype song, though, is around 25, 30 seconds or something like that. Just don't make me go 2 minutes.
They nailed that with the 30 seconds. In, out. But they're going all Big 12 championship, which is starting today through the 12th at the T-Mobile Center in Kansas City. They're making this an entertainment extravaganza. Okay, because what they're doing here, they're busting out Fat Joe is going to be performing. DJ Diesel, yes, that is Shaquille O'Neal, will be performing.
Nice.
You'll have
Fushnikin's going to be there?
I don't know if I haven't confirmed that yet. We have
Jabberwockies?
Jordan Sparks is doing the national anthem.
Blue Man Group.
And I think my favorite part, we'll all agree on this, and this is what would make me try to find a way to Kansas City. They are doing a specific menu item for every single Big 12 program. And I don't know how they came up with each one, what the affiliation with each menu item is to the school, but you're going to get like the Baylor Float, where if you're at the Big 12 championship, you can get the Baylor Float, vanilla ice cream, and Dr. Pepper.
Love it.
So it's a Texas twist there. You can get the Iowa State Cyclones Tenderloin, Kaiser bun, breaded pork tenderloin, sliced onions, sweet and spicy
That's
pickles.
the item. Hold the onion and pickle.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the item right there.
I'm kind of thinking now that we need to take a trip to Kansas City for food reviews.
I think
I'm
so
in
too.
on this, bro.
I mean,
Jayhawks mac and
G-Bag
cheese.
hits the KC.
Yeah.
Every other week we're on the road. I guess next week we're on out of here.
There we go.
Dude, Jayhawks mac and cheese is mac and cheese as you know it, topped with smoked pulled pork and a signature barbecue sauce and crispy fried onions.
Jeez,
you can
all
get a Wabash Cannon Dog for K-State, bacon wrapped jumbo hot dog topped with Wildcat purple relish. What? Wabash. Stormin' from Norman, Oklahoma taco, fry bread topped with ground beef, lettuce, tomato, onions, beans, chili, the whole nine. Pistol Pete's OSU fried corn, elote.
Fried corn is really good.
Give it to me.
Bacon.
Really good.
I mean, crushed Doritos on that thing. TCU loaded tots. And this is interesting. Tater tots, spicy queso sauce or queso sauce. Chopped house smoked brisket, pico de gallo, topped with horned frog, purple sour cream. Looks like Barney had something to do with the.
We just lost Gavin. We just lost Gavin.
Well, your poo's gonna look.
He
weird.
was all good until you said the purple sour cream.
Longhorn quesadilla, triple cheese dilla, steak or chicken, burnt orange salsa,
Purple
rojo
sour
sauce.
cream?
Yeah, purple sour cream.
Purple sour cream sounds like something that comes in a bag, bro.
You want that purple sour cream?
Yeah. Childproof bag. Tex Mast Rider Burger, all beef patty, cheddar, fried onion ring, sweet pickled jalapenos, Red Raider barbecue sauce. West Virginia's got a Mountaineer roll going on with pizza stuff. And I mean, dude, Big 12 championship, they are turning it up a whole other level right here.
It's the best time ever to be a sports fan when it comes to these in-stadium items or in-arena items. That's just delicious stuff.
Best
Doing it right.
conference in college basketball.
Okay, we got 2 down, 3 to go here in the G-Bag Nation. Andrew Lopez covers the Pelicans for ESPN. The Mavs are in New Orleans, and we'll discuss the game with him and what we need to do to get a dub here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat D&M Leasing before we do that, though. If you want or need a new vehicle right now, do yourself a huge favor and forget any other plans that you
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Andrew Lopez covers the Pelicans for ESPN. Mavs in New Orleans tonight, second of a back-to-back. And Andrew joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan here in Dallas-Fort Worth. And a good afternoon, Andrew. How the heck are you?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
We're doing great. We're trying to get excited about these Mavs, but they have not been very good all year, and especially since the Kyrie trade. But it looks like an opportunity to get a win here tonight against the Pelicans. Are you surprised they haven't been better since the Zion injury?
Yes, because you saw it last year, especially when CJ McCollum got to New Orleans. You saw a little bit of, hey, we can kind of overcome these odds. We can fight back. I mean, this was a team that was 3-16, 2 Decembers ago. They fight to finish. I think they finished 33-30 from that mark. A lot of that was with CJ. So you figured, yeah, they've played without Zion before. They should be able to play without Zion again. That has just not been the case so far this year. I think they're like a bottom 5 team. Since Z went out, it just has not clicked. They go obviously at one point, I think December 30th, 23-12, tied for top in the West, or at some point top in the West, to now fighting for their play-in lives with a few other teams who are under 500 now. So first time they've been under 500 all year. Offense just has not been able to find any rhythm with Zion out. There's a lot of reasons for that. Brandon Ingram missing time. CJ McCollum has a thumb injury that he's kind of trying to play through. I think Jonas Valanciunas is maybe playing through some stuff. So just this team is just not gelled the way I think many thought they would.
Are they still competing every night, or have they lost their mojo?
No, they're still competing. There's maybe only been 1 or 2 games where I think you've seen them just lose out on it. The Laker game right before the All-Star break, but you put a young team in LA with one night off, you can figure out what happens sometimes when you get out there, especially right before the break. But other than that, they've been a decent team who has, competed no matter what. And I think that part has been fine. A couple of lapses, some fourth quarter, some third quarter mess-ups. But for the most part, they've gone out. They just haven't been very good when they have been playing on the offensive end. I think before Zion went out on January 2nd, they were 8th in the league in offensive rating, 6th in the league in defensive rating. Since he's been out on January 2nd, 26th in the league in offense, 17th or 18th in defense. And a lot of that is letting your offense dictate your defense. And that is kind of disappointing. But I don't think they're a lost cause. And I think obviously if the big fella can come back soon, I think it rights a lot of the things that are wrong with the team. But that remains to be seen when he'll take the court again.
Andrew, are the folks there just numb about the situation with Zion? I mean, is it got to the point where is it like hopelessness kind of sets in a little bit with the injuries that he deals with?
Yeah, and I don't know what it's kind of funny because these fan bases have gotten kind of used to it.
Sure.
And on the same side, you've seen what happened with Michael Thomas missing,
Sure.
most of 3 years.
Yeah.
With some injuries for the Saints. So as a fan base as a whole, they're kind of weary of foots now, just feet in general, whenever something happens. But I think they understand this one. Look, it's a hamstring. There's only so much he can do trying to get back from it. But I think they even think, just like the team itself, they shouldn't be this bad without him. And I think that's kind of where people are trying to start, hey, what's going on? It shouldn't be where we're this bad not having him. It should be a little bit better than this. And I think that's kind of where people are at. Now, when it comes to Z himself, I think people they realize, hey, we can do what we can do. He can do what he can do, but things are happening. Obviously, there's some fans who are ready to write him off and get rid of him, but I'm sure just up there were fans ready to trade Ezekiel Elliott as soon as he signed a contract, just because there's some fans who are always going to be, adverse to what's going on no matter what's happening. I think there's obviously that section, but there is some of the fans realize, look, it's a hamstring. There's nothing he can do. He's got to rest. He's got to get back. I think that he wants to play. is kind of the big thing for them. Like, he's not a case of he's milking it. He's trying to sit out. Z wants to play. He wanted to play last year on the broken foot. They wouldn't let him. So they're fine with that. They're slowly starting to realize he wants to play. It's just some bad timing.
Have you been able to get to the bottom of why it is that Zion loves playing in Dallas so much?
I think we can take some educated guesses on why he likes those particular cities, but whether he'll confirm those or not, I don't think he will to us.
It's some good eating out here in D-Town, that's for dang sure. There's no question about that. Western Conference stack up right now. Do you view the Mavericks as a contender?
You know, I still think so, just because you have Kyrie and Luka. Like, they'll figure it out. I really feel like they'll get to the bottom of this. I know things have not gone the way Mavs fans thought it would when Kyrie came on board, but when you have a talent like Kyrie, it takes a while to learn how to play with a guy like Luka. And, you know, it's still a very tight and jumbled race. Like, we talk about the Pels being, you know, fighting for their life at the back end of the play-in tournament. The Mavs are only 2.5 up on them and in fifth place.
Yeah.
You know, the Pels are one, 6-7 game win streak away from jumping back into that top six. And I think that's what kind of makes, I think, fans of many teams nervous, is because it is so jumbled up. It's kind of like one, every loss feels like two losses, whereas maybe a win only feels like half a win, because you have so much that's going on between 4 and really 13, honestly. And so it's just so jumbled up that with 5 games separating 4 and 13, it's one good week and you could be in, and you're just trying to avoid those bad weeks, kind of like the Pels have done. But they have 10 of 16 at home. 2 of those road games are at Houston. So there's a good stretch for them. And I think just like that, Mavericks, once they kind of figure out each other a little bit more, we've seen bits and pieces, they'll get figured out. And I still think that any team with those 2 guys, no matter who you're surrounding them with, is going to be a threat in the West.
Andrew Lopez, ESPN, covers the Pelicans. How could the Pelicans win tonight? It's a 1.5 Mavs favored in Vegas. How do you like this game tonight, and how's New Orleans performing coming in?
Yeah, they could have got a break with Luka sitting on a back-to-back again, but I don't think that's going to happen now with things going their way. That being said, I think you still just they feed off of the home arena. I think they're 20 and 11 at home, and it's like the inverse of that, 11 and 23, I think, on the road this year. So they have been a much, much, much better team at home. I think that can help them. They've had a weird stretch here where right before the break, they won 4 or 5 before that Los Angeles game. They lost a game at home to Orlando, but they've only had 1 home game since February 10th. This is their second home game since February 10th. So I think getting back into your regular routine, your home routine, feeding off the fans. You got to get Brandon going. CJ's, like I said, he's been dealing with that thumb injury. You got to get him going as well. You can get your 2 big guys going and get Jonas Valanciunas some touches as he's coming back off that calf injury. That's going to help you a little bit more and maybe shake some of this, this losing stretch that you've been on here in the last, 6 out of 7 games.
Andrew, here's my really hard-hitting question for you. It's known as the Smoothie King Center there in New Orleans. Are there Smoothie Kings available to you in the press room?
Not to everyone.
And do you have your favorite one of the Smoothie Kings you like?
I do not, but I will tell you this: if you are visiting TV, visiting PR.
Oh wow.
They'll go around and get your order.
Wow.
Pre-game.
Wow.
And you get yourself a smoothie mid-game. It's one of the perks. I've watched one of the guys on Hornets PR go around and actually do the ordering. So sometimes if you actually see, if you could have a different shot of like the TV broadcast, like from courtside, there's usually like a smoothie like right in between both guys.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the order.
Well, what's the deal? Are you saying bad things about the team that you don't get to be part of the Smoothie King order? Are you ripping their ass and they're kind of, they're against you?
No, we get our own stuff, but that's just they take care of the visiting. I don't think like visiting media doesn't get it. It's just visiting TV, visiting staff. It's just it's a perk of them. If we wanted something, I'm sure we could get on that list. But there's those Smoothie Kings in the arena that you could go get.
Okay.
So it's all set up nice.
Andrew, looking at the MVP conversation, that's something that's been pretty popular, and you get to watch all these guys on a nightly basis. Are you for Nikola Jokic as the runaway MVP, or do you have somebody else that you think might be the favorite in your mind?
I still, I think Jokic is running away with it. I think he's making it hard to catch up to him, especially with the numbers. I still like when we first did that ESPN poll back in December, the straw poll that Tim Bontemps does. One of the teams on there was, or the top guy at the time was Jason Tatum. And I feel like Jason Tatum's kind of got swept under the rug with Embiid and Giannis still doing the things that they're doing. And for a while, now Giannis is like the Bucks have overtaken him in the West, so I totally see this. But like when we redid it a couple months ago, like Tatum was having better numbers. They had a better record, and it was like, but what Jokic is doing is just kind of brushing everybody away. But when you sit back and you look at the efficiency and you look back at the numbers, it's getting to be a no-brainer. And, sometimes, Luke is obviously doing great stuff. The record's not where you want it to be. And I think that's going to go into certain voters what they want to do. But I think right now it's just kind of it's looking more and more like it's Jokic all the way.
Andrew, how's the Saints fan reaction been to Derek Carr down there? They excited or bummed out?
It's a mixture down here. Let me tell you, there's been some. Okay, hey, no more Andy Dalton. We're moving on to Derek, and it's like, I think it's the contract also has kind of like got some people worried. But when you look at the value of that contract, $37.5 million for 4 years. If you look, you do the value. That's going to place him eventually around 12 to 15, which he's probably in that area in terms of top quarterbacks, I would think. But it's been a mix. I think the biggest thing that Saints fans have kind of clung to a little bit is it doesn't appear now that it's a foregone conclusion that Michael Thomas is going to leave, and I think that's kind of where some Saints fans are starting to kind of perk their ears up. Like, all right, we were told like this was a done deal because of how they structured the contract, and now it appears like it might be hey, we're going to cut you from this deal, sign you to a new one.
Oh,
but that's the kind of one that I think has more Saints fans intrigued, especially since Michael Thomas liked, retweeted, favorited a bunch of posts about Carr signing, tweeted "Thank you, Jesus." When the signing was announced. So that's, I think, where more Saints fans have kind of turned their attention, even though the last 3 years they're, seemingly forgetting about that.
Now, Derek sounded like he was leaning pretty Southern in those pressers for the Raiders around midseason. Is he bringing that Brian Kelly accent to the press conference and to the media now, or what?
Sometimes you just got to do what your family wants to do.
I know that's right.
Family.
Thank you, Andrew. Enjoy the game. And it's ladies' night tonight, isn't it? All-women crew of more than 70 get to call this ESPN Mavs Pelicans broadcast. So enjoy the show.
Yeah, Beth Mowens, Doris Berg, Cassidy Hubbard, all going to do the call for us. Talked to Doris this morning. She's very excited about it. So very excited to get there and be a part of that.
Thanks, Andrew. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Andrew Lopez, ESPN, here in the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, sir. Latest on the Pelicans. Really struggling. Losers of 6 of 7. They're just trying to hold the fort until they can get Zion healthy and then try to make some noise in the playoffs again. Top 10 at 420 coming up next. Where are we going, Wooly Bully?
Well, it is International Women's Day. I've got the top 10 best female athletes of all time. Who is yours? 877-881-1053. Let's party and talk about that next on The Fan.
The more you
Shoot Chat, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3. The fan time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20. Here he is, the Woolly Bully, Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. It is
Thank you.
International Women's Day, so I've got the top 10 greatest female athletes in sports. Who is, in your opinion, the greatest female athlete in sports? We've got a lot of good ones that are being texted in. Serena, Mia Hamm. We've got Mary Lou.
Oh, Mary Lou Retton, 1984 Olympics.
That was your crush, wasn't it?
Huge crush for me. Yes, on the Wheaties box. Saw her nail the perfect 10. Saw her down in Houston at the Super Bowl. She was getting ready to come on her show. And Tim Collins, the office ace, the cubicle quarterback himself, doing a heck of a job booking guests as always for the Super Bowl. He's like, hey, I got Mary Lou Retton. And I go off for about a minute about how big of a crush I had. And I turn around, she's standing behind me.
Oh, was she just blushing the whole time?
No, I think
Dawson
she was annoyed. Yeah, I was
annoyed?
yeah, I was blushing. It was embarrassing. But she handled it like a champ, did a great interview.
Still was a firecracker then, right? You turned around and she was still a dime.
She was outstanding. Yeah, loyal to her husband as well, I later found out. Unfortunately.
Was that a hard one for you?
She blocked your number or something?
Yeah.
Return to sender on them emails.
That's so funny, Eric. God, you're really on one today, man. Okay, so I did have this before we got into the list. College football attendance rose in 2022 with the largest year-over-year increase since 1982. More fans attended games this season than any year since 2018. So if you were out there attending college football games this year, you were not alone.
Yeah, because Wolchuk was right there with you.
Yeah, I was the ringleader. Everybody came out to party with us, and they were like, oh, you're going out to the game? Well, I might as well join you. Let's go out. Let's booze together.
OHIO, right? That's what you were.
IO, yep. And I'd recommend going to check out the shoe. It was a great experience, and I don't know where we're going to go this year. I'm waiting to find out. Thinking the Grove and Ole Miss. Baton Rouge at night.
Grove? Yeah.
The Grove is good.
Lots of good choices.
The Grove,
That's a dream.
Grove's excellent.
But, man, you know what I think is going to be the hottest ticket in college football this year?
Cocktail party?
Got to be Colorado.
Oh, yeah.
It's got to
be fun.
Like USC, I think, has a game at Colorado late September. That's going to be a huge
TCU catches Colorado at home this year. Like,
they open the season.
Yeah.
That's week one.
Well, you're saying at Colorado is what you're saying.
Right.
But
just to go to Boulder,
yeah, I think
that's a home environment.
Yeah, Colorado plays, I believe, in Fort Worth this year. I think last year TCU went there, so that's their home and home.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you hear rumblings? I don't know. I just heard what sounded like it could have been,
might have been my
a
stomach.
flatulence. Okay.
No. I'll own that. I've actually walked outside today and
that's why you keep walking outside.
That's not why I keep doing it. I just did it once. Like
Okay.
while I was walking about, I'm trying to get my steps in. You know,
2 days, baby.
Trying to get lean, be a mean fighting machine. Other news that I have just generally in college football, real quick here. We're trying to move the Texas OU start time out of 11 a.m. Trying to get it back to 2:30.
We're ready for something like that.
No more Big 12 kickoff or whatever that thing is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Fox thing, and well, it's. I mean, even in the games on ABC, they still were doing it. But Chris Del Conte, the AD, was saying one of the things.
Well, they get in the SEC, they'll put it at 2:30.
Yeah, exactly, and he's specifically talking to the SEC about this. He's like, I'd like to move the game to 2:30, and the SEC does that. To your point,
they do it.
Like CBS, they do the late game kickoff. But I think it'd be fun. I think everybody locally would. It gives you more time to just go out, enjoy the fair. Get liquored up, you're feeling good, you're looking good, you're eating good, and 2:30 is just a better time. 11 just way too early, man.
I mean, it's been chaotic. This is something they might want to reconsider after they try a couple of 2:30s. We'll see. I don't know how much more alcohol like that scene could handle. When you're leaving that, it's shoulder to shoulder trying to get out of the area, and it might not be something that alcohol would be well advised.
The traffic is pretty wild.
I think I think they've always kind of thought about both teams have to travel home. The fan base is having to go back to Oklahoma and go back to Austin or wherever else in Texas. So I thought that was always kind of give them game ends at 2:30. You get in your car, you fight traffic a little bit, but you're home by, by 7, 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Instead of being home at midnight or 1 in the morning. You talk about alcohol and people out on the road.
That's interesting.
Driving at night. I don't think that would be very conducive
hopefully
to college football.
the people that are driving aren't the ones drinking. It's everybody else they're with.
There's a lot of drinking that goes on.
Sun
in that
up or
state.
sun down, either way.
Hopefully.
Let's hope.
No, that I know from experience that 2:30 SEC game. That's a good one. That's a good time for a game. If you ask me the perfect time for a game, I'm all about watching that 2:30 college football game. The nighttime ones, like there's that 6 o'clock SEC game that kind of bleeds into. Do I want to watch the ABC one?
Yeah.
That tends to end like at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I always hated that.
Yeah, that's so.
Yeah.
But give me as much day football as I can handle.
All right, let's dive into the top 10. Best female athletes of all time in sports. We got a lot of love for Alex Morgan. Some people are bummed she's married now. Jenny Finch, Simone Biles, Tanya Harding. Hardest hitter in the game, says the 817. Alexa Grasso, new UFC champion from Mexico, absolutely, from the 972. Jackie Joyner-Kersee gets some love as well on here. We got another Tanya Harding vote. So, hey, she's getting some love. Honorable mentions, we got Cheryl Swoops.
Was she the first to dunk in a WNBA game, I think? Yeah, Swoops was dominant for first 10 years of the WNBA.
16 seasons, 3-time WNBA champ, 4-time WNBA, 3-time MVP, 4-time champion for her. What an outstanding career.
Of course, the text, a couple of them, the old timers, the Crusties, mentioning Babe Zaharias.
Yeah.
Okay.
She can do it.
Back in the day, golf, basketball,
Track.
softball, she did everything. Yeah.
Jenny Finch getting some love. Chris Evert.
She was good back in the day, too.
Tennis player. Lindsey Vonn is an honorable mention.
There's a better skier now, a better American skier now, breaking all the
Michaela
records.
Schifrin?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's fantastic. And then Katie Ledecky is the one just on the outside looking in.
She's a swimmer lady, right?
She's fantastic.
Next level dominant.
Yeah,
dude.
15-time world champion. She's broken 14 world records, 5-time Olympic gold medalist.
She just like keeps breaking her own record.
She
right?
does. She's like dunking on herself. It's amazing. When you guys think of greatest female athlete, who are you going with, LA?
Caitlyn Jenner.
Okay, that was good. It's been texted in quite a bit, too.
It's a fact, bro.
Actually, it
Decathlon, what you talking
It's
about?
a fact.
Wheaties box,
How
bro.
about
You
Wheaties
better
box?
chill out, fam.
Caitlyn Jenner just
Y'all
to
better
go.
chill. Put some respect on Caitlin's name.
I need to redo the whole damn list.
Yeah,
man.
Gotta relax.
Do they need to redo the Wheaties box with
Put a new one
currently, like a current, like with that on? Do you think, Lucius?
Well, you just throw it right back to me, huh?
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw it right back. Since you brought it up,
Let me make it real toxic, then put it right back to you. Put some toxicity on this.
Do you think the Kardashian ladies on National Women's Day, like it is today, or international, when they send the happy holidays text to each other, is Caitlyn involved in those?
Oh, yeah, she's in the
Or
group
does she get
text for
boxed
sure.
out?
Nah, she's in the group text now.
Boxed out.
Gotta be.
Unbelievable.
Them Kardashians sending mass texts out right today, huh?
Yeah.
Thinking about you.
Big day for the ladies.
Love you, miss you.
National Women's Day.
Number 10, we
It's
got
Serena, though, for sure.
Yeah, it's Serena.
Serena's got to be number one. Leah Thomas, close second.
Yeah.
Ooh, FloJo.
FloJo's getting some love here. And we got some that are like, well, why don't we give some shout outs to the adult entertainers? And if you want to text those in, go for it. Lisa Ann, the official adult entertainer of the
What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Yeah, what are we doing?
It could be a
they're
sport.
athletes, aren't they?
Everything's a sport, right?
Why don't you try
Watching
dance on one of those poles?
Y'all got toxic.
Balance,
It ain't easy, Cinnamon.
agility.
It's not easy. Amanda Nunes, Misty May, Brandy Chastain, all getting texted in. All right, number 10 is Lisa Leslie. 3-time WNBA MVP, 2-time champ, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, and 4-time Olympic gold medalist.
Dang. 4?
Yeah.
Got to be a record in basketball.
Number 9, greatest female athlete ever, Allison Felix. Track and field.
Oh, that's right. Couple Olympics ago.
Yeah.
Dominating.
6-time Olympic gold medalist, 9-time Olympic medalist overall, and an 18-time world champion for Allison Felix.
972 Anna Kournikova, definitely one of the most beautiful female athletes of all time. Couldn't quite get the tennis game going, but didn't matter for her. She was a model.
She figured out the other game, yeah.
Got to give some love to Candace Parker, and she's crushing it broadcasting now.
Oh yeah, best
Absolutely.
broadcaster. Yeah,
No question. We got some love for Jenna Jameson. Took on all competitors in the 6A2.
She was good during her day.
She was, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Number 8 is Steffi Graf, tennis player, 22-time Grand Slam
Married
winner.
to Andre Agassi.
Oh, that's
But I think they got a little, maybe a bigger one now running around.
No, yeah, she's out here.
Is she?
Yeah.
Is she? Okay.
Yeah, right?
The kid?
Yeah, the kid.
Star?
The kid.
Yeah,
Is the
yeah,
kid
yeah.
a star tennis player?
Oh, I don't know all about that.
I can imagine. Star something.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't marry for looks.
Number 7 is FloJo. Track and field, fastest woman in the world, world record holder in 100 meter and 200 meter, 3-time Olympic gold medalist. Fantastic.
Well, yeah, a lot of golfers coming in. Paige Spiranac, Annika Sorenstam. It's impressive. It's good hand-eye coordination. It's a good skill. I just can't put golfers in the best athletes of all time. You know, nobody's accomplished enough.
I don't know.
to
Paige
get
putting out some great
consideration.
content. You should really double check.
Is she any good at golf?
I think she's good enough to be a professional.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Has her
she's
name
better
on her-
than any of us.
She has
She's on
her
the
name on her-
Cornucova plan.
Yeah, she has her name on her bag, kind of a thing. Some sponsors.
Big fan. Hope Solo being texted in.
Oh, Nancy Lieberman.
Oh, Nancy.
What's the respect on Nancy's name?
Magic Johnson. He was a baller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 6 is Diana Taurasi. WNBA's all-time leading scorer, 3-time WNBA champion, 10-time All-WNBA first team, and 5-time scoring champion.
I feel like she's had a longer career than Brady, dude. Like I feel like Taurasi. How old is she?
She's still playing? She's still playing.
Yeah, she's still playing. Absolutely, she is.
Wow.
Mia Hamm comes in at number 5. 2-time FIFA Player of the Year, 2-time Women's World Cup champ, and 3-time Olympic medalist.
Great career.
Great legs.
Great legs. And shout out to Misty May Trainer.
Yeah. She's got a partner, right, that plays with her?
Yeah, she did. They're retired now. Both of them can get it.
Yeah.
Here's the top 4.
What are you doing in there, man?
No, that's you saying that.
That's you. You're totally off base right now.
Number 4,
My aunt had a roommate for 20 years.
Number 4, we got Simone Biles. 4-time Olympic gold medalist, 19-time world champion, most decorated American gymnast with 30 medals, and a 2-time AP Female Athlete of the Year. Simone Biles, you are a beast.
Yeah, she dominated gymnastics more than anybody we'd ever seen as far as a force of nature.
There's your Babe Zaharias.
Oh, Babe Zaharias. From Port Arthur, Texas, PAT, okay.
Boom, baby.
Golf, basketball, baseball, track and field, 4 world records, and 41 LPGA wins.
Jeez.
Yeah. Some of these people, just whatever they decide to play, they're going to be the best at it.
Just going to be amazing.
It's miserable.
Here's your top 3. Number 3, Jackie Joyner Kersey. 3-time Olympic gold medalist, world record holder for women's heptathlon, and Sports Illustrated greatest female athlete of the 20th century. And number 2 is indeed the Babe.
Okay, she made it. I was wondering if she had aged out of the competition.
Nope, they're giving her love. 2-time Olympic gold medalist, 10-time major champion in golf, and she was the co-founder
majors
of the LPGA and AP Women's Athlete of the 20th century.
Wow, man.
Most influential, no doubt.
No question.
So
especially at a time when nobody was encouraged to play sports as a woman.
Laufenberg is then the second greatest Babe to in sports history.
Yeah.
Man, I thought he was for
About
sure
Babe
third.
Ruth.
Yeah. Oh, make it the third.
How could we forget about Babe Ruth?
I just Laufenberg's calves, man. They're stuck in my head.
But number 1, and I don't know how her sister feels about it because she wasn't in the top 20.
It's got to be Williams.
But Serena Williams,
No-brainer.
greatest female athlete of all time.
I just kind of learned something about that. There's a Russian lady, Larsa Latina. It's a Russian lady. She won 18 Olympic medals.
Dang.
Which stood until Michael Phelps broke the record in 2012.
Was this during the Soviet Union?
She was an Olympic. She has 18 Olympic medals. But
Oh, yeah.
Soviet gymnast. She's
Okay,
a gymnast that won. She retired in She won 9 gold medals for the Soviet record, which stood for 48 years. She also had 5 silvers, 4 bronze to make a total of 18. So her record still stood for 48 years.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Quite a Russian right there.
Well, Serena tweeted out, by the way, early this morning, every day I miss playing, then I think about training for 8+ hours a day, ... It's not that bad, right?
No.
Uh-oh.
People are starting to think
Hinting
maybe
at the comeback?
Yeah, bro. Let's get one
She
last
just looked
run,
so
bro.
tired at the end, didn't she? Then we watched a couple of those matches where she just she was fighting,
She
but she just
did.
didn't have this magic.
And her
anymore.
resume speaks for
Yeah.
itself. 23-time Grand Slam winner. She went 319 weeks ranked as the number 1 player, AP Female Athlete of the Decade, and 4-time Olympic gold medalist.
I think she'll come back stronger. She'll only play a few more Grand Slam events, but I think the last time we saw her, it was like the tail end. She was coming down towards the stretch, and she just hadn't put in the fitness work,
Yeah.
the cardio work to be able to play those longer matches. And I don't know, maybe over 40 she can't get back there, but I think she can be a threat to still extend her record a little bit more. Thank you, Wolchuk. Is top 10 every night at 420 here in the nation. Chief, where are we going next, buddy?
All right, we got lots to get to here, but people are alleging that the dirtiest city in all of America is right here in the great state. That's next.
Okay, let's talk Frankels before we do that.
Presented by Choctaw Casinos and Resort. Walk the red carpet. Have dinner on the field at Globe Life Field, followed by an intimate performance by Kenny Chesney. For tickets, TexasRangers.com/TexGala.
Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoes, Traverse, Malibus, all your Chevy favorites. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Rangers fall to the Diamondbacks 2-zip this afternoon in spring training action. Jared Sandler's going to join us here in about 12 minutes, give you some of the highlights and the main talking points for the Rangers as spring training continues. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo. Here he is, the Chief.
All right, so what's the dirtiest city you've ever been to? Because apparently
Baltimore!
2 of the top 10. All right, that's a good shout from the back right there. I do not see Baltimore on the list of top 10 here. Now, what I don't have
Philadelphia
is I think Philadelphia would be a great choice, and there is one New Jersey city, actually 2 New Jersey cities.
Hoboken.
And a New York one. No, you have Newark, New Jersey.
Newark is dirty, yes.
And you have Jersey City.
Right by each other, yeah.
Okay,
right
fantastic.
Yeah.
Dirty Jers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say dirtiest cities, San Francisco and Portland. You know, just a lot of homeless camps, you know. So there's actual feces on the sidewalk.
Right.
You know, that's a little bit different than, it's sweaty down here or something like that. You know, I thought, without a doubt, those two.
I think like Walmart or something is moving out of Portland because of all the thefts.
Oh, I could see that. Yeah. Yeah. It's a place that like homeless drug addicts go to because you can steal easily. And the laws are so relaxed and they can just panhandle constantly. You can't escape it. Yeah, and now there's such horrible traffic. You're just sitting there still on the highway looking at it all.
New Orleans was pretty
New
dirty.
Orleans could be dirty.
Oh, yes, New Orleans.
And I contributed.
Now, I think that's part of their whole vibe is because that's it for me for sure, far and away.
Yeah.
And I'm not much of a traveling man, don't get me wrong, but New Orleans and in particular Bourbon Street.
Right.
Yeah, New Orleans is
they have to do a street cleaning, like a street wash every day. I mean, the amount of disgust there.
It smells like vomit as you approach 2 blocks away.
And urine. You can smell bourbon long before you can see it.
Eventually you get drunk enough to where, man, I love the smell. This is great.
Can I get a candle in this?
It's one of those cities like, yeah, we'll host the party, but just go ahead and throw up on our rug. It's okay.
Yeah.
You know, they're encouraging you. Yeah, I was in Pat O'Brien's one morning like at 6 a.m, and they kicked us all out, took the fire hose to the floor while we stood in the street and drank, and then they brought us all back in.
That's amazing.
So, yeah, the fire hose is a big player.
Had you been partying all night?
All night.
Oh, that's amazing.
All night. We sat, and that's what I'm saying. We're there literally, the whole just trying to, it never closed down. So they just took us out in the street and fire hosed it off, and boom, back in. Let's go.
It's just all night debauchery there. That one at least makes sense. And they do come prepared with the street cleanings and everything. So they kind of they clean it up, and then they know in hours it's going to get terrible.
Come to
again,
the party at our house, throw up on the rug. It's okay. We'll clean it up. We're all good. Just make sure you pay your tab.
How's the rest of New Orleans? Fairly clean?
It's there's parts of it that are not. There are parts of it not. The more you are down, now when you get to the outside, like in the suburbs, it gets better. It gets better. But when you're down in the city, it's pretty. It's not good to be down there in the summertime when it's hot and humid. The better times, like in the fall and this time of year when the weather's a little bit better and you can walk around and navigate, and the smell is not as prevalent.
Yeah, because when you add in the summer heat, the swamp.
Yeah, it just brings everything
a lot
off.
of swamp ass going on. I was walking around there.
Yeah, they lead the league in
Did you throw up on the rug?
I actually didn't. I'm not a big puker. It takes a lot. I need a lot of.
He just dropped a deuce.
A lot of mixing. I might have urinated, but who didn't?
Oh no, it's par for the course.
254. It's called Bourbon Street Gravy, my friend.
I loved it there. I mean, I really did. I'd go back tomorrow.
I had a great time. Yeah.
I'd say my son, like I say, he goes to school at Texas and he loves it there. I wish he had a chance to go to Tulane. And I was thinking, man, please go, just so I could go down to New Orleans again and hang out.
Yeah,
I love that place.
You'd be bringing me and Wolchuk with you.
Absolutely.
On those trips.
We should plan a weekend and just go.
Getting a lot of New York, getting a lot of San Francisco, getting some.
Any Detroit cities?
Atlantic City. Yeah,
Detroit up there.
Detroit is getting texted in along
Detroit,
with Baltimore.
what up, though?
Yeah, Detroit, Rock City. Yeah.
Oakland as well.
Oakland's a dirty city. I lived
Didn't
there
you
for a
guys-
couple weeks.
Y'all complained about San Francisco during the Super Bowl, right?
Dawson. That's the
opened
experience
up?
you have is why
Yeah.
that's the most.
Yeah.
That's one of the worst ones.
And
Welcome to the show.
they had actually cleaned up like they'd actually cleaned up
I
like
wanted to go
90% of the
there.
city.
So bad.
You know, that was actually their best foot forward
I
that
was
week
just
we were
thinking,
there
well,
for the Super Bowl.
Right, because they were pushing all the dirty clothes into the closet and hiding their disgust because company was coming over.
That's right.
So that was the best the house was ever going to look.
Very
and
pristine.
It was still terrible. Well, Portland's coming in. And then all of the only Texas cities I'm seeing here.
San Antonio?
I do see Dallas.
Okay, Barkley.
San Antonio has been texted in.
El Paso?
There are 2 Texas cities that are ranked in the top 10 of dirtiest in the entire country.
Houston.
H-Town, boys and girls.
Yeah.
Is the single dirtiest city.
Houston, stand up!
With an
Quadruple D, I guess.
An overall dirty score of 56.02. Their pollution
score.
rank is
02?
third. Yeah,
How'd we get the
56.02.
02?
I have no idea. I don't know how they came to these conclusions. I don't know what mathematic formulas they had, what dirty, squared city population, whatever, but their formulas crank out that Houston's the dirtiest. Newark, New Jersey's the second dirtiest. And
We're the
then
most dirty city. I mean, Houston's the most dirtiest city in the country?
in the
Small.
country.
Yeah.
In all of America.
All of
America. Wear that with
Strive to
pride.
be number one, Houston. You made it,
There
baby.
you go.
Strive to be number one.
Get outta
And San
here.
Antonio, you're close. You're 7th in the country, okay? So you just got to dirty things
San
up a little bit
Antonio.
more.
Charles Barkley will tell you about San Antonio.
Yeah, he will.
That river
We got-
walk. You got to watch that river walk,
Yeah.
man, down there. It's a little
I
dirty
wouldn't want to
down
jump into that river. Galveston got texted in. I think they've cleaned it up, but I did go to Galveston on a family vacation when
That
I
ain't
was
number
younger.
South Houston.
there. Yeah.
Man, that was gross.
What
They had
about-
like dookie diapers on the beaches.
If you could just go for what were they like adults or were they babies?
They were baby diapers. I think.
Mine.
I was about to say, was Broadus
Broadus
made an
depends.
appearance at the beach?
Yeah. Changing.
I think for the month of March, you could probably throw South Padre Island, right? That's spring break time.
Oh, that's just nasty.
Doesn't South
Yeah.
Padre Island
The
become
views.
the single
Debauchery.
It's like Vegas of
That's
the
some
South.
eat, drinks, and scenic views right there.
For sure.
If you like seeing people vomit all over themselves.
Well, just the,
and be underage while they
tourism.
do it. But yeah, so you're going to have Oklahoma City's at number 9. And those are really the only southern ones. The rest you're going to get San Bernardino, California.
What's up, Holmes?
Detroit is number 4.
Yeah.
Jersey City's 5. Bakersfield, California 6. San Antone 7. Fresno, California. California is they have the most discussed just across
And
their
a lot
state.
of cars, I guess. A lot of
The
industry.
further
Yeah.
inland you are, the worse it is, I believe.
Yeah, you don't get much of a
Yeah.
breeze.
Yeah.
Sweep all that smog out of there.
Oklahoma City number 9 and Yonkers, New York.
New York.
Is
I
number
thought Oklahoma
10.
City was nice. I was only there for an afternoon, but I thought it was a cool little downtown and everything.
Yeah, I don't recall it being overly dirty, but I mean the dirtiest places. Where's consistently the dirtiest place you find yourself? Is it because I was thinking to myself, I think it's the parking garages, just in general, not specifically the one that we park in here, but parking garages across. Just in general, I feel like are a place where people feel like they can hide and do a
Like
litany
steal
of different
stuff?
things.
Yeah.
Well, they can steal things,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
But there's all sorts of weird syringe style things that
Oh,
you
it's
can
the
just
worst.
trip over on the way to your car in a random
Syringe
parking
things.
garage.
Parking garages and parking lots in Deep Ellum area.
I was about to
That
say.
Deep Ellum
I
area on a
would-
Saturday
yeah.
afternoon, fam.
Yes.
Terrible.
Yes.
You
Watch
gotta wear
where you step.
galoshes.
Watch what you do.
I'm glad Lucius brought that up because I was going to say Deep Ellum. I always feel like it's kind of dirty down here.
I have won,
But it's cool,
tooed,
it's
and
dirty.
vomited in a Deep Ellum parking garage. And I'm
It's
not
gotta
the
be a
only
little
one.
dirty to be
He's
cool.
not lying. He does lie about a lot.
Yeah,
That's
he'll
not
make it up.
He'll make it up. Yeah.
Okay, we got 3 hours down and 2 to go. Jared Sandler's going to join us for some Rangers. Wolchuk is going to finish off the segment, and then we'll hit the Expressway coming up next year on 105.3. The Fan, Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports launch, menu to match. It's calling you. It's quitting time, baby. Where are you going?
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Rangers in action this afternoon against the Diamondbacks out there in Arizona, and they fell 2-0 was the final. And Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider, joins us here for a few minutes. Then Zach Wolchuk's going to hit you with some hard-hitting sports content as well. And Sandler, good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm great, guys. How are y'all?
We're doing good. Just wondering, are you panicking because they didn't score any runs today?
I am. There's a chance they don't score until July, and it's really concerning. No, but it was obviously nothing offensively to speak about, but it was great to see John Gray go 3 scoreless, especially after the back stiffness the other day. He looked really good. When he's been on the mound this spring, he's looked great, and I think all systems are a go for John as long as he can stay healthy, being ready for his first turn in the rotation. But he definitely looked sharp today.
And everything going well with DeGrom after his simulated game yesterday?
Yeah, so it was today. He had a live BP today, and he pitched 2 innings. So basically what happened was he threw to live hitters, threw, however many pitches, and then he sat down for about, 7, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever the case, to simulate what it would be like if he, was in between innings while the Rangers were hitting, and then got back up, threw again. He totaled 35 pitches, and I think it's, as far as I'm aware at this point, everything was good health-wise. He was throwing 98, 99. I think he even touched 100. And I think the plan at this point is to get him on the mound for a game next. Today's Wednesday, so if they were to kind of keep him in line as if today was a proper game, my guess is you'd see him probably Monday in a Cactus League game or a B game.
Jared, I was reading an article by Kennedy Landry, who does an excellent job with MLB.com, and she was writing about Josh Young and how he's trying to improve his defense. And while we were out there, we actually got to see him make some really good plays over there at third base. I'm curious what you've been able to see, how he's looking over there at the hot corner, in your opinion.
Yeah, he's looked fine so far, and I think that's kind of what you're going to get from Josh. I don't know if, at this point he's going to threaten, anyone for a Gold Glove, but, I think the hope is that he can just play really solid defense. Now, if someone comes out, they've never seen Josh Young play, and they watch him throw, they're going to think, oh, what's that? That's odd. And it doesn't look conventional. He doesn't have this super fluid throwing motion, but he gets the job done. He doesn't have Adrian Beltre's arm, but he's got an accurate arm. Made a really nice play the other day, backhanding a ball that was just smashed down the line. And it's going to be important, for Josh defensively. This is a team that along the infield last year was not great defensively. And if Josh is going to play third and do so on an everyday basis, which right now seems to be the plan, having him be more than just that is going to be very important for this team.
Any optimism that we're going to get to see Jake Odorizzi anytime soon?
Well, no, not in a game, I don't think. I think it was yesterday, maybe he threw off the half mound and maybe off the full mound. I don't think they're going to rush anything with him. We're now, it's March 7th or 8th, and opening day is 22 days away. I don't know how much they want to stretch him out. He's not going to be a starter for this team, but it's very possible they want to get him ready to go 3-4 innings before they feel comfortable getting him in the bullpen, kind of as the long man. So I don't know if we're going to see him in the next few days in a game. Maybe by the end of next week. That seems like that, would be ahead of schedule, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's not for the next couple of weeks. And by the way, before I forget and get a text, I need to just quickly give a shout out to my wife and grandmother, Nana, who are listening in the car. And if I don't say hi to them, because I haven't seen them in forever, they're going to send me mean texts.
Love you, Nana. Love you, Emily.
How much you miss your family?
Yeah. Not much. I miss my dog, Cooper. No, I'm just kidding. I miss, if I had to rank them, and I say this knowing that my wife's listening, my dog Cooper is who I miss the most. I miss my brother Jason the second most. I saw my dad. He came out here the other day, so he's way down. I probably miss my nieces and nephews. We'll put them just collectively number 3. And then my wife, number 4. And the reason she's number 4 is because I speak to her every day, multiple times a day. So there's a ton of communication, and I'm going to see her in a few days anyway. So looking forward to that.
Jared, is there a point in time, because I remember this during training camp, where it becomes just like you're living the same day every day, like it's Groundhog Day. Are you to that point now?
Absolutely. I mean, you couldn't. Groundhog Day is the perfect way to characterize it, especially because, during the regular season, you kind of feel that way a little bit, but then on Sundays you have a day game, after a full week's worth of night games. Here, I mean, eventually we're going to play a couple night games, but so far they've all been, in the Metroplex, what would be a 2:00 start. So it's the exact same day, every single day. I mean, what goes on is a little different, obviously, but the schedule for the most part is the same. And so I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but it definitely has the Groundhog Day feel.
Jared, we got to go. Is there anything else that we need to know about the Rangers, or maybe you'd like to dig a little deeper hole with the wife?
Yeah, Gavin, what's been the turning point, you think, in my relationship with my wife today?
This phone call.
I hope you like your dog Cooper a lot, man. You're going right to the doghouse after this one.
No doubt. He's going to need to make room for you. Have a good one, buddy. We'll catch you up tomorrow or the next day, something like that. There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. And he's doing a heck of a job on that pre and post game show. But if he doesn't stop giving me attitude like this, we're going to have to move the Wooly Bully in there to replace him.
Oh, no.
We're going to have to advocate strongly for that.
Jared's a beast.
Walchuk will sign up for that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I do love the Rangers.
Zach's a goat, too, at that whole gig. I heard him ban earlier. Wasn't that you? Yeah, over there. Here he is now with some more sports for you.
We do have some news regarding Ja Morant. And he, according to the team, and this is after the investigation from the Colorado Police Department, he's facing no charges. The team today did a presser, and they said he's going to continue to remain away from the team for at least 4 more games, which means that he is going to miss the game against Golden State, and he's going to miss 2 games against the Dallas Mavericks.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah. So the Mavs are going to dodge facing Ja Morant and the Memphis Grizzlies twice. So they'll get a jawless Grizz team during that 4-game set. So we'll wait and see when Ja will return to the Grizz. Also, we just got breaking news that Jim Boeheim is not going to be returning to Syracuse as their men's basketball coach, as they were bounced out of their conference tournament today. So after 47 years, we will not have
about
Mr.
7
Boeheim,
years late on that one.
Yeah. It really started to get ugly. You could tell his frustration had peaked, and he was no longer willing to put up with the BS that being in a job like that, and he was kind of taking it out of the media. It got weird.
He was like, they would ask questions, and like, that's your question. You know what I mean? Like,
ripping the student reporters, right?
Come on, bro. Seriously.
Well,
sorry you haven't pivoted from your, your 2-3 zone or whatever it was that you
matchups,
were patented years and years ago.
Oh, that famous Boeheim zone. They've got him now. Whatever.
Started playing the shit.
47 years later, he's playing the same hand.
Oh,
He is.
Second winningest all-time head coach.
Yeah, he was there 47 years. That's why.
Yeah.
Couple titles.
Got a little Frank Gore, a little Jason Witten in him, something like that.
He's got something in him. Not good.
So was there a Jim Boeheim story, like a Gary Patterson story, Brian?
No, I mean, like I say, he's like this, we make fun of me in the crusty part, and I embrace that. He lives it. He lives that. He's that.
Think he could out crusty you in a crusty
hell
off?
Yeah. He's like yelling at he's yelling at the people asking questions, and they ask him about recruiting and about playing in the ACC, and it's never good enough. It is never good enough for this guy.
So he wins in a landslide in a Broadus versus Boeheim crusty off.
I
you think it's a blowout victory in favor of Boeheim?
There's certain coaches that him and the Joe Paternos and those guys that hung on too long.
He was too long.
They hung on too long.
All right.
Well, at least he didn't look the other way on some unfortunate stuff. 78 years old. And he wasn't always this crusty.
He had a guy on his staff.
Oh, did he?
Oh, Boeheim had a guy on his staff for a long time.
Brian knows.
Yeah.
Brian's been keeping tabs on
Jim.
All sorts of guys
Jim
on his
Boeheim.
staff.
Oh, yeah. He had a guy on his staff he had to deal with, yeah.
All right, let's talk some Cowboys here. ESPN put out an article today. Since 2018, the best and worst free agent signings for every team. Who do you think the best signing since 2018 is for our Dallas Cowboys?
Best free agent signing?
Best
Is it Curse?
Curse?
Oh, it's got to be Curse.
You
It's
guys
gotta be
going?
Curse.
J-Ron Curse? Is that your answer? Final. Boom.
Final.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, that's final.
You guys are football guys. It is J-Ron Curse signing him in 2021 when the Cowboys signed him to a minimum salary that ended up being a tremendous bargain for the team. What are you guys looking at?
I was just
Something
watched this. Canada
pulling me off sides here, Brian. Don't
Canada's
believe
playing
yourself.
baseball against the Cubs today.
They're getting a little World Baseball Classic tune-up here.
This Canadian pitcher just threw a pitch that was probably the worst pitch I've ever seen. He threw it like 5 feet to the left of the catcher.
Yeah, Canadians can't play
It's
baseball.
spring training, bro. They're working on stuff, dog.
If you're betting on Canada maybe having a chance in this World Baseball thing, not with this guy. It's like a beer league pitcher up
Better
there.
have great odds.
This is Brian, who every pitcher that came up and pitched in spring training, he's like, I can get a hit off him.
There were some bad
I can get a
pitchers.
hit off this guy.
It was really fun watching the
Look,
late
Manaea.
innings when bad
There's
pitchers
Manaea.
get up
Yeah,
there.
Sean Manaea.
Sean Manaea.
He's washed.
I think I could have hit him.
Yeah.
Everybody else was no chance.
No chance. It was
No
just Sean
chance.
Manaea.
No
Okay.
chance.
All right.
No chance.
Well, shout out to J-Ron Curse, because unless Tom Brady does come out of retirement and play for the Dolphins, he's going to be the last player to ever intercept Tom Brady, as he did so in the Cowboys playoff victory. All
I
right.
think there's a chance if Brady comes back and plays a full season, J-Ron Curse could still end up being the.
You don't think he's going to throw a single interception?
I wouldn't put
If
anything
he plays for the
past
Dolphins, I know
old
that
Tom
you and your
Brady.
family would be very excited
Well,
about
I
that.
think McDaniel, all the speed, that's gonna be something.
A lot of speed.
A lot of speed.
Just give it to Tyreek Hill.
Some
and-
teams are built for comfort. Others are built for speed.
Built for speed or for comfort. All right, what's the worst signing? This one's good from 2018.
Ha Dicks, bro.
Ha Clinton Dix is not the answer.
What?
But that's a good guess.
We all know.
Is it one of those?
Is it Dontari Poe?
McKenzie Bernardo signing things? Was it one of those?
Oh, it was the defensive lineman, Gerald McCoy.
Gerald McCoy's
Gerald
another
McCoy's
great guess.
That was a good one, Gavin.
214 goes worst is talking. Now that's a draft pick. So yeah, you're right about like worst draft picks. We could have that conversation. Gerald McCoy would be a good one. I don't know if Cedric Thornton was since 2018. He might have predated that one, but he'd also be good. But what did you say, Eric?
Ha Dicks.
No.
Dontari Poe.
Dontari Poe is the worst free agent signing for the Cowboys.
And they were in the same offseason. The Clinton Dix and the Dontari Poe offseason
that was brutal.
was one of the
I
single
thought
worst
McCoy-
offseasons in sports history.
So I think you had to at least make the team, and McCoy never played it down for the Cowboys.
No, but was McCoy and Poe I thought they were the same.
I think all of these might have
then
been
they
the
were
same
all in the
offseason.
All the
then.
same.
Yeah. So they go bargain shopping, and none of these guys worked out. But he signed a 2-year, $9 million contract, and he was cut after 7 games after he was guaranteed $3.5 million. He was expected to be a key part in Mike Nolan's defense with his size, but was credited with 7 tackles and 1 pressure on a defense that ended up allowing the most points in franchise history.
He'd had a nice career. He just ran out of gas there. Huge butt. That might be the king of all sports butts, Dontari Poe.
Oh, Dontari's?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a
4-footer.
That's a full on dumper right there.
He had a wagon.
Yeah.
And he would do those awesome. He's the heaviest guy to ever score an NFL touchdown because he got with Kansas City and Andy Reid, and he would do those Tebow jump passes, and they had all sorts of like pork iterations of pork
Yeah,
were like the
pork
names
chop.
of the plays.
He knows this year with the pork chop, and I remember he crushed the combine as a big man coming out of Memphis.
Yeah.
I loved him.
Yeah,
but
me too.
hey, that's the worst one.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Let's hit the expressway. 35 minutes uninterrupted content next in the G-Bag Nation. Let's chat about a different nation, though, Window Nation. Yes, sir. Welcome back, nation. Let's do it. Let's hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. We start with everything that's been breaking throughout the broadcast day. Bobby Belt's going to join us here in about 9 minutes, talk about the latest of the Cowboys, lead up to the draft and free agency. And then the number one segment, an afternoon drive here in DFW. LA Live with Lucius Alexander coming up at about 5:40. We start with some juicy DeAndre Hopkins news. As he admitted on the Pat McAfee show, he's been hearing a lot of trade talks And on that subject, my understanding, says Ian Rappaport, if a trade did happen, he'd be flexible in the last 2 years of his contract rather than shoot for a top-of-the-market deal. It's $19 million for this upcoming season and $14 million. It does seem like a dream that you could pair DeAndre Hopkins with CeeDee Lamb, but they don't even want a one. Does this seem realistic to you guys? Does this seem like, with everything else the Cowboys need and how important their draft picks are, that maybe DeAndre Hopkins to the Cowboys is, in fact, a starter? Chiafalo, what do you say?
Ooh, I think this is going to help things. Them understanding that he's not going to be going for, hey, once you trade for me, I need to redo my deal and get paid top of the market type value. But I keep going back to the Odell Beckham Jr. stuff with him being a free agent, the infatuation there. They've done all the homework on him. It seems like that's something that Jerry is pretty keen on making happen, and they don't have to trade for him. And so I think that's a huge bonus, and they can still get away with, hey, we made a flashy free agent signing. Look at us. We're doing things here. So to me, that's the more likely move in my mind.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. You know, I think a player under $10 million would have to be their preference. I still believe DeAndre